Chapter 1. The Fated Enchantress. At the pinnacle of the long high tower, the banquet hall is filled with the clinking of glasses and the graceful twirls of women radiating joy, while refined gentlemen raise their cups, lost in the gentle and lively music. Shaylin, adorned in a diaphanous silk mermaid gown, perfectly accentuates her exquisite figure from shoulder to knee, embodying alluring curves. The diamonds adorning her neck emit a deadly allure. Target acquired. Mission accomplished. A man clad in a tailored suit bursts into the banquet hall, wielding an elegant handgun. With a fleeting glance, Shaylin dashes out of the hall, evading and spinning like a cat with extraordinary agility, executing backflips and landings with finesse. Her silhouette traces a perfect parabola in the air, akin to a fish diving into the depths. With a resounding splash, Shaylin plunges into the unfathomable dark blue ocean, her entire being engulfed by the frigid embrace of the water. As a transcendent master and elite agent, Shaylin has recently been plagued by recurring dreams, yet the identity of her companion remains shrouded in obscurity. He cradles her, inhaling her intoxicating scent. As gentle as a whispering breeze, it seems he has found his direction, unable to resist savoring the sweetness of her lips. Shaylin cannot discern his visage, only catching glimpses of silvery hair, glistening like moonlight, and a complexion as smooth as porcelain, shimmering with radiance. A surge of anger courses through Shaylin, her body trembling as the man holds her captive. She struggles silently, while he grins foolishly. In the wild, primal realm of beasts, sunlight cleaves the land like a scythe, creating a dichotomy between the bright continent and the shadowy world. Here, pure air and diverse flora coexist, alongside undulating mountains and various beastmen. The beastmen are stratified, categorized into high-ranking and low-ranking, with the latter diligently hunting, while the former seek not only sustenance, but also the gathering of females for propagation. Within the Silver Wolf tribe's territory, a magnificent silver wolf is meticulously sniffing out a female. Come quickly. What is this? Wow, is that a drenched female? Her face is unclear, but her figure is remarkable. Let's take her back. Shaylin feels herself being lifted, hoisted onto the back of a colossal creature. Look, where did this female come from, dressed in such strange attire? Other beastmen gather around, eager for a closer look. Kara, clean this female up. I intend to present her to Lord Luophone. Understood, Lord Locke. I will attend to it immediately. You all, boil water. You, prepare clothing. You, set up the room. In unison, the beastmen respond yes. Before long, Shaylin finds herself submerged in warm water, as hands scrub her body and hair, accompanied by exclamations of wonder. Where did this female come from? She is simply stunning. Oh my, I've never encountered such a beautiful female. Is she truly a female? Chill. Do not speak. Locke just said not to disclose anything about this female. The females work diligently in silence, and soon Shaylin feels refreshed, clothed in attire that clings to her skin, remarkably comfortable, yet stirring a sense of unease within her. Being offered to another? Is someone truly tired of their life to present me to some unfortunate soul? Before long, she is carried into a man's chamber, where an array of colorful petals blankets the floor, joyously strewn across the bed, mingling with fragrant rose petals. Shaylin's body is adorned with rose oil, a red petal resting on her delicate, smooth feet, highlighting the exquisite nature of this offering. Kara and the other females gaze upon their masterpiece with satisfaction before retreating slowly. Locke remarks, "This female appears promising. Let us depart. Lord Luophone is returning shortly. I can already scent his musk." The beastmen nod in agreement. Shaylin lies still for a while, then stirs her fingers and opens her striking black and white eyes. Suddenly, a massive silver wolf bursts into the room, its imposing form and formidable fangs indicating its fierce nature. The wolf sniffs the air, its gaze gradually softening and becoming entranced as it lunges towards Shaylin, pressing its body against hers, deeply inhaling her scent. "Are you she?" "No, who are you?" Shaylin instinctively replies. She sits up, glancing down at her attire, her face flushing crimson as she realizes she's clad only in a sheer veil, a sight engineered to ignite the flames of desire. Shaylin rolls into a corner of the bed, her heart racing as she gazes at the colossal wolf. A glint of cunning shines in the wolf's eyes, as if it were smirking, "I do not know you, nor have I ever met you." Shaylin retorts coldly, the fabric of her clothing provoking a sense of humiliation as she struggles to suppress her fiery indignation. In an instant, the silver wolf transforms into a strikingly handsome youth with flowing silver hair, which he flips nonchalantly to the side. His hair shimmers like silver silk, cascading down his chiseled features, accentuating his sculpted nose and culminating in a playfully tousled manner at the corners of his lips, exuding an irresistible allure. The man's physique is flawless, his abs prominently displayed, with an enticing glimpse of his well-defined hips, a sight of extreme temptation. "What do you want?" "Wait. Don't come any closer." The man chuckles, his voice deep and inviting. Upon hearing his laughter, Shaylin is momentarily frozen, for it resonates with the laughter from her dreams. With a smile in his eyes, the man inquires, "What's wrong? Do you find my laughter delightful? Are you entranced? As long as you stay by my side, I shall laugh for you every day." Shaylin exerts every effort to maintain a stoic expression, bowing her head in silence. "You must have heard my laughter before, haven't you?" At this moment, Shaylin feels a surge of frustration, a lump of resentment lodged in her throat, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down, leaving her in a state of vexation. Finally, she realizes she can move her body, a warm current coursing within her, as she discreetly channels the energy circulating through her. Luofeng gazes upon Shaylin's exquisite visage, captivated by her ethereal beauty, her skin like ice and her breath fragrant as orchids. Especially her familiar chin, which seems to beckon him. Unable to contain his emotions, Luofeng lunges at Shaylin, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling her intoxicating scent. As he kisses the corners of her lips and traces her chin, he murmurs, "It's you, isn't it?" Shaylin is taken aback. The man before her is indeed familiar, and exudes strength. She finds herself irresistibly drawn to him, her gaze filled with longing for Luofeng, the man from her dreams. In a moment of clarity, Shaylin's eyes sparkle with newfound resolve. She wraps her arms around his sculpted waist, her body pressed against him, igniting an unprecedented joy within Luofeng's heart. The female he has longed for, the one who haunts his dreams, reciprocates his affections. This beautiful dream has lingered for some time. He has often dreamt of this enchanting female, yet could never reach her. Until the day before, when he could finally touch her and savor her sweetness. Shaylin shyly kisses Luofeng, who revels in the bliss of a dream materializing. Long-held hopes and fluttering emotions converge into a moment of happiness. In a swift motion, Shaylin delivers a decisive blow, taking Luofeng down to the ground from her vantage point. She can still see the smile at the corner of his lips, glistening with tears of emotion. Luofeng, a fourth-level beast man, stands as one of the elite in this grassland, his heart clouded by love, allowing Shaylin to gain the upper hand. After dealing with the unfortunate soul, Shaylin should feel elated. Yet witnessing the tears in his eyes invokes a hint of guilt and regret within her. However, she quickly dismisses this foolish notion. Shaylin hastily rummages through her belongings, shedding her beast skin, and positions herself at the entrance of Luofeng's cave, peering outside. "Hey, how's it going in there?" "Heh, I just heard a muffled thud. The chief will surely be pleased." "That's splendid. The chief adores little cubs. If only this female could bear him a few cubs, such a wonderful man deserves a worthy mate." Chapter 2. The bond of true love. Do not fret excessively. After all, there is still the formidable leader, Luofeng. He mentioned that he would seek out the mermaids to negotiate the acquisition of salt in due course. This winter is bound to be exceptionally frigid, and countless beasts shall perish. Then, faint and sporadic sounds emerged, followed by the soft gasps of a woman and the low growls of a man, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. Xia Lin's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head, aware that Zhaoyang was about to break the horizon. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very ground of the entire tribe. Luofeng transformed into a colossal silver wolf, howling to the heavens, his phoenix-like eyes ablaze with profound rage and indignation, tinged with a hint of crimson. Hiding nearby, Xiaolin was suddenly enveloped by a deep sense of regret, accompanied by a bittersweet sensation that entwined her heart, lingering relentlessly. Luo Feng dashed away in a frenzy, and Xiaolin could no longer restrain herself, sprinting in the opposite direction. She reminded herself that this world was undoubtedly not her own, and as a fragile woman, she could rely solely on herself. She had to continuously reassure herself while racing forward. On the other side, Luo Feng's crimson-tinged eyes regained clarity. With a few leaps, he dashed back to his chamber, constantly inhaling the scent of the sheer, white garment on the bed, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a ball of black flame erupted from his chest, searing the area closest to his heart. Luo Feng was drenched in sweat from the agony, yet he understood that losing her would be far more unbearable than losing his own life. Concurrently, Xiaolin suddenly felt a piercing pain erupting from her heart. She collapsed to the ground, writhing in torment, her lips bloodied from biting down in anguish, and her palms marked by deep crescent-shaped wounds from her nails. Time passed unmeasured until the pain gradually subsided, as though an ethereal gaze was fixed upon her. With a feeble flutter of her eyelids, she beheld Luo Feng's deeply affectionate eyes, filled with tenderness and regret. Seeing her in good health, Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, and with his captivating gaze and unwavering resolve, he vanished from sight. Clearly, this was not Luo Feng's physical form. How wondrous is this world! The pain in her body halted her reflections. Xiaolin slowly propped herself up, cradling her weary body, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She felt an unusual ache in her chest, and upon opening her clothing, discovered a deep crimson brand resembling flames, resting directly above her heart. It bore traces of fresh blood, indicating it was a recent creation. Xiaolin sensed that this mark was far from ordinary, and was undoubtedly linked to Luo Feng. Gradually, she stood, dragging her fatigued form forward. The vastness of the world loomed before her, yet she remained unaware of her destination, knowing she could not remain stagnant. Luo Feng had already discerned Xiaolin's approximate location. The contract he had established was the apex of love bonds in the beast realm. Should a female beast perish, the male would immediately sacrifice his life to counter the summons of the beast god. The male would perish instantly, while the female would continue to live. Only the existence of true love could validate this contract, which once formed, could never be undone. Previously, Luo Feng had never imagined he would fall in love with anyone. The females in the tribe were either rotund and heavy-set, or had small eyes and dark faces. The idealized females of his dreams could not possibly exist in this world. Until she, like a fox, gracefully distanced herself from him, he realized he might lose her forever. He could sense her location, surmising she had sustained severe injuries from the forced binding of the contract. Yet, at this moment, both Luo Feng and Xiaolin found themselves unable to move, each small action proving to be an arduous endeavor. Thus, dreams shimmer with alluring fruits, while reality presents a barren landscape. One yearned to appear before the other instantly, while the other wished to flee from the unknown abyss. Regrettably, neither could achieve their desires. Luo Feng felt utterly exhausted and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. The contract had drained his entire mental fortitude, not to mention the risks he had taken by employing his far-sighted abilities. In truth, Luo Feng had meticulously considered every detail, yet tragically overlooked one fatal flaw. In a herd of beasts 100 meters away from Xiaolin, the creatures caught a whiff of an unparalleled sweetness. Evidently, this scent emanated from a breathtaking female. The pack of beasts surged toward the source of the aroma in a frenzy. Xiaolin could no longer muster the strength to walk, collapsing against a tree. Heavens! How she wished for a means of transportation at that moment. Ding! Detection of host binding true love contract. True love system successfully activated. Rewards 10,000 points. Current total 10,000 points. Welcome, host, to the beast realm. You must strive diligently to contribute to this world. As you accumulate contribution points, the system will grant corresponding rewards, allowing you to access a series of interfaces, including armories, marketplaces, clothing, and logistical supplies. Friendly reminder: the greater your contributions, the higher your points. Hidden interfaces await your discovery. Let the system invigorate your day. What? A system exists? Xiaolin was overwhelmed with joy and tears. This is fantastic. With a loud bang, colorful confetti showered over Xiaolin. System, cease with the frivolities and provide me with a bottle of water. Requires 100 points. Why is it so expensive? How many points does a vehicle require? 1,000 points for 3 hours of use. Can the system nullify the true love contract? It can be dissolved, but the host will descend into a 10-year abyss with no escape. Points will drop to negative 10,000. Does the system offer invisible tools? Or portable structures? There is an invisible tool for 5,000 points. Portable mobile artifacts require over 30,000 points. Warm reminder. The host is being approached by numerous unidentified entities from all directions. Xiaolin timidly inquired, "Where is Luo Feng now? Is it him?" It is not Luo Feng. Once again, a warm reminder. Numerous unidentified entities are closing in from all directions. Please take action. Suddenly, a dark swarm of large eagles swooped down from the sky, circling around Xiaolin several times, with a few diving down to grasp her arms, lifting her like a chick. What should the system do now? Warm reminder. Numerous unidentified entities are approaching from all directions. It is advised that the host utilize tools. The system is merely a system and cannot provide suggestions. Please make your own decision. System. Who is stronger, Luo Feng or these raucous birds? Host. Each question costs 50 points. Given that it is your first day, you are granted one free question. As of now, Luo Feng is the strongest beastman on this prairie. Does the system possess flying tools? Small aircraft. 2,000 points for 1 hour of use. All right, I want one. Can you provide me with navigation as well? Warm reminder. The system does not allow bargaining. Based on your first true love contract, the system grants you permanent navigation. With a loud bang, a small aircraft materialized before Xiaolin, and a remote control appeared in her hand. Trusting her instincts, she pressed a button, and a massive flame erupted from behind her, propelling her through the flock of eagles, leaving only chaos in her wake. System. Why do these beasts relentlessly pursue me? Chapter 3. Racing towards the sea host. Answering questions requires 50 points. My heavens. How could I possibly have that many points? Why does everything require points? System. Automatically navigate towards the ocean. System acknowledged. Navigating towards the ocean. Friendly reminder. The current speed will not reach the destination. Then add another hour. Deducting 2,000 points. Xiaolin felt an immediate urge to vomit blood. The female has fled. Quick, pursue her. 1 minute later. What should we do? We simply cannot catch up. A dark mass of eagles flitted chaotically across the sky. Hurry back and report to the Eagle King. Friendly reminder. 10 minutes remaining to reach the destination. Friendly reminder. Approaching destination shortly. How does the system land? Friendly reminder. The aircraft has 3 seconds until retrieval. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Curse system. How could you let me fall from midair? Xiaolin plummeted into the deep, dark blue sea. Sending up a flurry of white waves. System. I need a supply pill. 100 points for 1 supply pill. Gritting her teeth, Xiaolin replied, Exchange. 100 points deducted. Supply pill exchanged. This moment, on the shore, a throng of orcs howled towards the sea. Yet none dared to enter the water. It was not that they could not swim. Rather, when Xiaolin fell into the water, the sea diluted her scent. This moment, the other orcs could no longer detect her presence. Nor did they know where she was in the vast ocean. Searching for her would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, the orcs could only howl on the beach to express their discontent. Xiaolin swam vigorously towards her destination, deliberately steering the navigation in a more secluded direction. At last, she arrived at an inconspicuous rock, utterly exhausted, and gradually lost consciousness. In the Silver Wolf tribe. A youthful orc with a doll-like face gazed at his remarkably handsome leader and instructed the other orcs. The shaman has just examined him. The Wolf King is temporarily unharmed. However, you must ensure he receives water on time and monitor his condition closely. Notify me immediately if anything arises. Yes, Lord Locke. At this moment, Luo Feng remained unconscious within the tribe, as forming a true love contract demanded immense energy. At this very moment, the two of them were sleeping in different realms. Under the luminous moonlight, with stars twinkling, a pair of brilliant eyes, sparkling like stars, observed Xiaolin from one side of the rock. After watching for a long time, he finally summoned the courage to swim to her side. This was a lovely, fair-skinned mermaid. After much hesitation, he extended his elegant hands towards Xiaolin. Xiaolin, in a daze, felt herself being carried for quite a distance. She could sense the immense difficulty of her rescuer and wished to move to alleviate the burden, but alas, she found herself unable to stir. Her heart willing but her body powerless. Beautiful female, you should be able to hear me. Rest here well. I will return shortly. Remember, do not venture outside. When Xiaolin awoke, her eyes were greeted by the sight of a cave. She had been comfortably arranged upon a pile of hay, beside which sat a small bowl of water filled with shells. She immediately gulped it down. You are awake? From a shadowy corner of the cave. A pair of deep blue phoenix-like eyes peeked out, their owner timidly watching Xiaolin. Did you save me? He nodded, yet did not move an inch, maintaining a posture that suggested he was ready to flee at any moment. As if he feared Xiaolin would come over and devour him, he continued to gaze at her with pure, innocent eyes, resembling an adorable and intriguing little creature. Such great kindness requires no thanks. I will remember it. Bluey's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly waved his hands. No need for thanks. I have never used my feet, so I must have made your journey uncomfortable. But I did my utmost. I know. I could feel it at the time. So, are you a mermaid? He nodded, his hair flowing gracefully as he moved, exuding a lively charm. I am Blue-E, beautiful female. Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat? Wait. Bluey had already vanished without a trace. System, friendly reminder. Due to the current low system level, the system requires hibernation. System, don't rush to leave. At least tell me what is happening now. The host is located on a remote island of the merfolk tribe, where there is presently no danger. However, orcs are searching for the hosts sent 10 kilometers away. The host is advised to recuperate. Friendly reminder. The system is entering hibernation mode. Please cherish your life. A fair-skinned man, cloaked in pure moonlight, approached her slowly. He was a remarkably and delicately handsome merman, his tail a stunning azure, shimmering with golden speckles, harmonizing with his long azure hair, echoing the moonlight and the twinkling stars. His ears were as nimble as an elf. Xiaolin was evidently enchanted by the striking merman before her. Staring blankly, unable to move, he glanced at the dazed Xiaolin, shyly lowering his head, holding a plate of fresh fish meat, and said, This is the tenderest fish we have here. You have not eaten since awakening. Please try a bit. If you do not like it, I will find something else. Xiaolin bashfully nodded in gratitude and immediately took a piece into her mouth. Indeed, it was fresh and tender sashimi. Sweet and pure in flavor. Thank you. This is delicious. You've gone to great lengths. I can find food for myself from now on. I am a male and can take good care of you. Suddenly, a sound resembling that of dolphins echoed through the sky, penetrating and resonating throughout the island. The leader is calling us. I will return shortly. Having eaten only a few pieces of fish meat, Xiaolin still felt unsatisfied, so she ventured to the nearby beach to hunt, discovering numerous crabs and scallops. She called for the system, but there was no response. Humph, cursed system. I can live quite comfortably without you. In no time, Xiaolin had prepared the crabs, cleaned them, and assembled a simple grill from small rocks, commencing to roast the crabs and scallops. During the intervals of cooking, she also found several red chili peppers in the nearby grass, transforming dinner into spicy stir-fried crabs and scallops. Once the crabs and scallops turned an enticing red, emitting a mouth-watering aroma, Xiaolin eagerly devoured them with great enthusiasm. Having eaten her fill and quenched her thirst, she returned to the previous cave to rest, preparing to replenish her energy before continuing. Every midnight, the fiery mark on her body would ache slightly. For over 10 consecutive days, Blue-E would come to bring Xiaolin food, whether it be raw fish or raw scallops. How could Xiaolin possibly eat that? Clearly, this dashing little merman had no experience caring for other females, but even so, he still endeavored to look after Xiaolin with all his might, for which she felt immense gratitude. Chapter 4. The mermaid mind. Finally, after countless instances of being fed raw meat, Xiaolin informed Blue-E that she did not eat it raw. Blue-E? In turn, began experimenting with fire, often burning the meat and even scalding his own hands. Seeing this tragic sight, Xia Lin could not bear it and declared that she could handle the cooking herself and did not require his assistance. This principle, ingrained in Xia Lin's very being, dictated that if she did not harbor feelings for a man, she would certainly not accept any of his kindness. At her core, Xia Lin was an exceedingly independent modern woman who cherished self-sufficiency. In the following days, he began bringing honey and various peculiar fruits. Xia Lin noticed the striking fishtail of blue ebor stains of blood, assuming he must have injured himself while hunting for her, which filled her with guilt. Moreover, Xia Lin thought it a pity to waste perfectly good fruit, so she began to eat a few bites, which delighted Blue E, prompting him to bring her fruit daily, imparting a profound lesson to Xia Lin. As the sun rose, casting a warm golden glow over the entire island, suddenly the fiery contract in her chest flared up, causing Xia Lin to clutch her heart as a seductive voice from a man echoed in her mind. "Are you there?" The man repeated his inquiry several times, but Xia Lin did not respond. Initially, Xia Lin suspected she was merely imagining things until Luo Feng's voice rang out. "What's wrong? Is your hearing already failing after just a few days?" Luo Feng's handsome face appeared before her, gazing at her with deep affection, clearly certain that Xia Lin had heard his call. Xia Lin, cheeks flushed with rage, glared at him. "What do you want?" He chuckled, observing what his little female was up to, making no mention of her escape. "Pa, shameless. Who is your little female? Look at the true love contract on your chest. It is the proof. So this so-called contract was indeed orchestrated by you? Why? Tell me. What is your name? Where are you now? Then I will tell you." Xia Lin lowered her head, whispering, "Xia Lin, on an unknown island, silly female, do you think that by not revealing your precise location, I would be unable to find you? I can sense your position right now, just not with pinpoint accuracy. However, the closer I get to your location, the more I can determine your exact whereabouts. You can communicate with me through this contract? Can you still see me? Indeed, and according to the legacy bestowed by the beast god, this contract will evolve in tandem with our mutual feelings. Accompanied by unknown abilities, this is no ordinary pact. In the vast ocean, there exists not a single mermaid who has forged a contract of true love." Shaylin disdainfully pursed her lips as footsteps echoed in the distance. Luo Feng immediately dissipated his presence, and Shaylin instinctively lowered her breath. The recent strictness of the Mermaid King has been rather excessive. By the way, have you fulfilled your salt quota? Alas, I am still a tad short. I shall ponder a solution. What else can I do? It is said that just yesterday, a few unfortunate souls were subjected to whipping for failing to meet this year's quota. After dozens of lashes, they were rendered immobile for half a month. The mermaids who faced such punishment were fortunate. It is rumored that those who have erred in recent years are cast away to that dreadful place. Hush, that is evidently a place of extreme malice and disdain. System, come forth. Detection indicates the host is nearing an energy source. The system may operate temporarily. Where is the system's energy source? That is a high-tier query. Requiring 1,000 points for exchange, Shaylin felt a surge of frustration. System, how many points do I currently possess? You have 4,900 points remaining. During this time, Shaylin continued to practice the true energy within her body, occasionally seizing the opportunity to consult Luo Feng about upgrading her true energy, while also inquiring about various matters concerning the beast world. Luo Feng answered her every question without reservation, even imparting to Shaylin the illusion that as long as he did not provoke her, he was indeed a personable and responsible wolf. It turns out this is the beast god continent, where the number of males is immense, while females are increasingly scarce, making it difficult for females to bear female offspring, thus resulting in a dwindling population of females. Conversely, when a female gives birth to males, she can bear anywhere from 5 to 10 male beastmen in a single litter. This is a mysterious and unknown continent. Currently known are the verdant lands inhabited by the Silver Wolf tribe, the ocean home to mermaids, and the distant domain of wind and snow, where numerous beastmen reside in large tribes, along with other unknown lands. The history of the beastmen continent has only recently begun. Hundreds of years ago, beasts had yet to evolve into beastmen until a beastman in the domain of wind and snow slew the colossal beasts there and consumed their green crystals. Feeling a sense of advancement, upon consuming a sufficient quantity of green crystals, beastmen emerged. Naturally, the evolved beastmen paired with female beastmen, giving birth to beastmen capable of transformation from birth. Survival of the fittest. The number of beastmen with beast patterns has increased, and the beastman tribes have grown ever stronger. Most pairings among beastmen occur within female-centric tribes. As the number of females decreases, they become a miraculous treasure to all male beastmen. No matter where a female goes, she is unconditionally accepted, accorded the utmost respect and status. However, if a tribe's king lacks a female, that is an entirely different matter. Should a female wish to abandon her contracted partner, she need only use a sharp instrument to sever the beast mark. However, the male will lose the chance to live alongside his partner for a lifetime, becoming a heartless and unanchored beast. Such heartless beasts are destined for gradual extinction. For such males, their fate is tragically poignant. After hearing this, Shaylin was deeply shocked and awed, realizing that the females here wield a certain degree of influence. As their actions can indirectly lead to the demise of males, a heart that has lost its will is akin to a soulless body dragging on. It would be better to be among the dead than to endure the unbearable sensation of being neither alive nor dead. It has been 5 days since Lan Yi last appeared. Shaylin felt that given Lan Yi's character, something must have gone awry. While I am grateful to the one who saved you, all beastmen who covet you deserve to perish. Enough of your prattle. At this moment, Luo Feng was engaged in an internal struggle, remaining silent for a long while. Wait for me. I shall assist you in rescuing him. I have already fled from you. Must you persist in this manner? Shaylin silently calmed her racing heart, not wishing for Luo Feng to discover her inner turmoil. In truth, for the past few days, Luo Feng had been watching her daily, expending considerable mental energy. Now he could only spare a few minutes each day. System. Is there a potion that can transform me into a mermaid? Transformation elixir. 1,000 points per vial, with each vial usable 3 times. Maintaining the transformation for 3 days each time. Exchange. Exchange successful. Shaylin drank it in one gulp, transforming into a male mermaid, fashioning a long seaweed garment to cover her upper body. With 1 vial usable 3 times. Maintaining the transformation for 3 days. This means that if the vial is fully consumed, it can last at least a week. I must find Lan Yi within a week. Shaylin seized a few mermaids to inquire about Lan Yi's whereabouts. But none recognized him, leaving her at a loss. Suddenly, Shaylin had a brilliant idea. System. Take me to Lan Yi. Navigation mode activated. Target. Lan Yi. Haha. I have discovered a hidden bug. How splendid. It turns out this can be operated in such a manner. Shaylin followed the navigation for a considerable distance, swimming past the resplendent mermaid palace, the diligent mermaid army busy with salt production, and the Emerald Sea, finally reaching a diminutive island. On the island, many beastmen were tirelessly excavating stones, laboriously transporting massive boulders, working relentlessly in a repetitive cycle. All manner of beastmen were present, resembling a disorganized mob, among them a delicately featured young man, who was none other than Lan Yi at this moment. He was no longer the same as before. The skin on his hands was broken, bubbling with sores, his face covered in dust, and his beautiful blue hair hung limply, matted with grime. He dragged his weary body, taking heavy steps, while stone slaves staggered under the weight of enormous stones. Surrounding them were numerous muscular mermaids, wielding whips to mercilessly strike the stone slaves. Anyone who lagged would feel the sting of the whip. Each stone slave bore the marks of the whip, and Laney had fresh lash marks, with blood dripping from him. Shaylin could not bear to look, diverting her gaze elsewhere, yet the entire scene felt like a needle piercing her heart. Lingering painfully. This is the renowned Mermaid Cave, rumored to conceal the secrets of the mermaid tribe. The Mermaid King has long sought to uncover that secret but has struggled to find it. Thus, they use stray beasts and mermaids who have erred as stone slaves here. Luo Feng explained tenderly. With the strength of these individuals alone, is it possible to excavate hundreds of meters of cliff? How could that be? Even if they excavate it, they may not necessarily find anything. One has already been hollowed out before. What becomes of those stone slaves in the end? Little female, do not concern yourself with such matters. You must rescue that young mermaid. Luo Feng will surely see it through. You simply wait for me to return. Shaylin suddenly felt disheartened. She closely observed the actions of these individuals and found them quite peculiar. The stone slaves must toil until very late in the evening before being permitted to rest. Oh, be prudent. Shaylin observed them for 3 days, discovering that each day many robust male beastmen were brought in, and some of them were exceptionally powerful, adorned with beast patterns. Luo Feng informed her that he was a level 4 beastman, thus he bore 4 beast patterns, yet the beastmen sent later were also level 4? But why were they willingly serving as stone slaves here? What exactly were they searching for? On the 4th day, Shaylin exchanged for a silenced pistol and set out alone to find Lan Yi. She had seen his hands covered in sores and noted the gradual loss of the initial spark in his eyes. Taking advantage of the night breeze, she flitted between shadows like the wind. Little female, why do you not heed my words? I will arrive in just a few days, I promise, just a few days. Shaylin knew Lan Yi would not last much longer. If you continue to speak, I shall be distracted. Do you wish for them to capture me? Luo Feng finally fell silent, his heart racing as he watched his beloved female engage in a series of perilous maneuvers. Wishing he could bear all the burdens in her stead. Chapter 5. Assisting your escape, Shaylin quickly located the group of stone slaves, who were sleeping in a damp, dark cave, consuming spoiled food and drinking a gray liquid. The stones here were incredibly hard, and apart from some water, the cave contained nothing. Due to the overwhelming number of beastmen, the navigation system could not pinpoint Lan Yi's exact location, so Shaylin resorted to softly calling out, Lan Yi, Lan Yi, here I am. Lan Yi raised his bloodied hands, gazing at the unfamiliar mermaid beastman before him. The multitude of scents nearby prevented Lan Yi from detecting Shaylin's unique scent. Lan Yi, I am someone sent to rescue you. Come with me. No, I cannot leave. If I do, my mother will suffer the consequences. What is going on? The beastmen here cannot leave, for either their own females are imprisoned or their mothers are held captive. If we depart, they will be executed. A chorus of beastmen nodded in agreement. Then why do you not resist? The beast god commands the king to mine the mountain stones. We cannot resist. He gazed at Shaylin in confusion and continued to explain. The beast god has manifested his divine will, inscribing upon the stone tablet the imperative task of excavating the mountain's rock, thus selecting us for this monumental duty. I must proceed with the digging. Shaylin, exasperated, retorted, Do you truly believe it is the beast god? It seems rather that someone is shamelessly exploiting his name for their own ends. But what lies beneath? Surely, after all this time, you must have unearthed some knowledge. Lan Yi, the newly arrived beast, could only shake his head in bewilderment, possessing nothing but unwavering faith in the beast god. While the other beasts pondered in silence, one of them finally responded, It appears to be a type of black liquid, though its purpose remains unknown. Shaylin's eyes sparkled with urgency as she questioned, Where is this black liquid? Can you lead me to it? Can you guide us out? I wish to see my mate. Yes, but only if you reveal to me the location of that black liquid. It lies deep within this cavern, though it is guarded by merfolk at every turn. Grasping Lan Yi's wrist, Shaylin declared, Those who wish to escape, follow me. I will certainly rescue your AMU. Trust in me. Lan Yi gazed into Shaylin's eyes, entranced, as she pulled him along. Her resolute gaze felt hauntingly familiar. The remaining beasts followed suit, for they preferred to risk death outside rather than languish here, even if it meant facing immediate demise. The merfolk guards questioned, What are you plotting? A rebellion, perhaps. Before the words could settle, they collapsed. To your left, in the upper corner, there's a beast. One is diagonally below you, Luo Feng instructed. Shaylin advanced, her pistol firing with lethal precision, 1 shot per second, as the other beasts watched in awe, utterly captivated by her prowess. They quietly trailed behind her, for it was not solely Shaylin's extraordinary marksmanship that inspired such admiration. Luo Feng's warnings also played a crucial role. Though the others could not hear his voice, if the Beast King's stone tablet was a miracle, then Shaylin's handgun was the miracle among miracles, a living testament to the extraordinary deity that moment. Luo Feng felt his mental energy waning, fearful to speak. He strained to observe their surroundings, terrified that his precious mate might vanish from sight. The sensation of placing one's future happiness in the hands of another was profoundly unsettling. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, they discovered hundreds of tons of oil, igniting Shaylin's excitement. Ding! Hidden item oil found. Reward of 5,000 points and storage space awarded. Will the host begin to absorb the oil? Commence. Acknowledged. Absorption in progress. In mere moments, vast quantities of oil were depleted. The beasts held their breath in anticipation. All right, you have fulfilled your promise. Now, I shall honor our initial agreement. Where are your mates? They are imprisoned in the dungeons of the merfolk kingdom. If I rescue them, you cannot remain here any longer. Have you considered this? Beast God, we shall follow your command. Shaylin thought to herself how little time she had spent in this world and how she had no knowledge of where these beings were to go. The world is vast. There will always be a place for you. You must seek it yourselves. I shall go rescue your mates now. You must wait for me here. I shall accompany you, Laney insisted. Very well, then keep up, system. Do you have any healing pills for injuries? Recovery pill, 100 points each, exchange. Here, take this, Shaylin said, tossing a pill into Lan Yi's mouth, and his battered hand was instantly restored to its former state. Yes, now this is the true you, Shaylin thought, remembering how much he had done for her, believing it was her turn to help him rescue his family. Laney guided Shaylin to the merfolk palace, which shimmered with light and filled with beautiful merfolk carrying exquisite food. Above, a grand banquet unfolded, while below lay a dark and bloody prison, housing numerous females and aging merfolk. Shaylin utilized a sharp tool to unlock the cell doors. But the imprisoned females, having been confined for so long, lacked the strength to walk far. System, I wish to exchange for an hour of submarine use. Requires 5,000 points. I'll do it. Submarine exchange complete. Please head to a spacious area. Everyone, follow me. Shaylin dashed from the palace, shooting down the guards at the entrance. The system materialized a submarine. Quickly, board this strange contraption. The females assisted each other as they climbed aboard. Shaylin promptly activated the submarine, steering it toward the island at that moment. Within the grand hall of the merfolk kingdom, the aging yet handsome king opened his blood-red eyes, summoning all the merfolk to storm out of the palace and attack. Host, multiple merfolk detected approaching us. Lan Yi, I will now teach you how to operate this device. But I don't know how. I'm too foolish. No, you are not foolish. Listen closely. This is the direction. This is the acceleration, and this is the stop button. I believe in you. You can do it. Thank you for your care during this time. Once you gather the other male beasts, hurry to the submarine and escape. Do not worry about me. I will manage my own escape. Shaylin leapt from the back door as it slowly closed behind her. Ding. Host's mission intent detected. Shaylin faced the hundreds of male merfolk, declaring, I cannot allow you to pass. The merfolk king, with his blood-red eyes, scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked, You are a female, and one with the ability to transform. A storm of emotions surged within Shaylin. Yet she maintained her composure. You must be an exceedingly rare female, perhaps a gift from the beast god. Whether or not I am a treasure is irrelevant. What matters is that should you dare to take another step forward, I will blow your head off. Chapter 6. Trapped in captivity, Shaylin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, rendering her immobile. Friendly reminder. The transformation potion's duration is nearing its end. System, how many points do I have left? Host, the system has been overutilized today. It is now entering sleep mode. Please rely on your own strength to survive. The voice became distorted, reminiscent of an old, dying tape recorder. Why did this sinister red-eyed merfolk know about her transformation time? Was it because her own level was too low, rendering her system a mere hindrance in the face of absolute power? For the first time, Shaylin perceived the system as a double-edged sword. When wielded skillfully, it could be a blessing, but mismanaged, it could become an obstacle on her path to growth. Thus, tangible strength was the true path to victory. Now she needed to find a way to stall the merfolk king before her. With a slight smile, she sensed the pressure lighten considerably and leaned closer to Yihao, feigning intimacy as she whispered. You guessed correctly. I am on the verge of transforming. Surely, you wouldn't want me to reveal my true form before so many males, would you? Yihao promptly removed his splendid red cloak and wrapped it around her, lifting her as he swiftly swam away. In that moment, Shaylin still appeared as a male, and the sight of her being cradled by her king was strikingly beautiful. The remaining merfolk exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak. After all, this king was notorious for his ruthlessness. He had a penchant for slaughtering beasts at the slightest provocation, reveling in the chaos as if he were a serial killer with no distinction between zero and multiple victims. Some are born tyrants, while others are born benevolent rulers. He placed Shaylin in an exquisitely adorned chamber, grasping her chin to force her gaze upon him, As he did, faint bruises appeared on her delicate skin, and he compelled her to look into his eyes. Gradually, Shaylin's exquisite jawline and luscious lips began to emerge. Suddenly, with a loud bang, her head transformed into that of a plump pig, just before the system ran out of power. Shaylin had exchanged for a pig head pill. Shaylin smiled at Ihao, her instincts as an operative warning her that he was a formidable character. Provoking him would be unwise. Thus, she refrained from laughing heartily. Ihao's obsession turned to furious indignation as he forcefully threw Shaylin onto the bed. Well, aren't you bold? I've never encountered a female who dared to toy with me. He tightened his grip on her smooth, pale neck, saying, even if you are the only female of your kind, my patience has its limits. I hope this is the last time, for it may very well be your final chance. He leaned closer to her ear, gritting his teeth as he warned, this delicate neck will no longer exist. Fuming, he stormed off. Keep an eye on this woman. If anything changes, report to me immediately. Meanwhile, Lan Yi and the others, aboard the submarine, had safely departed from the mining island. When Ihao received the news, it was already too late, thanks to Shaylin's delaying tactics. They could no longer remain in the ocean, as the vast waters were Ihao's territory, and any fish could be his eyes and ears. They had no choice but to flee to land, where Lan Yi led the beasts and females onto the seabed. Lan Yi urged them to continue their journey. I must return to rescue her. I'm sorry. Go on. Lan Yi wiped the corners of his eyes, tears glistening. You must return safely. I will await you nearby. Lan Yi was acutely aware that he was the most inept merfolk among his kind. Currently only a first-level beastman, he could not even contemplate saving anyone, as a mere handful of second-level beastmen could easily overpower him. He recalled those captivating eyes and her eloquent words, and he was certain she was the exquisite female who had plunged herself into despair for his sake. No matter the cost, he was resolute in rescuing her. Stop! A massive silver wolf emerged before Lan Yi, followed by hundreds of silver wolves, all around third-level beastmen. The leader radiated an imposing aura, a fourth-level beastman. The enormous silver wolf spoke. Merfolk brat? How many of your kind are here? How many bubbles can you blow? You are? I am her male. Luofeng revealed his chest adorned with bright red flame patterns, strikingly vivid. Lan Yi stood in stunned silence for a long moment, his once brilliant azure eyes now dull and lifeless. The immediate priority was to rescue her. We have perhaps over 30 merfolk. I can seek assistance from other merfolk. Do you know when was the last time the merfolk were summoned? It must have been the procurement team. The so-called procurement team was, in fact, a band of marauding merfolk trained by Ihao, notorious for preying on solitary females and weaker males across various tribes. Females were abducted to serve as others' merfolk females, while males were enslaved as stone laborers, truly the embodiment of demons in the beast world. The two groups began to deliberate specifics. Xiaolin, with a pig's head atop her, sat upon a soft shell chair, continuously circulating the vital energy within her. Previously, each circulation yielded some energy, but in recent days, she sensed her internal energy growing stronger. Xiaolin felt she was on the verge of grasping the key insight, yet that moment of clarity faded away. Drops of fragrant sweat trickled down her forehead as she urged her vital energy, only to find herself utterly exhausted, collapsing to one side, gasping for breath. She realized she had reached her limit for the day. With a resounding thud, Xiaolin regained her true form. The guards among the merfolk burst in, only to retreat hastily to report to Ihao. Xiaolin bit her soft lip. System? The system remained unresponsive. Moments later, a group of female merfolk entered, carrying numerous trays adorned with shimmering jewels, glistening pearls, intricately crafted gemstone necklaces, and a resplendent garment that emanated a myriad of colors. Xiaolin did not catch sight of Ihao, who at that moment was inspecting the state of the mines. Discovering that tens of thousands of tons of black liquid had vanished, Ihao erupted in rage. The merfolk fell to their knees, trembling, their pleas for mercy rising and falling in a frenzy. After he had slain a few of the most vociferous offenders, he condemned the guards of the stone laborers and those responsible for mining to become stone laborers themselves. Additionally, he dispatched troops to search for the missing black liquid. Xiaolin dismissed the female merfolk, indulging in a quick bath in the spacious tub to avoid complications. Meanwhile, other merfolk prepared for a lavish banquet. Outside the merfolk palace, The procurement team had been slain, leaving only one contact person alive. Luo Feng and Lan Yi disguised themselves as females, both experiencing the sensation of wearing female merfolk attire for the very first time. Their garments, reminiscent of Greek style, were crafted from specially treated, smooth leather. Luo Feng wore a striking red dress with poise, while Lan Yi, feeling awkward, stumbled as he walked, the fabric wrapped around his chest, a favored style among females that subtly accentuated their alluring curves. In truth, Lan Yi was particularly well suited to such attire, his delicate ankles lending him an ethereal grace. Chapter 7. The merfolk banquet. As evening descended, the clouds were sliced by the setting sun into strands of white silk, resembling white blossoms scattered across the prairie. After much deliberation, Luo Feng and Lan Yi concluded that Yihao's strength was enigmatic, devising a strategy of wit. Hurry, hurry! The procurement beastmen. So many females this time? How wonderful! Indeed, fortune smiles upon us. It is said the king has acquired a mesmerizing female. Tonight, we shall feast our eyes. Luo Feng and Lan Yi were pushed forward, eager to catch more whispers about the exquisite female. Overhearing the merfolk's hushed conversations, a third-level merfolk approached them, observing Luo Feng and Lan Yi intently before pointing at Lan Yi. I want this female. The merfolk guard obsequiously replied, My lord. The king has ordered that these females entertain at the banquet. After the festivities, you may choose your female. He gently lifted Lan Yi's enticing chin, declaring, Little female, I shall seek you out after the banquet. Lan Yi, infuriated, lowered his head, as the male merfolk mistakenly believed he had been chosen. Overwhelmed with excitement, within the brilliantly lit merfolk palace, voices echoed amid the aroma of roasted meat. Xia Lin, adorned in a resplendent, multicolored gown, complete with a pink veil, appeared goddess-like, her skirt cascading in rippling pleats, adorned with lustrous pearls that accentuated her beauty. Seated beside Yihao, who donned a striking red beast-skin skirt embellished with shells and jewels, Xia Lin's thoughts turned to the phrase human-like, dog-like. Many leaders from prominent beast clans had gathered: the Serpent Clan, the Silver Wolf Clan, the Tiger Clan, and the Leopard Clan. While they feigned merriment with Yihao, toasting in celebration of acquiring an enchanting female, their true intent was to scrutinize Xia Lin's every move, each beastman yearning to unveil her veil and behold her beauty. Foolish beasts, so easily beguiled by mere appearances, Xia Lin wished only for a hideous transformation pill to render herself grotesque, thereby scaring off the duplicitous beastmen. With a jovial grin, Yihao raised his goblet and proclaimed, The banquet begins. Cheers erupted as the females entered. The male beastmen were electrified, for during the banquet, should a male take a liking to a female, he could take her home, a tremendous honor. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Yihao surveyed the scene with immense pride, observing the fervor of the beastmen, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Among the gathered females, Xia Lin recognized two familiar figures. Yihao crudely lifted Xia Lin, seating her upon his lap, commanding, Eat. Xia Lin, maintaining her composure, lifted her veil and took a small bite. The beastmen, witnessing her unblemished, porcelain chin, were further convinced that Yihao's exquisite female was indeed a reality. The atmosphere intensified. Although the captivating beastman was unattainable, merely gazing upon her visage felt worthwhile. Moreover, should an opportunity arise, they could seize a few females, taking them home once offspring were born. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that enticed many male beastmen. A petite, fair-featured female appeared, the banquet songstress, singing melodies that Xia Lin could not comprehend, yet the tune was profound and evocative. Several females donned Greek-inspired attire, swirling and striking poses. Xia Lin idly glanced and caught sight of Lan Yi, his bashful visage eclipsing even the dancing females beside him. Another notably tall female approached Xia Lin, exchanging flirtatious glances and playfully winking. Xia Lin stifled a laugh, lowering her head to sip water. The statuesque female moved to the rhythm, swaying gracefully as she approached Yihao, offering drinks with a flirtatious demeanor. At that moment, Yihao's gaze turned steely, while Xia Lin's eyes clouded. Suddenly, the towering female lunged at Yihao like a fierce tiger. But instead of retreating, Yihao advanced, striking her head with a swift, sharp palm that in an instant. Xia Lin sprang into action, delivering a flurry of rapid kicks towards Yihao. The tall female aimed to sink her teeth into Yihao's neck. But the commotion disrupted her rhythm, only managing to bite his shoulder. The banquet attendees were bewildered. How could this splendid woman and female engage in combat with the merfolk king? Each of the three was a formidable fighter, none daring to intervene in their tumultuous clash, fearing the repercussions, relegating themselves to the sidelines as spectators, thoroughly entertained. After all, where else in the beast world could one witness such a spectacular display of combat? With a series of relentless punches, Xia Lin had transformed Yihao's head into a swollen mass. Luo Feng erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Pfft. The other observing orcs covered their mouths, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. Yihao, consumed by a mix of anger and shame, transformed into a colossal merman, brandishing his fin and hands. The merman, already swift in the water, became even more formidable, effortlessly weaving between Luofeng and Shaylin. With a single strike, he sent Shaylin flying, leaving Luofeng riddled with gaping wounds. He is not merely a fourth-tier orc. I underestimated him. You must exit through the back door to find Lan Yi. My kin will be waiting for you there. Shaylin remained silent, relentlessly attacking Yihao. Her combination punches had lost their effectiveness. After gathering her strength, she unleashed a series of spinning kicks, utilizing Luofeng's shoulder as leverage for additional roundhouse kicks. Be good. I promise to comply with whatever you desire from now on. Hurry and leave. Prior to encountering Shaylin, Luofeng had never had any experience with females, and these were the most eloquent words he could muster, yet they yielded little effect. After all, he was left repeating himself. For an ordinary female, such words might have been quite effective, but alas, our protagonist is a super agent. Addressing an unparalleled operative with "be good" is likely to invite trouble. Yihao attacked Luofeng with lethal intent, each blow inflicting grievous wounds. Shaylin, drenched in fragrant sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "System, you must manifest now. If you do not, I shall perish. Host." The system has been on standby. Quickly, exchange for an underwater sniper rifle. Yihao's human face abruptly morphed into a grotesque, scaled visage, exuding an aura of fear. He opened his gaping maw, aiming for Luofeng's neck. A bullet shot forth towards Yihao's cavernous mouth, followed by a barrage of bullets that transformed his hideous face into a gruesome, bloody mess. System, exchange for an underwater rapid movement device. The host must utilize all remaining points to complete the exchange. Exchange for an underwater flying saucer device. Shaylin continued to fire her sniper rifle at Yihao, who persistently tested her movements. Supporting Luofeng, she rushed into the flying saucer, activating the escape mode. Heh, so you were genuinely concerned for me. Silence. Look at your injuries. If you continue like this, you will die. No, I cannot die. Not with you by my side. Shaylin was left speechless, baffled that even in such dire circumstances, Luofeng's thoughts remained fixated on romantic notions. Chapter 8. Returning home now devoid of any points to redeem. They were unable to procure anything, and moreover, Yihao was relentlessly pursuing them. Weak and seated on the ground, Luofeng gazed at Shaylin with longing, beckoning her closer with a gentle wave of his hand. Do not be afraid. Come to me. Shaylin turned to Luofeng, witnessing the determination in his eyes. System, activate automatic navigation towards the Silver Wolf tribe. Understood. Initiating automatic navigation. Shaylin knelt beside Luofeng, who took her delicate, fair hand and placed it against his chest. The contract mark on Luofeng's body radiated a brilliant golden light. Ding! Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb? Seizing the moment, Luofeng kissed Shaylin's ruby lips, and astonishingly, his wounds began to heal at an accelerated pace. Absorption complete. Acquired 10,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to a first-tier orc. Luofeng had become a fifth-tier orc. Shaylin, in a mix of fury and embarrassment, pushed Luofeng away, who smiled at her with a glimmer of mischief. This is the power of the contract. Are you implying that my contract mark serves as my source of energy? System, what is the current level of my true love contract, beginner? What attributes does it possess? Healing attribute. As long as the partner is sincere and devoted during the healing process, they can mend each other's injuries. The purer the emotions, the stronger the ability. Friendly reminder. The flying saucer's operational time has expired. The flying saucer ejected Shaylin and Luofeng from its cabin, and Luofeng swiftly caught Shaylin, landing them on the sandy shore. Before them appeared the silver wolf flock, accompanied by hundreds of silver wolves awaiting orders on the beach. How did they come to be here? Most silver wolves cannot swim, hence only a select few ventured out. The majority are waiting on the shore to escort us. Shaylin pulled Luofeng aside, saying, "Did you know about this contract all along? That it could heal your injuries? Were you deliberately withholding this information?" Luofeng gently caressed her cheek. "This is a miracle recorded in the inheritance. I could not be certain." Shaylin lightly slapped his hands away, only to see Luofeng's handsome face, his phoenix eyes sparkling with amusement as he gazed at her. Finally, Yihao caught up with Shaylin, his grotesque head surfacing above the water. "Hand over the female, and I shall spare you." "You speak arrogantly. She is my female. You are unworthy. You have actually recovered." Yihao, initially intending to taunt Luofeng over his previous predicament, suddenly realized that Luofeng had advanced to a 5th-tier orc. "System, how many points do I currently possess?" 10,000 points. Wait for me here." Luofeng gently squeezed Shaylin's small hand, and before departing, he traced his finger across her palm, igniting a blush on her cheeks. Ugh, shameless. Such a flirt. Shaylin thought to herself. Luofeng, filled with vigor, charged at Yihao with relentless fervor. Having already sustained numerous injuries from Shaylin and Luofeng's previous encounters, Yihao was now battered and bruised, and soon vanished beneath the waves. Lan Yi approached Shaylin, kneeling before her. "I know it was you who saved my mother and me. From this day forth, you shall be my master." "No. You saved me first. From now on, you owe me nothing." Lan Yi's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you. I had a hunch that your meridians were blocked, preventing your advancement. If you take this medicine, you will be able to level up." Lan Yi pressed her hand against her chest, overwhelmed with emotion. It turned out she had always remembered him. The youthful-faced werewolf Locke shot Lan Yi a displeased glance. "Our leader is on their way. Please keep your distance from our Silver Wolf tribe's mistress." "Will you follow leader Luofeng back? So you are from the Silver Wolf tribe," Shaylin said, smiling. "Take good care of your mother. Perhaps we shall meet again." Luofeng burst forth from the ocean, shaking off the water from his fur. Joyfully sprinting towards Shaylin, she reached out to stroke his fluffy head. Seizing the opportunity, Luofeng leaned closer to Shaylin, only to receive a slap as she playfully admonished him, causing him to sit obediently beside her. The other werewolves stifled their laughter, lowering their heads in amusement. Shaylin climbed onto Luofeng's massive back and called out to Lan Yi, "Take care of yourself. If anything arises, feel free to seek me out. Until we meet again." With a resounding howl from Luofeng, the werewolves and the enchanting female vanished, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Lan Yi gazed in the direction of Shaylin's disappearance, pondering, "Wait for me. Once I level up, I shall seek you out. It will be soon." In the Silver Wolf tribe's territory, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, the scent of fresh grass filled the air, and droplets of water scattered about. Shaylin stroked Luofeng's furry back as he sprinted swiftly, glancing up at the vast, clear sky dotted with stars. They entered a broad mountainous area, lush with greenery and a small freshwater lake nestled among the hills. Yet this starry sky was not the one Shaylin remembered. The constellation Orion was absent, as was Libra, and the North Star, which guides lost souls, was nowhere to be found. Luofeng transformed back into his orc form, tenderly cradling Shaylin in his arms. "Welcome home. Home? Could this truly be my home?" Shaylin questioned herself. As he kissed her smooth, fair forehead, Luofeng seemed to anticipate her impending strike and quickly dodged. "Come with me. During your absence, I have prepared your room." Luofeng held Xiaolin's hand as they entered a vast stone dwelling, even more spacious than Luofeng's previous abode. Every corner of the room was meticulously trimmed and organized. A grand wooden bed dominated the space, draped with a canopy woven from white vines, adorned with an array of vibrant flowers. As Xiaolin reached out to touch the blossoms, she discovered they were dried yet remarkably lifelike. Filling the room with a subtle, tranquil fragrance in the room, there were large wooden basins, small cups, and various utensils, as if all the everyday items Luofeng could gather from across the continent were assembled here. Xiaolin lowered her gaze to wipe her eyes and turned to leave, while Luofeng smiled gently and followed her. The traveling orcs arrived in succession, bringing with them a bounty of game. Other males from the tribe gathered to prepare the spoils, kindling fires to cook, creating a lively atmosphere. The females chatted casually as they awaited their meal. There were perhaps several hundred male orcs. Yet the females numbered fewer than 30. Fortunately, each female radiated vitality and health, indicating they were well cared for, and it seemed the tribe had no shortage of food. The little silver wolf cubs frolicked on the grass, playfully pouncing on a slender, dark-haired man. Xia Lin's initial surprise transformed into delight as she stroked their soft fur. The adorable cubs, with their tongues lolling and heads tilted, elicited laughter from her. They chased after Xia Lin, who playfully clutched a cub's front paw, pretending to nibble at its foot, prompting the other cubs to leap toward her, their laughter melodious and enchanting. As dusk fell over the silver wolf tribe, the autumn breeze whispered, the moon shone brightly, and the earth donned a golden silk robe. Xia Lin took a nap in the stone house while Luofeng knocked on the door, inviting her to dinner. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Lin had begun to feel less resistance toward Luofeng, accepting her circumstances. After freshening up, she found a fluffy white outfit laid out on the table, its texture smooth to the touch. Resembling rabbit fur, the garments carried Luofeng's scent, making it clear who had crafted this charming ensemble. Upon donning the outfit, which fit her as if tailored, Xia Lin opened the door to find Luofeng waiting with a smile. "I knew white would suit you perfectly. You are the most beautiful female in this continent," he exclaimed. She wanted to ask, "How did you know my size?" but found the question too embarrassing. Instead, she inquired, "Did you make this? Yes, do you like it? Where is dinner? I'm hungry. My apologies. Follow me." Luofeng took Xia Lin's hand, and they ran together. He had intended to embrace her, but her initial flight from him lingered painfully in his heart. Once he recovered, he consulted several males and females of the Silver Wolf tribe on how to please his partner and make her feel comfortable in his presence. Luofeng was a remarkably intelligent orc, and after absorbing the theories and observing the interactions of couples within the tribe, he quickly grasped the essence of relationships. However, he understood that his female was unique, and the usual methods to win a female's affection might not apply to him. Therefore, he resolved to exert every effort to avoid any missteps. They arrived at the center of the feast, where an array of fruits and an abundance of roasted meat awaited them. As they settled in, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Xia Lin indulged in the fruits and found the roasted meat perfectly cooked, a culinary achievement in a world devoid of spices. If only there were a cup of wine or a hint of chili. She suddenly longed for the chili from Mermaid Island. The system had mentioned a marketplace interface. Perhaps she could inquire about it later. Luofeng devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, while Xia Lin noticed that the other male orcs exhibited the same voracious appetite. She recalled that during her time on Mermaid Island, she had never heard Luofeng speak. In fact, she had knocked him unconscious, yet he never mentioned it and did not pressure her now. Something felt amiss. In truth, Xia Lin regarded Luofeng as an almost perfect individual, possessing all the admirable traits of a man: bravery, diligence, integrity, and a deep love for his kin. Yet, she thought, it didn't matter how he was. She needed to focus on how to dissolve this pesky contract. After finishing his meal, Luofeng elegantly wiped his mouth with a prepared leaf, feeling content as he longed to embrace Xia Lin. However, she swiftly dodged him, and to alleviate the awkwardness, she initiated a conversation. "When did you reach the 3rd level of orc?" "It was when I turned 16. And how old are you now?" "I'm almost 25 this year." "But you look like you're 18. Luofeng blinked proudly. "That's because I killed my first giant beast at 18, consumed the green crystal, and have maintained that pace ever since." Although Xia Lin was unfamiliar with the green crystal, she surmised it must be something that grants eternal youth. What woman wouldn't desire such a thing? "Where's the giant beast?" Luofeng chuckled dreamily, pointing to his cheek. "Kiss me here, and I'll tell you." Sensing a scheme brewing, Xia Lin felt a surge of indignation. How shameless! Luofeng gazed at her flushed, exquisite face and pulled her close, murmuring, "Right here on my lips." Xia Lin scrutinized Luofeng's mouth as he leaned in to kiss her softly. She felt as though he had fed her something that warmed her entire being, enhancing her inner strength. Luofeng withdrew before she could fully react, his starry eyes fixed upon her. The following morning, Luofeng arrived early to invite her on an outing. Had he pressured her as before, she might have resisted him, but now he approached her openly and charmingly, making it difficult to decline. He led her to a field of sunflowers, and Xia Lin was overjoyed, gathering numerous ripe blossoms. Luofeng explained that they did not consume this particular plant, allowing the sunflower field to thrive abundantly. As they journeyed, they collected a variety of wild vegetables and potatoes, even unearthing several yams. Xiaolin suggested they gather and store these delights for later, as they were quite palatable. Luofeng committed her words to memory, planning to send others to harvest more upon their return. Meanwhile, on Mermaid Island, Lan Yi fought fiercely against dozens of sharks in a secluded sea area, having already slain the majority, turning the waters crimson with blood. He prepared for the final strike against the last shark. Emerging swiftly from the water, he transformed into his human form, racing across the land. His feet bore calluses from his relentless training, and he felt no pain. Xiaolin, wait for me. I will find you soon. His speed increased, and faint beast markings appeared on his face. Chapter 10. Sowing seeds of hope in the eyes of the orcs, the dawn shone like light. Like the bright moon, like hope itself, a beacon for their lives. On the verdant grass, Xiaolin, unadorned by makeup, was instructing the male and female orcs on how to plant potatoes. Yes, just like this. First, turn the soil. Then plant the seeds as I demonstrated before, covering them with earth. Each potato should be spaced properly, not too close, nor too far apart. After some time, we'll assess whether fertilization is necessary. For today, our goal is to plant all these potatoes and vegetables. I will assign tasks now. Groups of orcs began to work diligently. Beside them, Luofeng tenderly wiped the sweat from Xiaolin's brow with a cloth. Let me teach them. You don't need to exert yourself like this. Look at how hard you're working so early in the day. Xiaolin replied joyfully, I love gardening. How can you take away my joy? Luofeng, though momentarily puzzled, began to comprehend that Xiaolin yearned to create her own kingdom. Akin to planting a seed in their backyard as children, nurturing it daily with water and care, observing its growth and protecting it from pests. For those who genuinely cherish trees, these meticulous actions are expressions of love, culminating in the majestic growth of a towering tree, an embodiment of life's greatest values and meanings. While Luofeng could not fully grasp this yet, witnessing the brilliance in her eyes made him feel that allowing her to engage in these activities was worthwhile. For his beloved female's happiness brought him immense satisfaction. Each male orc studied with utmost seriousness, particularly Locke, who felt the weight of their existence in the beast world. Their education had been limited to the fundamental principles of survival. And while there were advanced hunting techniques, he was merely a third-level orc. His name had been bestowed by Luofeng, who possessed royal blood and inherited powerful skills. Locke sensed that the knowledge Xiaolin imparted was profoundly significant, even if he couldn't articulate why. Thus, his priority was to learn diligently. Xiaolin gazed with satisfaction at Locke and the other males, who were meticulously focused on their tasks, and remarked, as long as you dedicate yourselves to learning, I shall impart all that I know to you. However, should anyone dare to act against the will of Lord Beast God, I shall personally expunge them. The males recalled the scene at the banquet where Xiaolin had fought the merfolk king, and a sense of trepidation washed over them. They respectfully replied, yes. Locke felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xiaolin. Kara, accompanied by a group of females, also said respectfully, understood, Mistress Xiaolin. We shall certainly heed your commands. Xiaolin nodded in satisfaction and raised her elegantly arched brow, saying, I am aware that some females have voiced their grievances in private, believing that as females, they should not engage in such matters, and that they ought to be served by the males. I wish to convey to you that your male cannot be by your side forever. He may perish. Thus, in this world, the only one you can truly rely upon is yourself. If you seek to barter your body for the obligation of others serving you, such a transaction is destined to falter. What will happen when you find affection for another? What then for your male? Females may have many partners, but a male can only have one. When you abandon him, the rootless beast shall appear. And irresponsible females will undoubtedly face the wrath of Lord Beast God. Conversely, a self-sufficient female shall surely be favored by him. Well then, that shall be all for today. You may continue with your tasks. The remainder shall be arranged by you. Xiaolin understood that these beastmen could not be rushed and must be guided gradually. The host has taught the beastmen how to cultivate potatoes and wild vegetables, earning 500 points. Please continue your diligent efforts. Observing and recording the process will yield cumulative point rewards. Goodness. After working all morning, I only earned this few points. System, have you made an error? The system gently reminded the host. The points you earned today correspond to your efforts. Then why were my previous scores so high, and now they are so low? Previously, the significant score increase was due to the upgrade of your true love contract. Please devote yourself to securing the welfare of the beastmen, and the points will come easily. Remember, host. Steady progress leads to tangible rewards. Winter is fast approaching. You must exert every effort to create a warm winter for the beastmen. Shaolin could only mentally note these matters. Locke chuckled as he carried her on his back, and Shaolin shyly lowered her gaze. Locke understood that as long as he did not overstep, Shaolin would not defy her own wishes in the presence of so many beastmen. As Shaolin nestled against Locke's back, she inhaled the pleasant scent of male musk mixed with a woody aroma of masculinity. Today, they had indeed risen early, and as she listened to Locke's melodious voice and felt the warmth of his back, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness, losing track of time. The surroundings fell quiet. It turned out Locke was carrying her back, moving slowly and steadily to avoid jostling her. Sensing that the little darling on his back had awakened, he inquired, "I was just about to ask you. So, are you a responsible female?" "Bah." Shaolin jumped down from Locke's back. "You forced a contract upon me. Did you ask for my consent?" Locke gazed at her indignant expression, finding her particularly enchanting, wishing to embrace her tightly. "You dear fool. If I hadn't bound you with a contract, you could easily find yourself in peril in this world. You do not belong here. But after forging a contract with a powerful male, you will carry my scent and aura. As long as I remain alert, the higher my beast pattern level, the safer you will be. No other beastmen would dare approach you." "Perhaps you are right. So, I suppose I am indeed a remarkably responsible beastman. You still haven't revealed your true motive for forming the contract with me. You simply wish to know my whereabouts and control me." Shaolin mused silently. Locke crouched down, inviting Shaolin to climb aboard, and as soon as she did, he accelerated once more, prompting her to wrap her arms around his delicate yet sturdy neck. Why the sudden speed? "Haha, worry not. I assure you, I will not go too fast. Would you like to test it? You shameless one. You are becoming increasingly brazen." Locke continued to quicken his pace, tightening his grip around Shaolin's waist. "Now, who is truly shameless? Holding onto my neck so tightly." This was a phrase Locke had picked up from Shaolin. On the verdant grasslands, the silver-haired youth of unparalleled beauty and the exquisitely lovely maiden frolicked together. "Stop right there. I shall not. Come chase me. I refuse to believe I cannot catch you today." Shaolin summoned her inner strength, pursuing Locke across the grassy terrain like a playful beast. Locke feigned a casual demeanor, convinced that Shaolin would never catch up, yet inwardly, he was elated, relishing the thrill of being pursued by his beloved. Chapter 11. Preparing for winter, Shaolin pounced towards Locke like a small beast. And each time it seemed she was about to seize him, he nimbly evaded her grasp. Unyielding, Shaolin intensified her efforts, and on her final attempt, she managed to tackle Locke to the ground. Giggling, she exclaimed, "Got you, you fool!" At that moment, Shaolin found herself nestled in Locke's embrace, their bodies pressed closely together in an undeniably intimate position. Though she remained blissfully unaware, Locke's blue eyes gleamed with a mysterious allure as he gazed at Shaolin, who was flushed and glistening with perspiration, her exquisite face a delicate shade of pink, gasping for breath. Unable to contain himself any longer, Locke rolled with her on the grass, enveloping her in his arms. Shaolin's mind became a haze. For the first time in her life, she realized what it felt like to be cherished and to have feelings for someone. Locke kissed her gently, his embrace tender, and Shaolin felt herself enveloped in immeasurable affection. She lightly wrapped her arms around his neck, and Locke sensed her reciprocation, a warm current flowing through him, deeply moved. "Beep. Congratulations, host. Your true love contract has further solidified, earning you bonus points. You have gained 500 points. The system's voice snapped Shaolin back to reality, and she noticed her disheveled clothing, quickly turning away in embarrassment. Locke, aware of her shyness, held her close from behind. His stunning female had finally begun to accept him. He must remain steady and patient, ensuring not to frighten her away again. Shaolin felt her heart swell with warmth, comforted by a sense of security and sweetness that she had never experienced during her years as a secret agent. This feeling was intoxicating, and she sensed it could easily become addictive. System, what is the current level of my true love contract? Beginner. Does that mean I have only gained a slight amount of experience? Insufficient for an upgrade? Indeed. You are as astute as ever. Host. What is the point cost to open the weapon shop? 10,000 points. Open it. Inside. An array of weapons awaited. Yet as Shaolin was only a level 2 beastman, she could only wield level 2 weapons, which included standard pistols, sniper rifles, submachine guns, grenades, surveillance devices, and more. Most of these had time limitations, whereas the beginner crossbow had none, with its range controlled by the host's spiritual strength. After one exchange, it could be used permanently. Shaolin promptly redeemed it. On the surface, it appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary bow and arrow, yet she began to play with it. Locke was no stranger to the inexplicable phenomena around him. He smiled as he watched Shaolin practice. Shaolin attempted to shoot an arrow without using her spiritual energy, achieving a range of approximately 5 meters with moderate strength. Adding a touch of spiritual energy increased the range to 10 meters. With quite satisfactory power. This meant that if she fully infused it with her energy, the impact would be extraordinary. Elated, Shaolin returned the bow and arrow to the system's designated space, while Locke's deep, enduring gaze lingered on her, an expression of silent understanding. Shall we go eat first? You prepare the meal. I want roasted rabbit meat. At your command. I shall take you back to your room. Shaolin leaped onto Locke's back. Both focused on the urgent need to hunt for smoked meat, while Locke joyfully reminisced about their previous enchanting moments. After lunch, Shaolin instructed the females to join her in gathering vegetables, while Locke and several male beastmen followed behind. Under Locke's guidance, they explored many mountain peaks they had previously dared not approach, gathering cabbage, asparagus, and cilantro, and even discovering some wheat and chili peppers. The females also picked numerous apples, bananas, and oranges. When Shaolin spotted a small patch of strawberries, she became particularly excited, promptly indulging in several, relishing their sweet and tangy flavor. The local beastmen typically did not consume such fruits, as the wolf clan primarily relied on a meat-based diet. Among all fruits, Shaolin's favorites were cherries and strawberries. Initially, the females were skeptical, but upon witnessing Shaolin's enjoyment, Kara decided to try some as well, finding them delightful. Soon, everyone began to harvest the ripe fruit, planning to return for the unripe ones at a later date. Due to their spicy nature, chili peppers were not typically cooked by the beastmen, so few would consume them. Seeing Shaolin's interest in chili peppers, Locke commanded the male beastmen to gather a substantial amount, while Shaolin arranged for many chili branches to be cut for planting. This meant they would have a steady supply of chili peppers in the future. Shaolin found herself salivating at the thought. As evening descended, a gentle breeze danced through the air, and the crispness of autumn was palpable. The group had prepared an abundance of meat, reminiscent of her childhood when her grandfather would craft cured meats. A delicacy she cherished. However, the process of making cured meat requires a significant amount of alcohol, and under the current circumstances, salt was in dire scarcity, let alone liquor. The beverage from the merfolk kingdom was more akin to juice than true alcohol, and it had a peculiar taste, barely superior to water. Thus, Shaolin's ambition was to create smoked meat, a delightful option that could be preserved for up to 36 months. The thought of wine and smoked meat filled her with longing. Both considered earthly delights for someone like Shaolin, who indulged in barbecued fare daily. She was resolute. Smoked meat would be achieved, and wine would follow. With sleeves rolled up, she rallied everyone, lighting torches and instructing Luofeng to gather all the salt from the tribe. Everyone, pay attention. First, we must slice the meat into small strips, as she demonstrated. She raised the meat for all to see. Next, she washed the meat in clean water and allowed it to air dry in a container. Salt was then sprinkled generously, with the group reminded of the scarcity of their precious salt. It was imperative to work uniformly on a designated platform, ensuring even application. Using clean grass twine, the meat was tied, each piece of a similar length. Please observe closely. I will guide you through a few examples. Once you grasp the technique, you shall work diligently. The prepared meat would then be taken to the smoking chamber. They would utilize fragrant wood for smoking, ensuring the smoke was properly vented. After 3 days of smoking, the cured meat would be pounded with branches and smoked for an additional 3 days. Luofeng and Luaka silently noted the instructions, assigning tasks as the orcs embraced their best traits of hard work and perseverance. Some males ventured forth to hunt while others focused on the smoking process. The females tended to foraging and assisted in the agricultural endeavors. For the first time, the Silver Wolf tribe united, wholeheartedly preparing for the winter. Ding, congratulations, host. You have harvested vegetables and smoked meat. The orcs have acquired the skills of farming and meat smoking. You have earned 1,000 points. Please continue your efforts. Shaylin was currently savoring roasted rabbit meat prepared by Luo Feng, who had also learned to cook from her. Today, he had made a plate of tender vegetables, accompanied by a small dish of chili powder. With delicate fingers, she tore at the rabbit meat, dipping it in chili, relishing the flavors that danced upon her palate. Lost in thought, Shaylin acknowledged the necessity of crafting a series of warm items. For it was said that winters in the beast world were exceptionally frigid, and many orcs could not endure the cold. Chapter 12. A crisis looms on a sunny day with a brisk autumn breeze. At the foot of a mountain 40 kilometers from the Silver Wolf tribe, a group of Silver Wolf clansmen trudged along, each burdened with family. The males supported the females as they journeyed, totaling over 40 males but only 6 females, one of whom was notably young. Father, I can't walk anymore. Be a good child. We are almost there. The Silver Wolf tribe's main settlement is just ahead. Hold on a little longer. Winter hasn't arrived yet. It will be even harder once it does. I'm hungry. I want water. I want food. I don't care. The young female sat on the ground, writhing and screaming in desperation. Basha, you just drank water and ate. Then let someone else carry me. Offing has carried you for quite some time and just set you down. Let him rest. Basha, be good. We are almost there. No, no. I simply cannot walk any longer. The girl, her skin dark and features considered striking in the beast world, threw a tantrum. The others in the tribe, weary from their nearly 10-day trek, chose to ignore her outburst. She plopped down beneath a nearby tree, resolving not to move further. Have some water, Basha. Her father, the tribe's leader, was too old to carry her, having lost her mother during childbirth. As the leader's late-life child, she was particularly indulged, leading to her current demeanor. The tribe members were indifferent, for her status as a female afforded her certain privileges. Others, please proceed slowly, I will stay here with Basha. Offing. You wait as well. Offing, a strikingly handsome silver wolf, had just reached adulthood and had long pursued Basha. Yet, she took for granted all he did for her, never mentioning the prospect of becoming mates. Each time he broached the subject, she would become furious, leading Offing to suspect that perhaps Basha did not harbor deep feelings for him, as they migrated. Offing gently fanned Basha with leaves while she reclined against the tree, drinking water and resting, feeling quite content. Suddenly, they caught a whiff of briny ocean air. Following the scent, they beheld a strikingly pale and delicate male orc. Though his features radiated a feminine beauty, his robust chest proclaimed him a male. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, enhancing his allure as he walked with unwavering focus. Upon seeing this male, Basha felt herself entranced. How could such a handsome male exist? She had never cared for those dark and brooding types. She preferred fair-skinned beauties. This male embodied her ideal, rendering her speechless at his unexpected appearance. With a confident posture, Basha addressed the handsome stranger. Hey, will you carry me? Laney, lost in his thoughts of Shaylin, continued to walk, ignoring her entirely. For days, he had yearned to be beside her, wishing for wings to fly to her side. The months of longing and imagining had made it clear to him. He could no longer be apart from Shaylin. At that moment, Basha, fueled by frustration, dashed in front of Laney, pointing at him. Hey, can't you see me? Look how beautiful I am. If you carry me, I'll choose you as my male. How about that? Finally, Laney glanced at her, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of Shaylin, and he found himself oblivious to Basha's allure. Lowering his gaze, he quickened his pace. Yes, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? You look so much like a female. No female would ever like you. Don't you realize how foolish you are? Before long, Laney vanished from view. Across the grasslands of the Silver Wolf tribe, Luo Feng carried Shaylin swiftly, soon arriving at the side of a cliff. This was the opposite side of their dwelling cave. Just days prior, Shaylin had instructed them to excavate a cave here, connecting it to the other orc dwellings. They had begun burning the trunks of giant trees, aimed at providing warmth during the night, akin to the underground heating used in northeastern regions of the previous world. Now, Shaylin needed to inspect the results. The orc responsible for the fire carefully cleared the ash from the giant tree, revealing neatly arranged charcoal, a promising sign of success. Ding! Congratulations, Host. You have successfully obtained charcoal, contributing to the orc's winter survival. Reward, 1,000 points. Shaylin was elated, for charcoal not only provided warmth, but was also easy to store and transport, ideal for roasting and creating hand warmers, thus supplying heat for the entire tribe. Charcoal is undoubtedly a far superior choice compared to ordinary firewood, and it possesses remarkable versatility. Next, we shall embark on the creation of some winter garments and accessories, while also taking the opportunity to redecorate our living space. Shaolin, holding Luofeng's hand, signaled for him to transform. Luofeng pointed to his own face. Shyly and timidly, Shaolin bestowed a gentle kiss on Luofeng's cheek, only to be seized by him, deepening their kiss. Shaolin, along with Carla and the other females, gathered all the animal skins from the tribe, meticulously sorting and selecting them, some for clothing, some for shoes, and the rest to be fashioned into blankets. However, animal skins remain animal skins, and for Shaolin, who was accustomed to cozy cotton blankets, she found herself yearning for the comfort of cotton. Yet, the tribe was now devoid of any idle hands. Everyone had their own tasks, and even the little silver wolf occasionally had to assist the females in gathering and transporting various items. Shaolin felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Even the little ones understood this principle, which was truly precious. Everyone's efforts would surely yield bountiful results. Chapter 13. The arrival of Lan Yi. For the past few days, Luofeng had been absent from the tribe, having gone hunting with Locke and the others. They had successfully prepared nearly 500 kilograms of cured meat, all neatly hanging in the tribe's storage room, providing a sense of security. However, the impending issue was that their salt supply was running low. Shaolin could have opened the agricultural marketplace, but her points were insufficient. This meant they had to rely on the orc's own abilities to procure salt. Previously, Luofeng would trade with the merfolk for salt using prey or special furs, but this time, he had deeply offended the merfolk, making it impossible for anyone to be willing to exchange salt with him. It was even possible that upon reaching the seaside, he would encounter that perverse merfolk king. The cause of this predicament was Shaolin. Gazing at her reflection in the lake, she contemplated that if she could not go, she would let others exchange for salt. For the time being, she would allow members of other tribes to produce salt using the sun-drying method. Shaolin conveyed her thoughts to Luofeng, suggesting he seek out orcs from tribes other than the Silver Wolf to go to the seaside for salt production. Luofeng only asked if revealing this salt-making method to others would not lead to everyone knowing it. Shaolin replied, "Just tell them I devised it. As long as they are willing to do it, I can share the salt at a 70-30 split. They can learn how to produce salt and obtain it. What is not to like? Moreover, I initially intended to share this method with all the orcs." Luofeng embraced Shaolin, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he said, "I thank you on behalf of the orc community." For the past few days, Shaolin had been organizing her room. She had acquired a wardrobe, a 3-meter wooden bed, and a wooden table and chairs, all wrapped in leftover animal skins. Now, she longed for an iron pot and cotton. Stretching her limbs, a smile graced her lips as she leaped out of her dwelling. Soaring 4 to 5 meters high with remarkable speed, undetectable by ordinary orcs, a few seconds after her departure, several kilometers away, Luofeng sensed Shaolin's movement, lightly touching the pattern on his chest. It had been a while since he had stretched his muscles. And suddenly, a warm sensation welled from his heart. He could distinctly feel Shaolin's location. This ability was indeed quite convenient. Still hunting, Luofeng, now aware of Shaolin's position, continued to focus intently on chasing his prey. Recently, he had been busy late into the night. Some had vaguely seen him still tinkering with something in his room at a late hour. Shaolin quickly exited the tribe and wandered along the path where Luofeng had previously walked with her, crossing thousands of meters of lush green grasslands until she beheld tranquil woods, verdant and vibrant, the ground adorned with golden-hued leaves, stretching from the beginning of the woods to its end. It truly exuded the picturesque essence of autumn. Reminiscent of an impressionist oil painting, rich in color and depth, as Shaolin reveled in the breathtaking autumn scenery, she suddenly noticed a glimmering blue speck appearing at the corner of this autumnal canvas. Initially thinking she was mistaken, she observed as the tiny blue dot came to a halt. Within moments, that blue dot sped towards her with astonishing swiftness. Stunned by this phenomenon, Shaolin, within just a few minutes, finally discerned that it was Lan Yi. He rushed to Shaolin's side, flustered and blushing, gazing at her with wide-eyed wonder. In the few months since they last met, He had matured and grown even more captivating. His previously delicate and handsome features now bore the traces of masculinity, and his eyes were deeply fixated on Xiaolin, radiating excitement. "Xiaolin, what are you doing here?" "I've come," Lan Yi exclaimed, grateful for the blessings of the beast god. For he had only just entered the silver wolf territory when he spotted the female he had been yearning for. "How did you make it here so quickly? Did you come from the ocean?" "Yes." Lan Yi finally managed to steady his emotions. He moved closer to Xiaolin, their bodies nearly touching. He took her hand and said, "Look, I brought you some fruits." Xiaolin glanced and was pleasantly surprised to see watermelons and grapes. A gentle smile graced her lips as she lightly withdrew her hand. "Where did you gather these? They are quite rare, aren't they?" Lan Yi's eyes briefly reflected disappointment, but it was quickly replaced by a broad smile as he replied, "It is a bit far, but if you wish to go, I can take you there now." "No need. You should head back first. Just give the fruits to an orc, and they will deliver them to my room." "You must be exhausted from your journey, ah? Can you walk now?" "No. I'm not tired. Yes, I'm quite adept at it now, and I've already become a second-tier orc." Xiaolin felt a surge of genuine joy. After all, teaching someone to fish is far more valuable than simply giving them a fish. When she first met Lan Yi, he was just a naive merman, while most other male orcs were fierce warriors. None were as timid as he was. When other males saw a female, they would rush to seize or court her, but he had hidden behind others, too afraid to make a move when they first met. Now, in such a short span, he had not only learned to walk, but had also progressed to a second-tier orc. "Wonderful! Congratulations!" Xiaolin exclaimed. "I remember seeing you dance for me at the merfolk king's banquet. I have always cherished that memory, but I left in haste without telling you. It was my duty. You need not concern yourself with it." Lan Yi thought to himself, "My world has only come to be what it is now because of you. Back then, I was utterly clueless, merely being led by Luofeng. However, this period of training has allowed me to reflect deeply. My life cannot be without you." Lan Yi's eyes misted with emotion as he smiled tenderly, saying, "Let us find a place to sit and converse. Yes, look at me. I've completely forgotten about your arduous journey. I've been rambling on. Come, I shall escort you back to the tribe." Xiaolin deliberately slowed her pace, leading Lan Yi back. She noticed that Lan Yi's speed was not only swift but also steady, indicating he had solidified his fundamentals over the past few months. "Please sit. I shall return shortly." Lan Yi gazed at Xiaolin, who was glistening with sweat, her exquisite features appearing even more enchanting. If it had been before, he would have looked away, but now he savored the luxurious visual feast, realizing that simply being near her brought immense happiness. Resonating within the depths of his soul, Xiaolin prepared juice and some fruits for Lan Yi and also brought a portion of dried meat. "Try this juice. I made it myself, and here, have some to fill your stomach." Lan Yi took a sip of the juice, holding Xiaolin's hand, signaling for her to sit down as he said, "Do not busy yourself. I am not tired. How have you been lately?" In Xiaolin's heart, Lan Yi still resembled the naive little boy he once was, easily igniting her protective instincts. "Quite well. And what about you and Luofeng?" Just like that. Xiaolin had never scrutinized her relationship with Luofeng. Were they friends? They shared a true love contract. Were they partners? Not quite. Suddenly, Xiaolin recalled Luofeng asking her a few days earlier, "Are you the responsible female?" Lan Yi noticed Xiaolin's sudden distraction and seized the moment to examine her closely, noticing the absence of beast markings, implying there had been no further developments in her relationship with Luofeng. This realization filled him with satisfaction. "Xiaolin? What is this?" "Lan Yi, how dare you come to my silver wolf tribe?" The room brimmed with a masculine pressure, pinning Lan Yi down, yet in his resolute and profound gaze, there was no hint of fear, only unwavering determination. "Stop. Lan Yi has come to see me. I had him check the medicine, and he agreed to come back and show me the results." With Luofeng breaking into a smile, the pressure dissipated entirely. He wrapped his arms around Xiaolin and said, "Is that so? I truly had no idea, you little rascal. Why didn't you tell me? All right, arrange for Lan Yi's accommodations. I am also tired and wish to rest for a while. Lan Yi, you should also take a good rest. We shall continue our conversation later. Understood? My little female." Luofeng kissed Xiaolin on the neck and walked over to Lan Yi, saying, "Let us go." I must see what you're up to. The alarm bells rang in Luo Feng's mind. Chapter 14. Gratitude and a warm welcome. I apologize for the trouble, Chief Luo Feng. It is evident that Luo Feng has placed Lan Yi in the furthest cave from Xiaolin. Lan Yi, however, does not mind, for as long as he remains in a tribe, is there any doubt he will not have the opportunity to see Xiaolin? Chief Luo Feng, during my time in the merfolk empire, my sole intention was to rescue Xiaolin. Therefore, according to the rules set forth by the beast god, I am entitled to pursue her. Luo Feng emanates a chilling aura of murderous intent, his fifth-level beast markings shimmering with unparalleled glory before Lan Yi. You would do well to abandon such foolish aspirations. I have no desire to engage you in combat at this moment. Even if you were to kill me now, I would still declare that I will pursue Xiaolin. Oh? Then I shall see if you possess the fortune to pursue her. Laney had already prepared himself prior to his arrival. But he did not anticipate that Luo Feng had grown significantly stronger since the time he ascended to fifth-level beastman. A wave of envy and bitterness enveloped him. There is a tribe from the Silver Wolf clan on their way here. They followed closely behind me as I traveled. Luo Feng gazed at him in disbelief, waiting for Lan Yi to continue. It seems that an entire tribe has arrived, and there are quite a number of females among them. As I journeyed from the ocean to here, I witnessed many once abundant territories that have now become desolate and barren. Many freshwater lakes have dried up. More and more beastmen will surely flock here. For this place is renowned for its freshwater lakes. Thank you. Luo Feng realized that the once timid merfolk lad before him had transformed entirely. He turned to seek out other beastmen to welcome the approaching members of the Silver Wolf clan. He was the new king of the entire Silver Wolf tribe, a supreme being. All Silver Wolf beastmen were his subjects, and he must bear the responsibility of defending the tribe as a whole. This is the sacred duty of every king. As for the merfolk king, he is an anomaly. A king who can protect his subjects enhances his own longevity and strength, while one who, like the merfolk king, indiscriminately slaughters the innocent will find himself plagued by illness, leading his nation into decay. After Xiaolin sensed that the two had left and Luo Feng had become preoccupied once more, she was struck by a sudden inspiration to prepare something for these two great beings. 1. To pacify Luo Feng's anger, though she herself did not understand why she felt compelled to appease him. 2. To extend a warm welcome to Lan Yi, who was, after all, her savior. 3. To provide an opportunity for her kin to observe the art of cooking. What should she prepare? A hot pot? For it was what she desired most. Being practical, Xiaolin promptly headed to the tribe's storeroom. Upon her arrival, the beastmen respectfully greeted her. Mistress, you may continue with your tasks. I will just take a look. Very well. Everyone resumed their diligent work. Xiaolin examined the fresh vegetables and meats. Previously, the Silver Wolf clan did not consume vegetables, but since Xiaolin's arrival and her introduction of various vegetable knowledge, they had gradually begun to partake, albeit in small quantities. After some time, they indeed felt their bodies more invigorated, and thus, they had become accustomed to consuming a little each day. This exemplifies the power of habit. Indeed, good habits can benefit one for a lifetime, while bad habits are but a malignant tumor in life. System. Can I now purchase hot pot base? It requires 100 points. Exchange. Xiaolin called for the beastmen to wash the vegetables and cut the meat, while she began slicing the chili peppers, setting aside the fatty meat to prepare for frying oil. Once the oil was ready, she would add the chili for frying. The beastmen, initially observing curiously, wondered what Xiaolin was concocting. They were astonished to see her happily slicing the peppers, disregarding whether they would sting her hands. Any ordinary female would have already been in tears when they witnessed her toss the chili into the pot. The female beastmen fled in fright, while the male beastmen soon found themselves overwhelmed by the pungent aroma, covering their noses and escaping one by one. When Locke arrived, he found Luo Feng diligently sewing and hesitated to speak. Chief, you must go check on the female. She is about to suffocate us. Is that so? I shall go shortly. Luo Feng continued to focus on his sewing. Once the chili was nearly fried, Xiaolin tossed in the hot pot base she had purchased from the market, adding spring water and stirring continuously. Tears welled in her eyes as she tasted it, confirming it was indeed the flavor from before. This exorbitantly priced seasoning pack was worth every penny. When Luo Feng approached, he noticed her alternating between laughter and tears, finding her engrossed in cooking to be quite amusing. Previously in the tribe, only male beastmen cooked. It was rare to see a female in such a role. Could it be that Xia Lin was cooking to please him? Did her joyful demeanor signify that she held him in higher regard? Once the broth was nearly complete, she added a generous amount of salt and turned to the beastmen behind her. Bring forth the prepared vegetables and the cut meat. Little did she know that the beastmen behind her had all fled. Luo Feng silently took it upon himself to serve the dishes, and soon after, Lan Yi joined the fray. Luo Feng wrinkled his nose in disdain, while Lan Yi's face radiated with joy, thinking perhaps Xia Lin had prepared this feast for him. He was overjoyed, contemplating how he would savor every bite. Xia Lin, seeing the dishes nearly ready, exclaimed, "Behold! Simply place whatever you wish to eat into the pot to cook it to perfection." Upon seeing the vibrant red contents of the pot, Luo Feng and Lan Yi both felt as though this meal might very well be their last. Xia Lin eagerly added numerous vegetables and meats, waiting in anticipation. After tasting the first bite of vegetable, tears brimmed in her eyes. Luo Feng inquired, "What troubles you? It is simply too delicious. You all must eat." Xia Lin's fingers flew as she busily devoured her meal, hardly able to attend to the two males, shoving the tender, red chili into her mouth, reveling in her delight. Luo Feng selected a piece with less chili and placed it in his mouth, only to find his face flushed and his throat burning. He hurried to the lakeside for water, causing Xia Lin to burst into laughter. Xia Lin chose several mushrooms without chili for Lan Yi, who hesitantly took a small bite, finding it tolerable and gradually indulging in more. Xia Lin asked Lan Yi, "How does it taste?" Lan Yi replied, "Everything you prepare is delicious." After drinking a few gulps of water, Luo Feng rushed back, just in time to overhear someone flattering his female. "You shameless merfolk, what are you saying?" Xia Lin raised an eyebrow and replied, "What, do you think my cooking is subpar?" "Delicious, delicious. Everything you make is exquisite." Xia Lin piled an abundance of vegetables and meat into Luo Feng's bowl, stating, "If it's delicious, you should eat more." Luo Feng could only smile faintly at her, yet did not pick up his chopsticks. "Ha? You eat?" Luo Feng, with a mischievous glint, embraced her, inhaling her sweet fragrance and whispered, "I want you to feed me." Chapter 15. Rising tides. Lan Yi gazed wistfully at the scene before him, recalling how Xia Lin would never have allowed Luo Feng to embrace her. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed an ample amount of food, the intense spiciness scorching his taste buds, yet he felt nothing but emptiness within. Xia Lin fed Luo Feng several spicy pieces of meat, causing him to sweat profusely, yet by the end, he no longer felt the heat. The other beastmen marveled at their wolf king's prowess. Not only did he have a female cooking for him, but he also enjoyed the honor of being fed by her, and he had consumed quite a bit of chili, a feat none dared to attempt. Carla watched as they feasted with fervor, the aroma of the broth tantalizing her senses. After lingering nearby for a while and swallowing several times, she mustered the courage to sample a few pieces of meat, only to hastily cover her mouth and flee. Xia Lin realized that these beastmen could hardly tolerate chili, observing how both Luo Feng and Lan Yi's faces flushed crimson. Despite her own struggle with the heat, they persisted in their consumption. Luo Feng, having gained some experience, expertly removed the chili or briefly dipped it in water before eating, finding it quite delicious, while Lan Yi, in his naivety, consumed whatever Xia Lin offered him, his lips swelling like sausages. Feeling guilty as she glanced at Lan Yi's swollen lips, Xia Lin sought out a watermelon for him and poured him some juice. Instantly, Lan Yi's mood brightened, his gentle gaze fixed upon Xia Lin. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed them with a hawk-like intensity, unaware that Xia Lin was oblivious to the charged atmosphere that lingered for too long. "Chief, the Silver Wolf clan members from the southwest have all arrived and are now waiting at the tribe's entrance." "Very well, let them in." Luo Feng wrapped his arm around Xia Lin's waist. Lan Yi's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet he maintained an outward calmness as Luo Feng and Lan Yi exchanged glances for a few seconds before striding forth. "Everyone, follow me. Let us go take a look." A chorus of beastmen replied, "Yes." Lan Yi, seemingly oblivious, pulled out a cloth from somewhere and wiped his mouth. He then seamlessly fell in line behind the others. Luo Feng, accompanied by a group of beastmen, with the female beastmen quietly trailing behind, made their way to the center of the tribe. Xia Lin had already broken free from her restraints and was following from an inconspicuous corner. not wishing to be gawked at like a spectacle due to her beauty. The entire silver wolf tribe had mobilized, with only a few females remaining at home. The young wolf cubs, eager for excitement, were at the forefront. At the sound of Luo Feng's joyful howl, the cubs sat neatly and obediently to the side like sentinels. The silver wolf beastmen from the southwest bowed respectfully upon seeing Luo Feng, and the females could hardly contain their shrieks of admiration. Among them, one female, fixated on Luo Feng since his arrival, observed him with rapt attention. She blushed and lowered her head, yet with a furtive glance from the corner of her eye. It was clear she was still watching him intently. This entire scene did not escape Sha Lin's notice, and she felt an overwhelming discomfort. This indescribable sentiment compelled her to scrutinize her destined one for the first time. His silvery white hair was meticulously styled and tied back, with a few stray strands framing his face, accentuating his charming peach blossom eyes. His complexion was a delicate shade of rosy white, and his features were strikingly three-dimensional, broad brows and large eyes revealing a robust upper body. Infused with a subtle, soothing scent of herbs reminiscent of the grasslands, Luo Feng appeared as if he were the son of the sun, full of laughter that was remarkably infectious. Sha Lin mused that time had surely fashioned a splendid attire for him. The old chieftain, upon seeing Luo Feng, grasped his hand with the warmth of kinship, his voice trembling with emotion as he spoke. "My king, we in the southwest have long suffered from a scarcity of resources, lacking the abundance of our tribe. Yet this year has been particularly arduous. Our river has overflowed, and our wells have run dry. Moreover, this month, our hunt has yielded diminishing returns, resulting in many beasts perishing. The silver wolf tribe, already few in number, once deterred wandering beasts with your esteemed name. But now, perhaps due to the dire lack of resources, we are not only besieged by these marauding beasts, but must also forage daily for water and hunt for sustenance. Life has become unbearable, and thus I, along with my kin, am compelled to seek your aid." The other refugees from the silver wolf tribe began to choke back tears, the females weeping openly, while the beastmen from the main tribe looked upon them with sympathetic gazes. Luo Feng's brow furrowed in concern. "You truly have endured great hardship. Come, settle with me for now. I shall strive to protect you." "Thank you, esteemed chieftain," they all expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Luo Feng nodded to the crowd. "Locke, I entrust this to you. Make the necessary arrangements." "Understood, esteemed chieftain. Everyone, follow me." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken in the refugee tribe. You have earned 5,000 points. Wow, so effortlessly achieved." Sha Lin experienced the sensation of points raining down from the heavens while seated comfortably at home. Casting a gentler gaze towards Luo Feng, this softened look was not lost on Lan Yi, who found himself momentarily entranced by her expression. Luo Feng, taking Sha Lin by the hand, turned back, while she contemplated the information she had received. As the sparse crowd dispersed, Sha Lin noticed 6 females within the tribe, while the males appeared disheveled from their struggles. The females were no better off. They spoke of rivers overflowing and wells drying up. What could be the cause of such calamity? If this continued, the urgency to stockpile resources would only escalate. But what of the other beastmen? "System, could you provide me with a map? The map requires 50 points to unlock." "Unlock the map." Sha Lin conjured a map and studied it meticulously on the table. It revealed that the vicinity of the Silver Wolf tribe was surrounded by numerous deserts and high mountains. The tribe stood as a fortified core, encircled by towering peaks to the west and north, with the ocean lying further north, while the south and east were dominated by deserts and plateaus. The map indicated that many forests lay to the east. One had to admit that the Silver Wolf tribe truly occupied an excellent geographical stronghold. Upon entering, Luo Feng busied himself with various tasks. Noticing Sha Lin engrossed in something, he chose not to disturb her and continued crafting her gift. He had others bring in the white fur pelts he had prepared over the past few days. Lan Yi, hesitant, remained outside, gazing intently at Sha Lin. Luo Feng efficiently hung the meticulously crafted pelts throughout the stone cave, on the floor, the entrance, the wooden table, and even draped over Sha Lin's bed, enveloping it in a soft white embrace. He also crafted an additional large door to ensure that the winter winds could not intrude, and above it, he installed a window with double-layered panels to thoughtfully regulate airflow, allowing for ventilation as needed. Chapter 16. Entering the southwest region, Lan Yi felt a twinge of longing as he observed Luo Feng's diligent efforts. He could not help but acknowledge the care Luo Feng put into these tasks. Once everything was completed, Luo Feng presented Lin with several sets of pink, plush outfits, asking, "What do you think? Do you like them? If not, I can make more." Upon opening it, Lin found a pink ensemble, including a dress and a thick, warm shawl. The dress featured decorative ties at the collar, exuding elegance. Images of Luo Feng's majestic figure flitted through her mind, juxtaposed with the sight of him diligently sewing and mending, making her stifle a laugh. "Did you make this?" she inquired. "Indeed. Do you like it? I noticed your previous attire was of a similar style, so I created this for you. And look at this one." He revealed a silver-white long dress, simple yet beautifully designed, with a generous cut at the chest. Blushing, Lin protested, "How can anyone wear this?" Luo Feng wrapped his arms around her, inhaling the fragrance of her neck as he replied, "This is for you to wear at home for my eyes only. Bah, how shameless. Who would wear it just for you?" As Lin glanced around, she touched the floor, then the bed linens. Upon reaching the doorway, she spotted Lan Yi and called out, "Come in." While scrutinizing the transformation of her home, it had become a kingdom of white fluff. She ran to her bed, feeling the softness, even rolling around in delight. The pelts were remarkably comfortable, not shedding at all. They must have been carefully selected, and she wondered how long Luo Feng had spent crafting these. "If only I had a fluffy blanket." Laney observed the happiness radiating from Lin's face and silently resolved something as he slipped away. Luo Feng, with a proud grin, settled beside Lin on the bed. Lin recalled that in this world, females were unique beings, and thus males would sacrifice everything, even their lives, for the females they cherished. Did this mean she bore the weight of another's affection? "Thank you. I truly adore it. Please, leave me be for now. I feel a bit tired and wish to rest." Luo Feng, unsure of how he had upset her again, nonetheless quietly acquiesced. "All right, rest well." He stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. He did not walk away but stood outside for a while, perhaps sensing whether she had fallen asleep. Lin, closing her eyes, endeavored to drift off. "System, I need to unlock the weapon marketplace. Requires 10,000 points." Lin glanced at her points and realized she still needed half. It seemed she had become too complacent of late and had neglected her duties. Lin's mind was in disarray as she donned a black outfit meant for stealth and stepped outside. She leapt high into the air, soaring like a bird above the verdant carpet below. Feeling a profound sense of ethereality, her state of flow becoming increasingly pronounced. Not far behind her, Luo Feng's heartbeat thundered like a drum, yet he had no intention of pursuing her. Each time he extended a gesture of goodwill, Lin's immediate reaction was to retreat, and this instance was no different. He was gambling, hoping that Lin would sense his genuine affection. He could not chase her every time, as that approach was flawed. Instead, he chose to sit quietly, intently feeling her presence. Meanwhile, Laney followed closely behind Lin, expertly tracking her movements. He could sense her emotional turmoil, which he perceived as advantageous. With meticulous care, he observed her exquisite silhouette. Propelling himself forward with renewed vigor, Lin departed the Silver Wolf tribe. She journeyed southward, encountering only a few wild beasts along the way, with no sight of any orcs. After traversing approximately 20 kilometers, the lush scenery transformed into desolation, with the ground strewn with withered flora and cracked earth resembling parched skin. A veritable wasteland. Still, no orcs were in sight, yet the map indicated the presence of 3 to 4 orc tribes in this region. Lin felt she was drawing closer to the secrets she sought. Pausing by the roadside, she took a sip of water and nibbled on some jerky before pressing onward. Lin had previously sensed a trend of leveling up, and now, eager to test her speed, she pushed herself harder until the dawn of the next day. As she continued her journey, she encountered numerous felled trees, leaving behind only their desiccated trunks, some bearing visible bite marks. By early morning, she found herself in the arid southwestern desert. She pulled out her map for another careful inspection, noting that this area, now a desert, had once been an oasis filled with verdant trees. Was this encroaching desertification the result of relentless deforestation? Laney had gone without food or water for 2 days, barely managing to keep pace with Lin. Now, in this location, he crouched down, Hastily stuffing food into his mouth to replenish his energy, his gaze fixed intently on the small black figure in front of him, fearing it might vanish at any moment. Xia Lin retrieved a veil from her spatial pocket and adorned herself with it, deciding against entering the desert out of respect for this enigmatic world. Despite her extraordinary abilities, Xia Lin remained a grounded and diligent operative, constantly reflecting on her inner self and scrutinizing her actions. It was the sincere reverence she held for all adversaries and the unknown that had always been her key to success. All tools were merely tools. If one were to place an unparalleled weapon in the hands of a fool, it would ultimately serve only the fool's purpose. Lan Yi, unable to endure any longer, contemplated closing his eyes for a brief respite when a cool object brushed against his cheek, startling him. Xia Lin's stunning visage appeared before him, and she remarked, "I thought you would give up after a few days of following me. Why do you persist?" She offered him a drink, instructing him on how to open the bottle. Feeling bashful, Laney lowered his gaze, following her instructions to drink. Did she truly know he had been trailing her all along? If so, then Luofeng must have been aware as well. Why had he not pursued her? And why had Xia Lin left the tribe after Luofeng's overtures? Laney was overwhelmed, feeling as if his thoughts were a tangled mess. Xia Lin observed Lan Yi's dusty feet and reminisced about their initial meeting when he had resembled an enchanting mermaid. Why did he insist on following her to this desolate place? Wouldn't it be better for him to thrive in the ocean as a mermaid? You should return to the sea. The weather here is unbearable for you. No, I am quite comfortable, very comfortable. Please do not send me away. Chapter 17. Is the little beast a panda? In that moment, Lan Yi's long-standing fears and the difficulties of pursuing Xia Lin erupted within him. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed at her, each droplet transforming into a pearl. As long as you do not cast me aside, I will grant you any wish. Xia Lin stood frozen, not comprehending how she had evoked such a response from him. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed a grown man crying so earnestly before her, his tears flowing more fervently. Suddenly, a few fluffy little creatures darted out, moving swiftly and clutching tiny stone bowls beneath Lan Yi. Xia Lin observed with amusement as they seemed to be collecting the pearls that had fallen from his weeping eyes. Xia Lin burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "All right, stop crying. I will not chase you away." Lan Yi gazed at her, wiping his eyes in a daze. "Yes, I will certainly heed your words." Xia Lin picked up one of the small, furry creatures, examining it closely. It was covered in a murky gray hue, rendering its original color unrecognizable. The little creature was quite endearing, unafraid of the veiled female before it, even extending its tiny tongue to lick Xia Lin's hand, its lips parched and showing signs of cracking. The other small creatures, realizing Lan Yi had stopped crying and that the pearls were no longer forthcoming, playfully leaped onto him, as if urging him to cry once more. Lan Yi, startled by their antics, froze in place. Xia Lin chuckled as she gathered all three little creatures in her arms. One of them appeared slightly cleaner than the others, and upon closer inspection, Xia Lin noticed faint dark circles around its eyes, suggesting malnutrition. Could it be a panda? As she poured water from her spatial pocket into the stone bowl, she kindly addressed the little creatures. "Hey there, cuties. I promise I won't harm you. Please, enjoy some water." The three little creatures eagerly drank, and after they finished, Xia Lin offered one of them a sweet candy, having received it from Luofeng earlier. She then surprised Lan Yi by producing lip balm to apply on the panda cub, leaving him utterly bewildered. The three little creatures reveled in Xia Lin's affection, their eyes sparkling with delight. "Now tell me, where is your tribe?" A gentle breeze rustled through as a strikingly handsome beast man with round ears appeared before Xia Lin and Lan Yi. "Put down our panda cub. Who are you?" "I am a beast man of the bear tribe. Return our cub to me." Upon seeing the beast man, the little cub excitedly scampered towards him. Xia Lin released the three little creatures, and they promptly found suitable spots to stand upright beside the bear beast man, looking quite comical. "Thank you for not harming our cub. I am Dachi." It was only then that Dachi carefully scrutinized the two in front of him. One a two-striped beast man and the other an unknown level dark beast man. Wait a moment, wasn't this a female? A two-level female beast man? Dachi felt a surge of excitement like never before, nearly dropping to his knees in gratitude to the beast god for allowing him to encounter such a unique two-level female. Chi blushed as he gazed at Lan Yi's fair arms and graceful neck, stammering, "You are a female. My apologies for earlier." At that moment, Lan Yi was oblivious to the fact that Chi was addressing him. Xiaolin waved her hand. "Greetings, Chi. We have been here for 2 days but have yet to encounter any other beastmen. Could you enlighten us as to why? Many tribes have migrated, and some have been annihilated by wandering beasts. The remaining beastmen have become quite cautious. Several months ago, the once abundant vegetation began to wither, and soon after, the water sources dried up. With no food, the animals that once thrived here turned on each other. And those unable to survive migrated, with many perishing along the way. And you? We have nowhere to go. Our tribe has relied on bamboo for sustenance, which does not require much water, so we have been less affected. However, the dwindling water supply now threatens our survival, so, you are pandas," Xiaolin mused internally. "Are there any other beastmen?" "There is still one tribe, the sheep tribe." Xiaolin handed Chi a bottle of water, kindly helping him open it to indicate he should drink. "Could you take me to see your tribe? I swear to the beast god that I will not harm you." Chi blushed and glanced at Lan Yi. "All right." Lan Yi observed this interaction with a pang of jealousy, believing the male before him to be a rival. He quickly grasped Xiaolin's hand, exclaiming, "Do not leave me behind. I want to go too." Xiaolin retrieved the snake oil balm she had just purchased and the shoes Luofeng had made for her, gently patting Lan Yi's head with a smile. "All right, we shall go together. First, apply this on your feet, then wear these. Hurry up, I am waiting for you." Lan Yi's mind was a flurry, fixated solely on her breathtaking eyes and her words. "I am waiting for you." Contemplating the exquisite visage concealed beneath the veil, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks, Shaylin arrived at a parched red earth plateau, where the flora lay withered and the ground was strewn with desiccated grass. Towering trees had been felled, leaving behind only their massive stumps, a stark indication of the dire scarcity of water in this desolate expanse. The stark, barren landscape, punctuated by the starkness of the tree trunks, evoked an overwhelming sense of desolation. A few emaciated male panda beastmen toiled to peel bark from the trees, which bore numerous scars from previous assaults. Some young panda cubs gnawed on dry grass, while others feasted on bamboo, which too was yellowed and bereft of leaves. Daki lamented, "There is simply no food. If we do not eat something now, who knows how many beastmen will perish by tomorrow. Each day, we lose more of our kin." A few cubs, while munching on bark, suddenly burst into tears. The female beastmen fared slightly better than the males, though only marginally. The females endeavored to comfort the little ones. Shaylin and Lan Yi approached the cubs, observing their endearing antics and the gem-like brightness of their eyes, as tears cascaded down like fallen pearls, evoking profound sympathy within her. In Shaylin's heart, pandas should be cherished like lucky charms, and it pained her to see such tiny creatures weep. Lan Yi, feeling a surge of compassion, picked up the most distressed cub and offered it a piece of his meat strip. Upon witnessing this, the other cubs flocked to Lan Yi, climbing and nudging him, until he was completely encircled by the adorable pandas. Shaylin managed to grasp Lan Yi's hand amidst the furry mass and pulled him out with determination. She produced a box of meat strips and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Hey, form a line for me now. Just like this, stand one by one. The first to line up will receive a treat." As she gestured, the panda cubs, displaying remarkable intelligence, quickly arranged themselves in a neat row, eagerly anticipating their reward. Daki observed from a corner, his eyes fixed on Lan Yi and Shaylin, savoring the meat strips as if they were delectable snacks rather than mere sustenance. Shaylin gazed fondly at the cubs, while Lan Yi could not help but affectionately pet them. In her heart, Shaylin mused that Lan Yi must be exceptionally fond of the young ones. Turning to the other beastmen stripping bark, she urged, "Come over and have something to eat." Once everyone had their fill, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Shaylin. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully rescued a small number of panda beastmen and earned 1,000 points. The mischievous system. Perhaps the meager number of rescued beastmen accounted for the low points. This meant that more must be saved to garner greater rewards. Do you have other kin?" A male beastman finished his meat strip and replied, "Yes, follow me." Shaylin was led to a secluded cliff, where not a blade of grass thrived. The desolation was palpable. Daki tapped a nondescript stone wall rhythmically, and it soon swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior. "Everyone, I have brought back a miraculous and kind female. She carries water. Shaylin discerned around 40 panda kin inside, predominantly elderly males and a few females, all gaunt, their lips cracked, and their eyes dull with despair. The young cubs, however, were adorably lively, oblivious to their dire situation. When food was scarce, they cried, but when their bellies were full, they reveled in joyous play. Children embody the purest existence in this world, reminding adults to retain their innocence. Only by nurturing this initial mindset can one benefit both oneself and others. Fostering a spirit of universal love. Shaylin recalled words she had once read. In her past life as an agent, she had been selfish and ruthless, leading a life steeped in bloodshed. Survival demanded such a cold, solitary disposition. However, since her arrival here, witnessing the simple, untamed beastmen and the innocence of the young, Shaylin grasped her purpose: to bring light and hope to this world. Though she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, she understood that without small steps, one could not traverse great distances. Is it true that other tribes exist in this region? Does anyone know where they might be? The goat beastmen are on the other side. Their situation is even more dire, as the grass has withered and the trees are gone. Their food supply dwindles further. Shaylin nodded and retreated to a shadowy corner, producing a box of bottled water and another of meat strips, instructing Lan Yi to distribute them among the tribe. Most of the beastmen were simple and unpretentious. They gratefully accepted Shaylin's offerings, nibbling away, while some males offered their meat strips to the females. Shaylin observed this scene, her heart swelling with emotion. Many speak of love and affection, yet these sentiments often remain mere illusions. We must learn to recognize those willing to risk their lives for the sake of others. Such individuals embody true love. Everyone must eat. The meat strips will fill you up. If you don't eat, you won't be able to move soon. The panda kin, encouraged by Shaylin's earnest gaze, began to eat heartily. Shaylin had Lan Yi bring another box of meat strips for them. After ensuring they were well fed, she inquired, "Where is your leader? I wish to speak with him." "Our leader was slain long ago by the wandering beasts." "Indeed, we have no leader now. Daki has been leading the males in search of food during this time." "Which wandering beasts were responsible for this?" Just as Shaylin finished her question, the anguished sounds of a fierce battle erupted outside. Chapter 18. Arrival at the panda beastmen's territory. The entire tribe fell into a harmonious silence, a tacit understanding enveloping them. Daki gestured for quiet, moving towards a wall, indicating a small hole with his finger. Urging Shaylin to take a look through the opening, Shaylin observed dozens of snake beastmen, their fangs bared and glistening, roaming about. A few appeared to be engaged in a territorial dispute, but as she watched, it seemed more serious. 3 second-tier snake beastmen were attacking a third-tier one. If it were merely a squabble for territory, such ferocity would be unnecessary, yet the air was thick with lethal intent. Among them was a striking red snake beastman, its rank indiscernible, but its crimson locks shimmered brilliantly in the setting sun. The remaining beastmen were predominantly second-tier, while the panda kin were mostly first-tier, with only Daki being a third-tier beastman. The panda tribe lacked the combat prowess of the snake kin, forcing them into hiding for survival. Gradually, the attacked third-tier beastman fled, with the pursuing snake beastmen hot on its heels. A peculiar stillness enveloped the air, a tense and eerie quiet. The beastmen within the cave remained utterly still, as if they were immovable stones. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Daki finally spoke in hushed tones. "In the past, the Silver Wolf tribe would not have allowed such wandering beasts to encroach upon us. Now that the Silver Wolf kin have migrated, these beasts have grown increasingly audacious. They have robbed us of food, and in recent months, food has become scarcer. Some wandering beasts have even devoured our young cubs, and they seize any females they encounter." Shaylin and Lan Yi exchanged sympathetic glances, aware that the panda beastmen had gone too long without a proper meal. They stood in gratitude towards Shaylin, who waved her hand, saying, "Do not mention it, please rest. I will leave some food here. I need to discuss matters with Daki." The beastmen expressed their gratitude once more and resumed their rest. Shaylin pulled Daki aside, asking, "Did you not mention that there are still antelope beastmen?" "Yes, but their previous dwelling was discovered by the wandering beasts, who killed many of their kin. For now, we can only focus on our own survival, and we have no idea if they are still around. May the beast god bless us." As Daki raised his hands in prayer towards the east, The other beastmen followed suit, lifting their hands in unison. Lan Yi, witnessing this for the first time, stared in awe, while Shaylin gently urged him to sit down next to her, providing him with water and food. They began to eat nearby as Lan Yi observed Shaylin's adept handling of the situation. He gradually relaxed and joined her in the meal. Once they had eaten their fill, Daki concluded his prayers. Shaylin turned to Lan Yi, saying, "It is already late. You have chased after me for quite some time, and I imagine you must be weary. Let us rest here for the night. I will wake you when the time comes." With that, she retrieved some animal skins from her space to cover Lan Yi and herself. Closing her eyes to rest, Lan Yi sensed something amiss but was too overcome by fatigue to ponder it further, surrendering to slumber. Though he had trained his physique on Mermaid Island, Lan Yi was inherently accustomed to the ocean. Land could never match the comfort of the sea. The first time Shaylin saw Lan Yi's feet bloodied from his pursuit, she recalled how delicate and radiant they resembled a shimmering fish tail. And her heart ached profoundly as she made her way out. She remained oblivious to Luo Feng's simmering anger. It seemed that this time he had placed his unwavering trust in her. From their first encounter, filled with coercion, to her desperate escape, and their subsequent fateful reunion, Luo Feng had constantly altered himself for her sake. Each of these moments was etched in Xia Lin's memory. After all, in this beastly world, the first person she had come to know and trust was Luo Feng. Although she had experienced moments of uncertainty and helplessness before fully placing her faith in him, she was now willing to reciprocate his trust. Yet, deep within her heart, a small voice cried out, filled with anguish and conflict. At this moment, she desired no partner. She simply wished to reside quietly on a small island, surrounded by dear friends, companions who were not family, but felt even closer than kin. Would it not be a splendid affair to share culinary delights, hone their martial skills, and care for adorable pets together? Xia Lin furrowed her smooth, delicate brow, pressing her hand against her heart as she slowly channeled her spirit energy. "Luo Feng, are you there? Ha! My little female has finally deigned to seek me out. It appears I have been performing rather well during this time. Spare me the theatrics. I have located a group of panda kin. Their current situation is perilous. I'm listening." The way he uttered that simple word was particularly enticing, akin to a beloved caressing one's palm, sending shivers down Xia Lin's spine. Internally, she cursed this charming enigma. Xia Lin was an exceedingly independent woman. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, never having felt love nor understood how to love others. She had always shouldered burdens alone, for it was the only way to gain the teachers' esteem in school and the admiration of her superiors in the special forces. She even believed that in the grand tapestry of existence, the deity of life would bestow blessings upon such individuals. With a bashful expression, she said, "Could you possibly assist me in bringing the Silver Wolf tribe's beastmen to safety and help settle them?" Luo Feng, handsome and refined, replied, "Certainly. You shall set off shortly. I will ensure they do as well." "Good. Have you missed me?" As Xia Lin listened, the way Luo Feng pronounced the word "I" was particularly heart-stirring. She quickly severed their connection. Her heart raced like a drum, and she closed her eyes, immersing herself in tranquility for a long moment before regaining composure. Meanwhile, Luo Feng sensed the abrupt disconnection from Xia Lin. Yet her call for aid was a promising sign. Her porcelain-like skin, long legs, and rosy lips danced in his mind, alongside her exquisite grace during their training sessions. At that moment, he lay on Xia Lin's bed, turned over, inhaling her scent before leaping up and striding away with his long legs. Xia Lin, employing her sixth sense as a special agent, detected an aura of hostility and suddenly heard a female's piercing scream, followed by the roars of a ferocious beast. "Quickly, tell me the way out of here. I need to escape." Dachi rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied, "There have been screams daily for the past few days. Are you sure you want to leave?" "So, this female's cries have been ongoing, yet you all turned a deaf ear? Will you not offer assistance?" Laney rushed over, exclaiming, "Hurry! Open the door! Let us out!" Dachi lowered his head in shame, glancing at Xia Lin and Laney with indignation. "If it were just me, I would certainly help, but now we are a group. I fear that if I assist them, our kin will meet their demise." He then looked earnestly at Lan Yi. Chapter 19. The Significance of New Life. Xia Lin patted Dachi's shoulder. "You are right. I have been blinded." Dachi discreetly cast another glance at Lan Yi, who was currently observing Xia Lin. Xiaolin turned to the other panda beastmen and declared, "My name is Xiaolin, I tell you today. Those who trust in me shall travel east for several dozen miles. I have arranged for the Silver Wolf tribe's leader, Luo Feng, to meet you. He will provide you with shelter. I swear upon my life to protect yours. So, panda beastmen, if you wish to avoid extinction, hasten your journey east." With tears in his eyes, Deqi expressed his gratitude to Xiaolin. "If we are successfully rescued this time, I shall crown you as our queen." Xiaolin gazed at Deqi with a knowing look. "There is no need for that. I do not wish to be your queen. I currently lack manpower, so just follow me." Deqi nodded earnestly in agreement. After a sleepless night, the next day Xiaolin summoned all the panda tribe members outside the Stone Mountain. System: exchange for a large truck. Received: exchanging 5,000 points. It can be used for 3 hours. With a resounding boom, a towering red truck, 3 meters high, emerged at that moment. All the panda tribe members began to trust Xiaolin wholeheartedly. Some even believed she was the reincarnation of a beast god. After teaching a panda tribe member how to drive, the others paid their respects to Xiaolin before boarding the truck. Setting off eastward, Xiaolin and Lan Yi moved forward, sensing the encroaching aura of hostility intensifying like a surging tide. System: deploy the silent reconnaissance drones. As Lan Yi spotted the 2 flying devices emerging, he recognized them as Xiaolin's and silently continued to follow her at a hurried pace. Received: preparing for deployment in 3, 2, 1. Continuously monitoring the surrounding situation. System: received. They positioned themselves near the source of the screams. Witnessing the previously sighted 3rd-level serpent beastman battling against other serpent creatures. Nearby, a stunning female clutched her swollen belly. Is she pregnant? Xiaolin and Lan Yi exchanged glances, realizing she might be carrying the offspring of the red serpent beast. Just as the 3rd-level serpent beastman seemed doomed amidst the fray, she moved like a dragon, soaring into the air, executing a beautiful spinning kick that sent 3 beastmen sprawling. Xiaolin's movements were fluid and graceful. With a couple of sharp cracks, 2 serpent heads fell like puppets with severed strings. The remaining serpent creatures were swiftly dispatched by Xiaolin, leaving onlookers bewildered, as those of lower levels could not fathom how she had vanquished them. Another serpent, witnessing Xiaolin's ferocity, attempted to flee, but she, like an eagle, swiftly approached its head, delivering a kick that shattered bones amidst a roaring wind. The 3rd-level serpent beastman, astonished by Xiaolin's seamless combat skills, hesitated momentarily, sensing hope in rescue, and then turned to rush towards his female in an instant. A dark red serpent beast emerged from the shadows, gripping the female's neck, threatening, "If you take another step forward, I will kill her." The 3rd-level serpent beastman coiled his body, pleading, "I'll give you anything you desire. Just spare my female. Yichun, save me." The female cried out. Qi Lian brushed aside her bangs, assessing her. "You quite average looking? Tell me the territory of the nearby beastmen, and I might let you go." The 3rd-level beastman, Yichun, bloodied and battered from previous encounters, struggled to maintain his balance, tears welling in his eyes as he looked despairingly at his pregnant mate. Feeling as though he were on the brink of an abyss. "Come out already. Who was it that attacked earlier? If you do not show yourselves, I will kill this female right now." Xiaolin emerged silently from the shadows. Qi Yin observed her with interest, sniffing the air. "You are one of the Silver Wolf tribe?" Xiaolin nodded. "What do you want? Don't think you can intimidate me with whatever you have in hand. You can try to see if your hands are quicker than my claws." Xiaolin blinked her enchanting eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "What do you desire?" "I possess it all. I desire food and beautiful females." "Do you have any?" Xiaolin waved her hand, producing several pieces of dried meat, then gestured again to reveal several bottles of water. She prepared to unveil her veil, but Lan Yi stepped forward. Blocking her path, "I will take you to find beautiful females." Clad in the beast skin Xiaolin had provided, Lan Yi appeared strikingly beautiful under the moonlight, momentarily stunning the onlookers. "Hand over this female to me, and I shall give you what I have." Xiaolin, taken aback, realized that the female Qi Yin referred to was Lan Yi. As she watched Lan Yi step closer to him, Xiaolin furrowed her brows in exasperation. Resigned to observe the unfolding events, Qi Yin scrutinized the 2 before him, neither Xiaolin nor Yi Qian daring to make a move. He seized Lan Yi, pulling her into his embrace and swiftly tossing her aside. Then in a flash, he wrapped his arms around her once more, darting away from Xia Lin in a heartbeat. Xia Lin's gaze turned increasingly frosty, her eyes ablaze with fury. All present were stunned. Most astonished was Qi Yin, the foolish serpent, staring blankly at the beast-man who had emerged, who moved with astonishing speed, flicking his massive serpent tail and snatching Laney away, along with the food beside her. This beast-man was none other than Qi, who had accompanied Xia Lin. He was not a panda but a great serpent. Qi Yin, watching the roasted duck slip away, bellowed furiously, "Die!" chasing after Qi. Xia Lin fled. When she accompanied Qi, she had already sensed something amiss about this individual, which is why she refrained from drawing her weapon from the system, hoping to keep a backup plan in reserve. Little did she know that Qi's true intention was to seize a female. Could it be that the female pandas were deemed too unattractive? No, it seemed he had always intended to forcibly take a female from the panda clan. However, Xia Lin's unexpected encounter with him had led him to observe both her and Lan Yi, as he was enamored with Lan Yi's visage. Xia Lin found this situation exceedingly strange. If he were to discover that Laney was male, Lan Yi would be in grave danger. Was Laney then acting as a shield for her? Yichen watched in anguish as his female was hurled from a great height, crying out in despair. Having exhausted his strength to catch her, Xia Lin rushed forward to securely embrace the female, executing a steady landing. Gently, she laid the female on the ground, only to discover her trousers stained with blood and a transparent fluid. Upon feeling her forehead, she realized the female was beginning to run a fever. Yi-chan dashed over and exclaimed, "Thank you. She is about to give birth. This place is no longer safe. Do you have another secure location?" "None. We have been relentlessly pursued, in utter chaos, and have traveled for so long that we cannot afford to consider anything else." Xia Lin nodded. "System. What is the current situation?" "Host. The Panda clan departed 3 hours ago." Xia Lin pondered. If that serpent beast knew it was a male beastman that was stolen, it would probably fly into a rage. "I must pursue them shortly. Keep an eye on Lan Yi's side and inform me of any developments." "Come with me. I know of a safe place." Embracing the female, Xia Lin swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Panda clan's tribal stone gate. After a few touches, she heard a crack, and the massive stone door swung open. They entered quickly, and Xia Lin shut the door behind them. By now, it was morning, with the sun hanging high, illuminating the cave with clarity in her space. Xia Lin fetched animal skins, water, blankets, and other potentially useful items. "Quickly, start a fire and boil some water." "Wait, have you ever delivered a baby?" Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head in confusion. "All right, hurry." "Okay." Xia Lin cradled the beautiful female and laid her gently on the prepared animal skins, then took out the blanket that Luo Feng had sewn for her and covered her. Soon, the contractions began. This was Xia Lin's first encounter with such a situation, and as a woman, she felt compelled to assist. Seeing the female scream in pain, Yichen rushed over to hold her. At that moment, Xia Lin felt as if she were in the depths of hell. Previously, she had held reverence for life. But never had she experienced such a visceral understanding. The arrival of life was indeed sacred. The suffering a mother must endure was beyond description. Did her own existence in this world not stem from the unbearable pain of her mother? Undoubtedly, life is the most magnificent and resplendent presence in this world. A warm reminder. Congratulations, host, for saving the Panda clan. Reward of 10,000 points has been granted. Xia Lin knew Luo Feng had safely retrieved the Panda clansman. Why has it been several hours, and she still hasn't given birth? The system remains silent. Is it because this system lacks any medical assistance? Host. This is a hidden system that can only be activated when the host's life is in danger. Does that mean it cannot be used now? After a chaotic flurry, Xia Lin's veil had long since vanished. She turned to Yichen and asked, "Why is it taking so long? Is birthing difficult for your beastmen?" Yichen, in a state of panic, replied, "No, birthing a little snake is quite easy, as they lay eggs. But this is clearly not an egg. Then it must be a female." "Yes, we have long suspected it to be a female. That's why those beastmen wanted to capture Kiki Point 2 birds with one stone." Xia Lin mused. Chapter 20. Exploration. The system may lack medical devices, but surely there are supplies. I want to exchange for a bottle of supply potion. Understood, host. 200 points will be deducted for the exchange of a supply potion. Holding the potion, Xia Lin approached Kiki. "Trust me, drinking this will ensure the female gives birth. After consuming the potion, Keek's complexion improved significantly. Moments later, the sound of a baby crying filled the air, filling Shaolin's heart with genuine joy. Volunteering to clean the baby, she recalled the items in her space, realizing she had only the plush clothing Luofeng had made for her. She took it out, made some alterations, and fashioned a small swaddle for the baby. Then, she tossed some animal skins to Yichen, instructing him to cut them immediately, and threw a few strips of meat to him for making soup for the female. Shaolin clumsily bathed the baby and carried it to show Kiki. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kiki attempted to kneel before Shaolin, and Yichun joined her in this gesture. Shaolin hastily waved her hands, signaling them to rise. Cradling the infant, this was her first encounter with a small baby. Watching the little one, resembling a porcelain doll, still with closed eyes, Shaolin felt an overwhelming affection for this soft, delicate beast man. She planted a kiss on the baby's cheek and said, "I know you are grateful. I sincerely wish to recognize this baby as my goddaughter. Of course, you will still be the ones to raise her." Kiki and Yichun had both witnessed Shaolin's unparalleled martial prowess. If she intended to harm them, there would have been no need for such elaborate schemes. Thus, they nodded tearfully in agreement. Looking up at the sky, Shaolin observed a hauntingly beautiful scene. Despite being nighttime, the sun hung perilously close to the moon, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, with one circular orb juxtaposed against another, creating an eerie and unsettling vista. Once you have settled, head east. I will leave a small reconnaissance drone for you to follow. It will guide you to the Silver Wolf Clan's tribe. Just mention my name upon arrival. This was the first baby Shaolin had ever delivered in this world, making it a momentous occasion. After saying this, she gently caressed the baby's face, reluctantly stepping away. System, what is the status with Lan Yi? Host, Lan Yi is currently in a pool with Qi Yin and Qi. Shaolin let out a laugh. Oh dear. How unfaithful of me. She quickly composed her expression. System, lead the way. Host, navigation activated. Destination, group bathhouse. A group outdoor bathhouse? Good heavens, where is that? With no time to ponder, Shaolin swiftly took off, her long legs moving like the wind. Host, you are almost there. The moonlight shimmered, the evening breeze caressed gently, and the vast, star-studded night sky blended with the varying shades of golden desert sand, creating a mesmerizing tableau. The desert stars resembled a magnificent silk tapestry, with layered sand patterns accentuating its beauty, immersing one in the splendor of nature. Before Shaolin's eyes lay such a breathtaking scene. A small oasis appeared, with a natural hot spring at its center. She spotted Lan Yi, dizzily leaning against a rock wall. His expression obscured, while Qi Yin and Qi were engaged in a fierce struggle. Shaolin had no idea how long they had been fighting, but by the time she arrived, the battle was drawing to a close. Both of them panting as they glared at each other without advancing. Get lost? I won't hold it against you, Qi Yin declared. Observing Qi's steady footsteps, Shaolin's gaze turned icy. Seizing the moment, she slipped into the shadows and swiftly approached Lan Yi, gently caressing his warm face. Suddenly, a hand grasped her own tightly, pulling her hand to his chest. Shaolin felt the rhythmic beating of Lan Yi's heart. His clear blue eyes, with their corners uplifted, gazed at her, revealing that he had merely been pretending to be unconscious to rest. I knew you would come to rescue me. Shaolin signaled for him to move slowly, and they soon vanished into the darkness. That female is so beautiful. I'm afraid I may never encounter another as lovely as her. Why don't we share her? Qi suggested. Get lost? Hurry up. Don't force me to kill you until you no longer recognize yourself. Qi Yin retorted. With a despondent gaze, Qi slowly covered his wound and began to retreat, gradually fading from view. After a while, once Qi Yin was certain of his surroundings, he darted toward Lan Yi, preparing to lift him. Suddenly, someone struck Qi Yin from behind with a wooden stick, causing him to collapse instantly. Qi's expression was one of disdain and coldness as he searched for Lan Yi. But the pool was empty. Where could Lan Yi be? Daki extracted several strands of black hair, bringing them to his nose to inhale deeply. Had Xiaolin been present at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been taken aback. For these strands did not belong to Lan Yi, but were her OWNI in the beast realm. Long-haired female beastmen were already a rarity, and those with hair as long as Xiaolin's were even fewer in number. As most female beastmen had hair that was seldom black. This indicated that Daki had been in search of Xiaolin all along. He merely mistook Lan Yi for her due to the similarities in their appearance and attributes. He could never have fathomed that Xiaolin would be out and about clad in dark attire with a black mask, for in the beast realm, females were revered for their beauty characterized by white, and they favored ornate and splendid garments. Forcing them into dark clothing would be tantamount to sentencing them to death. Daki released a small snake, which sniffed at the hair, and the clever little creature began to cry out. Daki followed the snake as it trailed after Xiaolin. Warning, warning, an orc is detected stalking. Who is it? Can we see? It's that panda snake man. That orc is exceedingly strange. A woman's intuition told Xiaolin that this individual was no ordinary foe, and she was oblivious to the orc's level. Recklessly confronting him would be decidedly unwise. However, if she were to summon a sports car from the system now, it would directly reveal their presence under the cover of night. What to do? Luo Feng. Yes. Here, Luo Feng. I've encountered a peculiar individual who shifts between being a panda beast man and a snake man, and he's right behind me, Lin. When our contract upgraded, I received a new skill that'll your most perilous moment. Just call out to me. I intended to come find you. But yesterday the merfolk king led numerous beastmen to attack the tribe. So, it's fine. I can handle it myself. You keep an eye on the tribe. Daki appeared mysteriously before Xiaolin and Lan Yi, causing Xiaolin to tremble with fear. The ominous prelude to battle loomed, marking her first encounter with an adversary stronger than Luo Feng. Daki's countenance became obscured, and he shook his body, his serpentine skin and hair dissipating like clouds, enveloped in a vibrant, colorful illusion. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air. System gas mask, quickly, 2 of them. Xiaolin hurriedly equipped Lan Yi and donned one herself. Hand in hand, they encouraged one another as they faced what felt like an endless abyss. A tempest raged. Dark clouds gathered, and his body erupted in resplendent light, akin to a dragon leaping forth. In an instant, Lan Yi shielded Xiaolin behind him. Chapter 21. Pursued by a dragon before them, brilliance akin to the sun obscured their surroundings. Lan Yi turned to protect Xiaolin, and she felt a warm current surge within her heart. Daki reached towards Lan Yi but unexpectedly redirected his attention towards Xiaolin, leaving Lan Yi agape in astonishment. As Daki's hand neared Xiaolin's gas mask, she found herself at the closest distance to him. In a moment of panic, she brandished her smallest firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots at Daki. In that terrifying instant, Daki's head moved with astonishing speed, evading most of the bullets, though a few struck true. Ultimately, he managed to tear away Xiaolin's veil, revealing her breathtaking visage. Daki, adorned with a few bullet wounds, appeared particularly fearsome, yet his eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Luo Feng. A scent of fresh grass wafted in, as Xiaolin was suddenly cradled in his arms. Luo Feng had materialized in the current space. He pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek and remarked, "Did you miss me?" In an unusual display, Xiaolin embraced him tightly and confessed, "I did it. I can now tell you. I truly miss you." Luo Feng transformed from a carefree demeanor to one of profound depth, unable to resist kissing the female he longed for. A blade of wind sliced toward Luo Feng, but he swiftly evaded with Xiaolin in his embrace. Gently, he set Xiaolin down, signaling Lan Yi to watch over her. It was only now that Luo Feng raised his gaze to thoroughly assess the enemy before him. "Who are you? You are a shape-shifting beast man? Aren't you? You transformed into a panda and then a snake man. Can you change into anything else? Do you dare reveal your true form?" Xiaolin's succinct words sent ripples of shock through Luo Feng and Lan Yi. For such a beast man was unprecedented. Daki laughed haughtily, the bullets from his face cascading to the ground as his muscles shifted. "Ha ha ha! Someone told me there exists a stunning female here. I thought it was mere boasting. I intended to take a chance and capture a few females, but who would have known? I truly encountered this exquisite beauty from Earth." With a speed that was almost supernatural, Daki whispered to Lan Yi. "So, this is a male." He struck Lan Yi, sending him several meters away. Luo Feng stood protectively in front of Xiaolin, speaking through their bond. "You and Lan Yi must leave now." "No, I will never abandon you." Lin, listen to me. I can only hold out for about 10 minutes. The contract skill can only last for a short duration before I will be sent back. Do not worry. Although he is strong, I am formidable too. You take Lan Yi and flee first." Xiaolin and Luo Feng locked eyes for a long moment before she, with tears in her eyes, forced herself to move. Xiaolin thought to herself. Luo Feng could only hold out for 10 minutes before disappearing, meaning they had a mere 10 minutes to escape. Be careful. Xiaolin conveyed through their contract. I'm fine. Quickly summon the fastest vehicle. I saw something unusual in the sky earlier. Remember not to use flying tools. Understood. Daki hastened toward Xiaolin, but Luo Feng interposed himself before him, disrupting Daki's several attempts at teleportation. You are a level 5 beastman? Come on! The two engaged in a relentless battle, their speeds rivaling the fastest in the beastman continent. Daki sought not to fight Luo Feng. He merely wished to escape with Xiaolin. Prior to encountering Luo Feng, he had been exceedingly confident in his speed, but now they were evenly matched. Laney was battered, blood spewing from his mouth, illustrating how furious Daki was at the realization of Lan Yi's male identity. Xiaolin helped Lan Yi to his feet. Lin, I'm fine. Even in this condition, you're fine. System. Exchange for the fastest sports car. Received. Preparing for exchange. Boom. A crimson sports car descended, and Xiaolin opened the door, shoving Laney inside before climbing in herself and hastily driving away. The car sped along at breakneck speed, and Laney observed as Xiaolin left Luo Feng behind. What about the leader? Are we not waiting for him? Xiaolin cast a reassuring glance at Laney, tossing him a supply bottle as she replied, Luo Feng will be fine. In fact, we are in greater danger now. System, what is the current situation? Host, a friendly reminder. You may now activate the TV display within the sports car, which can broadcast the content captured by the detector in real time. Activate the display. Slowly, a small black box appeared, revealing footage of Luo Feng and Daki engaged in combat. The image gradually sharpened, showcasing the two locking gazes, surrounded by a palpable aura of hostility as a fierce wind swept through. Wow, this device is incredible. Laney watched with rapt attention. A massive silver wolf materialized before Daki, its gaping maw lunging to seize Daki's shoulder, hurling him into the air. Luo Feng reappeared, baring his sharp fangs as he charged for Daki's neck. Daki, gathering strength, delivered a swift kick to Luo Feng's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Suspended in midair, Daki looked down at Luo Feng with disdain in his eyes. Lan Yi, keep an eye on Luo Feng for me. Xiaolin had to remain vigilant on the road while monitoring Luo Feng's condition, repeatedly reminding herself to stay steady, for their immediate priority was to flee as far from that deranged male as possible. It'll be fine. Luo Feng is the strongest male I've encountered thus far, Laney remarked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. From the moment she laid eyes on Daki, Xiaolin felt an inexplicable unease. Thus, she inadvertently allowed Daki to remain. Deep down, she sensed something was amiss, yet she could not articulate what. Daki's subsequent actions only heightened her suspicions. Luo Feng opened his blue eyes and charged at Daki once more. This time with heightened caution. Luo Feng expanded in size, utilizing his formidable speed and strength to bring Daki crashing to the ground. He continued to bear down on Daki with his colossal form, making Daki evade like a mere pebble. You are her man? Luo Feng did not respond, gripping Daki's shoulder tightly before tossing him into the air once more. No, she is still a maiden. I can scent her virgin fragrance. Daki remained fixated on Xiaolin's location, which now appeared as a mere speck. Enraged, Daki's fury intensified beyond what he felt after being struck by Luo Feng. He bellowed, You have infuriated me, do you know that? With a thunderous roar, Daki unleashed his fury. Luo Feng pursued with unyielding determination, a powerful golden light piercing through the dissipating clouds. The sight startled Lan Yi, who was drinking water, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Good heavens! What on earth is this? Luo Feng, equally astonished, gazed at the spectacle before him. A magnificent golden dragon soaring through the skies. Chapter 22. A fight to the finish, Chi arrogantly proclaimed. What? Have you never seen someone as grand as me? I am one of the rare dragons from ancient times to the present. You mere mortals, grovel beneath my dragon wings. Luo Feng's initial shock morphed into fury, escalating into an unparalleled rage. Lin had caught the attention of this invincible monstrosity. I care not whether you are a god or a dragon. I have always been one to slay those who obstruct me. And I shall do the same to dragons. With a tremendous surge of power erupting from his being, Luo Feng unleashed his full strength. charging towards Qi with a resolute determination born of desperation. The winds howled and clouds roiled ominously as Luo Feng relentlessly tore at Qi, striking him with ferocious blows. Blood poured from Qi's form as Luo Feng seized his neck, while Qi ensnared Luo Feng with his massive, unyielding tail, both male beasts locked in a relentless struggle to the death. The sky crackled with countless bolts of lightning, several striking the two colossal entities. Now, Luo Feng and Qi were not merely engaged in a contest of wills, but were also enduring the wrath of nature itself. Lan Yi observed intently, relaying the unfolding situation to Xiaolin, who had distanced herself considerably. Lin, what has become of Luo Feng? Why does he appear so faint? Xiaolin, akin to a startled cat, tensed up, envisioning herself transforming into lightning, yearning for wings to soar to Luo Feng's side. Biting her crimson lip, Xiaolin exclaimed, "He is on the verge of disappearing. When that monstrous beast comes after him, it will be your turn to drive. You've watched me long enough. You should know how to operate it, right? If not, it matters not. You'll figure it out once you're behind the wheel." Lan Yi, his expression a mix of conflict and resignation, replied, "Very well. I shall do my utmost." Luo Feng's form vanished from the screen, while Qi remained in a state of confusion, dodging lightning while searching for Luo Feng's whereabouts. Before long, he sped towards Xiaolin's direction. Xiaolin and Lan Yi switched places. System: exchange for the most powerful sniper rifle. Kind reminder: host, your points are only sufficient for a single exchange. Hurry. Upon acquiring the rifle, Xiaolin opened the car's roof and hoisted the sniper rifle onto her shoulder, revealing her stunning beauty, radiating the fierce aura of a queen. "If I cannot defeat him, he will not harm me. But you are different. Based on my observations, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. I must distract him while you find a way to escape. No, I will never flee. He covets the female I hold dear. Our fates are already intertwined. You fool. As long as the mountain remains green, there is no fear of firewood running out. Your life does not solely belong to you. If you refuse to heed my words, I shall never speak to you again." Lan Yi remained silent, yet his fingers gripped the steering wheel with tension. Qi was now a mere 10 meters from Xiaolin, greedily drinking in her beauty. His massive dragon tongue dripping with drool. "Ha ha, what a treasure. Judging by your form, you have yet to mate. Am I right?" He raised an eyebrow, continuing, "What is your name?" Xiaolin, repulsed by his drooling, felt the urge to vomit. She squeezed the trigger. This sniper rifle was not only the most powerful and swiftest thus far, but also imbued with incendiary effects. Qi's dragon head erupted in flames from the gunfire, forcing him to evade, and when escape was impossible, he braced his hardened body against the bullets. "Beautiful lady, do not waste your efforts. Your little trinkets hold no power over me. Shut your mouth. Ha ha ha, your anger only adds to your allure. System: should I perish, you shall be finished too. Give me grenades." Host has now entered credit mode. Only once. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolin hurled several grenades towards Qi's massive Qi, instinctively aware of the impending danger. Leaped back several dozen meters, only to pursue their speeding vehicle once more. Xiaolin realized her ammunition was dwindling. She pulled Lan Yi aside, taking the driver's seat, and aimed the car directly at Qi's body. The dragon was taken aback, stumbling backward in shock. Xiaolin's gaze held a depth Lan Yi had never witnessed before, filled with helplessness, solitude, determination, hesitation, and strength. With eyes as gentle as flowing water, she implored, "Lan Yi, promise me you will survive. I shall live as well." Xiaolin opened the car door and kicked Lan Yi out, continuing to drive, luring Qi into pursuit. Left behind, Lan Yi sat in anguish, feeling as though his heart had been wrenched painfully in this beastly world, where those like him were protected by females. He was perhaps the sole exception. Wiping away tears of emotion, he felt a fierce resolve rise within him. As he chased after Xiaolin's retreating figure, "Lin, you often call me foolish, yet you are the real fool. What is life and death? My soul and body have long been entwined with yours." With unwavering determination, Lan Yi sprinted towards Xiaolin, unaware that his speed was unprecedented, and a faint third beastly mark began to emerge on his visage, only to vanish in an instant. Qi's dragon head materialized beside Xiaolin, matching her pace. "Cease your futile struggles. I am quite handsome, you know. My physique is unparalleled, not inferior to that wretched wolf. Be silent. I despise lecherous dragons. I sense you are not an ordinary female. Perhaps you do not even belong to this world? Xia Lin's eyes blazed with ferocity, wishing to see the beast before her suffer a slow and painful demise. Ah, your anger is breathtaking. What shall I do? Will I turn into a foolish male? But the moment I gaze upon you, I cannot help but desire to claim you for myself. Xia Lin slammed on the brakes, lifting her sniper rifle to unleash a barrage of fire upon Deqi. Do not be so fierce. Deqi rolled through the sandy terrain, extinguishing the flames enveloping him, believing victory was assured. Xia Lin accelerated, but Deqi quickly caught up, swinging his tail and flipping Xia Lin's small vehicle. Gritting her teeth, Xia Lin choked on sand, coughing violently. I told you not to be overconfident. I am a dragon, the supreme being of this realm. How dare you defy my will? Deqi's form shimmered with golden hues. Chaotic and indistinct, as Xia Lin fled, he revealed his true self. Shaking off the sand, he swiftly approached Xia Lin, reaching for her delicate hand. Xia Lin flashed him a dazzling smile, grasping his hand with one and producing a dark, spherical object with the other, placing it against Deqi's chest. In an instant, she maneuvered behind him, summoning all her strength to kick him to the ground, forcing Deqi to embrace the massive grenade as he lay prostrate on the earth. A tremendous fissure appeared, followed by a mushroom cloud of explosion. Xia Lin exerted every effort to distance herself from the blast, yet the force still sent her tumbling several meters away. Lan Yi rushed over, wrapping her in his arms, discovering that Xia Lin had lost all sensation. Lin, do not frighten me. Lin. No matter how he called, she did not awaken. Reluctantly, Laney fed her the supplies she had previously given him. Realizing she could not swallow, flushing with embarrassment, he tenderly held the medicine in his mouth, feeding it to her. After administering the last of the medicine, a hint of color returned to Xia Lin's pale face. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a violent explosion. Chapter 23. Plummeting into the sacred land, a tempest raged through the sky, obscuring the sun, with winds slicing through the air like blades. The sand dunes, akin to delicate silk, were mercilessly shredded by the gusts, swiftly giving rise to a sandstorm. Initially, tiny whirlwinds of returning air materialized in the heavens, instantly evolving into small tornadoes several meters tall, accompanied by fierce thunderstorms. These miniature whirlwinds voraciously absorbed the surrounding winds, transforming into an enormous, chaotic vortex, relentlessly drawing energy from both the sky and the earth, amplifying the force within their core until an immense desert tornado took shape. Lan Yi, akin to a small fish navigating through a sea of sand, clung to Xia Lin as they fled. They were exceedingly diminutive in comparison to the raging tornado that loomed ahead. Just as they appeared destined to be engulfed by the swirling tempest, a magnificent golden dragon enveloped them both in the blink of an eye. Lan Yi felt the dragon's body shielding him from countless wind blades. As he held onto Xia Lin tightly, subsequently closing his own eyes. Nature is the ultimate harbinger of destruction. The orcs relentlessly felled trees, exacerbating the encroachment of desertification, while their constant skirmishes contributed to the tumultuous thunderstorms. Time became an indistinct blur, until a gentle breeze, fragrant with the scent of flowers, caressed Xia Lin's long hair. She sensed the soft licks of an animal against her cheek. The orc's tongue was surprisingly delicate, mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh grass. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld Lan Yi still grasping her hand, his body marred by numerous wind blade wounds, his garments shredded to reveal his robust torso. Xia Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Surrounded by a playful group of lambs, she observed them frolicking about, a few of which seemed particularly intrigued by her, nuzzling and licking her cheeks, sending delightful shivers down her spine. One little lamb brought her a few drops of water on a leaf, and she gratefully drank it. Are you orcs? Can you understand me? Could you fetch us some more water? The lambs nodded excitedly, while several others nuzzled her hand affectionately. Xia Lin stroked their fluffy wool, finding it exceedingly soft and comforting. Ugh, Lan Yi groaned in pain. Xia Lin wiped the corner of her eye and supported him to sit up against her shoulder. Are you all right? Am I dead? I thought I would never see you again. Lan Yi held her close, greedily inhaling her scent. I am fine. It is you who is gravely injured, he replied, his cheeks flushed. As long as you are well, I am willing to endure anything, Lin. My head hurts terribly, and I feel a bit dizzy. The lambs returned with water, and Sha Lin offered some to Lan Yi. With a slight blush, she said, "Can you walk? I'll help you. Just lean on me if you're feeling faint." Lan Yi, with a contented smile, replied, "All right, I'll give it a try, little lambs. Where are your parents? Can you lead us to them?" The lambs bleated in excitement, shaking their adorable heads as they called out to Sha Lin with continuous bleats, their cuteness almost overwhelming. The lambs trotted along with their petite hooves, the sound of their steps resonating like a whimsical melody, meandering through the verdant valleys adorned with blooming flowers and glistening streams that seemed to accompany their journey. The harmonious sounds of nature painted a picture of paradise. Sha Lin wrapped her arms around Lan Yi's slender waist. With him resting his head against her neck, inhaling her sweet fragrance, feeling that even death would be a worthy fate in that moment. They traversed through the meadow and arrived at a cluster of wooden huts, where the orcs bore goat-like horns, unmistakably identifying them as goat orcs. The orcs gathered around, observing the tattered duo. Sha Lin shyly smiled, "Hello, everyone. Sorry for intruding. We were swept here by a hurricane and woke up here." "May I ask where this place is?" An elder goat orc inquired. "Are you female?" "Yes. Could you possibly take us in? My companion is injured and in dire need of treatment. I promise to repay your kindness in the future." The elder goat orc surveyed them thoughtfully, then nodded. "You may stay here. Your arrival signifies the protection of the beast god. Follow me." He led them into a vast chamber, revealing a gathering with a shaman. The shaman scrutinized Lan Yi for a considerable time. "Hello. How is my friend?" "He is fine. The male merman will not perish. He merely needs a few days to recover." "Really?" But he mentioned feeling dizzy. Sha Lin queried incredulously. The shaman, noting Lan Yi's guilty demeanor, remarked, "Perhaps you are simply too beautiful, causing any male in your presence to feel lightheaded." Unaware of the shaman's true implications, Sha Lin anxiously insisted. "It must be a result of the hurricane. Please prescribe him some medicine." "Thank you. No need for medicine." The shaman pointed at Lan Yi and said, "You two should embrace and rest together. That will suffice." Sha Lin's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "We are not a couple." As she struggled to clarify, she could only turn to leave, leaving Lan Yi to chuckle awkwardly. The shaman suddenly regained his composure and asked, "You are a merman?" "Yes." The shaman scrutinized Lan Yi's visage once more, before finally saying, "You may go. Return if you feel unwell." Lan Yi nodded with a smile, limping out to pursue Sha Lin. Upon exiting, he beheld the stunning female standing before him. She had not left. She was concerned for him. Lan Yi's heart raced, his handsome face radiating an uncontainable joy. "I truly feel unwell. Don't heed that old goat's words. He cannot know my feelings." He feigned weakness, leaning precariously as he reached for Sha Lin's hand. Just as he appeared ready to topple, she instinctively extended her hand to steady him, and together they hobbled back. Lan Yi gazed at Sha Lin's exquisite profile, yearning to nuzzle closer, yet his heart pounded too fiercely to act on it, leaving him to abandon the notion. They were assigned a wooden hut, but it contained only a single bed. Sha Lin contemplated requesting another room, but Lan Yi gently pulled her away. Lin, I truly feel unwell. One bed is sufficient. That bed appears quite spacious, and it would be more convenient for you to care for me if we were closer." "Wouldn't it?" Sha Lin, exhibiting a resolute demeanor, nodded. "Fine. If it comes to it, let Lan Yi sleep on the floor." Upon returning to their hut, she urged him to lie on the bed while she intended to go hunting. Startled, Lan Yi promptly turned to venture into the wild, realizing that it was a rare opportunity to share a space with the female he adored. How could he allow her to hunt alone? As Sha Lin lay on the bed, she called out to the system multiple times, but received no response. This was a familiar scenario. Whenever she overexerted the system, it would enter a dormant state. She also called for Luophone but received no reply, suggesting they had fallen into an area devoid of signal. "Never mind. I can manage without the system. Perhaps I should just sleep for now." On a remote cliff of the goat tribe, a man with golden hair was roused by the incessant chirping of birds. His skin glowed with a luminescent whiteness, and his features were strikingly handsome. However, his garments were stained with dried blood, indicating a significant passage of time since the injuries occurred, yet his body bore no marks. The man longed to awaken, yet an overwhelming energy prevented him from doing so. All he could manage was a slight movement of his fingers while the birds continued their playful antics around him, occasionally pecking at his radiant skin. Chapter 24. I, too, wish to be your male. Lan Yi ventured to the home of the goat tribe, purchasing various necessities with green crystals, as well as some animal hides. He wandered the wilderness, contemplating hunting something to bring back home. The mere thought of home caused a whimsical smile to spread across his enchanting, albeit slightly foolish, face. This locale teemed with an abundance of wildlife, yet lacked any formidable predators, suggesting that the goats thrived here due to the absence of threats. Having awakened, Sha Lin sat outside their wooden hut, observing the playful lambs frolicking about. Through her observations over the past few days regarding the living conditions of the goat tribe, she concluded that the female population was approximately one-third that of the males, indicating a balanced ratio within their community. Each adult male had a female partner, and they seemed to coexist harmoniously, fostering a thriving environment. A particularly adorable female goat approached Sha Lin, exclaiming, "Sister, have you not eaten? Here, have this, thank you," Sha Lin replied, accepting the bowl of vegetable soup, which she eagerly consumed. The goat female beamed at her delight. "Your male went out to fetch supplies. He is remarkably handsome, more so than the females. We discussed it at length when you first arrived." Sha Lin lowered her gaze, staring at her small feet, and replied, Lin, I'm back." Sha Lin looked up to see Lan Yi adorned with an array of jars and bags of animal hides, even wearing a few stone bowls around his neck, creating a rather comical sight. She rushed forward to help him with his burdens, exclaiming, "You should have called me to join you." "Not at all. This minor task is something I can manage on my own. You should rest comfortably at home," the female of the sheep clan said with a smile. "Oh my. You two not only possess striking looks but also share a remarkable bond. I must take my leave now. Do visit my home sometime, dear." "Thank you. I shall certainly come by another day." Xia Lin turned to Lan Yi and suggested, "You should go inside and have a sip of water." Upon noticing the utterly empty water bucket, Xia Lin suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to fetch water. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, "I will go get water right away." Lan Yi chuckled, "No need. I brought my own water bottle and collected some water earlier. Please drink this first, and I will soon step out to fetch more for you." He handed over his water bottle to Xia Lin and promptly left. Xia Lin gently tapped her forehead, then began to tidy up the belongings Lan Yi had brought. She wiped everything down before organizing it carefully. As she was sorting through the items, she stumbled upon a large, luxurious animal skin blanket and paused for a moment. Xia Lin borrowed some fire starter from next door and proceeded to ignite a small stove at the entrance of her wooden house. She seasoned the fish Lan Yi had caught with salt and chili, letting it marinate for a while before skewering it for roasting. The makeshift grill Xia Lin fashioned allowed her to place the food directly on it without the need to hold it continuously, making the task quite comfortable. The neighboring sheep clan males looked on with envy as they saw Xia Lin personally preparing food for her male companion. They thought to themselves, with such beauty, she still takes the time to cook for him. Lan Yi must be the luckiest male in the world. When Lan Yi returned and found Xia Lin had already grilled the fish, she eagerly offered him a piece, saying, "Here, this one has no chili." Lan Yi's eyes glimmered with warmth as he replied, "I am sure your cooking is delightful. Next time, do not toil over the grill alone. Wait for me. Be careful not to hurt those delicate hands of yours." Xia Lin savored her meal, her words slightly muffled as she replied, "It's nothing. I can handle such little tasks. Don't regard me as a mere female. Treat me as a brother instead." At that moment, Xia Lin was genuinely hungry, her mouth smeared with fish oil and chili. Lan Yi gently cradled her head and, using his pristine hands, wiped the corners of her mouth, urging her to look him in the eye as he declared, "You are my female, mine alone." "However," she retorted, "but I have already formed a true love bond with Luo Feng. You are deceiving me. There is no male mark upon you. It is true. If you do not believe me, see for yourself," Xia Lin said, pulling back her animal skin. Lan Yi's face flushed as he caught sight of a small corner of a red flame. However, that was not a male mark. Nonetheless, it is what it is. Xia Lin had initially intended to dissuade Lan Yi from pursuing this line of conversation, but to her surprise he responded, "It matters not. Since you have accepted Luo Feng, you will undoubtedly accept me as well. I, too, wish to be your male." With a sputter, Xia Lin coughed up a mouthful of fish as she stared at Lan Yi in disbelief at his illogical reasoning. After finishing his meal, Lan Yi went to boil water for Xia Lin's bath, knowing that during her time in the Silver Wolf tribe, she had bathed every 2 days. Thus, he thoughtfully purchased a wooden tub and the necessary items for heating water. All set. You may come out now, Lan Yi said, albeit reluctantly. Very well. I will wait outside. Call for me if you need anything. Xia Lin had not bathed for several days, and to claim she did not wish to wash would be a falsehood. She had observed Lan Yi for a while, and upon seeing that he indeed sat patiently at the door, she felt reassured enough to undress and immerse herself in the delightful experience of bathing. What had happened to Lan Yi? He used to be such a timid soul, frightened at the sight of females. How had he transformed into this? Xia Lin had no inkling that during her unconsciousness, Lan Yi had been consumed by despair, and thus he was no longer the same Lan Yi she had initially encountered, just as she was no longer the same Xia Lin from that time. As Xia Lin enjoyed her bath, she suddenly noticed the water turning crimson, causing her to scream in alarm. Lan Yi rushed in to find her covering her body. "Get out!" she shouted. Lan Yi hastily covered his eyes. Though his efforts were in vain as he could still see, "I want to look. Just tell me what's wrong. Close the door first. Quickly." Oh. Xia Lin realized that her monthly visitor had finally arrived. Taking a moment to compose herself, she declared, "Do not move. I am getting dressed." In a few swift motions, she donned her clothing and turned to Lan Yi, saying, "Lan Yi, please help me find some cotton. I am in urgent need of it." "What is cotton?" "It is a white, wool-like plant. Please ask around." "All right. I shall go right away." After Lan Yi left, Xia Lin rummaged through her belongings, finding only the dress Luo Feng had made for her. She did not want to soil the soft, white gown, and as she searched, she could only find a few pieces of animal skin. She had not prepared for her monthly visitor, as it had been absent for some time for unknown reasons. Lan Yi knocked on the door, saying, "It's me. Come in." Xia Lin responded, "Late at night, I only found some soft cloth for you to use in the meantime. I inquired about cotton, and I believe it is the thing you described. I will go find it now." Upon hearing that Lan Yi intended to venture out at such a late hour, Xia Lin felt displeased and said, "No need. It's too late. You should not go." Unfortunately, Lan Yi was rather dense and failed to grasp the underlying concern in Xia Lin's words, his mind solely focused on finding cotton, hoping to earn her admiration. "I will return shortly." Watching Lan Yi disappear into the night, Xia Lin felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. She settled on using the cotton cloth to cushion herself. Suddenly, a sharp, cold pain struck her, likely a consequence of her earlier intense encounter with that foolish dragon. She lay in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Lan Yi returned quickly. Upon entering, he noticed that something was amiss with Xia Lin. He softly approached her and whispered in her ear, Lin, are you all right?" When she did not respond, he panicked and scooped her up, heading towards the shaman's quarters. He knocked frantically on the door, exclaiming, "Shaman, please, save my female." The old shaman hollered from within, "Who is it? What is all this noise?" "It's the middle of the night." "Oh, it's you? What happened to the lovely mermaid? What is wrong with your beautiful female?" Upon seeing Xia Lin's distress, the shaman grew anxious and called out, "Come in quickly." "I stepped out for just a moment, and when I returned, she was like this," Lan Yi explained as he carefully laid Xia Lin on the bed. The shaman promptly checked her forehead and wrist. The shaman sniffed the air and asked, "Has she been injured?" The shaman scrutinized Lan Yi, who thought for a moment before excitedly declaring, "Could it be that she is in heat? That must be it. Your female's body is quite frail, so the heat is exhausting her. The more she suffers, the more it indicates that you have not cared for her well." Lan Yi hung his head in shame. Throughout their journey together, it was mostly Xia Lin who had been taking care of him. When he first met her, he was oblivious to how to care for a female. Later, when he pursued her to the Silver Wolf tribe, Luo Feng kept a tight grip on her, leaving him no opportunity to tend to her needs. From that moment on, he resolved to seize every chance to lovingly care for Xia Lin. The shaman glanced at Lan Yi and smirked, "With such a beautiful female, do you think you can keep her? I see you are only a second-level beast man. You must put in more effort. Otherwise, how will you compete with others? Here, take this and make her some boiled eggs. That should help. Remember to add plenty of eggs." The shaman handed Lan Yi a sweet-smelling substance. "Thank you. Hurry back. Be sure to keep her warm." Lan Yi cradled Xiaolin as he returned home, quickly boiling eggs for her to eat. Finally, Xiaolin felt some relief. That moment, her pale, weak face filled Lan Yi with concern. He enveloped her in animal skins, holding her close with his body and draping the large blanket he had purchased over her. After a restless night filled with chaos, both of them fell asleep, utterly exhausted. When Xiaolin awoke the next morning, she found herself alone in bed. At the head of the bed lay several neatly folded cotton strips, each corner meticulously stitched, alongside a large basket of cotton. Joy surged within her as she touched the cotton, confirming it was precisely what she needed. She nearly leaped up in jubilation. She quickly fashioned a comfortable and soft pad for herself. Laney entered, carrying sweet soup he had just prepared that morning, exclaiming, "Quick, eat while it's hot. Otherwise, your stomach will start to hurt again." Xiaolin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, stumbling over her words. "I am no longer in pain. The shaman insisted you must eat. Please, consume a bit more." Seeing Lan Yi's soot-streaked face, Xiaolin's heart ached, and she tenderly wiped his handsome visage with a cloth. "I'm fine. You eat. I still need to fetch some things." Xiaolin found herself in a haze of pain last night, unable to recall what she had consumed. Today, upon taking a bite, she confirmed it was indeed brown sugar. Lan Yi entered with an array of fruits and remarked, "I consulted the shaman, and these are all suitable for you to eat." "Who provided you with this brown sugar?" "The shaman gave it to me," Xiaolin thought to herself, which meant they must have sugarcane here. How splendid! This would alleviate her monthly abdominal discomfort. Do not worry. Once the female is in heat, she can mate, and after mating, your stomach will no longer ache. Xiaolin was taken aback by this brazen statement. What did it mean that her stomach would no longer hurt? That merely indicated pregnancy, did it not? Being pregnant would only bring more pain. Hence, she preferred to endure the discomfort. Lan Yi was utterly bewildered by Xiaolin's logic. Lin, do you not like younglings? I see how fond you are of panda cubs and lambs." Lan Yi nearly said wolf cubs, which she knew she adored as well. "Liking something does not mean I want to possess it. I do like them, but I do not wish to have them." Observing Xiaolin's earnest expression, Lan Yi too pondered seriously. After a few moments, he declared, "If you do not wish to care for the young, I shall take on that role. Even wolf cubs will do, as long as they are yours." Xiaolin stuffed a piece of fruit into Lan Yi's mouth, exclaiming, "Silence, silence." On their first night, Lan Yi naturally held Xiaolin close as they slept. The following morning, as Lan Yi attempted to climb into bed again, Xiaolin erupted in fury, demanding, "Get down and sleep on the floor." She even practiced her boxing skills, rendering Lan Yi momentarily stunned. With tear-filled eyes, Lan Yi gazed at her and reluctantly settled for the lower bunk. In the dead of night, Lan Yi once more climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Xiaolin. She nestled against him, seeking warmth before slipping back into slumber. Lan Yi glanced down, thinking to himself how foolish Xiaolin was, yearning for warmth every evening. On the second, third, and even every night of her menstrual cycle, Xiaolin shared the bedding with Lan Yi, indulging in unparalleled comfort. Each night, Lan Yi merely embraced her gently, never pushing for deeper intimacy. As she began to stir, Lan Yi would quietly slip away to prepare breakfast and toiletries for her. Eventually, Xiaolin had to admit that Lan Yi was indeed a gentleman, a genuinely noble male. Alas, her situation with Luofeng was still murky, and adding Lan Yi into the mix was overwhelming. One day, having recently enjoyed good food and restful sleep, Xiaolin awoke unusually early, only to find Lan Yi's handsome face before her. A hint of stubble adorned his chin, a testament to his transition from a mere boy to a mature and striking young man. He held her gently, a blissful smile gracing his features, causing Xiaolin to flush crimson, her mind swirling in confusion, compelling her to close her eyes and feign sleep. Lan Yi opened his enchanting blue eyes, gazing at Xiaolin, and, utterly satisfied, he brushed his lips lightly against hers before covering his mouth and darting out, leaving Xiaolin in a state of delightful disarray. Lin, come wash your face and brush your teeth. I shall fetch your breakfast." Xiaolin lay with her back to him, and with a trembling voice, she replied, "Lan Yi, I am not an irresponsible female. Since we are already this way, I will speak with Luofeng once we are outside." Lan Yi, thinking he had misheard, stood frozen for a moment. Lin, what did you say?" As Xiaolin rose to wash her face, She submerged her entire visage in a basin. Moments later, Lan Yi rushed towards her, embracing her from behind, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lin Lin. I can hardly believe this day has come." "Oh, let go. How can I wash my face like this?" "All right, I shall step back." Accompanied by the sound of pearls dropping, Lan Yi brought Xiaolin her breakfast, gazing at her intently. "Let us eat together," Lan Yi replied with an endearing simplicity. "All right." Yet, throughout the day, Lan Yi hardly managed to eat, remaining in a goofy state. After a day and night of relentless stormy weather, a tall, silver-haired beast man appeared near where Xiaolin had vanished. His eyes were bloodshot, and after staggering a few steps, he erupted into a fit of coughs. "Chief, the esteemed female must be near the desert. If we wait here, we will surely see her. She is so beautiful that no male would dare harm her." "I know. As long as the contract remains, both parties shall endure. Our contract is intact, so she is certainly safe. But 15 days have passed without a word. How can I not be anxious?" Luo Feng silently implored in his heart. "Great beast god, please protect her. I would trade everything I possess for her safety, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 26. Playfulness with the morning sun warming the day, the breeze gentle upon the skin. Xiaolin felt an overwhelming sense of contentment since revealing her feelings to Lan Yi. Their interactions had grown increasingly joyous and natural. Xiaolin relished this period of tranquility in her life. Even her clothing was attentively provided by Lan Yi. The other sheep tribe beastmen assumed that Lan Yi and she shared a profoundly strong bond, unaware that they had yet to engage in any substantial relationship. At this moment, she found herself at the edge of a secluded little lake within the goat tribe's territory. Unable to contain her excitement as she leapt into the water, splashing about like a fish. The morning light filtered through the water, scattering like stars upon the lake bed. The azure water seemed to don a vibrant, multicolored cloak as fish, aquatic plants, pebbles, and sunlight danced gracefully together. The mermaid was ready for her performance. The water, imbued with divine light, not only cleansed Xiaolin but also adorned her with a shimmering golden glow. As Xiaolin frolicked in the water, the small fish began to mimic her movements, swirling alongside her in a kaleidoscope of colors. Lan Yi transformed into a massive merman, joyfully swimming alongside Xiaolin, both indulging in carefree play. Lost in the moment, exploring the depths and teasing the delightful seaweed. The colorful fish joined in their merriment, and when Xiaolin felt as though she could no longer hold her breath, Lan Yi playfully smiled at her. Gently kissing her rosy lips, Xiaolin felt something enter her being, and upon Lan Yi's departure, she suddenly realized she could breathe effortlessly underwater without any aid. "This is a pearl of our merfolk. I was born with 2 of them, and one was always meant for my destined female. Consuming it will allow you to breathe and speak underwater, and it will also help preserve your youth. I can truly speak now." Xiaolin found this pearl far more effective than the medicines provided by the system, as it could be utilized infinitely and had beautifying properties. "I am glad you like it, but if I take your pearl, will you be all right?" Lan Yi nuzzled her forehead, saying, "You will be fine. It will protect you in crucial moments." As evening descended, Xiaolin lay amidst a field of wildflowers, with animal skins beneath her and a colossal blossom shading her from the sun. Lan Yi sat nearby, weaving something from the flower petals. Xiaolin watched in awe as Lan Yi's fingers danced with the flowers, and she couldn't help but acknowledge that both he and Luo Feng were exceptionally capable males, particularly skilled in sewing. Do the male beastmen here learn to weave and sew from their mothers when they are young? Lan Yi gazed at Xiaolin with affection, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he replied, "This weaving skill is something we all learn from a young age. I have 10 brothers, but only my tail is a shimmering blue, which led to my being ostracized by them and my mother." He paused, lost in thought. "I never truly saw her growing up. I recall being born from a shell and often being alone. Once I became a beast man. I had to sew my own clothes, and I was quite clumsy back then, pricking my fingers until they were raw, but gradually, I improved." Xiaolin felt a pang of sorrow. "I am sorry to remind you of unpleasant memories." Seizing the moment, Lan Yi embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "It is all right. We males grow up this way. I do not find those memories to be grievous. For now, all my cherished memories are about you. And we have many more beautiful memories yet to create." Xiaolin nodded, softly saying, "I wish to see the cotton, The one you picked for me last time. Oh, the white tufts. I know the way. Follow me. Lan Yi took her hand, leading her through the flower-strewn meadow until they reached a vast cotton field on the cliffside. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a hidden territory. Earned 5,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the true love pearl. Earned 5,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have found cotton. Earned 1,000 points. Additional delayed points total 20,000 points. Congratulations, host. Is the system malfunctioning? What is going on? Why have you been silent when I called you before? It may be due to this hidden side quest. Thus, the signal reception is poor. Now that the system is connected, does that mean we can contact Luofeng? Luofeng, Luofeng. Xiaolin called out for a long time, but there was still no response. Please, host, gather cotton and seeds to initiate the era of orc cotton. Xiaolin glanced at the vast expanse of cotton, pondering how long it would take for just herself and Lan Yi to harvest it all. Is there no cotton picking machine in the system? Yes, please step back. Host, with a loud bang, a massive cotton picking machine appeared. Xiaolin pulled Lan Yi up into the cockpit and began operating the machine to harvest. System, store the cotton in my space. Finally finished, Xiaolin felt as if her body would fall apart after putting away the machine. She lay on the grass, gazing up at the twinkling stars. Lin, should I prepare some food for you? No need. Today, we can eat what I brought. Xiaolin rummaged through her space and took out previously preserved boiled eggs, potatoes, and strips of meat to share with Lan Yi. I've been wanting to ask you something. Do you think this is the continent we used to inhabit? Speaking of which, I find it peculiar too. It seems no one else has entered here besides us, oh, and that dragon. One day while searching for cotton, I spotted many yellow scales beneath a cliff. Xiaolin jumped up and exclaimed, Oh my, how could you not tell me such an important thing? Lan Yi scratched his head foolishly and said, Wasn't it you who told me to take responsibility for you? I was so happy. I was dizzy for days. Xiaolin, with a serious expression, said, So, that means? That dragon has come here too. Lan Yi rubbed his face against hers and said, You don't have to worry too much. I have a vague feeling that I'm about to level up. I couldn't defeat him before, but now I feel brave enough to fight. And you can also bring out your weapon, giving us a better chance. No, we can't confront him directly, Lin. Our males in this world would sacrifice their lives for their females. I would gladly give my life for you. It is the utmost honor. No. Are you joking? I will protect my man myself. You can't make that decision alone. Chapter 27. The Vanished Mermaid. Hurry. Everyone, to the shaman. Quick, quick. Xiaolin was at home having lunch. Lan Yi had prepared clear soup with fish and stir-fried greens with cured meat. All deliciously sautéed, though the only flaw was the absence of rice. Xiaolin often mixed boiled sweet potatoes and potatoes to eat. Upon opening the door, she saw many male members of the goat tribe carrying their females towards the shaman. What happened? What is going on? Lan Yi had just finished cleaning the fish he caught in the morning and came to investigate the strange situation. I'm not sure what is going on. Many females have been experiencing issues these past few days. Today, even 5 females have shown symptoms of muscle spasms and fainting. No time to waste. You should come and see what you're worried about. Xiaolin pulled Lan Yi along, following the crowd to the shaman's place, which was already crowded with females from the entire tribe. The old shaman instructed them to lay the females on the ground for examination. Sighing, alas, the worries I've had have finally come to pass. Xiaolin observed the symptoms of the females, reminiscent of a certain female from the Silver Wolf tribe who had struggled to find refuge in their tribe. What did Luofeng say back then? He seemed to have said, Get her a jar of salt. So, they are lacking salt. The old shaman looked at Xiaolin with bright eyes and asked, How do you know this? Young female? My partner once told me. The shaman then glanced at Lan Yi and said, Wow, a merman. You still haven't secured this female? What a disgrace to us males. Xiaolin, feeling embarrassed, retorted, Lan Yi and I are already bonded. I carry his pearl. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in a chorus of congratulations. Congratulations. The old shaman beamed at Xiaolin and said, That is wonderful. Others from the tribe inquired, Shaman, since he is a merman, can he provide us with some salt? Do you think it's up to you to say that? I thought of it long ago. However, we are an underground city, and our lakes are freshwater. Only seawater contains salt. Xiaolin waved her hand and handed a large bag of salt to Lan Yi, saying, I have salt here. Everyone hurry and take some back to eat. The old shaman opened the bag, confirming it was indeed salt. Dipping a finger into it, he tasted it and exclaimed, "It's salt. Pure, high-quality salt. Thank you, young female. You are a benefactor to our tribe." All the beastmen bowed to Shaolin and Lan Yi in gratitude. "You are also my benefactors. You saved us. No need to be polite. Hurry and take the salt back for treatment." Lan Yi began organizing people to collect salt, and everyone took their portions in an orderly manner. Shaolin nodded in satisfaction. "Congratulations, host, for successfully aiding the goat tribe, earning 10,000 points. Wow, what a windfall. Is it because this tribe harbors an extraordinary secret? How could the points be so high? This is fantastic, system. Are there any other tasks now? Host. The system's role in this beast world continent is merely supportive. Everything here is in the hands of the beastmen and the host. So you mean the main responsibility lies with us? Yes. Everything the host does is beneficial to the beastmen and the beast world. Any actions that violate the rules will incur divine retribution." Shaolin nodded in agreement, having tirelessly worked towards this goal. She felt this tribe was indeed mysterious, undoubtedly harboring unknown, magical secrets. After Lan Yi finished distributing the salt, Shaolin noticed the old shaman had collapsed on the table from exhaustion. She used juice stored in her space to pour a glass for him and asked, "How did you know the merman could produce salt? Has your tribe not ventured out for hundreds of years?" "I've been in your tribe for nearly a month. Aside from the young goats, there are no other animals. Could it be that your tribe once had a merman?" The old shaman gazed at Shaolin with a mix of pride and admiration. Leisurely sipping the juice she poured and said, "You are indeed a clever female. Can you tell me what the device you used in the cotton field was?" Shaolin raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's a technological device surpassing the beast gods, designed for harvesting plant fruits. I want to ask, do you have weapons along with these devices?" "Yes, but I would not use weapons to harm the beastmen unless absolutely necessary. I will only use them to protect those I wish to safeguard." The old shaman nodded in satisfaction. "Good. That is sufficient. 50 years ago, there was a breathtaking female merman here, with a shimmering blue fish tail, who lived beneath the small river of our tribe. She longed to find her son, but did not know how to leave. She provided us with plenty of salt, sustaining the tribe. Now, you can consider yourself half a merman. You and your merman can give it a try?" Lan Yi, intrigued by this story, asked, "Is she still alive?" The old shaman replied, "One day, she suddenly bled by the lake. According to our elders, someone has placed her at the lake's bottom. She was as beautiful as you, with blue hair, and came to us all alone, attracting many suitors, yet for some reason, she rejected them all." Shaolin sensed that this matter was not simple. She grasped Lan Yi's hand and said, "Let's go take a look now." Lan Yi nodded appreciatively. "I still have salt. I will send someone to my room to fetch it later. There's also something I need to report to you. We are not the only ones who fell into this place. There's also a dragon, a male dragon that can transform. Please inform the tribe to be cautious. All right, you two be careful. It has been many years since anyone has ventured into that lake." Shaolin nodded, striding alongside Lan Yi. Upon returning to the lake, her attention was no longer on the serene beauty. She sensed Lan Yi seemed eager to confirm something upon hearing about the shimmering blue fish tail. They plunged into the lake in perfect harmony, diving straight to the bottom. As the water became increasingly deeper, the pressure intensified and visibility diminished, in an effort to alleviate the harm caused by the pressure. Lan Yi enveloped Shaolin in a bubble of mermaid essence. Lan Yi then produced a magnificent pearl and placed it within Shaolin's bubble, illuminating the surroundings with newfound brilliance. Vibrant red corals adorned the vicinity, and as Shaolin traversed, she collected some to store in her space, along with numerous large shells. Having reached the lake's deepest point, they found nothing but corals and lake shells. While Shaolin was happily gathering shells, she discovered an enormous shell that resisted all attempts to be collected. This shell seemed peculiar. "Lan Yi, come and see what is going on." Chapter 28. Lan Yi's origins. Lan Yi gently caressed the smooth surface of the shell, and as a droplet of blood fell within, it vanished in an instant. The shell began to rise, revealing a layer of ethereal space before Shaolin and Lan Yi. Shaolin tentatively touched the delicate membrane, and in a flash, she was drawn inside. Lan Yi, witnessing this, followed suit. A golden dragon head emerged, looking around before darting into the shell. Inside lay a passage to another ocean realm. Shaolin and Lan Yi swam downstream, ultimately discovering a luminous exit. Upon reaching the shore, They found a small waterfall beside a marble palace. Shaylin pushed against it, but it yielded nothing. Remembering that Lan Yi's blood had opened the previous shell, she urged him to try pushing the door. Miraculously, it opened. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering a hidden subquest. Please feel free to explore the treasures within to earn points. Is there no other prompt? Once again, I remind the host. The system merely serves as assistance. The primary reliance is on the host's own capabilities. Shaylin, dismissing further dialogue with the system, pulled Lan Yi inside. At the heart of the palace stood a colossal statue of a female mermaid. Exquisitely crafted from marble, Lan Yi gazed upon the mermaid's visage. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, compelling him to touch a small corner of the statue. In an instant, the marble shell shattered like glass, revealing the true beauty of the female mermaid. She was breathtaking, with cascading azure curls and finely sculpted features resembling Lan Yi to a remarkable degree. A deep blue gemstone sparkled enticingly at her swan-like neck. Upon witnessing her true form, tears streamed down Lan Yi's face. "What is wrong? Are you all right?" Shaylin inquired, tugging at Lan Yi's hand. "I don't wish to cry. I don't know why, but the moment I see her, the tears flow uncontrollably. Lan Yi, look, the mermaid's hand appears different from the rest. Would you try touching it?" Lan Yi extended his hand towards the mermaid's palm, revealing a vibrant, iridescent shell within. Suddenly, amidst a flash of lightning, a golden dragon surged towards Shaylin. The female mermaid erupted in a brilliant blue radiance, and time itself seemed to halt. Lan Yi and Shaylin beheld scenes from the mermaid king's life. She lived in bliss, cherished more by the king after bearing a child. However, tragedy struck when the king was assassinated. This time, the mermaid had already given birth to a male offspring, whose appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Lan Yi as a child. With no choice but to abandon her baby, the mermaid concealed Lan Yi among a throng of merling children, diverting the assassin's attention while she fled the kingdom. After a harrowing escape to a remote region devoid of mermaids, she found herself pursued once more. By chance, she fell into the sacred land of goats, where she managed to preserve her life. Yet, she remained lost, consumed by longing for her son, until ultimately, she faded into the wind. The structures and statues were crafted by the goat tribe in gratitude for the mermaid's salt-making skills. The imagery was undoubtedly a creation of the mermaid herself, hinting at her possessing some unique abilities. In her final moments, the mermaid implored them to seek her son, for it was her life's singular purpose, her shimmering blue tail and radiant visage slowly becoming translucent. Shaylin felt the passage of time return, granting her movement once more. System. Exchange for a high-energy manual cannon. Command acknowledged. With newfound vigor, Shaylin positioned the cannon upon herself and unleashed a barrage at Daki, striking him multiple times as he writhed in flames across the smooth marble floor. "Oh no! My dragon scales, after all my efforts, you've ruined them. Please, cease your aggression. I never intended to attack you." As Shaylin prepared to pull the trigger again, Lan Yi interjected, Lin, while I share your disdain for him, remember that he shielded us during our fall here. He saved us. He surely seeks to claim me." Shaylin's exquisite face hardened with fury, her lips pressed tightly together as she resembled a lion ready to pounce. "It is your fault. You harmed Luofeng. You attacked Lan Yi. It's because of you that we fell here." In her rage, Shaylin leapt atop the dragon, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Daki, terrified, evaded her strikes, scurrying through the palace, exclaiming, "I won't do it again. I promise not to attack your male. Please, spare me. I truly lack the strength." With a resounding crash, the golden dragon transformed into a handsome young boy with yellow hair. Standing bare-skinned, Shaylin shielded her eyes, demanding, "Transform back at once." My name is Jin Xiao. Back where I lived, if I revealed my body, all the females would gawk at me. Wherever I went, they followed." Jin Xiao stood defiantly before Shaylin, taunting, "What? Do you not appreciate my perfect physique?" Lan Yi struck Jin Xiao across the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Shaylin glanced at Lan Yi, noting a third beast mark appearing on his face, and he joyfully proclaimed, "Congratulations on your upgrade." Shaylin could no longer tolerate this rogue. "Transform into a dragon now. Otherwise, I shall turn you into a pig's head." 3, 2, 1. From the wall came Jin Xiao's feeble voice. "All right. All right, with a loud thud, a golden dragon with a tattered tail reappeared. Previously, when Shaylin was bored, she had scrolled through the system and discovered a whimsical interface after encountering the pig head pill. System: exchange for a Q version pill. Received: exchange successful. Oh dear! The little female has grown so fierce. Your lovely mermaid has leveled up too. How will I ever survive now? While Jin Xiao rambled on, Shaylin tossed the pill into his mouth. With a boom, the once mighty dragon shrank to the size of a small lamb. Shaylin erupted into laughter, tugging at Jin Xiao's dragon ear. This is for chasing me, for bullying me, for tormenting my friends. Jin Xiao broke free from Shaylin's grip, frantically rushing to the pool in the sacred land, gazing at his reflection, raising his dragon claws, shaking his tail, and unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Shaylin and Lan Yi, hearing Jin Xiao's lamentations echoing through the palace, exchanged amused glances. And Shaylin laughed until her belly ached. Chapter 29. Allow me to stay by your side. Go retrieve the mermaid necklace. It must belong to you. Lan Yi tenderly brushed Shaylin's flushed and radiant face, and she turned toward the statue. The moment he first touched the necklace, it emitted a blue glow, automatically shooting towards Lan Yi's neck, transforming into a droplet-shaped pendant that surged with powerful energy. Enveloping him entirely, the 3-level beast marks on Lan Yi vanished, and he ascended to a 4-level beast man. Behind the palace, Shaylin discovered an abundance of wheat and rice seeds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finding a crucial item. You have earned 1,000 points. Lan Yi rummaged through a drawer in the room, uncovering a box adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, encased in a layer of ice, indicating the immense value of its contents. Gently brushing aside the icy mist from the box, it opened to reveal an exceptionally rare fruit. This fruit was invaluable. If a male fed it to a female, she would undoubtedly give birth to 2 female offspring. Blushing, Lan Yi hastily sealed the box again, a fresh layer of ice forming over it, and wrapped it in animal hide. What did you find? Lan Yi tossed the box into the air and caught it nervously, replying, nothing, just some pills. Xia Lin, unperturbed, nodded lightly and continued her search, gathering everything she could carry into her own space. Among her findings were numerous pearls, all luminous night pearls that possessed their own radiance. She contemplated returning to craft primitive lighting fixtures in her heart. She mused that the female mermaid's frequent tears stemmed from her overwhelming longing for her son. Initially, the pearls were of considerable size, but gradually they diminished. Perhaps this was due to her own vitality waning. Before the palace, the murals depicted the breathtaking scenery of the antelope's sacred grounds. Xia Lin and Lan Yi gazed at them for quite some time until one painting caught her eye, an enchanting night sky adorned with a multitude of stars, inscribed with beastly patterns. Xia Lin pointed at the inscription and inquired, "What does this mean?" With a gleeful expression, Lan Yi replied, "It signifies a way out." Xia Lin nodded. "Isn't this the very place we sought cotton before? It looks remarkably similar. Shall we explore further?" She recalled the assassin from her visions, finding him strikingly familiar. "Lan Yi, don't you think that assassin from the vision looks very much like someone we've encountered?" "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Let us exit for now," Jin Xiao exclaimed. "Hey, my little arms and legs can hardly keep up with your long strides." Rolling and scrambling behind them, he called out, "Wait for me." Jin Xiao hastily dashed towards the shell, swimming energetically. Lan Yi swiftly propelled Xia Lin through the lake, his azure and golden tail growing even more magnificent and radiant. The droplets of water adorning his neck harmonized beautifully, accentuating his fair skin and handsome features. In her heart, Xia Lin thought, "So you are the prince of the merfolk. However, I shall never allow you to dissolve into mere bubbles." After emerging from the small lake, Xia Lin and Lan Yi paused at the shore. A golden-headed dragon crawled out of the lake, exhausted from being previously struck by Xia Lin. He collapsed on the ground, panting and grumbling, "You vile beasts. Look at what you've done to me, and you didn't even take me along." Ignoring him, Xia Lin pulled Lan Yi away, both of them instinctively rushing towards a certain direction, with his upgraded form radiating a soft blue glow. Lan Yi lifted Xia Lin, saying, "After all this time, you must be weary. Allow me to carry you." Xia Lin wanted to protest, asserting her lack of fatigue, but the memories of Lan Yi's childhood hardships at the hands of others filled her with empathy. Blushing, she replied, "I am not one to comfort others, so do not be disheartened. You still have me. Laney chuckled, gently nuzzling her cheek as they continued on their way, sharing, Lin, if it were possible. I would wish for us to reside here forever, with or without a bond. As long as you remain by my side, that is enough. Though my parents' matters deeply affect me, no one has cared for me as you have. Cooking for me, mending my wounds, and staying by my side during my hardships. You are the only one in this world who does so. Thus, I implore you, do not worry about my affairs. Focus solely on yourself. All right. Xiaolin nodded slightly. Jin Xiao, trailing behind, overheard their conversation and interjected, "Oh, you sly mermaid. Who would have thought you had such prowess in charming the ladies?" Xiaolin retorted, "Speak again, and you shall not leave this place." All right, I shan't mention it again. Dear beauty, please do not be angry with me. I am in this state because of you all." Xiaolin leapt from Lan Yi's arms and kicked Jin Xiao high into the air, exclaiming, "I command you to be silent." Finally, Xiaolin and Lan Yi arrived at the location where they had previously sought cotton. They, along with the dragon, scoured the area for any differences but found none. Xiaolin pointed to a corner of the valley, proclaiming, "This valley is the very spot depicted in the mural." Lan Yi nodded in agreement. Jin Xiao groaned, "Oh dear, it has been 5 days since I've had a decent meal. Enough searching. Take me to eat." He flopped onto Xiaolin's shoulder, prompting her to glare at him with fiery eyes once more, kicking him away. "Do not touch me so carelessly." "Away with you," Lan Yi chuckled. Relishing in the sight of the annoying dragon being chastised by Xiaolin, he approached her, saying, "Let us return for a meal first, and we can come back later." Ultimately, Jian Xiao followed them into the village. Albeit reluctantly, after Xiaolin issued stern warnings against causing harm to any villagers, he nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Upon entering the village, he was immediately swarmed by a group of adorable lambs, who, having never seen such a charming dragon, rushed at him and knocked him to the ground. Eager to lick him, he fled into the sky in a panic. Soon, night enveloped the land. Xiaolin offered all her stored salt to the old shaman, ensuring it would last for nearly a decade. When the time came, she would send Lan Yi to deliver salt to them, guided by the compass charm around his neck. After expressing gratitude to the shaman and bidding farewell to the villagers, Xiaolin surveyed the tranquil paradise from above, returning to the valley they had previously visited. I faintly recall that when a particular star shone in this position, it mirrored the scenery depicted in that painting. Xiaolin remarked, "Indeed, it is precisely here. That star is currently at that location. Hurry, Lin," Lan Yi urged. Jian Xiao exclaimed, "Wow, how is it that you are so clever, female? The females I've encountered before were either sleeping or pursuing males. You seem to have no interest in what others favor." Xiaolin threw a few playful punches in Jin Xiao's direction. Understanding the hint, he covered his mouth with his dragon claw, saying, "You just love to hit me." Xiaolin glared at him. "Oh, nothing. I didn't say anything," Jin Xiao hastily replied. Chapter 30. Return Lin. "Look, that star," Lan Yi shouted. Xiaolin gazed at the star, its position aligning perfectly. She rushed to the valley beneath it, discovering a thin barrier when she touched it. "Lan Yi, come quickly." He swiftly approached, with Jin Xiao closely following, his mind racing with thoughts of vengeance against Xiaolin for her previous torment. "Just wait until I recover. I will show you." As Xiaolin and Lan Yi dashed toward the transparent barrier, Jin Xiao called out, "Hey, you all are leaving me behind." Without waiting for him, they surged through the barrier, which slowly faded from sight. It had been nearly a month since Xiaolin had fallen into the sacred grounds, and the beast realm had already entered the depths of winter. The once barren desert had transformed into a world blanketed in snow, where large blocks of ice often fell from the dark clouds above, as if punishing the inhabitants for their failure to prepare food for the winter. Nature's rules dictated survival of the fittest, and the beast gods favored the diligent and clever, enabling them to endure the harsh winter. Unfortunately, the snowstorm intensified and temperatures plummeted further in this frigid winter. A female beast man, wrapped in thick black pelts, rode a silver wolf, struggling to traverse the icy expanse while cradling a stone pot. She soon spotted a glimmer of silver gray and joyfully dismounted from the wolf. "Brother Luo Feng, how are you? Look what I brought you. Chicken soup. Have a sip." A Feng watched Base's antics with displeasure, clawing at the snow beneath him but refraining from voicing his thoughts. Brother Luo Feng, we grew up in the same courtyard, do you not remember? I loved to hug you when we were young. Now in the form of a massive silver wolf, Luo Feng was ensconced in the snow, feeling no chill due to his thick fur. He stood up, shaking off the snowflakes, ignoring the female before him, and turned to leave, clearly accustomed to Basha's attempts to curry favor with him. This behavior provoked Basha, who rushed in front of Luo Feng, forcing him to meet her gaze as tears welled in her eyes. Wah! You are too much. Look at this icy wilderness. I, a female, have come several times for you, and you haven't uttered a single word. Luo Feng felt his head buzzing and bluntly stated, Do not come here again. Why? Why? Do you not like me? I know you once had a female you favored, but didn't that female perish? Basha had heard other tribesmen speak of Xiaolin, who had vanished atop the snow-capped peaks. What did it mean to be a female? How could a female possibly survive in this frigid and desolate landscape? She would have long since turned into an ice block. Thus, Basha naively believed that her former rival had perished, and she took delight in this notion for several days. This very conviction led her to reject the affections of Ah Feng. Opting instead to pursue Luo Feng, in a swift motion, Luo Feng brought Basha crashing to the ground, baring his formidable, razor-sharp fangs as he roared at her. She is still alive. You should be grateful you are a female. Otherwise, today would mark your demise. With tearful eyes, Basha sought out Ah Feng, while Luo Feng, agitated, shook his head. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged within him, and a jubilant smile spread across his face as he sought the source of that familiar energy. Beneath the icy blanket, Luo Feng dug furiously into the snow, and before long, the layers gave way. He then caught a whiff of an intoxicating sweetness, transforming into human form and swiftly extracting a breathtaking woman from the snow. Cradling her in his arms, Lin, I knew you were here. Xiaolin, touched, embraced him in return, gently caressing his face and asking, Have you been waiting for me all this time? Where you are, I shall be as well. Upon noticing the ground blanketed in silver frost, Xiaolin exclaimed, Quick! Laney is still below. She reached out to pull Laney up, but Luo Feng held her back and turned to hoist Laney up instead. Xiaolin brushed the snow off Lan Yi's shoulders and retrieved the outfit Luo Feng had crafted for her from her space, also providing several pieces of animal hide for Lan Yi and Luo Feng to wear. As Laney emerged, Luo Feng detected Xiaolin's scent clinging to him, and in a fit of rage declared, Lin, you need not prepare the animal hides. They are unnecessary for now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged at Lan Yi. And the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Previously a level 2 beast man, Lan Yi had now ascended to level 4. Although he was not as strong as Luo Feng, Xiaolin was not overly concerned that Luo Feng would hold back. As Xiaolin surveyed the icy expanse, having climbed from the sacred land to the outside, she felt utterly exhausted. Could you both cease fighting? Save it for home. I am truly weary, I assure you. She implored, but the two continued their frenzied battle, accompanied by the howling winds and Xiaolin's cries. I truly do not favor men. I have never interacted with them before. When I first encountered you, I longed for a solitary island to spend my days alone. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she rasped, You only care for yourselves, never considering me. Luo Feng transformed into a massive wolf, nuzzling Xiaolin before swiftly carrying her away. Laney glanced back and followed suit. Before long, a grunting sound emerged from the snowdrifts, and Jin Shao finally broke free, revealing a golden dragon head as he muttered, Ah, you are all so cold-hearted. Why didn't you lend me a hand? The only response was the howling wind outside, leaving him to feel utterly alone. He hurriedly followed Lan Yi's scent, finally spotting his figure. To his surprise, he instinctively coiled around Lan Yi's body, leaving Lan Yi bewildered. What are you doing? I do not like males, Lan Yi protested. Bah, who would want you? Jin Shao retorted. I am cold and hungry. It's not as if I can take flight. Just carry me a little, will you? Lan Yi shuddered at the suggestion. Recalling Xiaolin's earlier anger, he quickly bundled Jin Shao into a tight ball and flung him skyward, continuing his pursuit of Xiaolin. Ouch, you rascals! Jin Shao lamented, left to trudge alone through the storm, alternating between curses and dashes, appearing to any other beastman as a mad creature. Once able to contend with Lan Yi, he now found himself uncertain of victory. let alone against Luo Feng. Jian Shao plotted how to avoid Luo Feng and Xiaolin while still pursuing them. After Basha wept from Luo Feng's wrath, Ah Feng carried her back to Luo Feng's temporary base among the Silver Wolves. Chapter 31. What does it mean to be female? Ah Feng set Basha down and transformed into human form, stating, Basha, can you not see? Leader Luo Feng will never harbor feelings for you. Silence, Basha retorted. Ah Feng lowered his head, unsure how to convince a female, as in the beast world. It was uncommon for males to reject females. An entity like Luo Feng was uniquely rare, leaving Ah Feng without appropriate examples to draw upon. After a moment's contemplation, Basha spoke to Ah Feng with a gentle demeanor. Ah Feng, I am aware of your feelings for me. Help me just this once. If I succeed, I shall be your mate. I promise. Come closer. I wish to speak with you. Luo Feng returned to the temporary tribal base with Xiaolin, where Luo Ku was present, and the other beastmen from the former Silver Wolf tribe paid their respects to Xiaolin. Luo Feng smiled with satisfaction, saying, thanks to your teachings, we have produced an abundance of food, cured meats, and coal, aiding many beastmen. They express their gratitude to you. Xiaolin replied with a smile, it is my duty. There is no need for thanks. Let us work together to ensure that more beastmen are well-fed, warm, and safe. The assembly of beastmen nodded, their eyes sparkling with admiration and gratitude. All right, everyone, pack your belongings and prepare to depart. Luo Feng commanded. Basha rushed in front of Luo Feng, playfully exclaiming, Brother Luo Feng, are you taking me away now? I've had my fill of play. Luo Feng ignored her completely, and for the first time, Basha gazed past him at Xiaolin, exclaiming, wow, this sister is so beautiful. Luo Feng took a thick white cloak made of fox fur from Luo Ku and carefully draped it over Xiaolin. Adorned with a lovely red bow, and I made this while waiting for you. Do you like it? Xiaolin smiled, feeling the cloak's suitable thickness, soft and shiny. With a hint of mischief, she glanced at Basha and wrapped her arms around Luo Feng's neck, saying, it's lovely. I adore it. Thank you. Basha's fury ignited. Her unattractive face contorted with tightly furrowed brows and wide eyes, rendering her particularly comical. Xiaolin found the situation both amusing and tedious, lacking any challenge. At that moment, Lan Yi arrived before Xiaolin, and since Basha had laid her eyes on him, she could hardly tear them away, regretting her prior decisions. If only she could have bonded with Luo Feng. It would have been ideal. Why had this merman advanced to level 4 so rapidly? If she had only taken him in at the beginning, how much better it could have been. Xiaolin recognized the contemptuous glint in Basha's eyes and felt a wave of disbelief and hilarity sweep over her. She tugged on Luo Feng's hand and earnestly said, let Luo Ku carry Lan Yi for a stretch. When I fell into the sacred land, without Lan Yi, I would not be standing before you now. I apologize. I am not the best female by rights. I should not have entangled myself with you and should not pursue others. Luo Feng embraced Xiaolin tightly, saying, you silly girl. Here, females may have multiple partners. There was a time when I wished to possess you entirely, but many events transpired while I awaited your return. Even though I knew you were likely safe, the inability to see or touch you nearly shattered my world. Thus, I prayed daily to the beast god, hoping for your safe return. Lan Yi saved you, and thus has every right to pursue you. However, I must be first. Xiaolin blushed, nodding. You, do not rush. She glanced at Lan Yi, adding, you all mustn't hurry. Allow me a moment to breathe. Though I am adept at fighting and killing. At that moment, both Lan Yi and Luo Feng exchanged knowing smiles, and before long, Luo Ku completed packing. Luo Feng transformed into a colossal silver wolf, issuing commands to the others, and once assembled, they set forth. Basha remained fixated on Luo Feng and Lan Yi, engrossed in their exchange, only to suddenly realize the group had vanished. Searching left and right, she found no one else, only the swirling snow and the howling northern winds. Basha? Where are you? She called, but the only response was the increasingly fierce, chilling winds. Meanwhile, Ah Feng lingered about 10 meters behind Luo Feng. Having devoted himself to caring for Basha's needs and her tempestuous whims, when he saw Basha approach Luo Feng, he stepped aside to wait. After Luo Feng commanded the group to depart, he assumed Basha had finally achieved her desires and that his presence was no longer required. Thus, the sole individual concerned for Basha, this female, was entirely unaware that she had been forgotten by the others. Basha cried out into the howling blizzard for what felt like an eternity until her voice grew hoarse. Ultimately, she curled up in the very spot where they had once gathered for warmth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Xiaolin, silently vowing that should she ever return, she would make her pay dearly. Some individuals spend their entire lives within a confined circle, ensnared by a narrow-minded worldview akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. This perspective renders them incapable of comprehending the myriad complexities of the outside world. Anything that lies beyond their cognitive realm, anything that contradicts their understanding, is deemed malevolent. All who defy their beliefs or disrupt their comfort must be eradicated like a malignant tumor. Alas, why do they not wait for me? Basha looked up, only to find a small golden creature resembling a fish. She rushed forward, seizing the tail of Jin Shao, exclaiming, "Who are you? You are male, aren't you? Can you take me outside? I reside in the Silver Wolf tribe." Jin Shao glanced up and beheld an animal weeping, its snot and saliva mingling together. Its small eyes narrowed, and its pig-like nose was slick with mucus, uttering incomprehensible sounds. Jin Shao exerted every ounce of strength to wriggle free. Shouting, "What the hell? What is this? Let me go! Release me!" Unfortunately, Basha's grip tightened, and her mouth continued to plead, "Please help me. I beg you. I am female. I am female, female." The final utterance of female was nothing short of earth-shattering, echoing through the heavens, resonating amidst the swirling snowflakes. Jin Shao strained to widen her dragon-like eyes, attempting to scrutinize this so-called female. Reluctantly, she shook her head and said, Are you truly female?" Basha nodded, her mucus cascading down to her chin. Forming glistening icicles, "I am indeed the female of Luo Feng. Hurry and take me to him. He has not ventured far, just over there." She gestured with her plump finger towards the direction. Suddenly, a colossal creature lunged forward, capturing both Basha and Jin Shao in its jaws, swiftly racing towards the direction Basha had indicated. This rogue beast appeared to lead a procession, followed by 10, then 20, and more beasts in a grand spectacle, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Chapter 32. Rest and search. Luo Feng and Xiaolin galloped through the snow, their pace swift as they covered over 10 kilometers. The sky transitioned from gentle snowflakes to a heavy snowfall, making the snowy path increasingly treacherous. Luo Feng rested his wolf's chin against Xiaolin's forehead, gently stroking it while saying, "Ahead lies the tiger tribe. We shall take refuge in their cave until the snow ceases." Xiaolin nodded in agreement. In no time, a towering peak emerged before them, and Luo Feng led his companions to arrive in sequence. Lan Yi was the first to assist Xiaolin down from the wolf's back, at which point Feng realized that the female on Luo Feng's back was not Basha, but rather another stunning female. His heart sank into despair as he trembled, pointing at Xiaolin and exclaiming, "Chief, wasn't the female you carried just now Basha? I always thought she was with you." Xiaolin smiled at the unfamiliar silver wolf and replied, "I have always been on his back." "Who is Basha?" Laney glanced up and said, "The female from earlier." Luo Feng cast a glance at Feng and addressed all the silver wolves. "Has anyone seen another female?" The beastmen replied in unison. "No." Xiaolin inquired, "Does that mean she remains in the same spot?" Turning to Luo Feng, she asked, "Why bring such a precious female to this desolate place?" Luo Feng, feeling wronged, shook his head and replied, "I do not know who brought her. This entire journey, I have endured Basha's incessant disturbances simply because she is female. Now, having finally brought the one who occupies my heart home joyfully, how can this happen? With old grievances compounded by new ones, I find this woman exceedingly vexing. I have had enough." Luo Feng howled to the heavens, "Who brought that female here?" At that moment, Feng was at a loss for words, while the other beastmen pointed at him, stating it was Feng who brought her. "We are unfamiliar with that female. Only Feng is closest to her," Luo Feng declared, "since you brought her here. You are responsible for taking her back." Xiaolin glanced at the male, thinking how absurd it was to expect him to return her. After all, Feng was merely a second-tier beastman. A beastman could not survive in such an icy wilderness without water or food. Thus, sending him to find Basha was tantamount to signing their death warrants. In that moment, Feng realized perhaps he did not care for Basha as much as he thought. She had been using him, treating him like an unnamed servant, and he had received nothing in return. Amidst the tranquility, Everyone believed they had a preference, but when disaster struck, their hearts would shift. Only a loyal and unwavering bond could endure. And only such fidelity could yield the purest meaning in life. Xia Lin observed the silver wolf on the brink of collapse. He was quite young, perhaps around 17. She gently tapped his front paw and said, "Hey, don't be anxious. Let me release a detector to assist you." With that, she activated 2 detectors. A Feng witnessed an unknown object soar past, yet afterward, Luo Feng did not request him to search for Basha again. He remained dazed, sitting outside and waiting. Luo Feng embraced Xia Lin, leading the group into the tiger tribe's territory. The tiger tribe resided in caves, most of the tribe members asleep, while a small number of male tigers and their cubs roasted meat outside. Soon, someone alerted the tribe's leader. Xia Lin found it quite normal that Basha had been forgotten, for as a female in an unfamiliar place, she would naturally be overlooked, as Luo Feng's subordinates would assume someone would protect her. However, it was precisely this assumption that led to her abandonment, revealing a cognitive fallacy. It was only when calamity struck that they realized no one was there to safeguard her. Xia Lin furrowed her elegant brows and glanced at Lan Yi. Pondering whether they had forgotten something, an elder tiger tribe leader emerged to greet Luo Feng. They clearly shared a deep friendship, immediately engaging in playful chest thumping to showcase their strength. The tiger tribe leader exclaimed, "Good lad. It has been years since we last met. You are growing stronger, more akin to your father." Luo Feng replied, "Uncle Ahu, you two remain as robust as ever." Ahu chuckled, "So, how have you been? Is this your female?" Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Ahu remarked, "You've done well to find such a beautiful, high-quality female. It's freezing outside. Everyone, come inside. I have arranged for my kin to prepare a larger stone cave. Follow me." As they entered the stone cave, Xia Lin realized the tiger tribe's population was quite sparse and notably frail, who led them into a slightly larger stone cave, and once Luo Feng and Xia Lin were seated, Ahu instructed his kin to serve hot water to everyone. They finally felt warmth return to their bodies. After finishing, they settled on the ground to rest. After drinking the hot water, Xia Lin distributed dried meat and juice from her space to Luo Ku and Lan Yi, instructing them to share with the tribe members, and even ensured a few extra boxes of food were provided for the tiger tribe's beastmen. Luo Feng inquired, "How is the situation this year?" Ahu sighed, "Ah brother, you know well that food is becoming increasingly scarce. Many tribe members left before winter to fend for themselves, yet those who ventured out have yet to return." Luo Feng agreed. "Indeed, if a tribe is not strong enough, the likelihood of survival for those who leave is quite low. The only option is to remain within the tribe, where there is still a glimmer of hope. However, if the tribe cannot sustain its members, it leads to a vicious cycle, ultimately resulting in a dead end." Luo Feng pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly and said, "Uncle Ahu, this year we have developed a method for making cured meat, gathering many edible fruits before winter. I currently have several thousand pounds stored in my warehouse. If you truly run out of food, come to our tribe. I, Luo Feng, will ensure that no member of your tiger tribe goes hungry as long as I have food." At that moment, a tiger tribe member whispered something in Ahu's ear. Gratefully, Ahu clasped Luo Feng's hands, saying, "Fenger, my kin has informed me that you have already sent me plenty of food. Thank you so much. I will take your words into serious consideration." Luo Feng smiled and nodded, casually cradling a tiger tribe cub, feeding it meat strips. The cubs, upon seeing food, rushed over eagerly. Xia Lin, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Come here. Come to your sister. These meat strips will fill you up." Ahu cautioned, "Cubs, keep your paws to yourselves. This is Luo Feng's female." Chapter 33. The brave young lady the tiger cubs responded with enthusiastic howls, nodding earnestly to as members of a feline tribe. Their playful antics delighted Xia Lin. Laney observed from the side, and when some of the little tiger cubs grew restless and pounced on Xia Lin, he scooped them up, distracting them with a piece of dried meat. Warm reminder to the host. There are over 40 unidentified creatures surrounding you. What? And what about the female you were supposed to find? Host. The female is also with them, along with that dragon. As Xia Lin recollected, she realized she had forgotten something. In an instant, the harmonious scene within the cave came to an abrupt halt. All the male shapeshifters transformed into their beast forms, trembling all over, and charged towards the exit for the system exchange of level 1 crossbows and night vision goggles. Xia Lin excitedly followed suit, with Lan Yi closely trailing behind. The female tigers were gathered together, their cubs arching their bodies and emitting fierce growls, while the females shivered and huddled with their young. Outside, the sky had already darkened, revealing undulating waves of snow, one after another, indicating the cleverness and colossal size of the orcs below. Luo Feng sniffed the air and declared, "It's a stray beast." Sha Lin gazed at Luo Feng in confusion, but he clearly had no opportunity to explain as he went off to position himself. Lan Yi grasped Sha Lin's hand and said, "Stray beasts do not travel in packs. They certainly wouldn't attack a tribe in groups. Therefore, this situation is quite peculiar and troublesome." Sha Lin nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Hee hee, I haven't played in ages. Let me have some fun. System, exchange for fire crossbows. Let's start with 100. Sha Lin then asked, "Luo Feng, do you all believe in me?" The orcs nodded, though the Tiger clan members appeared puzzled. "All right then, step back. Just give me a few seconds." Luo Feng remained silent for a moment, and upon seeing Sha Lin's bright eyes, he indulgently retreated. Sha Lin hadn't donned night vision goggles in a long time. She skillfully fitted them on, drew her fire crossbow, and the surrounding orcs gasped in astonishment as she revealed a crossbow capable of firing 3 arrows at once. With focused concentration, she aimed, entering a serene moment where all was tranquil. The 3 fiery arrows shot forth like meteors, piercing through the night towards 3 different directions, accompanied by 3 distinct sounds of impact. Puff, puff, puff. Then came a series of anguished roars, followed by localized explosions and flames that persisted. Luo Feng and Laney watched her in awe and admiration as Sha Lin unleashed dozens more arrows, illuminating the icy wilderness with the cacophony of beastly roars. The arrows were coated with a small amount of oil, ensuring they burned for an extended period. Finally, they discerned that the stray beasts were, in fact, lizard beasts. A deafening cacophony erupted from the lizard beasts, and from their ranks emerged a massive lizard, its mouth clenching what appeared to be Basha and a golden object. At that moment, a Feng, nearby, cried out hysterically, "Basha! It's Basha!" Sha Lin inquired, "Jin Xiao?" Jin Xiao whimpered, realizing that someone had stuffed a wad of fur into his mouth, rendering him unable to speak. The lizard beast stood proudly, communicating in beast language with Luo Feng. Sha Lin, with a mere twitch of her toes, inferred the intentions of these orcs. Were it a female she cared for, Sha Lin might have considered their terms. But who was this female before her? She was the one who had her eyes on Sha Lin's mate. In contemporary terms, such a person would be viewed as a covert third party, a type of individual Sha Lin despised the most. With so many males available, the very act of coveting another's mate indicated a fundamental flaw in character. Most individuals of this ilk thrive by taking advantage of others' misfortunes, establishing their happiness on the sorrow of others, an inherently antisocial behavior. Sha Lin gestured to Laney, signaling him to lower his head, and whispered into his ear, "In a moment, I will take down the largest one. You help me retrieve the female and Jin Xiao." No sooner had she spoken than Sha Lin sprang into action like a coiled spring, unleashing a barrage of shots at the colossal lizard beast. Her confidence in her marksmanship was unwavering, and soon the lizard beast's neck was adorned with crimson marks. Basha was so terrified she nearly lost control, while Jin Xiao shrank down to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The gigantic lizard beast fell lifelessly. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, Sha Lin dashed towards the female, grasping her arm and tossing her and Jin Xiao to safety. The males of the beast world possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Even from a distance, Lan Yi detected a pungent odor. When he captured the female, he had no choice but to grasp her clothing from behind, forcibly placing her on the ground before seeking water to cleanse his hands. For Lan Yi was averse to filth. Thus, Jin Xiao's perception of Sha Lin evolved from viewing her as a breathtaking female to encountering a formidable fighter, and ultimately, to recognizing her as a manifestation of pure chaos. In his mind, he could only think 3 words, not to be trifled with. At least for a little one like him, he felt utterly incapable of handling Sha Lin. Who knew what she had up her sleeve? What else would she transform into next? His shape-shifting was innate, fleeting in duration, but Sha Lin's transformation had persisted for nearly a week. Jin Xiao lamented his plight, lamenting being captured by a stray beast. With the orc leaders, Luo Feng, and the tiger males working together to eliminate the remaining lizard beasts, Sha Lin continued to fire arrows from the rear, thoroughly enjoying herself, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Not a single orc dared question why Lin had disregarded the female's life to launch an assault. Even a Feng merely carried away the unconscious Basha. As the battle concluded, the males efficiently cleared the aftermath. Finally, Jian Shao found Lin amidst the chaotic throng of orcs, clutching her leg as he pleaded, "Sister, I was wrong. Please, have mercy. Turn me back." Lin chuckled, tugging at his dragon whiskers. "What do you mean?" "Sister, call me Miss Sister." Jian Shao nodded in agreement, then cried out, "Miss Sister, please turn me back. I promise I'll do anything." Lin raised an eyebrow and replied, "Really? Anything at all?" Jian Shao bobbed his head eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Absolutely. I swear." Suddenly, with a loud pop, Jian Shao touched his arm, realizing he had transformed back. "Ha, I'm human again." As Lin prepared to hand him a piece of beast hide, Jian Shao, now in human form, muttered indignantly, "You vile female. How dare you bully me like this? I've tolerated you for far too long. Who would want a mother tiger like you?" Chapter 34. The icy Lake Luofeng was approaching with clenched fists. But Lin pulled him close and directly tossed a pill into Jian Zhao's mouth. Jian Shao feigned a struggle, but moments later, he triumphantly held up the pill, exclaiming, "Do you think I would fall for your tricks? You think I'm foolish enough to fall for the same scheme twice? I'm not playing with you anymore." Humph. Without giving Lin a chance to retort, Jian Shao transformed into a giant dragon and took off. Lin laughed heartily, acknowledging her role in Jian Zhao's capture by the stray beast. Thus, despite Jian Zhao's foul-mouthed tirade, she chose not to hold it against him. She had come to understand that Jian Shao was merely exhibiting childish behavior. As the orcs completed their task of cleaning up the lizard corpses, the night progressed, and Lin nestled comfortably in the cave, resting on a massive beast skin mat, leaning against a plush silver wolf pillow, drifting into peaceful slumber. After a night of sweet dreams, the following morning, Lan Yi prepared brown sugar water and dried meat for Lin's breakfast. In the midst of a frigid landscape, food was scarce. Yet Lin had meat and warm syrup at her disposal, while elsewhere in the beast world, sustenance was nearly non-existent. She sipped the syrup with a few bites of dried meat. Lin felt unable to swallow any further. Laney urged her, Lin, eat a bit more." Lin shook her head, replying, "Lan Yi, you should eat instead. This is something I've never tried." Laney nodded, just about to take it when Luofeng swooped in with his massive wolf jaws and snatched it away. Both Lan Yi and Luofeng understood that Lin was an exceptionally unique female. No matter the circumstances, she remained cheerful. Most importantly, she was unafraid of adversity. What others perceived as poison, she regarded as merely a commonplace occurrence. In this moment, if a fierce battle were to erupt, she would undoubtedly eat heartily. Perhaps even more than usual. However, as there was nothing urgent at hand, she allowed herself to reveal a hint of her true nature. It was evident that Lin's previous living conditions had not been ideal, and she had continuously suppressed her true self to survive. Lan Yi, concerned, remarked, "If you're not eating, then forget it. Lin, do you want something else? We can head back quickly, and I'll prepare it for you." Lin gazed out at the snowy world beyond, doodling in the snow with a stick as she mused, "I'm craving crab. Do you have any here?" Laney searched his mind for what a crab might be. Luofeng shook his wolf ears and said, "There's a larger lake nearby. Would you like to go take a look, Lin?" Lin beamed at Luofeng, replying, "Yes, that sounds wonderful. Let us go soon." "I just thought of a fantastic idea." She turned to Laney and said, "Look, this is what the animal looks like. You must have seen it before with that." Lin drew a crab with claws in the snow. Laney glanced at it and exclaimed, "Isn't this the creature you used to carry while eating?" Lin blushed profusely, retorting, "Who carried you while eating? Who's the monster?" Laney gazed affectionately at the stunning female throwing a tantrum, finding her utterly bashful in that moment, and he momentarily lost himself in her beauty. Luofeng cast a glance at Lan Yi, fiercely digging his claws into the snow, creating several large holes. The more Lin thought about it, the angrier she became, her fingers dancing in the snow as she sketched images of shrimp, scallops, crabs, and squid, only to unknowingly depict the building where she used to reside. A single crystalline tear fell upon the snow, and in an instant, Luofeng wrapped his arms around Lin, licking away the remaining droplets from her cheeks. Lin, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze to her toes. And Luo Feng could no longer resist gently kissing the tips of her hair. With Xia Lin expressing her desire to see the nearby ice lake, the group temporarily settled in the Tiger Clan's tribe for a respite. The following day, as the first rays of dawn timidly peeked over the horizon, Luo Feng carried Xia Lin, while Locke bore Lan Yi on his back. Initially, they galloped across the snowy expanse, soon noticing a slight rise in temperature around them. The sky was a vast expanse of blue, merging seamlessly with the azure sea below. It was a colossal lake, half of which was frozen. As the temperature climbed, the ice on the lake transformed into a dazzling crystalline mosaic. Sparkling like diamonds, they morphed into various shapes, swirling like crystal sprites above the cerulean waters, dancing and frolicking in a waltz of their own. Xia Lin leaped down from Luo Feng, her eyes fixed on the fragmented ice of the lake. Reveling in the rhythm of the waltz, enraptured by the enchanting scenery, she had long envisioned this moment, and Lan Yi had already prepared a woven umbrella to shield her from the sun. Although Luo Feng felt a tinge of discontent, he glanced at his empty hands and then at Lan Yi, who was equipped with an umbrella, food, and water. Feeling a pang of regret for his lack of preparation, he realized he was not adequately caring for the female. On the other side of the lake lay the azure waters, shimmering with vibrant blue waves, unencumbered by ice. Xia Lin dipped her hand into the lake, discovering the water was refreshingly cool rather than painfully icy. Observing the smile on Xia Lin's face, Lan Yi promptly set aside the various bottles he had been carrying and handed his handmade sunshade to Luo Feng before diving into the lake, sending delightful splashes everywhere. Xia Lin, perturbed, exclaimed, "How could you, Lan Yi? I haven't even entered the water yet, and you've already jumped in." After a few moments, Lan Yi resurfaced, shaking his azure locks, and said with a grin, Lin, the water is still a bit chilly. The old shaman warned you not to catch a chill. Whatever you desire, I shall catch for you." As soon as Lan Yi finished speaking, another figure plunged into the lake. Diving below the surface, "Luo Feng has gone in too. I must join them," Xia Lin declared. Luo Feng tossed a fish in front of her, and with glee, she picked it up. Lin, this is a silverfish. It's highly nutritious," Xia Lin eagerly inquired. "What else is down there? Hurry, show me." Lan Yi and Luo Feng, indulgent and playful, dove into the lake, maintaining a demeanor of gentlemen above the surface, while beneath, they were fiercely independent, each absorbed in their own explorations. Xia Lin stayed by the lake's edge, while Locke kept a watchful eye on her from a distance for her safety. A clever beastman, Locke understood that this was a rare opportunity for the young couple to enjoy each other's company, and so he remained at a distance, observing. After a while, when Xia Lin noticed they had not yet resurfaced, she rummaged through her belongings, retrieving a hat, a bucket, and long tongs. The shores were dotted with numerous hidden reefs and stones, remnants of tectonic movements suggesting that this place might once have been the lake's bottom. For reasons unknown, nature had revealed the lakebed, and as Xia Lin turned over stones, she discovered several finger-sized screws. She picked one up, inhaling its scent, which was reminiscent of the lake's purity. This realm was an untainted world, a true reflection of nature's beauty. Chapter 35. Delectable and juicy seafood before her lay a beach painted in soft blue and creamy white. The colors blending like ink and water, sometimes merging into sandy streams, at other times appearing in distinct stripes, akin to abstract graffiti. Xia Lin, filled with playful spirit, alternated between feeling the gravel and digging in the sand. Uncovering a plethora of vibrant shells, on the beach, blue flower crabs scuttled about, some hiding deep in the sand, others beneath pebbles. They moved not like typical crustaceans but rather like quirky creatures skating on fire wheels. Initially puzzled by their identity, Xia Lin soon caught one with her bare hands and stowed it away, then captured two more. Realizing the sudden disappearance was rather conspicuous, she retrieved her tongs and bucket from her space. Luo Feng transformed into his human form and approached Xia Lin, assisting her as they navigated the uneven stones. Xia Lin, exhilarated, gathered screws, crabs, and even discovered scallops and octopuses. In this realm, beastmen did not consume such delicacies, resulting in an abundance of seafood. Unable to collect it all alone, Xia Lin directed Luo Feng and Lan Yi to assist her, both of whom had never tasted such fare and eagerly joined in. After bending down to collect screws over 20 times, Luo Feng called for Locke to join their seafood gathering brigade. Xiaolin delightfully stored their bounty in her space. Dozens of kilograms of screws, a significant haul of shrimp, and over 40 crabs. How many fish do you think are in the lake? She asked Luo Feng. Perhaps a few thousand, he replied, with Lan Yi nodding in agreement. Xiaolin mused that regardless of the quantity, she would seal the larger fish later. As they gathered seafood, they lost track of time, completely immersed in their activity, a state of flow. Some individuals thrive in learning, always feeling it is insufficient. Others revel in gaming, experiencing flow when wholly absorbed in something they enjoy. When Xiaolin finally felt aches in her back after 4 hours of foraging, her stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, she covered her belly, and Lan Yi kindly offered, "I'll carry you. Let me cook the fish." Luo Feng scooped Xiaolin into his arms, heading toward the riverbank, while Lan Yi quickly set about grilling fish. Xiaolin continued nearby, assembling a makeshift grill from 2 flat stones, pulling out her prized seasoning, chili peppers, to generously coat the cleaned shrimp, scallops, and squid, even placing several peeled crabs to the side, leaving Luo Feng utterly astonished. Locke discreetly pulled Luo Feng aside and whispered, "Chief, those aren't the delicacies meant for the lady, are they?" Implying whether they were indeed edible. Luo Feng gestured for him to step away, and Locke nodded, deciding that it would be safer to eat the fish Lan Yi grilled instead. At least it was palatable. After Xiaolin had added numerous chili peppers to her culinary creations, she deemed them ready to eat. Using a piece of beast skin, she wrapped a scallop, blew on it to cool, and took a small bite. The initial spiciness exploded in her mouth, followed by a delightful sweetness and a pleasing chewiness. "Wow, this is delicious. You must try it," she exclaimed, adorably distributing a scallop to each of them, presenting it on beast skin with hopeful eyes. In a gesture of trust and affection towards the female, Luo Feng devoured his scallop in one bite, only to erupt into a fit of coughs, having eaten too quickly and only tasting the heat. Lan Yi, learning from the experience, took small bites, discreetly discarding some chili peppers where Xiaolin couldn't see. Locke, at a loss, bravely took a bite of the spicy pepper, only to dash to the lake's edge for a drink of water. Prompting laughter from Xiaolin, Xiaolin continued to grill and eat. The later dishes were mostly free of chili, and they feasted heartily, with Locke consuming several of Lan Yi's grilled fish. The air was filled with a rich aroma, and Xiaolin, exhausted, lay back on the ice, covered with beast skin. Lan Yi had already transformed his portable sunshade into a larger one, with an abundance of grilled food still sizzling on the grill. A little dragon crept out, sneaking bites of grilled shrimp and crabs, only to be caught by Luo Feng, who scolded, "Who told you to eat? These are the delicacies my female prepared for me." The little dragon protested in a high-pitched voice, "I didn't eat. I didn't eat anything. Just a little beast." In a fit of frustration, Luo Feng shoved a grilled fish into the little dragon's mouth, insisting, "Be quiet. There's plenty of fish here. Don't make a fuss." The clever little dragon nodded, retreating behind the stones to continue eating while muttering, "This place is barren. Where can I find a place to live? I've wandered for days and all I see is snow. Where's the food? And I can't even cook." Finally found something edible, and I'm not allowed to eat it. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt it might awaken Xiaolin and promptly kicked him away. By the time Xiaolin and the others returned to the tribe, evening had already descended, and many were unable to eat, retreating to their respective caves to rest. Xiaolin turned to Luo Feng and declared, "Gather the orcs tomorrow. We shall attend to serious matters. Today's excursion was merely for investigation. What lies ahead is of utmost importance." Luo Feng affectionately brushed her nose and responded, "All right. How many orcs shall we summon?" "We should bring as many as we can." Basha had already been placed under soft confinement by Luo Feng's orders. No matter how much she cried and protested, she was not allowed to leave. She was confined to a designated area, with food delivered by designated individuals, and even her trips to the restroom were managed on-site. For reasons unknown, Ah Feng also refused to attend to her needs. It was common knowledge that Luo Feng could not tolerate Basha's incessant entanglements, hence for her safety, she was kept resting in the stone cave. However, Miss Basha did not perceive it this way. She had grown to loathe Xiaolin, attributing all her grievances to her. The following morning, Luo Feng managed to gather over 300 orcs, summoned under the promise of free food distribution, including more than 30 stray serpent beasts. When Luo Feng approached Xiaolin to report the presence of the 30 serpent beasts, Xiaolin remarked, With so many of us, a mere 30 serpent beasts would not dare to cause trouble. Moreover, I believe not all strays are wicked. I once rescued a serpent beast, and it was exceptionally kind. Upon noticing the faint blush in Luo Feng's eyes, Xia Lin realized he was feeling emotional again. She hastily added, he was very kind to his female. They even had female offspring. By the way, that female is named Kiki. Have they found your silver wolf tribe yet? Luo Feng, with keen eyes, replied, yes, they are doing quite well in the tribe now. Initially, some orcs questioned the stray serpent beasts, but I told the tribe it was your decision to bring them, and since then, everyone has treated them well. Kara often brings them food. I even held that female baby. She should be about 3 months old now. Xia Lin nodded in appreciation and continued, thus, strays are not irredeemably wicked. If possible, I would extend opportunities to all orcs, including the strays. I must express my gratitude to all the members of the Silver Wolf tribe. How fortunate I am to be worthy of everyone's trust, Luo Feng replied. You certainly are worthy. Sometimes I feel you place great importance on the orc's safety. Lin, you are truly a kind-hearted female. You are dear to my heart. Caught off guard by the revelation, Xia Lin shyly shifted the topic. Is Keek's female baby adorable? I was the one who delivered her. Luo Feng, utterly enchanted, showered her with affectionate kisses until Xia Lin managed to cover his mouth with her hand to stop him. Thus, Luo Feng and Xia Lin set forth with a grand assembly of orcs, while the stray beasts and female orcs temporarily remained in the tiger tribe. Xia Lin and Lan Yi arrived at the lake ahead of the main group. Continuing to caress the blue gravel, ultimately unable to resist filling a bottle to take back, hoping to craft a sandglass. The system offered the option to exchange for a submarine. It required 7,000 points for 1 hour. After the exchange, she and Lan Yi explored the submarine, where Xia Lin noticed an abundance of sea urchins below. Pointing to them, she exclaimed to Lan Yi, why didn't you tell me about these yesterday? Lan Yi, perplexed yet indulgently smiling, replied, there are plenty of these in the sea. No one wants them. Xia Lin retorted, I want them. I want them. Seizing the moment, Lan Yi wrapped his arms around her waist and said, all right, I'll catch them for you in the future. Xia Lin pushed his hands away, insisting, I don't need you to catch them. Don't I have pincers? Look at all those fish. You all didn't let me come down yesterday. But today, I am going down. Unable to contain himself, Lan Yi kissed the corner of her mouth. Hurry. Lan Yi, stop teasing, get them together. I'll throw in the fishing net. Xia Lin excitedly pushed away Lan Yi's smooth, pale hands as she spoke. Once everyone arrived at the lake, Xia Lin had already caught a large haul of fish in her nets. Lan Yi jumped from the submarine, grasping the main line of the net, and tossed it towards Luo Feng. The orcs on the shore had already been organized into a line by Luo Feng, and they began pulling with all their might, soon bringing in the first batch of freshly caught fish. Xia Lin, donning a mask, presented herself before the gathered orcs, where dozens of workstations had been prepared on the beach. Grasping a fish, approximately the size of a chopstick, she approached the workstation to demonstrate for everyone. With a gentle smile, she said, I sincerely thank you all for responding to the Silver Wolf tribe's call. Every orc present today shall receive distributed fish. Now, I shall teach everyone how to process fish. The more you work, the more fish you will receive, she continued. First, we must scrape the scales off the fish carefully, ensuring they are clean. Then, use a stone knife to split the fish down the middle and remove the bones. The remaining steps will be handled by the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe. Previously, Luo Feng had trained the Silver Wolf tribe orcs in food preservation, so they should be able to practice their skills. Xia Lin was meticulous in her approach, having thought through all the details beforehand, ensuring that each critical step was clearly defined. If any orc struggled to scrape the fish cleanly, it was of little consequence. After all, this was merely the initial agricultural product of the orcs, and no one would disdain food with a bit of blood. The focus was on quantity. Xia Lin continued working alongside Lan Yi in the submarine while Luo Feng and Luo Ku inspected each step on the shore. Ready to address any issues that arose, each orc began working in an orderly fashion. At that moment, all the orcs watched as the plump fish were washed, processed, and ultimately sealed, forming towering piles, which instilled a profound sense of achievement in everyone. Once all was completed, the sealed fish amounted to 3 sizable mounds. Luo Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, instructing, form 3 lines. We shall distribute the food. Each participating orc received 30 sealed fish, enough to last them for quite some time. The plastic materials provided by the system would automatically disappear 3 days after being discarded, ensuring that the ecological balance of the beast world remained undisturbed. Every orc felt a sense of accomplishment, receiving tangible agricultural products as a reward for their labor. A few stray beasts wondered if they would receive fewer fish during distribution, but they did not. Here, no one would discriminate against any orc. Congratulations, host. You have rescued the orcs and helped a group of orcs survive the winter. You have earned 5,000 points. Thus, I have incurred a loss again. Not at all. The host can distribute the fish again next time, accumulating points just the same. This day marked a momentous occasion for the Silver Wolf tribe, as many strays and orcs from other tribes sought Luo Feng's refuge. He only accepted a few pregnant females, explaining to the rest that he simply could not accommodate more, assuring them that if they ever found themselves in need of food, they were welcome to come to the Silver Wolf tribe. The allowance for pregnant females to come directly was a special request from Xiaolin, as conceiving in the beast world was quite rare. After the orcs dispersed, Xiaolin stored the sealed fish mountains in her spatial pocket, and by then, twilight was approaching. There were still some fish left in the lake, deliberately left to ensure the preservation of the fish population. Today had been incredibly fulfilling, but after a day of labor, Xiaolin felt sore all over and could only plan to return for the sea urchins in a few days. Once back at the tiger tribe, Lan Yi presented Xiaolin with delectable grilled fish and shrimp, prepared using the grilling techniques he had secretly learned from her days prior. Luo Feng went to prepare hot water for Xiaolin, knowing she was weary from the day and wishing to provide her with a comforting bath. Xiaolin luxuriated in the wooden tub, reminiscing about the lake's sea urchins she longed to eat. Upon returning, she noticed the weather growing increasingly cold, intensifying her desire to return to the Silver Wolf tribe. To the beautifully decorated room Luo Feng had prepared for her, where she had yet to spend a single night. There was also Kiki in the tribe. After changing into fresh clothes, Lan Yi thoughtfully offered her warm sweet water, gently drying her long hair with flowing motions. Luo Feng, having transformed into his wolf form, was already nestled in the warm bed. They worked in unison, silently cooperating, and after a fulfilling day, Xiaolin climbed into bed, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 37. The Silver Wolf tribe feast after a night of sweet dreams. The next day, everyone prepared for departure. The tiger tribe and many stray beasts came to bid farewell to Xiaolin and her companions, and she felt the profound bond of gratitude and simplicity from the orcs. Finally, embarking on the journey home, Xiaolin turned to gaze at the vast snowy expanse behind her, beneath which lay the yellow earth desert. Reflecting on the insights and rewards she had garnered along the way, before long, the weather worsened significantly, compelling the members of the Silver Wolf tribe, including the outsider Lan Yi, to yearn to return to the tribe. For the cold outside was unbearable. Xiaolin is exceptionally considerate. Her daily meals are primarily spent on Luo Feng's back. When her thighs can no longer endure the strain, she gracefully dismounts to join the others in a leisurely run, alleviating the tension in her body. The contrast between Xiaolin's gentle demeanor and Basha's capricious antics captivates the admiration of the male clan members once more. At last, on the evening of the 10th day, the entire tribe returned to their settlement, which erupted in jubilant celebration. The tribe's shaman and other beastmen prepared a grand feast for Luo Feng and Xiaolin. The entire Silver Wolf tribe gathered to rejoice. And for the first time, Xiaolin laid eyes on the tribe's chief shaman, who appeared exceedingly benevolent. The shaman bowed deeply to Xiaolin, who helped him rise, presenting him with a magnificent pearl as a token of greeting. The shaman exclaimed, "Thank you. I have never seen such a large pearl in my life. Should the esteemed female require any materials, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xiaolin smiled and nodded, assuring him that she would certainly pay a visit when time allowed. The weather in the area had been relatively mild over the past few days, and the tribe had fortuitously captured a colossal wild boar, measuring approximately 4 meters in length, which was stored in the cellar, awaiting the return of Luo Feng and Xiaolin for a celebratory feast. Consequently, the tribe prepared a whole roasted pig. All the beastmen gathered around the enormous roast, with 4 dedicated male beastmen tasked with carving the succulent meat, while over a dozen others served the prepared dishes to the guests. Each banquet table was crafted from massive stones, providing shelter from the falling snow, ensuring that even the heaviest snowfall would not dampen the festivities. The stone tables were adorned with thawed grapes, plums, apples, and the beastman's homemade juice. On Xia Lin's table rested a delicate wildflower, vibrant and adorned with soft snowflakes. Presenting a heartwarming sight at long last, Xia Lin reunited with Keek's family. The little female was especially adorable, babbling excitedly upon seeing Xia Lin and persistently requesting hugs. Xia Lin carefully lifted the baby, who was named Shuirong, finding the name utterly charming, as she playfully called out to the infant, eliciting delighted coos. Watching this tender scene, Luofeng and Lan Yi felt as though their hearts were being gently tugged. Kiki chatted with Xia Lin for quite some time, mentioning that the vegetables they had planted, cabbage, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, had thrived thanks to the fertilizer Xia Lin provided. They were now stored away, though some of the earlier greens had not lasted long, most having been consumed by the beastmen. Kiki also praised Luofeng as the best leader in the world, recounting how he selflessly rescued many beastmen who now resided in the mountains near the Silver Wolf tribe. The tribe members regularly patrolled to ward off any ill-intentioned stray beasts and arranged for beastmen to deliver food to them periodically. Xia Lin nodded in appreciation, recognizing Luofeng's commendable efforts. After all, he was merely a passionate beastman without formal education, and his operational model was already remarkable. As Xia Lin finished her meal, she noticed a large open space in the center of the gathering, where many male beastmen had spontaneously begun to spar. It turned out they were competing for the attention of the females. Due to Luofeng's act of sheltering many females, a significant number had come to the tribe. Thus, during such grand festivities, the tribe organically formed an arena for combat, with the females observing intently, assessing which males they preferred, or which appeared more formidable and likely to produce healthy offspring, including female ones. Until now, Xia Lin had never witnessed stray beasts capable of giving birth to female offspring. Typically, only the pampered females within the tribe, raised with ample nutrition, could be considered high-quality females capable of birthing female progeny. Luofeng and Laney observed Xia Lin as she initially watched the males spar, wondering if she had taken a liking to one of them. However, Xia Lin swiftly shifted her focus to the females. Thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, they had no inkling that for Xia Lin, watching the males was akin to witnessing toys in a slow and dull battle, leading her to lose interest. Yet, watching the females was akin to enjoying a delightful array of expressions. For instance, a female who had initially favored a delicate young male was dismayed to see him eliminated by other males while attempting to flirt with her, prompting an uproar of disdain from the other females. Ultimately, a youthful-looking tribesman emerged victorious, granting him the privilege to select a female first. Xia Lin then observed as Luoku chose the bashful Kiki, embracing her joyfully as they departed together. Unbeknownst to Xia Lin, after thoroughly enjoying the entire event, she entered a state of exhilaration that suddenly dissipated, leaving her susceptible to fatigue. Leaning against Lan Yi's shoulder, she fell asleep. Lan Yi gently lifted her and carried her back to her room, while Luofeng was engaged in discussions with other tribe members, casting a brief glance before returning to his conversation. In the mountains where Xia Lin resided, arrangements were continually made for beastmen to clean and replenish firewood, ensuring that all the inhabitants of the caves remained warm, a rare privilege in the beast world. However, from a more secluded cave came an untimely outburst. Basha cried, "Father, you must stand up for me. I have been bullied by that female all the way here. They tossed me onto the wolf's back and disregarded me. I cannot eat or sleep properly. Even when nature calls, they dictate my actions." The elder of the Silver Wolf tribe replied, "Basha, my dear, have you ever endured such indignities before? How could they bear to treat you so?" Basha implored, "Father, I beg you, you must help me avenge this slight today." The elder inquired, "Is the female you speak of the one who has yet to bond with Luofeng?" "Yes, that's her," Basha affirmed. Due to the southwestern tribe's members largely remaining withdrawn, Luofeng's followers were left to fend for themselves, retreating into the safety of their own hard-won caves to live their lives. It is essential to understand that beastmen have historically behaved this way. They often lack the resources to assist others, making this a rather typical phenomenon. Thus, they were unaware of Xia Lin's numerous contributions, knowing only that she was a female of unknown origin. In this beast world, the belief in bloodlines runs deep. Males strive tirelessly to join larger tribes to gain access to high-quality females. Only tribes of considerable stature can nurture high-quality females who, in turn, bear high-quality offspring. Should Xia Lin bond with Luo Feng, she would be beyond the reach of others. However, if not, an elder from a branch of the Silver Wolf tribe would naturally assume that Xia Lin and Basha were incomparable in terms of lineage, as Basha had been raised as a high-quality female. Thus, amid Basha's incessant cries and grandstanding, the elder made one of the gravest misjudgments of his life, having already committed many errors prior to this incident. Chapter 38. Provocation. On the following morning, Xia Lin lazily opened her eyes to the sight of her pristine, fluffy room. The ceiling resembled a grand floral arrangement, with blossoms cascading from above in a myriad of forms. The bed, draped in soft, white fur, was adorned with dried flowers lovingly crafted by Luo Feng, emanating a fragrant aroma reminiscent of plum blossoms, standing proudly among a myriad of petals swaying gracefully. Having not experienced such comfort in a long while, Xia Lin relished the sensation of the plush bedding and soft fur covering, though it still paled in comparison to the warmth of a cotton quilt, a feeling she inherently missed. After indulging in the floral spectacle for quite some time, she succumbed to slumber, not awakening until noon. Why then? Luo Feng had long since disappeared, and Lan Yi brought in a prepared lunch of hearty vegetable soup, several boiled potatoes, and warm sweet water. It is worth noting that Lan Yi had become quite adept at discerning Xia Lin's preferences. Each time she dined, he silently observed, recorded, compared, and learned. Lan Yi was undoubtedly a perfect and eager learner. As the tribe leader, Luo Feng was increasingly occupied with the various tasks Xia Lin had assigned him to rescue beastmen, resulting in his late returns home, where he would hold Xia Lin for a brief moment before departing early once more. As Lan Yi watched Xia Lin enjoy her lunch, he playfully produced a beast skin bag from behind him, flashing a sweet smile as he said, Lin, guess what this is? With his recent ascension, Lan Yi's features had become even more strikingly handsome, and paired with his pure, sweet smile, Xia Lin felt that he epitomized the most exquisite man imaginable. Upon opening the beast skin bag, she gasped, "Oh, sea urchins. When did you gather these? Did you hurt your hands?" She gently took hold of Lan Yi's hands, inspecting them for any signs of injury, finding none. With a pleased expression, Lan Yi responded, "Ever since I leveled up to a 4th-tier beastman, I seem to have grown much stronger in all aspects. I gathered them barehanded and sustained no injuries." Xia Lin nodded in faint admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, 4th-tier beastmen are amazing." Lan Yi blushed and added, "But I still don't know how to handle these spiky fruits." Xia Lin, you slice it open in the middle, scoop out the fruit within with a spoon, place it in a bowl, and then steam it to perfection. It's absolutely delectable. Alas, there are no eggs at the moment. Otherwise, steaming it with eggs would be a match made in heaven. Lan Yi, indulging in her whims, nodded and proceeded to follow her instructions, while Xia Lin, delighting in the anticipation, awaited in the room, her gaze lingering on the plum blossom vase crafted by Luo Feng, pondering when she might also go and admire the plum blossoms. Just as Xia Lin's words settled, a knock resounded at the door. Lan Yi opened it to discover Basha's father, the venerable chief of the southwestern Silver Wolf clan, standing there with an air of haughtiness. Upon seeing that Xia Lin's dwelling was entirely wrapped in animal skins, he was taken aback, deeming it utterly outrageous, for many beastmen lacked even a single strip of hide. In his mind, he had already categorized Xia Lin as an incomprehensible female, one who merely indulges without regard for the plight of others. The aged chief of the southwestern tribe, seething with fury, exclaimed, "You, female? Do you think being a female makes you superior? How can you waste so many animal skins here? Do you not know that many beastmen in our tribe lack sufficient hides to survive the winter?" His voice boomed, and after his roar, many from the tribe emerged, including all the beastmen of the southwestern clan, as well as the impatient Basha, eager to witness Xia Lin's punishment. The azure in Lan Yi's eyes instantly flared with intense anger. Xia Lin sensed that if the old man uttered another word, he would swiftly transform into a warrior, charging forth to incinerate everything he despised. Hastily, Xia Lin grasped Lan Yi's hands, signaling him softly in his ear, "I wish to resolve this myself. Please do not interfere." Lan Yi had no choice but to strive to contain his burgeoning rage, gripping Xia Lin's hands even tighter. Xia Lin, with unwavering composure, addressed the elder. "What brings you here?" "Esteemed elder, these animal skins were gifted to me by other members of the tribe. If you doubt it, you may inquire of them now. The beastmen of the Silver Wolf clan eagerly affirmed, indeed. They were all given by us. Astonishingly, a few male stray beasts chimed in. They were given to Chief Luo Feng. She is Luo Feng's female, so naturally, they belong to her. In truth, these beastmen were well aware that Luo Feng had meticulously accumulated these skins specifically for Xiaolin, spending considerable time on the task. Everyone knew that whenever there was a matter, they would seek out Luo Feng, who would be found sewing the hides alone. The southwestern chief, upon hearing her referred to as Luo Feng's female, remained unperturbed and retorted. Even if they were given to you, many beastmen in our tribe still lack sufficient hides for winter. Shouldn't you share some of your abundance? His underlying message was clear. Even his own daughter did not enjoy such privileges. Why should she? Xiaolin nodded and replied. You speak truly. My actions are indeed unjust. Therefore, come the evening 3 days hence, I shall provide everyone with a satisfactory answer. Please be patient. Before they could voice further objections, they were ushered away by Keela, who had just arrived, and Xiaolin caught sight of Basha rushing in to witness the commotion, only to hurriedly retreat. The wave of disgust washed over her as she thought, has the sun risen from the west? Since when can you partake in my affairs? Perhaps I have been too lenient, allowing you to forget your place. Xiaolin continued to smile at the crowd. I sincerely invite everyone to come 3 days from now. I have important matters to discuss. The beastmen eagerly agreed. Once they had dispersed, Xiaolin could finally enjoy the steamed sea urchins prepared by Laney in peace, savoring each delectable bite. After consuming several, Laney relished a few as well, for it was indeed a rare delight. Shortly thereafter, Kiki arrived, cradling Shuirong and Kara, venting her frustrations about the old chief's behavior, lamenting how he indulged his female without regard for others' feelings. Expressing her concerns by the end, Xiaolin, holding Shuirong, gently kissed her tender little face and said, Thank you all. Regardless, I must address this matter. It serves as an opportunity, Kiki teased. You adore females so much? Why not hurry and have a child with the chief? Xiaolin smiled at the baby and replied, Hee, I do not need to give birth now. I have plenty of little ones to play with. Which is delightful. Kiki and Kara burst into laughter. After they departed, Xiaolin donned a veil and accompanied Lan Yi to observe the coal distribution site. Given the overwhelming number of beastmen, everyone was essentially reliant on seizing what they could. Xiaolin noticed a beastman from the southwestern clan hoarding a substantial amount. Those who had been unable to claim any expressed their dissatisfaction. Chai, why did you take so much? You've exhausted the coal. What about those of us behind you? Chai replied. In our beast world, the rules dictate that one relies on their own abilities. I possess the skill to seize this much. Hence, it is mine. You lack the ability yet dare complain? Other beastmen considered confronting him, but upon noticing that Chai was a second-tier beastman, they could only retreat, feeling powerless. Xiaolin promptly instructed Lan Yi to follow the beastman named Chai, who had monopolized most of the meager supply of intact coal, leaving only broken remnants. However, everyone had no choice but to gather the shattered pieces. Xiaolin observed that a long queue of Panda beastmen awaited behind her, indicating that Chai had undoubtedly cut in line. Xiaolin gently placed her hand over her heart and called out, Luo Feng, where are you? Chapter 39. Meaty delights abound. Xiaolin sensed that Luo Feng was approximately 10 kilometers away from the tribe. Yet he did not respond promptly. Such occurrences were rare, suggesting that Luo Feng was in a dire situation. Xiaolin recalled the last moment she saw him, just as dawn began to break, when he carefully tucked her blanket and tenderly kissed her forehead before disappearing without a sound. Moreover, Luo Feng had been returning late and departing early lately, leaving Lan Yi to provide her with care during the day, which had improved Luo Feng's attitude towards him, allowing him to sleep in the room adjacent to Xiaolin's. Lan Yi could constantly inhale the scent of his beloved and feel Xiaolin's gentle, rhythmic breathing. What could possibly be troubling Luo Feng? She sensed a slight fluctuation in his emotions and contemplated going to check on him shortly. Stepping into a thicket of snow, she exchanged her form for that of a handsome male beastman using a transformation potion from the system. Upon emerging, she arrived at another distribution point, where the already prepared dried meat was being allocated. Xiaolin observed that each beastman could only receive 2 strips of jerky. Feigning the demeanor of a newcomer, she timidly approached the other beastmen. Excuse me, everyone. This is my first time here. Does each person receive jerky? Ah, when Locke was distributing, it was more manageable, but now that it's the Southwestern clan's turn, who knows if we'll receive anything? Xia Lin observed for quite some time, noting that the distribution remained at 2 strips of jerky. The distributing beastman carried himself with an air of superiority, as if he were a king bestowing his treasures, compelling each recipient to bow in gratitude. Shortly thereafter, she saw Basha appear at the distribution table, exchanging flirtatious glances with the distributing beastman. Gradually, the number of jerky strips available dwindled to just 1 per beastman. Initially, everyone accepted this silently, but Xia Lin noticed Basha conversing with the male beastman for a prolonged period, after which he handed her a large package wrapped in animal skin, and Basha departed with glee. The distributing beastman then announced to the remaining beastmen, "All right, the meat has been distributed for today. Please come early tomorrow." At this point, there were still over 30 beastmen waiting before Xia Lin. With another 50 behind her, meaning nearly 100 beastmen would leave without jerky today, the crowd began to murmur and protest. "What? It's all gone. I've been here for several days without receiving any meat." "Yes, so have I. I arrived early and now it's my turn. How can it be gone?" "Exactly. Why is there nothing left? It's fine if we males go hungry for a few days. But we have females at home waiting for meat to cook for nursing. The cubs and females cannot be left hungry." The complaints of the beastmen surged like crashing waves, rising and falling. The distributing male beastman barked, "Hey, whoever dares utter another word, tomorrow, I'll toss the meat to the dogs instead of giving it to you. You lot should be quiet. I've noted the names of those who complained. I'll be curious to see if you can collect any jerky tomorrow." At this moment, Xia Lin was seething with rage, contemplating that while she could not speak on others' behalf, she was certain he would be hiding somewhere tomorrow, unsure of where to go. Suppressing her anger with great effort, she ensured that Luo Feng remained oblivious to her watchful gaze upon Basha's every movement, as well as the actions of the orc. At the moment Basha passed by Shaylin, Shaylin forcefully pushed her towards the orc ahead. The orc collided with Basha, causing her to fall to the ground, and the contents wrapped in beast skin were exposed. Shaylin exclaimed loudly, "Look, everyone! So many meat strips!" Upon seeing the sight, the crowd gasped as they noticed dozens of neatly bundled meat strips contained within the beast skin. Approximately 5 bundles, totaling 50 meat strips. Shaylin dashed forward, tearing apart the bundles and hastily distributing the meat strips among the lined-up orcs. The scene erupted into chaos as the meat strips flew in all directions, with nearby orcs mimicking Shaylin's actions. Rushing towards Basha as Shaylin tossed a few strips in various directions, she cleverly maneuvered herself out of the throng of orcs, making sure to give a few extra strips to the orc who had just a female at home. The orcs who received the meat strips bolted away at lightning speed, while those who had not been fortunate enough to grab any continued to swarm towards Basha. Shaylin stood aside, observing Basha's disheveled state with amusement, stifling her laughter as she watched the unfolding chaos. The swift turn of events left the orcs at the distribution station unprepared, and soon Basha's area was completely cleared, leaving only her tattered figure wailing, "This is my meat, my meat!" Shaylin had no choice but to cover her mouth and quickly make her escape, even from a distance. The sound of Basha's anguished cries echoed behind her, as Shaylin passed by other orc dens. She noticed many females clad in thin beast skins, while the males could only light fires at the cave entrances for the females to warm themselves. A few of the females shivered in the cold, their bodies showing signs of bruising from the chill. The effects of the transformation pills had quickly worn off, and Shaylin resolved to find Lan Yi, asking him to deliver coal and dried meat to these females' caves, insisting that it must be done personally. Sensing Luo Feng's direction, she galloped through the snow, having recently grown accustomed to a comfortable life, often forgetting the arduous and barren days she had endured. She had completed missions in the most perilous locations, standing out among a sea of assassins. The beautiful world she had previously known was only so due to the protection of Luo Feng and Lan Yi. The reality was far harsher. Shaylin yearned to clear the fog, to break free from the greenhouse effect of her sheltered life, and to truly see the world for what it was. At that moment, Laney was busy distributing coal and dried meat when he suddenly felt a chilling aura emanating from the blue water droplet pendant he wore. Startled, he leapt away, vanishing from the sight of the other orcs in an instant. He landed at the foot of an ice mountain, where the pendant erupted with a wave of frigid air, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. He crouched down, pressing his hand against the pendant, and in an instant, a powerful surge of icy energy radiated from it, absorbing the cold surrounding him until he collapsed into the snow. Chapter 40. In the north, a beauty of unmatched grace in the distant ocean empire. Ihao reveled among a throng of females, laughter and raucous voices rising and falling in a cacophony that enveloped the entire empire in a decadent ambience. Report, my lord. Our mermaid statue has cracked. Ihao forcefully pushed aside the females, shattering the stone table with a punch, and roared at the other merman orcs. How could it crack? What happened? After a moment of contemplation, he continued, It must be that little brat from years ago. Did you not say he was dead? Ihao charged towards the temple, where he beheld the statue, now irreparably fractured down the middle. This statue had served as the protector of the merfolk's leaders, with the previous merman king having drawn unparalleled power from its pendant. Many females had flocked to it, relying on its strength to ensure the prosperity of the merfolk. Unfortunately, despite being a descendant of the merman king, Ihao was not his favored heir. The king's most cherished female had given birth to only one male offspring, and Ihao knew that this child was destined to be his lifelong rival. He recalled the countless efforts he had made to please the merman king, only to remain undervalued in his father's eyes. Find someone to fix the statue. Bring me the green crystals from the treasury. Each day, Luo Feng led the tribe in routine hunts and would gathering to prepare for coal production, as the number of orcs in the tribe continued to grow, necessitating an increase in timber. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, sunlight casting a gentle glow upon the thick layer covering the earth, while snowflakes floated gracefully through the air. The hills gently sloped, and the misty mountains appeared particularly enchanting. 3 robust silver wolves pulled a 3-meter-long sled, upon which sat a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her captivating eyes sparkled, and her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, with slender hands grasping the reins. She wore a striking red fur coat, the red pom-pom of her hat accentuating her beauty, transforming her into an ethereal sprite of the icy realm, a vision to be admired from afar but never to be touched. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails nearby, Shaylin stopped and commanded the wolf cubs to stand by. She leapt into the dense coniferous forest, gaining a vantage point from above. There, she spotted Luo Feng leading his silver wolf clan against a group of other rogue beasts, including a level 4 orc. Upon recognizing him as Qi Yin, Shaylin was astonished to see that he had advanced to level 4 since their last encounter. Luo Feng and Qi Yin were locked in a fierce struggle, with Luo Feng clearly reluctant to engage fully. Qi Yin, wary of Luo Feng's strength, prevented him from advancing. Shaylin drew her bow, knocking 3 arrows aimed between Qi Yin and Luo Feng. With a simultaneous release, the arrows soared through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking the ground with tremendous force, sending snow cascading in waves. The arrows split the orcs into 2 factions, each side hesitating to make a move. Shaylin sensed Qi Yin's lingering fear and approached Luo Feng from behind, calling out, Qi Yin, do you want food? If you cease hostilities now, I can offer you 10 fish. With the temperature dropping, the fish had retreated to the depths of the lake, where it was warmer, making them increasingly difficult to catch. Shaylin revealed her true form, instantly stunning all the male orcs present. Luo Feng let out a low growl, and all the orcs lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet Shaylin's gaze. Luo Feng approached Shaylin, nuzzling her cheek with his massive wolf head. Qi Yin, are you the female from before? Indeed, that is I. You must be aware of my capabilities. Shaylin whispered to Luo Feng, why are you fighting? We were simply collecting our share of wood for the day when they suddenly confronted us, preventing our entry. Qi Yin interjected. For the past few months, we rogue beasts have resided nearby without issue. But recently, your silver wolf tribe's orcs have dared to steal our females. We are rogue beasts, not favored by the others. We finally found a few females willing to mate with us, only to have them taken away. Luo Feng transformed into human form, exuding an irresistible charm as he declared, that is impossible. Every member of our silver wolf tribe is honorable. We would never steal another's female. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Look, that white serpent beast had a female stolen from you just days ago. They are too weak to even approach the tribal gates, so they gathered the stolen orcs to devise a plan. I finally found a female, thinking we could handle it, but I must protect my female. Shaylin sympathetically nodded at Qi Yin. So your female is over there? Qian, astonished, asked. What do you intend to do? Shaylin waved her hand. I understand your situation. If you vow not to harm any orcs while not being persecuted, you may come to our tribe tomorrow night. We will resolve this matter and provide you with a satisfactory answer. She produced a box of dried fish, saying, This is a preliminary compensation. I swear that as long as you do not harm anyone in our tribe, I will not harm you, nor will I allow anyone in our tribe to harm you. Luo Feng was incredulous. How could such a matter occur within his jurisdiction? The mere thought of stealing from another's female, especially from rogue beasts, would bring shame upon their tribe. Qian accepted the dried fish and departed with the other rogue beasts, while Shaylin grasped Luo Feng's hand, saying, It seems you waited too long in the desert, allowing some to exploit the opportunity. Luo Feng. It is all my fault. I have indeed been negligent. I shall not spare these individuals once they are apprehended. Xiaolin. How could we possibly be unaware of our own tribesmen? I have consistently urged you to shelter the orcs, yet did not arrange further measures, so it is only natural that problems would arise. Our tribe has already taken in nearly 1,000 people, which resembles a small village. With so many voices and no social contract, it becomes a chaotic mob. It is high time to enforce some regulations. As Luo Feng gazed into Xiaolin's resolute and earnest eyes, he found her exceedingly endearing. He twirled her around in the snow, his long hair brushing against her delicate face, eliciting a radiant smile from her. Xiaolin, let us return quickly. I left Laney to help us tidy up the aftermath. Luo Feng, with a tone of indulgence, embraced her and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, saying, Very well. Once we finish this hectic period, we shall bond as partners. Xiaolin, looking down at her toes, remarked, I am not an ordinary female. I refuse to settle for anything less than extraordinary. You are right. I shall strive to prepare the very best for you. Upon realizing the oddity of her own words, Xiaolin pushed Luo Feng's slender arm vigorously and said, Enough chatter. Transform quickly. We have pressing matters to attend to. Luo Feng morphed into a colossal wolf beast, while Xiaolin climbed back onto her sled and tossed the reins. Let us return. Chapter 41. Worry upon returning to the tribe. Xiaolin's first action was to seek out Lan Yi. Luo Feng observed with concern, his heart racing with jealousy as he exclaimed, Lin, what do you need? Just tell me, and I shall assist you. Xiaolin searched high and low but found no sign of him. Luo Feng trailed behind her, making several attempts to engage her attention without success. Xiaolin turned, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke to Luo Feng. Lan Yi must be in trouble. He has never left me alone before. He always informs me of his whereabouts. Luo Feng suddenly realized how significant Lan Yi was in Xiaolin's heart. If it weren't for the fierce blizzard, he might have been able to catch Lan Yi's scent, but now it had been whisked away by the wind, leaving only the chill of ice and snow in the air. Xiaolin, in a state of desperation, searched everywhere, inquiring about Lan Yi's location, and Luo Feng's heart ached for her. He commanded all idle orcs in the tribe to search for Lan Yi, wrapping his arms around Xiaolin from behind. He said, Lin, do you remember how you used to find him? Xiaolin's eyes widened as she thought. System navigation to locate Lan Yi. The system acknowledged the command and began navigation. Please follow the instructions provided by the navigation system. Finally, Xiaolin spotted Lan Yi lying in the snow, his body nearly buried by the heavy snowfall. As she embraced him, he felt as cold as ice, and she wept uncontrollably, saying, Lan Yi, awaken. Do not frighten me. Just moments ago, you were well. How could this happen? Luo Feng crossed his arms and, casting a glance at Lan Yi, said nonchalantly, Lin, this fellow is fine. I can hear his breathing, it is still strong. Xiaolin, is that true? He feels as cold as ice. You should help me carry him back. Luo Feng reluctantly nodded and transformed into a silver wolf, saying, All right, place him on my back, and we shall return together. Xiaolin carefully laid Lan Yi upon Luo Feng's massive wolf form, and they proceeded toward home. The location where Lan Yi had collapsed was, in fact, quite close to the tribe. Due to the elevation, they reached home in mere minutes. Xiaolin placed Lan Yi on her bed, wrapping him in her soft, white fur, and gently pressed her hand to his nostrils, sensing a slight increase in his temperature compared to before. She urged Luo Feng to heat water, and he begrudgingly complied, feeling both frustrated and envious. Through Luo Feng's diligent efforts, A wooden tub filled with hot water soon appeared before Xiaolin's eyes. She first filled a basin with hot water, soaked the fur in it, wrung it out, and continued to warm Lan Yi's body with the fur. Stop staring. Quickly fetch another basin of hot water for Lan Yi's feet. Luo Feng looked on, mouth agape, rushing over to grasp Xiaolin's hand, saying, Lin, there is no need for such fuss. We are orcs. Furthermore, Lan Yi is already a level 4 orc. While I have only seen his unstable state, it is possible he may revert to level 3, but even then, he is not so fragile. Xiaolin, is that so? Our people, when frozen, must be thawed gradually. We cannot simply plunge them into hot water. Luo Feng, I assure you, this fellow will be fine if submerged directly. Quickly, let us place him in. With disdain, Luo Feng lifted one of Lan Yi's arms, while Xiaolin pressed her body close to him. Luo Feng, feeling increasingly displeased, smiled and said, Lin, release him. Allow me to take over. Luo Feng hoisted Lan Yi horizontally, finding him as heavy and cold as a stone, and unceremoniously tossed him into the wooden tub. Xiaolin, with narrowed eyes, said indignantly, What are you doing? You treat him like prey. Luo Feng embraced Xiaolin, saying, Look, I have been so good. I have done so much for this fellow. Shouldn't I be rewarded? Xiaolin, unable to bear it any longer, replied, Do you have any idea how much Lan Yi has done for me? You are always so busy during the day that I hardly see you. I can only meet you at night. As Xiaolin spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, and Luo Feng, his heart aching for her, said, Yes, it is true that I have been in the wrong during this time. Lin, please do not be upset. I no longer oppose your bond with this fellow. The last few words tumbled from his lips like the faintest whisper, and Xiaolin hardly heard him. Her mind solely focused on how to help Lan Yi. System. Exchange for a large supply of stamina, replenishing liquid. Received. Initiating exchange now. While Luo Feng continued to ramble, Xiaolin had already begun pouring a large quantity of replenishing liquid into Lan Yi's mouth. Fortunately, he was regaining consciousness in the tub and could drink on his own, but Xiaolin still had half a bottle left, ready to pour more. Luo Feng snatched it from her, saying, Consuming too much of this solution is not good for orcs. Right? You cannot absorb so much at once. Take it easy. Xiaolin nodded, wiping away the traces of her tears, and said, Yes, you are right. I will set it aside. Now that we have done all we can only wait. Xiaolin gazed longingly at Lan Yi, feeling like a withered plant deprived of water. For the first time, she realized that despite her system, she lacked medical knowledge. She turned to Luo Feng, grasping his hands. You must hurry. Bring our tribe's shaman to examine him. Luo Feng, with a gentlemanly nod and a smile, said, Very well. Give me a kiss and I shall go. Xiaolin, infuriated, promptly kicked him out. For the entire night, Xiaolin could not find peace and sleep. She tirelessly replaced the hot water in the tub, and while Lan Yi's body gradually warmed, the progress was agonizingly slow. As she noticed Lan Yi's pendant shimmering and smooth, it resembled a precious stone that had been unsealed, no longer an ordinary jewel, but a spirit stone with its own consciousness. Later in the night, Luo Feng could no longer bear the sight and threatened Xiaolin that if she did not go to sleep, he would toss Lan Yi outside. Xiaolin checked Lan Yi's temperature, which had improved significantly. She instructed Luo Feng to retrieve Lan Yi from the tub and place him on his own bed. This was Xiaolin's first time entering Lan Yi's room, which was exceedingly simple, containing only a wooden bed and a wooden table. On the table lay clothes that Xiaolin had sewn, along with various trinkets, gloves, hats, and fabrics scattered about. The red fur coat she wore was crafted by Lan Yi himself, and it accentuated her beauty exquisitely. Thus, he decided to use the remaining fabric to prepare a new dress. Tears welled in Xiaolin's eyes as she touched the fabric, reminiscing about her arrival in the beast world, when Luo Feng had stayed up late to sew her a white fur outfit and created warm blankets for her entire room. After placing Lan Yi carefully, Luo Feng kindly covered him with a blanket. Chapter 42. Heartwarming. Xiaolin took Luo Feng's hand and, with her beautiful eyes that sparkled like black pearls, said, Luo Feng, you and Lan Yi must stay healthy for my sake. Luo Feng felt warmth in his heart as he nodded. He embraced Xiaolin and said, You females tend to overthink. I am the most valiant beast man on this continent. My lifespan is quite long. Once I put in more effort, I shall venture into the endless forest to gather a wealth of green crystals for you. This way, we can live forever. Now, off you go to sleep. I will remain by this fellow's side tonight. Do not worry. If anything arises, I shall call for you." The following day, Xia Lin was plagued by nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of Luo Feng and Lan Yi lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Startled awake, she leaped from her bed, sensing Luo Feng's vitality and presence. She rushed to Lan Yi's room, only to find him standing before her, unharmed, with steaming food laid out on the table. Unable to contain her emotions, Xia Lin embraced Lan Yi and wept. With a tender heart, Lan Yi comforted her, saying, "When you placed me in the wooden barrel, I could already sense the external environment. I just couldn't awaken. I desperately wanted to tell you that I was fine, but the words eluded me." Pressing her ear against his chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an unprecedented sense of security and fulfillment envelop her. Xia Lin exclaimed, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Please don't scare me. I'm terrified." Laney felt his heart melt as he rubbed his stubbled chin against her forehead, reassuring her, "It won't happen again. I promise I will never frighten you again." Xia Lin burst into laughter, playfully struggling against his affectionate nuzzle, unable to withstand the ticklish sensation. After spinning around a few times, she broke free from his embrace, gazing at him with sincere, crystalline eyes and asked, "Why were you perfectly fine when I left, yet turned into an ice statue upon my return?" Laney replied, "Lin, I suspect there may have been an issue with my pendant. After you departed, I followed your instructions to distribute supplies to the beastmen, and suddenly, I felt a chilling energy erupting from the pendant. It was immensely powerful, and to prevent it from affecting the other beastmen, I hurriedly sought a place to contain it. After that, I lost all recollection of what transpired. A mixture of sorrow and anger welled up within Xia Lin, a profound ache lingering in her heart. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she realized Lan Yi was as innocent as a child. Even in moments of life-threatening peril, he thought of others, putting their safety above his own. Confused as to why the usually strong and brave Xia Lin was in tears, Lan Yi clumsily wiped away her tears, but before he could speak, Xia Lin punched his left chest, exclaiming, "What about me? What did you think of me during your moment of crisis?" Lan Yi's azure eyes glistened with emotion as he held her tightly, saying, "Look, I am fine now, and I belong to you. Forever." Through tears and laughter, Xia Lin retorted, "Pooh, how shameless. Have you taken a page from that scoundrel Luo Feng?" Laney thought to himself, finally smiling, knowing that waiting for her to seek him out might take an eternity. Xia Lin then suggested, "Once you feel better, try touching your pendant and see if you can channel your spiritual energy into it." Lan Yi gently stroked Xia Lin's hair, assuring her, "I truly am fine. I will test it outside tonight." Xia Lin insisted, "No, you will practice right here." Never before had Lan Yi experienced such joy. He embraced Xia Lin and, unable to contain his emotions, timidly kissed her lips. Though she initially meant to push him away, fate intervened, and they found themselves locked in a long kiss. Suddenly, Luo Feng's furious voice echoed, "All the tribe members are gathered. The stray beasts have also arrived." Startled, Xia Lin and Lan Yi sprang apart like springs, and just as Xia Lin opened her mouth to speak, Luo Feng grasped her hand, urging, "Hurry. Everyone is waiting for you." Lan Yi followed closely as the trio appeared before the gathered tribe members, all present beastmen in attendance. This was the first time Xia Lin revealed her true self before such a large audience, for both Luo Feng and Lan Yi were no ordinary beastmen. From this moment forth, she would allow them to recognize her authentic self. Luo Feng raised his right hand, signaling for silence among the beastmen. A gentle breeze caressed her face. Xia Lin exuded elegance and an air of regal confidence. Like a poised queen, she surveyed the assembly of beastmen, gracefully accepting their reverence. "Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude for your presence at our gathering. I also extend my thanks to the stray beasts. The meat strips you are enjoying are the very ones I taught the Silver Wolf tribe to prepare. The coal, too, is a result of my guidance. I wish to inform you all that starting today, I will oversee the management and coordination of all food distribution for the Silver Wolf tribe, as well as the logistical aspects of coal distribution. T.O. put it plainly, I am responsible for the daily rations of every beastman in our tribe." The beastmen responded with murmurs of acknowledgement. Oh,
Oh, Basha interjected. How can a female like you be qualified to handle such matters? Her father chimed in. Indeed. Feng, your female is acting foolishly. She is clearly confused. You must send her back. For we males can handle the affairs. Females should simply return home to bear children. Xiaolin paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Luo Feng glared at them, his teeth clenched in anger. My female is one of a kind. Is this how you treat her? You dare to insult my female before my eyes? Who knows what you might do behind my back? Do you wish for my demise? He pointed at Basha, declaring, my female is not like your ugly pig-headed counterpart. If any of you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not expect to remain here. I have tribes that can accommodate you. An eerie silence descended upon the crowd. Basha sneered, what spell did you cast on my brother Luo Feng to enchant him so? In a swift motion, Xiaolin approached Basha, whispering menacingly, do you wish to die? I can certainly accommodate you. As she reached to grasp her neck, the system warned, alert, alert. The host cannot harm females in the beast realm. Such actions will lead to a decline in female population. This is forbidden. Then perhaps a few slaps would suffice to relieve my frustrations? She retorted. The elder spoke up, Feng. You must keep your female in check. Xiaolin, with one hand gripping Basha's neck, effortlessly lifted her as if she were a mere chick, delivering a series of sharp slaps to her face. The elder rushed forward to intervene, but Xiaolin pointed at him, saying, I had no intention of continuing, but your foolish attitude compels me to add a few more. As she continued her assault, the system warned again, alert, please do not further harm the female. Failure to comply will activate the punishment mode. Zhang lunged at Xiaolin, but Lan Yi instantaneously teleported in front of him, both preparing to strike. Yet, Xiaolin drew her pistol and fired at Zhang, the bullet grazing his cheek and drawing a faint trail of blood. Xiaolin warned, dare to step closer, and I will see whether you are faster or my weapon. Qi Yin whistled in admiration. What a thrill to witness your fighting prowess. When we battled, I didn't appreciate it as much, but seeing you fight others is exhilarating. Xiaolin seized Basha by the hair, stating, you would do well to behave. My patience has reached its limit. With blood spilling from her mouth, Basha nodded in agreement. Xiaolin contemplated the system's prohibition against killing females, yet her disdain for Basha was palpable. Since she could not perish by her hand, should Basha continue her unruliness, it would mean her demise would come at the hands of another. Disgusted, Xiaolin released her grip, and Lan Yi thoughtfully presented her with a handmade beast-skin handkerchief. After wiping her hands, she tossed the handkerchief into the air, where it was promptly shredded by Lan Yi's claws. Turning to the assembly, Xiaolin declared, very well. I do not wish to resort to violence. The beastmen collectively thought, no. You are indeed violent, she continued. I imagine you are curious as to why I have taken such a keen interest in Basha. It is because she has committed several transgressions. First, she coveted my man. Upon saying this, Xiaolin felt a rush of heat, but she could not hold back her words. Luo Feng, standing proudly, raised his chin high, eager for all to recognize that he was the subject of her ire. Locke and the other beastmen stifled their laughter, while Luo Feng shot them a disdainful glance, as if to say, you have yet to earn the honor of having your attributes declared before the females. You are all simply envious of me. Second, Xiaolin continued. She conspired with the beastmen responsible for distributing supplies, embezzling meat strips and pelts from others. I suspect there are many more stories concerning her. As she is a female, I urge other females to take heed. Females are unique beings in this world. However, should one become malevolent, such a female will become a cancer to the beastmen. If her actions defy the will of the beast god, I assure you, not even the divine can save her. The beastmen nodded in agreement. I have conducted thorough research in recent days. First, the distribution of meat strips and coal has lacked transparency and fairness. Therefore, I intend to reorganize the distribution process, and I invite all beastmen to register with me. Locke, Chapter 43. Establishing rules soon, everyone will come to Locke to register. We will distribute a specific ratio of meat strips, dried fish, pelts, and cotton based on headcount. Households with females and young ones will receive additional allocations. Any changes in personnel must be reported promptly and truthfully. Should any beastman be found to misreport or provide false information, they will be expelled from the tribe, never to be welcomed back. Xiaolin gazed at everyone, saying, I ask you all to consider this. Which of these jerky and fish is not crafted diligently by the people of our Lofeng tribe? In the dead of night, we toil to smoke meat and spend an entire day and night fishing in the icy lake. Do you not contribute, yet expect to receive without effort? Where in the world does such fortune exist? Therefore, I declare to you now, this meat is mine. I shall give it to whomever I please. If you refuse to heed my arrangements, so be it, depart. Leave the Silver Wolf tribe. Your lives are your own responsibility. Xiaolin pointed her delicate, fair hand at Basha and said, You, and your father, and you? What was your name again? Lan Yi whispered. It seems to be Chai. Are you feeling indignant? Are you angry? Many orcs are surely aware of the underhanded dealings you engaged in while dividing the meat and coal. So, if you are dissatisfied, leave. Lofeng nodded and, in his deep, resonant voice, added, Yes. If you are not satisfied, leave. The members of the Silver Wolf tribe, Locke, Kara, and Coco echoed. If you are not satisfied, get out. The elder minister and Chai had no choice but to assist Basha to her feet, saying, We agree. Is that sufficient? Xiaolin nodded and stated, Good. Everyone has heard. If these individuals commit further acts of harm against others, may the beast deity cast them into hell, though everyone may not comprehend what hell entails. The authority of the beast deity is not to be defied. Xiaolin turned her gaze away from them, returning to her original position, addressing all the orcs. We now have approximately 1,000 orcs. And I have contemplated the significant consumption of coal. First, everyone should strive to conserve it. Second, we will implement a system of exchanging trees for coal. Third, we will exchange fresh meat for cured meat. We will assist in smoking it, and a nominal processing fee will be required. The exchange rules apply to all orcs. If the stray beasts wish to participate, they too must swear an oath to the beast deity and reside in the designated areas we arrange. But stray beasts must be vetted by Chief Lofeng before admission. Additionally, we shall establish a secret inspection team. This team will observe and record the actions of other orcs while they are engaged in their duties. Those who perform well will be rewarded, while those who do poorly will face penalties and be expelled from the work group, never to be rehired. Please, everyone, perform your tasks diligently, as I have many other matters requiring your assistance. Xiaolin smiled at everyone and declared, Thus concludes the agenda for today's gathering. If anyone finds any of this unreasonable, please voice your concerns. If you do not understand something, feel free to ask Locke or others afterward. Anyone wishing to participate in work may register and, upon passing the review, will be allowed to join. The orcs collectively found the terms reasonable and exclaimed, No objections, Xiaolin remarked. While the rules may initially appear flawless, it is natural for issues to arise over time. Feel free to approach Lofeng or me for clarification. Next, I must address the report that members of the Silver Wolf tribe have been abducting others' females. Xiaolin cast a glance at Kara, who promptly turned and brought forth 4 females and several males. The moment the females emerged, they were whisked away by the stray beasts. Xiaolin turned to the males and inquired, So? Are these all members from the southwestern tribes? Why have you taken others' females? Upon witnessing Xiaolin's fierceness, the males trembled and replied, Such has always been the way in the beast world. The brave may seize their own females. Moreover, we have taken the females of the stray beasts. They often take ours as well. Xiaolin found this situation quite suspicious and instructed Lofeng to escort the individuals away. The males frequently cast furtive glances towards Basha while speaking, indicating something was amiss. To avoid alarming them, she decided to let it be for now. Xiaolin concluded, Thank you all for coming. Each stray beast who has had a female taken shall receive a box of fish jerky to take home. Consider it an apology from Lofeng and me. She then produced a large fur blanket crafted by Lan Yi, smoothing it out for all to see, saying, Please observe, this blanket is filled with cotton, providing excellent warmth. Each female and her young shall receive one of these blankets. I will distribute a portion of the cotton to you today. You may use it to make clothing or blankets. Please do not hesitate to inform us of any needs. Do not be afraid. We are reasonable individuals, united in our goal to ensure everyone can weather the winter comfortably. Do remember to voice your needs. The orcs nodded gratefully, collected their supplies, and dispersed. Lofeng and Xiaolin understood the significance of this meeting lay in the subsequent tracking and recording. Only through accurate documentation could they gauge people's responses. Let us strive forth. We shall surely endure the harsh winter system. Congratulations, host. Successfully distributing resources and teaching the orcs to use cotton grants you 20,000 points. The more reasonable the education, the higher the points. Shaleen shook her sore arms, reflecting that her efforts had not been in vain. Holding a meeting for the orcs was even more exhausting than taking lives. Lan Yi presented Shaleen with a steaming cup of honey water, which she drank eagerly, unperturbed by its heat, knowing Lan Yi had ensured it was at a suitable temperature. Lo Feng rushed over, embracing Shaleen and kissing her forehead, saying, "You must be exhausted. Go rest now. I shall handle the rest." "You have worked hard today," Shaleen nodded, saying, "Have someone keep an eye on those orcs who are abducting others' females and on Basha, especially Basha. I suspect she is the one with the biggest problem." Lo Feng lifted Shaleen effortlessly, carrying her back to her room. Lan Yi followed quietly, and after ensuring Lan Yi was fine, Shaleen fell asleep in the room. Only Lan Yi remained, quietly stitching the blankets. Upon waking, Shaleen's first action was to check for Lan Yi's presence. Lan Yi's enchanting eyes were fixated on the dress he was sewing, as if it were his most treasured possession. His azure hair cascaded like a waterfall over his fair, muscular shoulders, his features strikingly handsome. Unconsciously, Shaleen reached out to touch his silky blue hair, which felt as smooth as water. Lan Yi smiled at her, saying, Lin, you are awake. Would you like some fruit?" Shaleen clung to Lan Yi's back, exclaiming, "What should I do? I feel as if I cannot bear to be apart from you all." Chapter 44. Upgrade Secret Manual. Shaleen touched the water droplet pendant, sensing an intense cold emanating from it. Has there been any unusual activity with this pendant in recent days? Lan Yi held Shaleen close, his cheek resting against hers, replying, "As you suggested, I infused it with spiritual energy, and it seems to have temporarily subdued it. We shall seek out the merfolk elder in the palace when the opportunity arises." Shaleen nodded, saying, "That is wonderful. Your ability to control it, even temporarily, indicates your powers have indeed advanced. Keep up the hard work." Lan Yi grinned at her, saying, "Yes, I will continue to strive." Shaleen, feeling a bit dizzy from his beauty, forced herself to change the subject. "What about Chai? Where did he take the items?" Lan Yi replied. "He went to Basha. Additionally, Locke and I have noticed that Basha frequently ventures out into the snowstorm. She often disappears into remote caves. We are uncertain of her activities." Shaleen asked, "When did she leave? What was her appearance upon exiting the cave? Were there others with her?" Lo Feng entered the room, gulping down several mouthfuls of water before signaling to Lan Yi to refill the water jug. Facing Shaleen, Lo Feng said, "I cannot detect her scent, but her clothing is always somewhat disheveled upon her return." "It is always in the early hours," Shaleen cautioned. "Let us not alert her. We shall investigate tomorrow. Call me when the time comes." Shaleen, her expression resolute, declared to Lo Feng, "This female must not be allowed to remain." Lo Feng nodded, affectionately rubbing his head against her cheek, saying, "Do not dwell on such matters. I am exhausted from a day of patrol. Quickly, compensate me." Lan Yi cast a glance before quietly exiting. Soon, Lan Yi returned with dinner: vegetable soup, stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, boiled potatoes, sweet potatoes, and steamed sea urchin. Lo Feng also brought a generous portion of freshly roasted meat. Shaleen began to eat tender sweet potatoes alongside the roasted meat, and after each meal, she would take a stroll outside. However, since her return, she had been incredibly busy, either in meetings or addressing various tasks. Today, she simply lay on the bed, lost in thought. Once Lo Feng had his fill, he lifted her playfully, engaging in light-hearted antics on the bed. Exhausted from the playful tussle, Shaleen drifted off to sleep. Lo Feng pressed a gentle kiss to her lips, reflecting on the numerous matters plaguing the tribe during this time. She had not had a proper chance to enjoy herself. After resting, he would have to personally deal with troublesome issues. Feeling a pang of guilt, he nestled beside Shaleen, inhaling her delightful scent, tucking her snugly under the covers. And gradually, the room was filled only with the sound of their breathing. In the morning, after Shaleen had her breakfast, she commenced her daily training routine, diligently practicing every morning without fail. When Luo Feng had the time, he would join her for a session of close combat practice. If he was unavailable, Lan Yi would step in to accompany Shaleen. Although Lan Yi's practical experience was evidently less than that of Luo Feng, he would occasionally engage in sparring with Luo Feng, whether intentionally or not. Each time, Luo Feng would initiate the action, yet he would never overly dominate Lan Yi, as Laney still had to prepare meals for everyone. Initially, Sha Lin was quite unaccustomed to being attended to, but she has now naturally accepted certain comforts, such as a cup of honey tea and a towel after training, or a glass of juice following meals. And the neatly folded clothes after her baths, Lan Yi truly embodied the qualities of a considerate and attentive gentleman. Currently, many affairs within the tribe were running smoothly, akin to a colossal machine that perpetually spins. Sha Lin had meticulously installed and inspected all the valves, even polishing and observing the tiniest screws, eagerly awaiting to document the machine's efficiency in the future. System? Am I still a level 2 beastman? How do I level up? Host. Upgrading can only be achieved by continually defeating higher-level beastmen and accumulating victories. So, in my current situation, aside from daily sparring with Luo Feng and Lan Yi, there are no higher-level beastmen than myself? Host. The beast world is vast and boundless. As long as you are willing to seek, you can find beastmen of higher levels. Given your current low rank, please strive to upgrade. Cherish your life. Do not recklessly attempt to explore unknown dungeons. System? Is there truly no other way to upgrade? The True Love contract can facilitate your upgrade. Its effects can stack, and each level up will present a different interface. Then how do I upgrade the True Love contract? Mating. Please bear high-quality beastmen for the beast world. The more female offspring born, and the higher their quality, the higher your level will be. You might as well kill me. 200 points will be deducted as compensation for answering your questions. A gentle reminder, host. If you exceed a certain age, the quality of your offspring may be concerning, and the True Love contract will not upgrade. So, please consider having children sooner. Sha Lin pondered the scene of childbirth and shook her head, deciding against it for now. Every step counts, and while she currently possesses points, they are still quite limited. Facing a formidable beastman, she would likely struggle to endure for even a few minutes. Thus, it would be wise to recuperate and earn points diligently to enhance her level. As she scooped some of her frequently consumed vegetable soup into her mouth, she suddenly found it rather flavorless. Goodness! How much vegetable soup have I consumed? Presently, Sha Lin had only taught Laney a handful of dishes. It seemed time to elevate her culinary experiences regularly. She hastily finished her meal, tidied up the dishes, and intended to wash them, but was swiftly interrupted by Luo Feng, who snatched them away, saying, Lin, are you out of your mind? On such a cold day, you still wish to wash the dishes? Just lie down. I'll be right back to keep you company. With a playful wink towards Sha Lin, he dashed off before she could respond. Sha Lin touched the potatoes and sweet potatoes at home, noticing there were indeed plenty. With a smile on her lips, she said to Lan Yi, I want to make some vermicelli. Let us prepare some. Laney replied with a grin, Sure, but don't get wet. My heritage tells me that if a female gets cold water on her during winter, she could easily perish. I'm not that delicate. She leaned against her window to gaze at the scenery outside, which was still blanketed in white, though the snow had ceased in the beast world. Snow could sometimes be fierce, a combination of hail and heavy snow, and at times, even ice chunks would fall. If an ordinary beastman ventured out during such weather, they would undoubtedly be riddled with injuries. Then go fetch some sweet potatoes, a whole bag, and we'll need firewood, a large pot, and a wooden basin filled with water. Laney nodded and quickly went to gather the items. Together, they peeled the sweet potatoes, with Lan Yi slicing them before mashing them with a wooden mallet. Noticing Sha Lin's eagerness, Luo Feng crafted a special mashing barrel and mallet for her. After mashing the sweet potatoes, they added clean water and let it sit overnight. The next day, they drained the water and added fresh water again, allowing it to settle. Ultimately, they obtained a mixture of red liquid and clear liquid. They poured out the clear liquid and dried the remaining red liquid in the sun. Once dried, they repeatedly pounded it with the mallet and sifted it through a special cloth, resulting in sweet potato flour. When it was time to use it, they would mix some sweet potato flour with an appropriate amount of water, preparing a tray resembling a baking sheet to evenly spread the sweet potato mixture before cooking it in the large pot. When Luo Feng cooked the first piece of sweet potato vermicelli, Sha Lin was extraordinarily excited, pointing at the translucent noodles and exclaiming, Yes, this is it. This is it. She immersed the vermicelli in cold water, lifted it, and gently took a bite. This is the flavor. Amazing. And it's so smooth and silky. At that moment, Sha Lin resembled an innocent child, joyfully cradling the vermicelli. Laney looked on with concern at her small hands, while Luo Feng grasped her hands, rubbing them gently. Don't worry. I'm not as fragile as the females in your world. Quickly, Luo Feng, see if there's any fresh meat. Bring some for me. If not, then get me some cured meat. Laney, help me slice the potatoes, and wash some vegetables and chop them up. Make sure to wash plenty of greens. Oh, and wash extra bell peppers too. Chapter 45. Pursuit. The three of them divided their tasks and soon had everything ready. Lan Yi and Luo Feng watched attentively, eager to learn how to cook for Sha Lin in the future. It had always been Lan Yi doing the cooking, and Luo Feng felt a bit competitive. After Sha Lin cut the vermicelli, she heated some fatty meat in a pot, allowing it to render fat before adding the chopped bell peppers and some red oil broth exchanged from the system. Following that, she poured in warm water and, once the broth reached a rolling boil, added the fresh meat and vegetable vermicelli, stirring continuously to prevent it from sticking to the pot. Since they had just prepared the vermicelli, it cooked swiftly. When Sha Lin brought over the large pot of vermicelli, she gazed at the colorful and fragrant dish, which could be considered one of the few delicacies she had experienced in the beast world. At that moment, Sha Lin felt overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears, as she savored a piece of vermicelli. The noodles had absorbed the essence of the seasonings, bursting with flavor and a delightful chewiness. The various tastes melding perfectly. She then sampled the meat, which Luo Feng had specially sourced as fresh pork, tender and succulent, followed by the crisp and sweet vegetables. The deliciousness made her feel as if she could dance in circles. You all should eat too. Don't just watch me. Lan Yi and Luo Feng also began to taste the dish, and after months of exposure, they could handle a few spicy peppers, with Luo Feng even managing to eat a slightly spicier portion. Both found the vermicelli exceptionally delicious, finishing off the leftovers that Sha Lin had left. After she finished eating, Sha Lin embraced her round belly and gazed out the window at the falling snow. Feeling a sense of serene contentment, it was still afternoon, so she decided to take a stroll by herself. After consuming a transformation pill, she wandered through the tribe, observing the orderly distribution of cured meats and dried fish, which had been completed early in the morning. Next, she ventured to areas populated by beastmen, noticing how warmly they were dressed. Some had fashioned clothes from surplus cotton, their faces adorned with warm smiles of happiness. Sha Lin thought to herself, isn't this what I have always pursued? In the civilized world, warm clothing and delicious food are easily accessible, but in the beast world, where danger lurks at every corner, even the basic necessities of life have been accumulated through her arduous efforts. Then, she approached the area that disgusted her the most, the southwestern tribe. She saw male beastmen of the jackal emerging from Basha's dwelling. Basha was already marked by the Jackal-S brand. Shortly after, Basha herself emerged from her cave, donned in what she deemed her most beautiful furs, climbing onto the back of the jackal and galloping away. Who is Basha? She is an exceedingly narcissistic female, always proud of her noble lineage. Yet now, she has even taken in a jackal. This is simply abnormal. Hasn't she always coveted Luo Feng? Could it be that she has given up? That is impossible. Sha Lin felt that Basha's actions could no longer be deemed peculiar. She was clearly plotting something significant for herself. Following her from a distance, just as she prepared to launch a full pursuit, she spotted Qi Lian approaching with his female companion in tow. Since Sha Lin had dallied for too long, the effects of the transformation pill were wearing off, and she had to cover herself with a veil. Excuse me, where can I find the tribe's shaman? My female is about to give birth. Sha Lin glanced at the female in Qi Lian's arms, noticing the blood already flowing. She swiftly turned to him and said, Follow me, quickly. Ah, it's you. You were the one who assisted the snake beast in delivering her female baby, right? You're quite impressive. You can do everything. Sha Lin shook her head in resignation and said, It wasn't me. It was her husband who delivered the baby. I see your female condition is quite urgent. Hurry up. By the time Sha Lin settled Qilian and the others and intended to seek out Basha, she could no longer detect any trace of her scent. System, navigate to Basha. Warning, warning. The location of the host Basha poses significant danger to the host. The probability of death is exceedingly high. System, why do you only issue a warning after I ask? Please initiate safety mode. Host. It will cost 5,000 points per year. Activating now will grant a discount. For 3 years, it will be 6,000 points. How utterly repugnant you are, system. Once I finish, you will cease to exist. 3 years, only 4,000 points. Very well. deducting 4,000 points to activate safety mode. I won't enter. I'll just observe from outside. Provide me navigation. Activating navigation. Life and death are in Fate's hands. Host. Tread carefully and cherish every moment. Bah, you wretched system. Shaleen arrived at a secluded valley, dozens of kilometers away from the tribe. She noticed a new cave entrance but did not dare to enter, aware of the system's warnings. Shaleen squatted outside for so long that her legs became numb. Unable to find Shaleen in the tribe, Lan Yi resorted to seeking out Luofeng. Luofeng, busy with tribal affairs, found no trace of Shaleen, so he decided to utilize the true love contract to locate her. Help me finish up here. I'll go bring her back. Luofeng transformed into a giant wolf and dashed towards Shaleen, soon spotting her returning on her own. He embraced Shaleen, feeling her unusually cold body, and quickly carried her home, wrapping her in a fur blanket. Shaleen's face was flushed red from the cold. Initially, she felt a bit chilly, but soon lost all sensation. In fact, if a human feels numb in the snow, they are already nearing frostbite. Lan Yi, alarmed, hurried to heat water, while Luofeng held Shaleen close, sharing his warmth. What on earth happened? I step out for just a moment, and you end up like this? You seemed fine during dinner. At this point, Shaleen was feeling dazed and could only muster enough sense to retrieve a half bottle of restorative potion that Lan Yi had previously consumed, saying, "You feed me." Luofeng drank it in one gulp and offered it to Shaleen's crimson lips. Shaleen, possibly experiencing the gravest illness of her life, felt herself being placed in a bath, gently wiped down, and dressed. Someone was consistently changing the towel on her forehead and providing her with water. She wanted to say, "Get someone to keep an eye on the jackals and Basha. They are up to something." However, her words came out as incoherent whimpers, leaving Luofeng and Lan Yi unable to comprehend her message. As Shaleen continued to burn with fever, Luofeng rushed to find the shaman, who prepared a potion for her, which Luofeng administered. Eventually, Shaleen could no longer resist and fell into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, Lan Yi and Luofeng were in a flurry of activity, and when the sun finally rose the next day, Shaleen had finally broken her fever. The first thing she said upon waking was to inform Luofeng and Lan Yi about what she had witnessed in the snow. Moreover, "I believe there are extremely dangerous things in the place where Basha is." Shaleen stated that, "I'm unfamiliar with this world." "What do you think it could be?" Luofeng replied, "This world continuously spawns new creatures. Much like the rootless beasts that didn't exist nearly a century ago. They only emerge every few hundred years, so it's hard to say what exactly is there." Shaleen countered, "Isn't that because you all place too much importance on females? Some males in our realm can survive without females." Luofeng and Lan Yi shared a look of disbelief. Luofeng remarked, "Life without females would be terribly dull." They both oddly agreed on this point. Shaleen retorted, "Who do you think you are, you lecherous fools? What I know for certain is that there is something there." She turned to Luofeng and asked, "What exactly is this endless forest you mentioned before? Could you elaborate?" Luofeng pulled Shaleen into his embrace and said, "It's a forest inhabited by numerous wild beastmen. A few years ago, I trained there. Many high-level beastmen reside within, along with colossal beasts. We go there to gather green crystals, which serve as the universal currency of this world. Green crystals can save lives in dire situations and are also useful when females give birth. Of course, if a beastman is severely ill, consuming green crystals will only delay the inevitable." Shaleen turned to Lan Yi. "Have you ever been?" Lan Yi shyly shook his head. "I haven't. I came to find you when I upgraded to a second-level beastman." These words further incensed Luofeng. "Ah, so this fellow had his eye on Lin back then." Shaleen sensed the peculiar atmosphere and continued, "Do you think that dragons like those we encountered tonight also come from the endless forest? Does that mean there are abundant resources and wondrous creatures there?" Luofeng and Lan Yi exchanged wary glances. Shaleen blushed and clarified, "I didn't mean it that way, just a casual inquiry. Maybe we can explore it when I reach level 4. Reminder to the host, to enter the endless forest, the host must be at least level 3. The system chimed in. "I've been pondering this matter, but the tribe's priority is ensuring that more beastmen survive the winter. I've been neglecting a critical flaw. We lack walls to defend against external threats. We don't even have a castle or basic housing." Shaleen took a deep breath and declared, "The only viable plan is to stockpile large stones a short distance from the tribe. The more, the better. We can pile them up to withstand attacks for a while." Luofeng responded, I'll gather most of the tribe members tomorrow. Shaolin added, I still have some oil and weapons, but I'm unsure how many enemies there are. Lan Yi, your beastman level is quite high now. You won't need to cook for me tomorrow. You can join Luofeng and the others in stockpiling stones. I'll manage to find food elsewhere, Luofeng interjected. That won't do. You still need to eat at home. Lan Yi and I will take turns cooking. As dawn broke, illuminating the land with its magical light, Shaolin and Luofeng had long since concealed themselves at the entrance of the cave frequently visited by Basha. System: exchange for 2 invisibility pills, deducting 500 points. Invisibility for 3 hours. Basha soon appeared at the cave entrance, her vigilance evident as she scanned her surroundings. Shaolin tossed a pill to Luofeng, saying, Take this, without suspicion. Luofeng consumed it, and Shaolin urged him to follow Basha's trail. Both Shaolin and Luofeng were exceptionally skilled, making it a trivial task to follow Basha, who possessed no martial prowess. The invisibility pills also masked their scent. After about 10 minutes, Basha knocked on the stone wall and leaped into a hidden cave. Shaolin and Luofeng followed a few seconds later, landing in a small underground lake with a frozen surface. Basha struck the ice several times, causing the frozen lake to shatter in an instant, unleashing a torrent of water that transformed the icy lake into tumultuous waves. Chapter 46. A scheme within a scheme. The surface of the water began to coalesce, forming a distinctly angular human face, and then emerged a figure that was strikingly familiar. Howie, he exuded an air of arrogance, disdainfully regarding the kneeling female at his feet. Shaolin and Luofeng felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Howie. At this moment, he was certainly not the same Howie who had once been reduced to a pitiful state by Luofeng. It was unclear what methods he had employed to upgrade, but one thing was certain. Even together, Shaolin and Luofeng might not be able to defeat him. Foolish female, have you gathered the numbers of their beastmen and their food supplies? Howie demanded. Basha touched her foolish head and replied, There are approximately 600 of them. I know where the storeroom is, but they are under constant guard, making it impossible to enter. Foolish female, do you not have your body? Use it to barter. My army is fully assembled. When the time comes, you will incapacitate the males and then eliminate them. Victory will be within our grasp. Remember, do not harm the females or their young. Basha performed a deep bow, saying, Understood. We will do our utmost, and do not forget. You promised to leave those 2 males to me. Howie arrogantly responded, As long as you execute your part well, everything can be negotiated. At that moment, Yihao unexpectedly teleported to the concealed location of Shaolin and Luofeng. Shaolin felt a chill of sweat breaking out as Luofeng held her hands tightly. Yihao circled around, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, and soon, his water-like figure gradually dissipated into transparency, transforming into fragmented droplets that scattered across the lake, which once again froze into an icy expanse. Basha rose from the snow, her eyes ablaze with the flames of hatred and an unwavering determination towards Luofeng and Lan Yi. She swiftly returned to the tribe, where Luofeng had previously prepared a substantial amount of salt in the manner of Shaolin, marking the day as one of celebration for the harvest. Recently, after implementing Shaolin's methods for some time, all the orcs in the tribe felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and contentment. The orcs set up boilers, and Luofeng brought forth the fresh meat and fruit juices he had stored for everyone to share. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the exuberant voices of orcs, while young wolf cubs and panda cubs frolicked about, some drooling beside the grilling racks, while others dashed about in the snow, engaging in playful scuffles. The females sat quietly by the grill, basking in the warmth, attended to by attentive male orcs who presented them with delectable roasted meats and an assortment of peeled fruits. Shaolin observed many males vying for the attention of the females, who, like proud peacocks, drew the males towards them simply by standing there. During this period, with worries of the harsh winter and food scarcity alleviated, there was ample opportunity for romance to blossom. Reflecting on her arrival in the beast world, Shaolin recalled the mark of Luofeng's female companion that had been imprinted upon her, leading to a scarcity of suitors among the orcs. Watching others pursue the females ignited a sense of novelty within her, akin to watching a captivating drama. Among the throng of orcs, Shaolin spotted Basha, who was engaged in conversation with the jackal. Luofeng presented a large barrel of fruit juice, inviting everyone to indulge, prompting jubilant cheers from the orcs. As Shaolin observed Basha and the jackal's readiness, a cold shiver crept into her heart. The jackal distributed drinks to many, and the orcs relished the beverages, drinking copiously. Basha approached Shaylin, cradling a bottle of fruit juice, and poured a cup for her, saying, "Sister, I was foolish before. Please forgive me. I will certainly heed Luofeng's words from now on." Luofeng watched Basha's gesture with a bemused expression, while Lan Yi's gaze remained fixed on Shaylin, attentively observing her needs. After speaking, Basha mischievously winked at Luofeng. Disgusted, Shaylin downed the juice Basha offered, contemplating, "Do you wish to ensure if I have ingested poison? It is clear we both wish to see each other perish. It should have long been a fight to the death." Basha, blushing, smiled coyly at Luofeng before returning to her spot. Moments later, amidst the bustling celebration, orc after orc collapsed onto the ground, with some noticing the abnormality too late. As Shaylin and Luofeng succumbed to unconsciousness, Basha erupted with a piercing scream of joy that resonated through the air. This revelation stunned all the orcs. Was Basha truly this kind of female? Had she incapacitated all the members of the Silver Wolf tribe? At that moment, the collective thought among them was that this female, as venomous as a scorpion, could not be allowed to live. Shaylin and Luofeng awaited for Basha to summon aid for Luofeng. After a considerable wait, Basha commanded, "Carry him back to my cave. Kill everyone else." Except for the females. To Shaylin's shock, the male who moved to comply was Lan Yi. Rage surged within her as she heard the swift sounds of something emerging from the snow, several scaled orcs. When they approached, Shaylin drew her handgun and, in an instant, dispatched 3 of them. Within seconds, Luofeng, Lan Yi, and the other orcs eradicated the remaining threats. Upon inspecting the fallen orcs, they realized they were merfolk. Shaylin inquired of Lan Yi, "Why are they merfolk? Do you know them?" Lan Yi responded, "They appear to be Ehao's confidants." Basha, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, attempted to flee on the back of a jackal. Shaylin and the other Silver Wolf orcs pursued on Luofeng's back. Along the way, they encountered numerous ambushes by the merfolk, who concealed themselves in the snow, their sleek scales allowing them to glide swiftly. After sacrificing a few silver wolves, Luofeng exclaimed, "Lin Lin, we must retreat." Everyone understood that in this endless expanse of snow, the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed, making it impossible to withstand the onslaught. Upon returning to the tribe for inspection, they discovered a total of 10 fallen merfolk, along with the poison Basha had prepared. The shaman, upon examination, stated, "This is a type of supernova poison. There is no antidote. I have never seen anything like it." Consequently, the orcs of the Silver Wolf tribe regarded Basha as dead. Should any orc encounter her again, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. Basha, having sustained multiple shots from Shaylin's handgun during their escape, found herself alone, relying on memory to stumble back to her cave. Chapter 47. The storm approaches. Come out quickly. The plan has failed, Basha shouted. That moment, a round-headed, small-eyed orc emerged from the side of the cave, exuding an icy aura reminiscent of hell itself. The lizard man ensnared Basha with its tail, pulling her into the cave, which was dark and terrifying, resembling a hellish abyss, revealing its horrifying fangs. A lithe figure darted past, followed closely by a robust silhouette, and soon they entered the cave, becoming transparent once more. Basha was dragged inside by the lizard man, her clothing torn to shreds. Unfazed, Basha remarked, "The plan has failed. Where are your men? The troops? I can't stay in that tribe for another day. You have no idea how detestable that female is." The lizard man continued to make advances towards Basha, assuring her, "Do not worry. Our troops have arrived. As long as you give me what I want, I will grant you your desires." Shaylin turned away in disgust, her gaze shifting to Luofeng, realizing she had anticipated Basha's scheme all along. Following her now would undoubtedly lead them to the lair of the mastermind behind it all. Subsequently, Luofeng pulled Shaylin into the cave of the lizard man. They beheld the vast white expanse of snow, moving silently like drifting snowflakes. Shaylin sensed something beneath the thick layer of snow and gently brushed it aside, revealing dozens of lizards curled up together. This group of lizards numbered over 20, and within the cave, there were likely hundreds of such lizard groups. Panic gripped Shaylin as she felt cold sweat trickling down her palms. Sensing her distress, Luofeng enveloped her in his embrace. Shaylin pointed towards another cave entrance, and cautiously, they continued to navigate over the slumbering lizard beasts. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the entrance, which was filled with dried meat and animal hides. Shaylin recognized them as stolen goods from her own provisions. Spotting numerous small lizard beasts, an overwhelming sight of lizard-skinned, a shiver ran down her spine as she realized most of the lizards were nearing adulthood, indicating this was essentially a reserve military base. At the command of their leader, these lizards would awaken, consume the stored meat, and subsequently march forth to slaughter all the male orcs and male cubs in the tribe, sparing only the females to breed more lizards. The mere thought made Shaylin want to retch. "We must eliminate that lizard man outside," Shaylin declared. Luofeng and Shaylin nodded in agreement. As they were about to exit, a fully grown lizard beast emerged from within the horde. Having already caught wind of their presence, "Warning, warning! The invisibility potion will wear off in 3 seconds." Luofeng scooped Shaylin into his arms and charged out at incredible speed. The lizard beasts in the room began to stir, rushing towards the exit like a mass of tofu, all getting stuck and unable to move. At that moment, Basha and the lizard man awoke. Basha glared at the lizard man in disgust. The lizard man bellowed angrily, "Roar! Someone has invaded. Is it the person you brought?" Basha replied, "How could that be? I was so careful." Furious, the lizard man retorted, "If you let them go, you will gain nothing." He immediately transformed into a massive lizard, sniffing the air, and charged out the door, only to be suddenly buried beneath a mountain of snow, which intensified fiercely, cascading down like a powerful jet. Despite his utmost effort, he could only maintain his stance. Meanwhile, Shaylin and Luofeng were seated in a vehicle, with Shaylin flooring the accelerator, sending snow flying towards the lizard beasts. With another push of the gas, they sped away. Just seconds after their departure, the entire cave collapsed under the weight of the lizard beasts, who, stacked upon one another, bared their gaping jaws and roared at each other. Basha was overwhelmed beneath the mass of lizard beasts, her fate uncertain. Shaylin's heart raced, and Luofeng was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. "They have so many. I suspect there are even more lurking," Shaylin exclaimed. Luofeng reassured, "Do not worry, I shall find a way." Xiaolin tightly grasped Luofeng's hand and declared, "We will devise a plan together." Upon their arrival at the tribe, Luofeng issued a direct order to place all individuals from the southwestern tribe under house arrest, insisting that he be informed the moment Basha returned. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped all orcs. Ever since Xiaolin's return, Laney sensed a dissonance. When Luofeng gathered all his trusted allies within the tribe to deliberate on the matter, Xiaolin listened intently, yet found no substantial viewpoints. After taking a sip of honeyed water to steady her nerves, she proclaimed, "Let us first send the females and younglings to a safe location. Then we shall spend the next 24 hours stockpiling boulders. I still possess some oil, which will serve as our final trump card." Luofeng nodded and commanded, "Summon all the males. Relocate the food and females immediately." Xiaolin interjected, "You all go ahead. I will remain here to think." Luofeng replied, "Actually, I would prefer you to move with them." Xiaolin countered, "No, I cannot. You know that." Luofeng nodded to Lan Yi, instructing, "Take good care of her." Xiaolin, momentarily dazed, asked Lan Yi, "How much do we have left?" Lan Yi responded, "There is still some, but not much. Then let us gather the remaining males here. We shall craft concealed weapons." The lizard man Neba recognized that the current situation had already raised alarms and understood that a swift assault was the optimal strategy. The longer they delayed, the more difficult the battle would become. He gathered all the male lizard orcs and announced, "We are aware of their food and females. We are currently outside, unaware of when we might freeze to death due to starvation. Therefore, this raid must be victorious. As long as we triumph, we shall survive and acquire an abundance of food and females, allowing us to increase our kin." The lizard orcs hissed in agreement, echoing a sentiment of assured victory. The lizard folk were insatiable creatures. During summer, they were lethargic, preferring to pilfer others' provisions and indulging in slumber, while in autumn, as other tribes stockpiled food, they continued to nap, leading to their demise in winter. Neba opened a wooden container towards the sky, and dazzling blue light erupted forth. Satisfied, he declared, "Good. Let us march forth. The last survivors may choose from the remaining food and females at will." Other orcs, akin to nocturnal demons clad in dark armor, trampled the snow, creating a cacophony of crunching sounds. Neba picked Basha up from the snow, observing her lifeless, fish-like eyes, and tossed her onto a lizard's back as they pressed on. Chapter 48. To battle is to fight. All the tribesmen prepared according to Xia Lin's instructions. Some were setting traps, others digging deep pits, while others transported oil. Xia Lin and Luo Feng completed the traps and readied the boulders for throwing. Simply having these is insufficient, far from enough, Xia Lin remarked, glancing at her comrades who were working methodically, yet anxiety churned within her. Both she and Luo Feng understood that their meager forces were inadequate to conquer their foes. Xia Lin rummaged through her armory and discovered she could exchange for artillery, 3 in total, but the trump card could only be utilized at the critical moment. Warning, warning, a multitude of unknown creatures is approaching. All orcs took their positions, bracing for the impending conflict. Xia Lin exclaimed, "If we are to fight, then let us do so. Let the flames of war blaze ever brighter. The Silver Wolf tribe shall prevail." The orcs echoed in unison, "Victory, victory, victory." Gradually, from the snowy horizon emerged countless white, writhing forms resembling worms, tirelessly coiling and propelling themselves forward, the eerie crunching sounds echoing across the snow-covered mountains. As Xia Lin pulled taut her fire crossbow, she exuded an unparalleled wild beauty. Her eyes burned with a fierce crimson, infecting those around her with an aura of indomitable spirit. This was the culmination of Xia Lin's relentless training in the face of formidable foes. A testament to her potential forged through countless trials. With such momentum and a steadfast resolve to engage in life-and-death struggles, Xia Lin repeatedly found herself favored by the goddess of victory. Like a radiant elven being, akin to a droplet of hope amidst the first snow, the orcs heard a swift sound, followed by the thuds of 4 lizard orcs and a series of igniting combustions. Soon, a dense swarm of lizard orcs surged forward in rapid formation across the snow, resembling a well-drilled army. Xia Lin continued her powerful barrage, while others utilized massive slingshots to strike, though the stones traveled at a noticeably slower pace. Diminishing their impact, the lizard folk quickly closed the distance, halting just 20 meters from Xia Lin. Niba emitted a piercing sound, commanding the lizard orcs to cease their advance. Niba taunted, "Do we possess your females? Do you no longer desire them?" Luo Feng retorted, "Which female?" Niba casually seized Basha from another lizard's back, revealing only her back to the Silver Wolf tribe. "Here she is. I offer you a chance to exchange. Simply hand over that female archer, and I will withdraw." At that moment, Xia Lin hesitated. Sacrificing one for the greater good could afford her the opportunity to eliminate all the lizard orcs. Lan Yi seemed to sense Xia Lin's thoughts and shook his head. Luo Feng, his gaze fierce, stated, "I can smell that Basha is your female now. Do you wish to abandon her?" Niba laughed. "Ha! We lizard folk have always been reviled by you. Do you know how our females reproduce?" Luo Feng's expression turned cold, filled with disdain as he snapped, "Silence. If we are to fight, then let us do so. Spare me your prattle." Niba laughed heartily. "What? Is she your female? She certainly bears your scent. But alas, it is not one born of mating, more like forcibly imposed upon her. You do not wish me to speak? Afraid your female companions might learn. Then allow me to reveal that once we lizard folk capture a female, we confine her, compelling her to bear offspring, rendering beast marks utterly inconsequential. All that matters is producing young." Luo Feng's fury ignited as he clenched his fists. "Be silent." Xia Lin felt a mix of disgust and anger. Wishing to obliterate these creatures immediately, Lan Yi relaxed his tense posture slightly, questioning whether they had not engaged in mating at that moment. Xia Lin reflected on her previous selfish actions, realizing how unfair they were to Luo Feng, inadvertently causing him emotional harm. Luo Feng transitioned from a domineering figure to a vigilant observer of her emotional fluctuations, never imposing excessive demands, extending profound trust and tolerance toward her selfishness. Even during their playful banter, his words were meticulously chosen. Luo Feng was exceedingly cautious in his interactions with her, and each subtle probe could potentially be the result of extensive contemplation. Xia Lin had long exploited Luo Feng's strength, and this lizard's public revelation of the truth was a tremendous affront to him. With a cold, indifferent gaze directed at Niba, as if regarding a lifeless corpse, she exchanged for a sniper rifle. Concealing herself from Niba's view, she took aim and fired, her finger decisively pulling the trigger. In an instant, Niba felt a bone-chilling intent to kill. Instinctively, he evaded, the bullet grazing his serpentine head, causing a trickle of black blood to fall. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Lin fired again, but this time Niba shielded Basha with his own body, making her the unfortunate target. "You?" Xia Lin exclaimed. Niba chuckled. "Ah, little female, I find you quite charming. I shall attend to you exclusively shortly. You need not bear offspring. It will be my supreme honor to grant you that." Xia Lin smiled wickedly, her voice dripping with icy resolve. "Very well. Come to me now." Niba, intrigued, took several steps forward, greedily studying Xia Lin's expression. When he was but a few steps away, he hurled Basha aside, and in an instant, the snow was awash with gunpowder, blood, and shattered flesh. The ground stained a deep crimson. Niba nodded at Xia Lin. "I am now determined to have you. Should I possess your treasures, conquering other tribes will be a mere formality." Xia Lin remained silent, continuing to fire her arrows at him. Niba dodged each time with remarkable speed. And Xia Lin, undeterred, kept shooting, though her hits were few and far between. Luo Feng cautioned, Lin, his orc level likely exceeds mine. I cannot discern his rank." The lizardman Niba suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, prompting the second-tier lizardmen to hurl small lizard beasts in various directions across the snowy expanse. This was followed by a cacophony of explosions, reducing the small lizard beasts to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Xia Lin felt that some of these small lizard beasts might, at this moment, be testing the explosive capabilities of their own offspring. A chilling display of apathy and cold-bloodedness. Luo Feng and the other Silver Wolf tribe beastmen were hurling massive rocks at the lizardmen, while Xia Lin continued her relentless assault. Drawing her bow, she inquired, "Are the lizardmen always like this?" Chapter 49. Regret Luo Feng, having just released a boulder, replied, "They have been forsaken by the beast god. They have been silent for years, only to discover a method of breeding in secrecy, emerging to attack other tribes." Xia Lin asked, "Has the beast god punished them?" Luo Feng responded, "It is said that many of their offspring can no longer assume human form. Take that lizardman Niba, for instance. He is incapable of transforming into a complete humanoid. They are no longer beastmen. They have become something else entirely." The lizardmen had breached the first layer of traps, resulting in the demise of a few small lizard beastmen, and proceeded to the second layer. "Archers, prepare," Xia Lin commanded. As the first beastman stepped onto a bamboo spike trap, a lizard beast fell victim to its deadly embrace. Due to their close proximity, many lizards tumbled into the initial trap. Niba issued another command, and astonishingly, the lizardmen did not divert their course, but instead trod upon the bodies of their impaled comrades. Witnessing her traps being compromised, Xia Lin realized that the lizardmen were now mere steps away. If she did not act swiftly, her plans would unravel. Like a gliding dragon, she maneuvered towards the lizard beasts, enticing them into other bamboo spike traps, while Luo Feng and Lan Yi diverted the attention of another group of lizardmen. Initially, their strategy was effective, but soon Niba charged towards Xia Lin. Luo Feng positioned himself protectively in front of her as the lizard beast engaged him in combat, relentlessly attacking Luo Feng's neck, spewing forth a purple, toxic liquid that possessed corrosive properties. Luo Feng retaliated by targeting the lizardman's vital areas, but soon he too was afflicted by the same noxious substance, his breath billowing forth in a purple haze. "Quick, Luo Feng! Lan Yi, get behind me!" Xia Lin urged as she retreated several dozen meters. Once they were safely behind her, she brandished her flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the lizard beasts. What followed was a spectacle of blazing flames illuminating the sky. Xia Lin had previously doused the area beneath the bamboo spikes with oil, even planting grenades within the traps. The ensuing inferno was accompanied by a series of deafening explosions, sending forth a wave of scorching heat across the snowy battlefield, mingled with ominous clouds of smoke and splattered crimson remnants. Gradually, the white smoke transformed into a vivid red, reminiscent of the strikingly beautiful flowers of the other shore, each bloom vying for attention as death beckoned to the beastmen. Xia Lin and her fellow beastmen were engulfed in choking coughs, with Luo Feng gently patting her back to alleviate her discomfort. "Quick, how many lizardmen remain?" she gasped. "Don't fret. We shall handle the rest," Luo Feng assured, rallying the other male beastmen to charge into the smoke-laden battlefield. Just as they approached, a shrill laughter echoed, Ha ha ha. Did you think killing us would end it? How naive. Your females have likely been captured, and your offspring are already seeking the beast god. What did you say? Luo Feng demanded. But before he could finish, a lizard man burst forth from the thick white smoke. Sprinting towards Sha Lin, Luo Feng's heart sank. None had anticipated that any lizard men would survive. Niba, who had once been the closest beast man to the traps, should have perished swiftly, with the agility of a phantom. Niba lunged at Sha Li, and in response, she summoned a cannon and fired a shot, but Niba vanished into thin air. When she turned, she was horrified to see Niba delivering a lethal strike towards Lan Yi's neck. Fully aware that such an attack would surely spell doom for him. System. Exchange for a decoy card. Before Lan Yi could react, Niba's hands reflected in his beautiful azure eyes. In an instant, their positions exchanged. Sha Lin stood in Niba's path, and with a thunderous blast from the cannon, Niba was struck, losing a significant portion of his shoulder. Seeing Niba retaliate with deadly poison, Lan Yi recognized the severity of the situation. Lizardmen possessed a virulent toxin that was deadlier with each rank they ascended, and it was incurable. In that moment, Sha Lin was enveloped in a warm, yet foul embrace, a stench that made her want to retch. In a flash, Luo Feng collapsed. The lizard man, despite his maimed shoulder, continued to fight for survival. Sha Lin supported Luo Feng, whose typically confident and vibrant visage now bore signs of distress, yet his enchanting eyes remained fixed on her with deep affection. Hand over the antidote, Sha Lin demanded, stepping on his face. Niba laughed. Our lizard man poison has no antidote. Why do you still wish to kill Lan Yi? Sha Lin pressed. That is a question for you to ponder. Little male.do, you truly believe we lizard men would dare attack your tribe without cause? Lan Yi's eyes filled with sorrow as he clutched his water droplet pendant, momentarily lost in thought. In that instant, Sha Lin witnessed a swarm of merfolk rushing to envelop Luo Feng. With fiery determination, Lan Yi teleported beside Sha Lin, who screamed in alarm, shielding Luo Feng as they fought against the merfolk with bare hands. Soon, both Sha Lin and Lan Yi bore numerous wounds, yet they managed to fell several of the merfolk. Sha Lin twisted her long legs, severing the heads of their foes, while Lan Yi utilized his tail and hands to do the same. However, after vanquishing the first wave of merfolk, a second and even a third wave descended upon them. The Silver Wolf tribe beastmen were tightly encircled, while the merfolk continued their relentless assault, intent on eliminating Luo Feng and Lan Yi. Sha Lin had exhausted her points, yet she and the remaining tribesmen persevered. As they finally snapped the neck of the last merfolk, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Cradling Luo Feng, Sha Lin urged, "We must return and use the true love contract to detoxify." Luo Feng's complexion was ashen. His normally rich, resonant voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. The true love contract cannot cure poison. You silly girl. No. It must be possible, Sha Lin cried. Luo Feng shook his head, touching the beast mark on his chest, and Sha Lin felt a tremendous force stripping her of something vital. Instinctively, she resisted. But the mark on her chest began to fade, emitting a faint glow. She could feel Luo Feng's excruciating pain, her skin darkening to a deep purple hue, and as the sensation waned, she realized with heartache that he was forcibly severing their contract. In that moment, Sha Lin truly regretted her choices. Had she known, would she have acted differently? Warning, warning. Severing the true love contract will have repercussions throughout the beast realm. Please exercise caution. The system may also collapse. How can the system avoid breaking the contract? Please, host, conceive offspring soon to solidify the true love contract. Chapter 50. The true love contract. You foolish system. People are dying. We wish to reproduce. Yet we cannot. Are there no other methods to avoid breaking the true love contract? Gentle reminder, host. At this juncture, the only recourse is to comply. Sha Lin could no longer hear the system's words, as the collapse of the true love contract rendered it unable to respond in a timely manner. Suddenly, Luo Feng let out a powerful roar, a surge of radiant crimson energy erupting from him. As this aura burst forth like a halo, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing exhaustedly into Sha Lin's arms. She noticed that the contract binding them had vanished, while Luo Feng's form had turned a deep purple. Lan Yi could only watch helplessly, his heart aching, yet powerless to act. The heart felt as though it had been cleaved, shattered into countless fragments. Tears streamed down Xiaolin's face like relentless rain. For the first time, she understood that in moments of profound sorrow, tears cannot be contained, akin to a kite severed from its string, ever-present yet unattainable, governed by the natural order and cosmic laws. Beyond the realm of human control, she lifted Luo Feng, gazing upon his strikingly handsome visage, her mind drifting to his usual enigmatic smirk. He had a penchant for delivering heartwarming words with his captivating looks, often unintentionally stirring emotions within Xiaolin. Yet now, he lay motionless in her embrace. "Leave me be," Xiaolin cried out, yearning for solitude. The beastmen, believing she sought to bid Luo Feng a final farewell, retreated in unison. Lan Yi cast a glance at Xiaolin, clutching his chest, and likewise withdrew to a distance. "Lan Yi, you too must go. Allow me a moment of peace," Xiaolin's eyes, brimming with deep affection, sorrow, and helplessness, locked onto him, her mind replaying the image of Luo Feng's unparalleled handsomeness. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Supporting Luo Feng, she directed him to face her, her voice laced with fury as she exclaimed, "You dared to unilaterally dissolve our contract out of fear that I might succumb to the same poison as you? Who granted you the authority to dictate the course of my life? My fate, whether to live or die, should be mine to determine." Suddenly, she grasped her favorite dagger, her lucky charm that she had carried since her journey began. With deliberate slowness, she pressed the blade to her chest, piercing the spot where her beast mark lay. Each thrust was methodical and profound, akin to sculpting a precious gift. Blood, a vivid crimson, trickled from her body, staining the snow beneath her, transforming it into a mesmerizing sea of flowers. Vibrant and striking against the frigid landscape, in that moment, the pain of her actions was lost to her. Without the true love contract, it felt as though she were carving out her own heart. After an indeterminate time, she had etched the intricate patterns of the true love contract with flawless precision. She then pressed her beast mark against Luo Feng's, kissing his poisoned lips as she declared, "I swear to the beast god. I offer myself entirely to you. Just awaken." Silence enveloped the world. As Xiaolin's tears fell upon the blood-soaked beast mark, a surge of power erupted from Luo Feng's chest, akin to a tidal wave of hope and light, dispelling all shadows and illuminating the earth. Xiaolin felt his lips press against hers with fervor, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Congratulations, host. The true love contract has been flawlessly restored. The repair skill is now in operation. More interfaces await your exploration." Xiaolin beheld Luo Feng's enchanting eyes, now ablaze with fervent red, reflecting her own image within their depths. Yet, doubt lingered in her heart. She gently traced her finger along the bridge of his resolute nose, a tear slipping onto his cheek, warming his heart in an instant. Her beast mark radiated with a luminous energy, restoring itself in mere seconds. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they embraced tightly, Xiaolin kissing Luo Feng, inhaling the intoxicating scent of his masculine essence. This was true love. Luo Feng, entranced by the blood mark on Xiaolin's chest, realized it was a testament to her sacrifice for him. With a hoarse voice, Xiaolin commanded, "System, conjure a tent." Their fingers intertwined, Luo Feng held Xiaolin close, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Xiaolin felt a warm blush envelop her, a mix of confusion and bashfulness, yet she soon embraced her role in this pivotal moment of her life. Adopting a regal stance, she approached Luo Feng, whose magnetic, gravelly voice elicited a tender laugh. Outside the tent, faint sounds of feminine gasps and masculine roars echoed, followed by soothing, heartfelt whispers. Wrapped in Luo Feng's plush fur, only her delicate face peeked out. Resembling a radiant beauty, embarrassed by her current state, she buried her head in the fur. Luo Feng, enveloped in bliss, cradled Xiaolin, or rather, the Xiaolin-clad fur blanket, savoring her fragrance while reminiscing about their extraordinary experience. Striding back with an air of confidence, "Congratulations, host. The true love contract has upgraded to level 2. The mother-child interface is now open. You may receive a complimentary item. Please make your selection." Xiaolin opened the interface to find advanced pregnancy fruits and 3 versatile weapons. The advanced pregnancy fruit promised to yield high-quality female twins, while the weapons could transform into any of 3 forms, limited to level 3. Upon exploring the mother-child interface, She discovered it also contained advanced pregnancy fruits, but each cost an exorbitant 40,000 points. It included diapers, formula, and an array of baby items from infancy to childhood, all available for minimal point redemption, rarely exceeding 50 points. The system's design was unmistakably clear. It eagerly desired female offspring. Unbeknownst to Xiaolin, Laney possessed a pregnancy fruit of his own, yet he had not afforded her the opportunity to see it. System, do you truly yearn for female children? Xiaolin inquired. The system lacks consciousness. It merely serves as an auxiliary tool. Can you elaborate on how these weapons can transform? Can they become a 1,000-meter sniper rifle? In theory, yes, a reminder to the host. Only through childbirth can one expedite upgrades. Xiaolin mentally rolled her eyes at the system. Can these weapons transform into a mode of transportation? In theory, yes, a friendly reminder, host. The weapons can only transform 3 times, fixed at 3. After some contemplation, Xiaolin made her choice. Returning to the cave with Luo Feng, the male beastmen had disposed of the mermaid and lizard corpses in a remote valley for incineration, and Xiaolin could see thick, black smoke rising. It was now well past midnight. Upon entering, she noticed Lan Yi's dark circles, feeling a pang of guilt, and pretended to be asleep. Seeing Xiaolin return safely, Lan Yi felt a wave of relief. After sharing a glance with Luo Feng, he quietly went to fetch water. Alone in the house, he had been lost in thought, contemplating that if Luo Feng were to perish, he could seize Xiaolin for himself. Yet, deep down, another part of him protested that if Luo Feng died, Xiaolin would be devastated. He loved her but did not wish for her sorrow. Hence, Lan Yi felt disgusted with himself for such thoughts. Upon seeing Luo Feng unharmed, he inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon catching a whiff of Xiaolin's scent, he felt a twinge of melancholy and jealousy, mixed with a hint of secret joy. For she had previously vehemently opposed mating, and now she was with Luo Feng. Did that imply his turn was near? Lan Yi's thoughts were not uncommon. After all, human desires for their beloved are boundless. Luo Feng gently laid Xiaolin on his soft, white bed, preparing to leave. Xiaolin reached out her delicate hand to grasp his, asking, "What did the contract bestow upon you?" Luo Feng's face lit up as he retrieved 2 pregnancy fruits from his fur pouch, presenting them to her with pride. "Just this, do you wish to eat one now?" Xiaolin felt a surge of excitement. "How did you come by 2? Indeed, the contract granted 2. Is there anything else?" Luo Feng shook his head innocently. This alone is a treasure in the beast world. Xiaolin, overwhelmed, tilted her head, musing, "How could there be 2? 2 means quadruplets. Oh heavens, just end me now." She gazed into Luo Feng's starry-eyed expression, reluctant to spoil his current joy, leaving her to ponder alone on the bed. Soon, Lan Yi returned with the water, and Luo Feng, beaming, placed the pregnancy fruits in a box. Xiaolin had already drifted into slumber. Luo Feng carefully bathed her, and finally, she could rest peacefully. The following day, the male beastmen were busy constructing protective walls, having learned from previous bloody lessons. As Xiaolin emerged, she was greeted by the sight of industrious beastmen, all casting joyful glances her way. Confused, she smiled and nodded back. Kara burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Our leader finally has his very own female." Flustered, Xiaolin stammered, "What do you mean?" Kara replied, "The scent on you speaks volumes. It's a fragrance that cannot be washed away. You will undoubtedly soon bear offspring. The chief shall no longer envy the progeny of others." Xiaolin, blushing, fled the scene. Luo Feng entered, holding a bowl of food, urging Xiaolin to sample it. Observing the sheer happiness radiating from him, she took a few bites, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor. Xiaolin inquired, "Did you make this?" "What is it?" Luo Feng, his eyes sparkling with delight, replied, "It is my special fruit." Xiaolin immediately sputtered out a mouthful of soup. Luo Feng exclaimed, Lin, "What's wrong? Do have some more." Xiaolin was about to wave him off, but recalling that she had already consumed half, she gazed at Luo Feng's handsome countenance and quietly finished the remainder. She thought to herself, "Since you desire me to drink it so fervently, I shall comply. It need not yield results at once." Xiaolin remarked to Luo Feng, "Once spring arrives, we can construct our own palace." Luo Feng, glancing at the remnants in the bowl and confirming Xiaolin had obediently finished, joyfully declared, "Yes, I shall heed your every wish." He then continued to admire her smooth abdomen. Xia Lin pondered how this man had become so foolish. In her heart, she thought, everything should be as I wish. I never stated I wanted to bear children. Yet, when the words reached her lips, she found herself unable to voice them. Xia Lin had always felt she was unworthy of motherhood. Her past life had never permitted such thoughts, so she resolved to let nature take its course. Lan Yi entered with a bowl of stewed noodles and meat, knowing that after Xia Lin had the special fruit, she would surely require more sustenance, and thus she feasted heartily. The atmosphere in the room was laden with peculiar tension. Luo Feng was engrossed in carving something from a piece of wood, while Lan Yi gazed at Xia Lin with deep affection, as if on the verge of uttering something untoward. Xia Lin, feeling suddenly stifled, stretched her long legs after finishing her noodles and exited. Wandering leisurely through the tribe, Xia Lin observed that the females were well. Some were tending to their young, while others were sewing clothes for the impending births. The males were exceedingly busy, having constructed many stone walls. Xia Lin inquired of several orcs and learned that Luo Feng had organized them into 3 shifts, allowing them to rotate their efforts. A flexible system that enabled the orcs to maintain their strength while maximizing the use of each day. Seated aside, Xia Lin aimlessly doodled in the snow with a stick. When faced with choices, she resolutely opted for weaponry. Yet, the system had prepared 2 special fruits for Luo Feng. How unfair! She had received a transformable weapon, yet had not yet decided what form it should take. While she possessed a long-range weapon, she yearned for a powerful close combat weapon. Meanwhile, in the distant mermaid empire, Yihao seethed with rage, declaring, "This operation has failed. Not a single member of the mermaid assassination squad has returned alive, and that lizard too. They are all fools." Yihao produced a stunning portrait and instructed his subordinates, "Deliver this to the Serpent Clan, the Eagle Clan, and the Tiger Clan. I refuse to believe that no one will be moved. While they are preoccupied with vying for females, eliminate that offspring." Xia Lin was still contemplating what to have for dinner in the tribe, while Luo Feng, filled with satisfaction, began constructing something, and Lan Yi prepared to bring out some frozen seafood to cook for Xia Lin, hoping to capture her attention. Chapter 52. Compensation. Amidst the swirling snow, the beast world was once again draped in a silvery sheen. The icicles on the branches resembled droplets of water, reflecting the myriad forms of snowflakes. Akin to the pure feathers of birds, the ice flowers were truly unique in this world. They were both flowers and not flowers, neither completely flower nor mist. All the orcs in the beast realm were blossoming in their most beautiful moments. Through a bloom of feathered flowers, it was evident that a newly created, steaming hot bath awaited. The bath was surrounded by marble, pure white with yellowish veins, measuring approximately 15 meters in length. Above the bath perched a carved crimson phoenix, its magnificent head adorned with splendor, although at this moment its belly appeared quite prominent. This rotund bird spread its wings in flight, with scalding hot water gushing forth from its beak. Amidst the rising steam, one could faintly discern a stunning woman, revealing her perfectly slender figure and long, delicate legs. Like a child, she frolicked in the water for a while before resting beneath the great bird's wings, allowing the warm water to cascade over her body. This grand bird had been sculpted by Luo Feng himself, who had envisioned a means to contain ample hot water, thus necessitating the bird's plump form. By the time Xia Lin saw it, it was too late. The other marble pieces had been meticulously polished by both Luo Feng and Lan Yi. Xia Lin, having spent considerable time in the beast realm, relished her first truly comfortable bath. While there were many natural hot springs in the realm, the abundance of male orcs made it unwise for a beautiful female to bathe in the wild. Previously, when passing hot springs with Luo Feng and Lan Yi, Xia Lin had sparkled with excitement, almost begging them to lead the other males away first. Such a request was, of course, impossible. Even the typically gentle Lan Yi had vigorously shaken his head. Luo Feng and Lan Yi had kept this in mind, always wishing to create a bath that was solely hers. While crafting, Luo Feng had even made several small bathtubs for infants, along with little water bottles and basins for the babies to play with. As Luo Feng became increasingly absorbed in his work, he also fashioned several wooden cribs for infants. Startled, Xia Lin exclaimed, "You need not make so many. This is just the beginning." Luo Feng misconstrued Xia Lin's words, believing she was implying that his capabilities might not suffice for her to conceive. Consequently, he had been incessantly pursuing her during the nights, and after several days of this, Xia Lin found herself weary and achy. While Luo Feng appeared invigorated, his spirits high, even conducting nightly patrols with keen vigilance. Lan Yi came to the edge of the bathing area with refreshments, observing Xia Lin's fair back and her playful long hair. His handsome face flushed as he said, Lin, I heard from others that soaking in hot springs for too long can lead to dehydration. I brought you some honey water to drink. After speaking, Lan Yi lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Xia Lin instinctively covered her chest, suddenly remembering she was clad in a swimsuit. She wore a self-made bikini, complete with a charming ruffled skirt that accentuated her long, alluring legs. Lan Yi could only hear the sound of splashing as Xia Lin approached him, her heart racing. Then, a pair of long, slender legs appeared before him, the pale, delicate feet slightly flushed, followed by the bikini top adorned with ruffles. Xia Lin contentedly accepted the honey water from Lan Yi, drinking heartily. Unable to restrain himself, Lan Yi gazed at her, captivated by her damp form, with her attire perfectly outlining her figure. Xia Lin, with a slight smile, said, Thank you. Lan Yi, do you have anything else to eat? As she handed him the empty cup, her warm hands brushed against his fingers, causing them both to fumble, and the cup slipped from Lan Yi's grasp several times. Xia Lin chuckled, You should step outside. Don't the orcs value primitive beauty? I've seen many male orcs showcase their bodies before females. Lan Yi, momentarily irritated, replied, That may be true for others. You must not appear undressed before anyone else. Even this outfit is unacceptable. Xia Lin, with a teasing smile, said, Very well. Hurry and fetch me some food. After speaking, she dove back into the bath, starting to swim. It had been a while since she had swum. And now, in the depths of winter's chill, swimming in warm water was the most delightful experience imaginable. If only she had a glass of red wine. Xia Lin resolved that come spring, she would embark on making wine. Not long after, Laney returned with some roasted meat and grilled oysters. As Xia Lin enjoyed her meal, she felt blissful, reluctant to leave the water. In previous years, she had been engaged in missions during this time. For someone in her line of work, as long as the patron paid, she was expected to be on call, never experiencing such leisurely moments during the festive season. Reflecting on her past, she realized it had hardly been a life worth living, and she had ultimately taken none of her earnings with her. Lan Yi, observing Xia Lin luxuriating in the bath, grew somewhat anxious, yet he did not wish to dampen her spirits, so he timidly said, Lin, I see you've been soaking for quite some time. Perhaps it's time to rise. I noticed your toes have wrinkled. At the mention of wrinkles, Xia Lin's anger flared. You dare call me wrinkled? She sultrily retorted. What did you say, Lan Yi? I can't hear you. Come a bit closer. My shoulder is a bit sore. Would you mind giving it a massage? Lan Yi, adorably perplexed, nodded and approached Xia Lin. Seizing his arm, she executed a shoulder throw, sending him tumbling into the bath. Lan Yi revealed his fish tail, and Xia Lin eagerly stroked it, exclaiming, I've always wanted to touch your tail. Lan Yi was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable tingling sensation that spread from his tail fin. It was the first time in his life that someone had touched his tail, and it was none other than the one he cherished. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he embraced Xia Lin and, suppressing the fluttering feelings within him, gently kissed her. Xia Lin's playful spirit ignited, and with her delicate hands, she splashed water toward Lan Yi with glee. Initially, they chased each other around the bathroom, but while Lan Yi would have been invincible in the ocean, the limited water in the bathroom rendered him unable to catch Xia Lin. He then resorted to splashing her with his tail, provoking peals of laughter from her. The hilarity came to an end when Luo Feng arrived with clothes for Xia Lin, inadvertently getting soaked in the process. Xia Lin pondered that since being with Luo Feng, Lan Yi must have been quite despondent. She was an adept at comforting others and didn't wish to make promises like a sea king. Now, having finally alleviated his inner turmoil, she decided to leave the rest to her sincerity and the passage of time for healing. Chapter 53. New Year, New Beginnings. Dressed in the plush coat crafted by Luo Feng, Xia Lin felt invigorated as she watched the wolf cubs and panda cubs building snowmen outside. This year, the tribe had an abundance of food, even some fruits. The wolf cubs, having previously been sheltered with females in the safety of underground burrows, could finally emerge and frolic in the snow, playing and creating chaos. The panda cubs, moving more slowly, curiously explored their snowy surroundings, rolling around with endearing clumsiness that delighted Xiaolin. She embraced several panda cubs, playfully stroking their fur, causing them to scatter in all directions. Luo Feng swiftly caught a few to continue the playful grooming, while the other beastmen chuckled and shook their heads. Luo Feng remarked, "Wolf cubs are simply adorable." Xiaolin responded with a laugh, "I adore pandas. I only want to pet them, but I still love wolf cubs the most." Content. Luo Feng resumed his playful pursuit of the panda cubs for Xiaolin. Meanwhile, Laney watched intently, wishing to inquire if Xiaolin liked merfolk in the silver wolf tribe. There were only 3 rare female cubs, and the beastman's doting on females was extraordinary. With the weather mild and the snow melting, the female cubs, clad in thick fur coats, ventured out to play in the snow under the protection of male beastmen. Observing the smiling faces around her and the atmosphere of peace and happiness, Xiaolin felt this was the best New Year's gift the beast world could offer her. She tossed a snowball at Lan Yi, asking, "Lan Yi, how did you spend this time in the past? Were you with your foster mother?" Laney replied, "Yes, essentially. However, once we males grow up, we live independently. So during winter, when the sea surface temperature drops too low, we hibernate to some extent. If assigned a task, it must be accomplished. I usually spend this time making salt." Xiaolin exclaimed, "Your methods of salt production are far too energy-consuming. It's not worth it. You must cease this practice." With his ears turning slightly red, Laney nodded. "I will heed your advice." Xiaolin then inquired, "How much fresh meat do we have? I want to prepare something delicious." From a distance, Luo Feng overheard their conversation but remained at a distance. "I'll go check outside. The snow is melting, and perhaps I can catch some unexpected game." Xiaolin and Laney ventured to their ice cellar, discovering crabs, lobsters, octopuses, and plenty of scallops and sea urchins. "We must consume all of this. Every single bit," she declared, pointing at the bounty. Lan Yi thought to himself that those with claws were not very appetizing, as no one in the beast world consumed them. But he merely said, "If Linlin wishes to eat, then let us eat. I just don't know how to prepare them." As Xiaolin rummaged through the supplies, she instructed, "You defrost all of these and clean them up. I'll handle the cooking and prepare all the ingredients I need." Laney nodded and began meticulously preparing. After a thorough search, Xiaolin finally found a large bag of flour in a corner of the pantry, which she had previously exchanged for in the system and had been reluctant to use. She eagerly opened it, sniffing it with excitement and realizing it was still good to eat. Now, she could only wait to see if Luo Feng would bring back fresh meat. By afternoon, Xiaolin had stir-fried the crabs, steamed the lobsters, and the scallops were sizzling on the grill, emitting a delightful aroma. After enjoying the culinary creations she had prepared, Lan Yi and Luo Feng finally returned, triumphant with a catch of a moose and a wild boar. Xiaolin cheered, "Fantastic, tonight, I shall make dumplings for everyone. Though the flour is limited, everyone will understand its significance." Luo Feng washed his face and hands, saying, "Linlin, how can I assist you? What needs to be done?" Xiaolin replied, "Are you not tired from just returning? Go rest. Laney and I can manage just fine." Xiaolin began placing the flour on the makeshift workbench that Laney had built, adding an appropriate amount of water and starting to knead the dough. Lan Yi, seeing the effort she was putting in, volunteered to help knead the dough. Meanwhile, Xiaolin rolled out the dough and Luo Feng, observing her, tried his hand at making a dumpling skin. He did quite well. Xiaolin, slightly miffed, thought to herself that both of these individuals were skilled at sewing and cooking. When she had learned to roll out dough, it had taken her several days and countless failures, yet these two seemed to pick it up effortlessly. What kind of world was this? In truth, Xiaolin did not fully comprehend the depth of the beast world's males. They were often multi-talented, as ordinary male beastmen learned many survival skills during their youth, influenced by the scarcity of females. To please a female, one must possess a skill. This reality propelled the males to continuously strive to improve themselves, leading them to an endless cycle of competition. Xiaolin added shrimp to one portion of the filling, vegetables to another, and kept one portion pure meat. She reminisced about the green onion and lotus root dumplings she used to enjoy during New Year celebrations. But alas, having so many varieties of fillings was already quite splendid. This was her first New Year in the beast world, and she was determined to make it a celebration worth remembering. With combined efforts, Lan Yi and Luo Feng finally rolled out all the dumpling skins, with Lan Yi showing remarkable skill in the process. causing Xia Lin to suspect he might genuinely possess a talent for cooking. Next came the most crucial part, forming the dumplings. As expected, after watching a few demonstrations, Luo Feng and Lan Yi quickly mastered the technique. Xia Lin, meanwhile, indulged in a few spicy stir-fried crabs while waiting. By the time she finished eating, they had almost completed their dumpling making. Joyfully, Xia Lin instructed Luo Feng to call all the females in the tribe to line up. She began cooking dumplings for the females, and as she presented bowl after bowl of plump dumplings alongside fresh greens, she felt this was the best New Year's gift ever. Initially, the females were skeptical about the appearance of the dumplings. Unsure of what they were, however, due to Xia Lin's enthusiasm, they gratefully tried one and soon became enamored, devouring dumpling after dumpling. Xia Lin urged, "Everyone, please don't rush. There's plenty more. Eat slowly. Hot food isn't good for you." The portions for the females were well calculated to be sufficient, yet the males could not partake. Some females, being generous, would share a few with their males, while others greedily consumed every last one, leaving none behind. Some even saved a few for their young cubs. In any case, everyone left feeling satisfied but wanting more. Xia Lin herself indulged as well, secretly saving a plate of dumplings for her two companions at home. Chapter 54. New female arrivals. Once Xia Lin noticed that everyone had eaten their fill, she raised her hand to address them. "Please, everyone, take a look. This is what we just enjoyed, made from what is called wheat. It can be turned into flour, which in turn can be used to make noodles and dumplings, just like those we just savored. Flour can also be used to bake bread, which is a long-lasting food. Thus, I have intentionally prepared this for all the beastmen to sample. When spring arrives next year, we can plant this, and once harvested, we can store it and use it whenever we desire." The beastmen buzzed with excitement, exclaiming how delicious it was and expressing a desire for more. Luo Feng's female is truly remarkable. She knows everything. If we really cultivate this flower, we will never go hungry again. The cubs love it too. Seeing the success of this tasting event, Xia Lin cheerfully turned the remaining dumplings into pan-fried dumplings, sprinkling them with a bit of salt and chili before serving them to Luo Feng and Lan Yi. The two savored the food with delight. Before they could finish, Xia Lin presented another plate of boiled dumplings, which they eagerly devoured. Afterward, both felt pleasantly full, remarking on how delicious the food was, so much better than the spicy hot pot Xia Lin had prepared previously, which left their mouths swollen and discomfort afterward. Shaline blissfully cradled a bottle of her post-meal honey water, adorned in her garments as she made her way to the bath. The night was draped in a blanket of snow. With the wind swirling snowflakes about in the room, Shaline lay on her bed, pondering the type of weapon she ought to possess. Luo Feng remained engrossed in crafting a wooden rocking horse and cradle, while Laney had mysteriously procured red fabric and was busily stitching. Shaline felt as though she were a mere idle bystander, free to recline without a care, while Luo Feng and Laney acted as her devoted servants, eager to fulfill her every whim. She had long been aware that she had never made any capricious demands. It took her several months to adapt to the life of a female in the beast world. After a moment's reflection, she addressed the two beasts. "Luo Feng, tomorrow, could you help me find some fabric suitable for painting? Laney, would you assist me in sourcing some octopus ink? There are suitable fruits outside that can be used for ink." "How dreadfully tedious," Luo Feng, with his sparkling eyes, responded. "The females in the tribe tell me that once one has offspring, boredom dissipates. It becomes rather fascinating." Laney nodded in agreement. Lin, if you do not wish to bear children, I can assist you in that regard." Shaline retorted, Children, do you too harbor such a fondness for them? Then go be with the children." The last gentle breeze of winter arrived, cloaked in a green mantle, casting radiant auroras at the world's edge. Gradually, it danced and sang, painting the entire snowy realm of the beast world with a hue of perpetual vitality and rebirth, a color denoting infinite life. Laney presented Shaline with a silk ribbon he had crafted, a pure green headpiece adorned with pearls he had sewn on either side. Shaline gathered her hair at the back and tied the ribbon in a knot at the ends. Looking exceptionally beautiful and lively, today, Laney had gone to rest by the lake. Since the recent thaw, Shaline had encouraged him to take frequent reprieves by the water. After all, merfolk were accustomed to life in water from a young age. The last time Shaline saw Laney, his fish tail had appeared dry and wrinkled. She recalled vividly how he had once taken great care to maintain the luster of his skin, hair, and tail for her sake. He had stayed on land without complaint, all for her. Shaolin diligently focused on completing her daily training tasks, fully aware that her body had remained unchanged. She had previously inquired with the system, which had stated that consuming the fruit of gestation would lead to pregnancy. However, the system clarified that if the opportunity was not right, the effects of the fruit would remain dormant within the female's body, awaiting the proper moment to manifest its potency. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from the tribe, capturing the attention of all within. Shaolin joyfully pursued the source of the sound, discovering that the males had captured a great bounty of prey, sharing it amongst themselves, with the leftovers designated for Luofeng to process into jerky. Upon spotting Luofeng's tall and handsome figure, Shaolin was about to call out to him when she noticed 4 females behind him, surrounded by a throng of excited males, all eagerly assessing the newcomers. Before long, every single eligible male in the tribe had emerged, boldly scrutinizing the females and exchanging remarks. Even from a distance, Shaolin could hear them exclaiming, "The female in front is the most beautiful, and she bears no beast markings. Yet the one behind seems quite fertile, although not as fair as the first. Look at that one hiding in the back. She is lovely too. Remarkably, she lacks beast markings as well. My heavens, what day is it today? Our tribe has been graced by so many beauties." Shaolin chuckled to herself, realizing spring had indeed arrived, prompting all to hasten towards mating. Sensing Shaolin's presence, Luofeng teleported to her side, lifting her as one would a child, twirling her around. Shaolin's enchanting visage and the green ribbon made her resemble a sprite of spring. With mock annoyance, she admonished Luofeng, "With so many people around, put me down." Luofeng nuzzled against her neck, causing her ears to flush, yet she remained silent. The tribe had grown accustomed to Luofeng's playful demeanor, often ignoring it. "Why are there so many females here today?" Shaolin inquired. "I encountered them along the way," Luofeng replied. Shaolin approached the 4 females with poise, greeting them. "Hello, I am a female of this tribe. My name is Shaolin. Where do you hail from?" One female, who could be considered a beauty in the beast world, introduced herself. "My name is Anna. I came alone from my tribe, but I got lost. Fortunately, Chief Luofeng rescued me from the wilderness." Shaolin nodded, smiling at the last female in line. "And you?" I am Wei Wei, and I came with them." Luofeng pulled Shaolin aside, whispering, "This female has come with a male beast to seek Lan Yi, then I shall summon him." Shaolin declared that in an instant. Luofeng embraced her, performing a playful maneuver, pressing his forehead against hers, mischievously stating, "Be patient. Wait until the crowd disperses before calling him." Shaolin sensed Luofeng's unusual eagerness today. Why did it feel as though everyone was akin to beasts in the throes of springtime lust? Chapter 55. When will I become your male? Shaolin, feeling playful, feigned an intention to kiss Luofeng, then, like a serpent, slithered from his embrace, initiating their usual game of chase. The other females, having never witnessed such agility, watched in awe. Regrettably, the scene soon morphed into a competitive sparring match between Luofeng and Shaolin. They began tentatively, testing one another's skills, with Luofeng attempting to steal glances. Shaolin, captivated by Luofeng's sculpted physique, yearned to touch him. Yet, she preferred to indulge in such desires away from prying eyes. Of course, such thoughts remained their secret. Gradually, the pace of their contest quickened, astonishing the onlookers. Ultimately, Luofeng hoisted Shaolin onto his shoulders, her cheeks flushed as she playfully patted his back, exclaiming, "You cheat! You cheat! You scoundrel! Put me down!" Luofeng let out a triumphant howl, as if parading his prize, and cheerfully retreated to their abode. Locke, following Luofeng's instructions, went to accommodate the females. As evening descended, the beast folk eagerly hosted a celebration. The males, eager to showcase their strengths, sought to capture the attention of the females, preventing them from being swayed by other suitors. Meanwhile, the remaining single males prepared for the impending contests, knowing that females typically chose the victorious males as their partners. Shaolin grew weary of the contests, finding most to be disorganized and lacking substance. How dreadfully dull. Suddenly, her gaze caught a familiar blue figure departing with one of the newly arrived females. What was her name again? "Ah, Anna." Shaolin quickly followed, positioning herself behind some bushes at a respectable distance. Before she could even crouch down, she overheard Anna proudly proclaiming, I have observed all the beasts in the tribe today, and only you and Luofeng are the strongest. However, Luofeng already has a female. I see you bear no beast markings. Thus, I have come to inform you that I have chosen you as my mate. Are you pleased? Shaolin widened her eyes in disbelief, then rapidly closed them, repeating the action until she confirmed. This female had her sights set on Lan Yi. Good heavens, was she out of her mind? It seemed Anna was unaware of their relationship. Who in the tribe did not know that Lan Yi belonged to her? Shaolin suppressed her rising fury, eager to witness how Lan Yi would respond. Lan Yi toyed with his hair, casting a casual glance in Shaolin's direction before addressing Anna. Do you not find me unappealing? What is it that you see in me? Lan Yi's striking beauty was almost ethereal, his expressions during moments of passion rivaling that of any female. Yet, such allure was not particularly valued in the beast world. Anna interpreted Lan Yi's remark as self-deprecation and, with an air of pride, declared, considering your fair complexion, while you may not possess Luofeng's handsomeness, you are still a level 4 beast, correct? That rank is fairly decent. You should be thrilled to be chosen as my male. Lan Yi looked at Anna, noting her 4 beast markings with a sense of revulsion, yet, as a male beast, he restrained himself and replied, I shall consider it. Am I pleased? Pleased about what? You are enamored with a mere level 4 beast and its glory. If I were not a level 4 beast, would you still choose me? Lan Yi thought to himself, clear as day. When Lin first met me, I was a wretched, ugly waste. Yet, she never looked down upon me. She selflessly assisted me, even risking danger to save me. She is the only being that matters to me in this beast world. Lin loves me for who I am. A genuine merman. Anna was momentarily taken aback. After all, as a prominent female of a large tribe, she had never encountered a male who spoke of considering before. Which male in the tribe does not exuberantly agree on the spot? Then follow like a devoted shadow. It is quite natural for females to choose males based on their status, yet what Bluey has orchestrated here is unprecedented. Unable to contain herself, Shaolin teleported beside them, grasping Bluey's hands and declared to Anna, he is my male. You would do well to maintain your distance. As she departed, a gentle breeze tousled her soft hair, brushing against Bluey's cheek, igniting within him a blend of excitement and elation. The only thought that spiraled in his mind was, I am his male. Bluey, with a bewitching expression, inquired joyfully, am I your male? Shaolin retorted, I always thought you were shameless enough, but who knew there could be such shameless females? Bluey seized Shaolin's hand, gazing at her bashful beauty, and softly asked, when can I become your male? Overwhelmed by Bluey's striking features, Shaolin could hardly resist, covering her eyes with her hand and exclaiming, yes, I've always considered you my male. Just as Bluey was about to speak to Shaolin, he sensed a familiar scent akin to his own kin and furrowed his handsome brow, saying, Lin, I sense a merman nearby. He means no harm. I wish to approach. Shaolin sighed in relief and assertively nodded. All right, you go ahead. I'll head back first. Return home early. Bluey approached the elder merman and asked, is it you who has been calling me with the ancient merman's voice? Who are you, truly? Before the elder could respond, a tender female voice interrupted, brother. Are you my brother? Upon looking up, Bluey recognized the timid female who had entered with Luofeng. Wei, are you Blue Gidge? It's me, Wei. Do you remember when Amama sent you away? I followed her closely. Amama left you in the merman kingdom, while I was rescued by others, Bluey replied. I don't recall. What business do you have with me? After returning home, Shaolin quickly fell into a sweet slumber in Luofeng's embrace. Bluey returned late that night. Upon entering, he noticed Luofeng merely twitched his ears without opening his eyes. A night of sweet dreams ensued. The formidable walls of the Silver Wolf tribe had been completed. Towering 5 meters high and 3 meters thick, with a lookout tower every 10 meters. Shaolin felt they were too rudimentary and hoped for a design resembling a small lighthouse. This way, the orcs on duty could be warm year-round, free from the fear of enemy ambushes, and even enjoy food and rest within. The orcs continued to labor diligently to create the lookout towers of Shaolin's dreams. As usual, Shaolin trained her physical fitness in the morning. Surprisingly, Bluey did not go to the lake today but accompanied Shaolin as she practiced boxing and shooting. After training together for a while, Shaolin sensed Bluey's unusual discontent as his gaze grew increasingly profound. During this time, Sha Lin often observed Anna inexplicably appearing on Blue Yi's path to the lake, and she was always particularly attentive. Every time Sha Lin felt a surge of anger and wanted to confront her, the system would warn her against harming females. Thus, she could only accompany Bluey around the tribe, much to his delight. He had not anticipated Anna's effect. Her presence no longer irked her as much. Chapter 56. The Celestial Wolf Flower. When Anna first arrived in the tribe, she had about 4 or 5 beast marks on her body. But soon after, they mysteriously vanished. One night, while nestled in Luo Feng's embrace, Sha Lin asked, "Why did her beast marks disappear?" Luo Feng replied, "That means she no longer desires those males." Sha Lin pondered, "So, males can be desired and discarded at will? Is it that casual?" Luo Feng playfully showered her with affection before finally saying, "Certainly not. The beast god observes our every action. Excessive misconduct will draw his punishment. What we share is true love. She likely harbors little affection for her males." Sha Lin countered, "But the feelings of the males for her must be genuine." Luo Feng affirmed, "Of course. Males have but one chance in a lifetime. Once discarded, they can never have a female again, unless she dies. Or," Sha Lin interjected, "so, if a female truly loves a male, the beast mark won't disappear, right?" Luo Feng affectionately tapped her nose, saying, "Lin Lin is truly clever. Indeed, the beast god protects those with genuine hearts." The following morning, Blue Yi prepared the items he had set out the day before for Sha Lin. She picked up her homemade brush and began testing it on the animal hide, executing a flurry of strokes. After some time, she remained unsatisfied, resting her chin in her hands before tossing the hide at Blue Yi's feet, exclaiming, "Hey, my male, do you have any more animal hides?" Blue Yi's face turned crimson as he quietly retrieved a stack of pre-cut hides, then went to wash them. Upon his return, he thoughtfully brought Sha Lin a glass of freshly made juice. Sha Lin continued to wield the brush with fervor, and soon after, she cradled her head in her arms, lamenting, "Ah, the castle's nearly painted, but I'm lacking the essentials." Turning to Blue Yi, she asked, "Blue Yi, can your orcs make bricks? You know, for constructing large houses?" Sha Lin caught a whiff of a refreshing male pheromone mingled with the scent of fresh grass, causing her heart to soar to the grasslands, longing to pluck some grass and sniff a few wildflowers. Luo Feng had just completed his routine patrol and, upon returning home, the first thing he did was rinse himself off. Knowing full well that Sha Lin despised a dirty bear, he always groomed himself meticulously, fragrant and tidy, unwilling to fall short. Having just bathed, Luo Feng embraced Sha Lin and inhaled her scent, nuzzling against her delicate neck before glancing at her flat belly. Luo Feng remarked, "I once saw orcs making the bricks you mentioned in another tribe. It should be the same thing." Sha Lin asked, "Can you make them?" Luo Feng replied, "Yes, we mold them from clay and then dry them in the sun." Sha Lin mused, "But what happens when it rains? Won't it just turn to mud?" Luo Feng realized, "Oh right. How did you know? You're so clever, Lin Lin. Initially, light rain is manageable, but heavy rain turns them into mud houses." Sha Lin said, "Exactly. So, you all live in caves because you can't make sturdy bricks?" Luo Feng nodded. "That's the case for most orcs. Do you have a solution?" Sha Lin pondered, "Are there any hard stones in our mountains that can be mixed with clay to create sturdier bricks?" Luo Feng replied, "There should be. I recall a mountain that has some. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" Sha Lin asked, "Are you tired? Why don't I go with Blue Yi? You can rest at home." Luo Feng transformed into a giant silver wolf, swiftly carrying Sha Lin on his back as they dashed out, with Blue Yi following closely behind, knowing he could not match Luo Feng's speed. Luo Feng called out to the tribe, and Locke and other orcs rushed out. Blue Yi seamlessly climbed onto Locke's back, and they followed Luo Feng's lead, just as they had through the snowy terrain before. Sha Lin reveled in the gentle breeze, the lush grass, the blooming flowers, and the mountains adorned with vibrant wildflowers, their fragrances intoxicating, prompting her to tug at Luo Feng's wolf ears and whisper, "Let's play over here later." After traversing a few mountain peaks, Sha Lin arrived at a cave filled with rubble. Luo Feng, reverting to human form, casually picked up a stone and said, "This is it, Lin Lin. Look." He struck the stone against the mountain rock, creating a hole. Sha Lin exclaimed, "This ore is quite impressive. Perhaps it can be used for other weapons?" The Silver Wolf tribe relied primarily on their claws and blades, but possessing sharp, formidable weaponry would also be a valuable addition to their arsenal. Sha Lin inquired, How much of this or is there? Bluey attentively offered her a handkerchief and honey. Luo Feng replied, the entire mountain is filled with it. If that's not enough, we can have the tribe search for more. This stone is quite common. After taking a sip of honey, Sha Lin nodded, saying, that's good now. How do we transport it back? Luo Feng suggested. We can have the tribe's orcs carry it. Sha Lin gazed at the mountain scenery and replied, there's no need for such trouble. The orcs' time is precious. Aren't they busy finding mates? I'll figure out how to transport the ore. Sha Lin opened her agricultural interface, revealing an array of tools, including shovels and small carts. She noted that a truck required 1,000 points for an hour. System: exchange for 20 small carts and 30 shovels. Sha Lin instructed Luo Feng, have the orcs fill the carts with ore, and once they're full, let me know. The orcs, swift and efficient with the tools, would likely complete the task in just a few hours. Luo Feng nodded slightly and blew a whistle towards the orcs of the tribe, prompting them to commence their tasks. Locke was instructed to return and summon additional orcs to enhance efficiency. After providing his instructions, Luo Feng took Xia Lin to the verdant meadow they had visited before, where the lush greenery and fragrant blossoms intoxicated the senses. Xia Lin plucked several wildflowers for Lan Yi to weave into a floral crown. Unbeknownst to them, as Luo Feng crafted the crown, Xia Lin observed the two orc youths engaging in a childish competition, pondering to herself, is this truly necessary? Can they not be more ambitious? She dashed a few meters ahead, where the grass grew even taller, and unexpectedly spotted an endearing female orc, whose name seemed to be Wei Wei. She noticed a young silver wolf orc conversing with Wei Wei, and curiosity got the better of her, crouching in the grass. She strained to eavesdrop. The young silver wolf exclaimed, Wei Wei, this is the celestial wolf flower I picked for you. Do you like it? Wei Wei beamed a charming smile and replied, thank you. Is the celestial wolf flower blooming now? Indeed. It took me quite a while to find it. Chapter 57. Crafting bricks. Wei Wei, somewhat shy and timid, was about to respond when Anna emerged from the side, flanked by several male orcs, along with a few from other tribes. Among this group, one particularly handsome male caught Xia Lin's attention as she noticed Wei Wei stealing glances at him. The young silver wolf said, Anna, are you here to play in the flower sea too? Anna pouted and retorted, you actually have a celestial wolf flower? Why didn't you give it to me? The young silver wolf hesitated briefly before suggesting to Wei Wei, since Anna wants some too, why don't we share the flower with her? Wei Wei remained silent, her expression one of helplessness and sorrow. Anna snatched the celestial wolf flower from Wei Wei's hands, scrutinizing it with a disdainful look as she remarked, only ugly females need such frivolous flowers. With that, she attempted to toss it onto the ground, intending to crush it underfoot. Quick as a flash, Xia Lin retrieved the flower, casting a scornful gaze at Anna. Is that so? I happen to adore this flower. I believe it would prefer kind-hearted orcs, those who would never harm it. The male orcs were captivated by Xia Lin's stunning beauty, and her self-assured demeanor left them momentarily speechless. Anna then snapped at one of the males, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm being bullied? The male replied, she is Luo Feng's female. Anna shot back, and what of it? She is bullying me. Xia Lin approached Anna, suppressing her anger momentarily, then lifted Anna as though she were a chick. The nearby orcs stood frozen in place. With fire in her eyes, Xia Lin declared, since you want me to bully you, I shall grant you this favor. Prepare for a proper bullying session. She pressed a dagger against Anna's artery, lightly grazing her neck. In that instant, Anna was gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. This is your final warning. Do not covet my male. Lan Yi is mine. If I see you near him again, your fate will be far less lenient than today. Anna's slender neck flushed slightly at Xia Lin's grip, while the other male orcs trembled at the aura of authority emanating from her, paralyzed with fear. System: warning, warning. If the host inflicts further harm on the female, a deduction of 10,000 points will occur. Startled by the system's alert, Xia Lin immediately released her hold. She is not dead yet. The system responded, and Xia Lin handed the flowers back to Wei Wei, saying, here, take the flowers I gifted you. Wei Wei glanced at the flowers in her hands, her anger flaring as she turned to the young silver wolf and declared, give it back. I don't want it. Xia Lin's affection for the young female increased. A female should possess such pride, firmly rejecting the offerings of others. After all, males were plentiful in this world. Luo Feng approached. adorning Wei Wei's head with the woven crown he had crafted, exclaiming, "Lin Lin. Look, this crown I made is quite splendid. Isn't it?" Lan Yi, holding another crown, gazed at Xiaolin, speechless. Xiaolin walked over and donned Lan Yi's crown around her neck, urging Wei Wei to follow her. Leaving a weeping Anna behind, the handsome young male followed them, while Lan Yi glanced at Wei Wei without uttering a word. Xiaolin asked Wei Wei, "Do you fancy that young silver wolf?" Wei Wei replied, "No, I no longer like him. He gave the flower mint for me to someone else." Xiaolin responded, "Well said. Ha ha ha. Females should be like this." "There are plenty of males," Luo Feng added. "Lin Lin, they've finished over there. Let us go take a look." Xiaolin agreed. "All right. Wei Wei, play here for a while before returning to the tribe." She nodded at the young male who had been following them, instructing, "You can escort her back later. I remember you belong to our tribe." Luo Feng interjected. "He is Carl," Carl replied. "Understood." Xiaolin was once again astounded by the orcs' efficiency. Carts brimmed with neatly organized stones, and the spirits of the orcs remained high. A satisfied smile graced her face. Luo Feng remarked, "The tools you created are quite effective. We'll have everything ready in no time." Xiaolin accessed the interface to exchange for a massive truck. Opting for a 2-hour rental, a towering 4-meter truck materialized before the orcs. Xiaolin opened the truck and instructed Luo Feng, "Everyone, load the oars inside." Climbing into the driver's seat, she addressed Luo Feng and Lan Yi. "Watch how I drive. You will take over this task in the future." The truck swiftly reached the pre-designated location in the tribe, where the orcs began unloading the cargo. Luo Feng gathered the orcs, and Xiaolin commenced her brickmaking process, first combining a suitable amount of soil with the extracted ore, continuously blending and kneading, then placing it into molds. After removing the molds, she set them in a designated area to dry. Did everyone get that? It's quite simple. The young wolf cubs were thoroughly entertained, rolling in the mud and engaging in playful antics. Now, it all hinges on this, in her quest for humor in brickmaking. Xiaolin extravagantly exchanged for an oversized mold from the system. Joyfully, she examined the equipment, which could produce over 50 bricks at once, powered by solar energy. With a mere press of a button, the molds would automatically release, yielding 50 bricks in a single go. Truly marvelous. The orcs were equally exhilarated, marveling at the grand apparatus. "All right, we have the equipment, and the orcs are ready. Let us get to work. We can begin constructing our own houses. In the future, our tribe can even sell bricks." The entire tribe erupted with excitement, cheers, and joy, as many males eagerly touched the machine. Xiaolin instructed Luo Feng, "Assign someone to oversee the machinery." Luo Feng nodded. Amidst the jubilant orcs, one female stood apart, her expression one of utter disdain. Anna returned to her cave, discovering a package on her stone table. She looked around, ensuring no orcs were present, and cautiously approached the depths of her cave to unveil the contents, which bore the inscription, "Feed this to that cub. Complete the task promptly." After Xiaolin returned to her room, she rushed towards her bathing pool. Luo Feng and the other orcs were busy crafting bricks, their labor resulting in a neatly stacked array of bricks. The orcs worked in silence, and Xiaolin, observing, remarked, "But do not overexert yourselves. We have ample time. Those making bricks do not need to hunt. Ensure that the hunting orcs and brickmaking orcs are well sorted. Only after meeting the tribe's daily consumption needs should we assign more orcs to brickmaking. Do not fret about others learning our techniques. After all, I possess the artifact for brickmaking. Other tribes could toil for a year and still not match our monthly output." Luo Feng replied, "Indeed, you are right. I've been overthinking things." Chapter 58. Under the spell of love, Xiaolin added, "If other orcs wish to learn, let them. It's no concern. Moreover, the crucial point is that the dried bricks must undergo high-temperature firing. Only then will the final product be sturdy enough to withstand wind and rain. Additionally, the orcs involved in brickmaking should receive the first batch of bricks. We can then continue producing bricks and exchange them for goods. You can set the prices. Also, it is vital to prepare logistical support for the orcs making bricks. Let Locke handle that. Find a few orcs to cook and prepare water." With renewed confidence, Luo Feng set off to fulfill his tasks. Xiaolin mused, "This way, our resources will multiply, establishing a virtuous cycle." In the Silver Wolf tribe, by a small lake nestled in a grove, orc activity was sparse. Most were either resting in their caves or working night shifts to craft bricks. While a few patrolled the area, Lan Yi navigated this familiar spot effortlessly, and as he arrived, a diminutive figure leaped towards him, beaming with joy. "Brother Lan, you've come. I saw you during the day but didn't dare to speak." "Lan Yi, our relationship cannot be known to outsiders just yet. What brings you here today?" The moonlight illuminated the female's face, revealing the subtle beauty of daytime. "Wei Wei, I understand. Your current predicament is dire. Lan Yi, do not concern yourself with that. Get to the point." Wei Wei wanted to mention that Sister Xia has already paired with Luo Feng, yet there is no beast mark upon her. Does Sister Xia still not hold affection for brother? However, seeing her brother's expression, she dared not inquire further. "Wei Wei, the elder has proclaimed that the energy within the merfolk statue is on the verge of manifesting. Soon, all merfolk will be aware. Lan Yi, did I not inform you? I can temporarily control it. Just grant me a little more time." Wei Wei gazed intently at Lan Yi's water droplet pendant and said, "You can still control the tears of the merfolk for now. Once He Hao absorbs the energy within the statue, our doom will be upon us. Wei Wei, brother, I implore you, look at the rest of our merfolk. They are either tirelessly producing salt or mining. Did Sister Xiaolin not destroy a mine before? I have heard 3 mines were opened this month. Moreover, that madman Hao has begun sending other tribesmen into the endless forest to hunt for green crystals." Lan Yi's brow furrowed deeply. He gently ruffled Wei Wei's hair and said with a sense of despair, "Must it truly be me? Wei Wei, when the tears of the merfolk choose you, you must assume the responsibilities for the entire merfolk race." Lan Yi gazed longingly towards Xiaolin's cave and declared, "Just grant me 3 more days." In Anna's cave, Anna held several fresh wolf flowers and exclaimed, "These must be the finest wolf flowers in the beast realm. Behold the leaves, as red as blood." Anna incessantly fiddled with the flowers' pistils, plucking the petals and placing them in a bowl. Early in the morning, Xiaolin had arrived at the brick-making site with Lan Yi, where Luo Feng carefully gripped a freshly fired, glowing red brick with his tongs, slowly submerging it into water. With a hissing sound, the brick gradually transformed into a pale pink. Xiaolin inspected the finished product, touched the brick, and inhaled the earthy aroma of the red clay, reminiscing about its familiar shape. Once upon a time, these bricks were ubiquitous in the city, but in this vast beast realm, they had become rare treasures. Xiaolin, just like that. Excellent. Everyone, continue your work without fear of mistakes. Take your time. Only through errors can we improve. The males, thrilled by Xiaolin's praise, raised their shovels and cheer, resembling refugees in their exuberance. Xiaolin chuckled to herself. That night, they neatly stacked the bricks they had crafted, and to celebrate their success, everyone gathered together. Luo Feng and the males deliberated on how to improve their production, discussing pricing and other matters. Xiaolin understood that she was merely a whistleblower, while the true operations were not her responsibility. She could only play a supportive role at crucial moments. If she tried to do everything herself, she would surely exhaust herself. Moreover, Luo Feng was subtly training his subordinates, as eventually, he would need to delegate tasks to them. While the leader focused on macro issues, meticulously addressing the fatal problems that others overlooked. While enjoying the food prepared by Lan Yi, Xiaolin contemplated how to design her garden. Wei Wei approached her and said, "Sister Xia, I brought you some fruit wine to try." Xiaolin looked at the adorable little female and thought, "This is truly the type of female that males adore. A fierce one like me would surely frighten many away." With affection, Xiaolin patted Wei Wei's head and said, "How thoughtful of you to remember my fondness for fruit wine. It has been ages since I last had some." Wei Wei glanced at the silent Lan Yi nearby and said, "Sister Xia, I will remember everything you like. After all, you are my beloved sister-in-law." Before Wei Wei could finish her sentence, Lan Yi filled her cup with a generous amount and presented Xiaolin with the freshly prepared food, saying, "Oh, this is my new creation. Do give it a taste." Xiaolin observed Lan Yi, sensing something peculiar about him lately. Lan Yi sprang up like a spring, exclaiming, "I also made fruit wine. I'll go fetch it." Xiaolin sipped the fruit wine made by Wei Wei, licking her lips and thought, "This certainly isn't what one would call fruit wine made by beast men. The alcohol content is probably only 1 or 2 degrees. It tastes almost like water." As Lan Yi went to retrieve his fruit wine, he was suddenly ambushed by 4 or 5 beast men, who pinned him down and forced wolf flower liquid down his throat. Under normal circumstances, Lan Yi would never have been attacked. However, these past few days, his mind had been unsettled, leaving him vulnerable to such an assault. His pendant erupted with a blue glow, freezing all nearby creatures in place. He exhaled a cloud of murky breath and staggered to his feet. Soon after, Anna rushed in, her demeanor frantic, her thoughts racing with visions of Lan Yi's handsome face and the expression Xiaolin would wear upon losing him. The mere thought exhilarated her. Upon seeing the cave encased in ice, she regarded Lan Yi as if he were a ghost. Lan Yi felt an increasing heat within his body, alternating between scorching warmth and chilling cold. As if he were caught in a tempest of ice and fire, a fierce impulse coursed through him, and he shouted at her. "Did you do this?" Anna fell to the ground in fear. Her skin scratched by the icy surface, blood gushing forth. She attempted to call for her male, but alas, he lay frozen beneath the ice, leaving only the grotesque visages of their deceased forms in sight. Then, Lan Yi, resembling the Grim Reaper, slowly approached Anna. Meanwhile, Xiaolin and Wei Wei waited anxiously for Lan Yi's return, finding it exceedingly strange. Lan Yi never took more than a few minutes to bring something to Xiaolin. In fact, he usually returned within a minute. Particularly these past few days, Lan Yi had been inseparable from Xiaolin, and when faced with Luofeng, he had shown no signs of retreat. Their frequent conflicts only heightened Xiaolin's sense of foreboding. In a flash, Xiaolin teleported to the entrance of her storage room, where an unusual chill permeated the air, akin to the icy flames of hell, sending shivers through both body and soul. Chapter 59. 3 Days and 3 Nights. Wei Wei arrived, breathless, her gaze falling upon Lan Yi, whose face was blood-red as he grasped Anna's throat with both hands, his grip nearly frozen. Anna lay motionless on the ground, her body fully subjected to the freezing assault. Xiaolin pushed Anna aside, who remained still, her eyes the only part of her still normal. Xiaolin embraced Lan Yi, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Wake up, Lan Yi." "Lin, I feel so cold. I'm alternating between hot and cold." At the door, Wei Wei inquired, "What has happened to my brother?" Xiaolin. "His spiritual energy is unbalanced. It feels as though he is desperately suppressing something. Never mind that. You and I must assist him to my bath now." Xiaolin tossed Lan Yi into the bath, which quickly froze over. Lan Yi, however, managed to break free from the ice, repeatedly engaging in this cycle, leaving bloody marks on his arms and tail. Xiaolin leapt into the icy depths, embracing Lan Yi and asking, "What are you afraid of? How can I help you?" Lan Yi's expression fluctuated between rage and anguish, and after much struggle, he spoke in a weak voice, "I need you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Lan Yi let out a furious roar, tearing Xiaolin's clothing asunder. Xiaolin winced in pain, while Wei Wei stood frozen in shock at the scene before her, with the last remnants of her sanity. Xiaolin urged, "Wei Wei, quickly exit and close the door. Do not tell anyone." Wei Wei, pale as a ghost, retreated, cold sweat pouring from her brow, leaning against the door while still able to hear the man's roars and the woman's muffled sounds from within. In that moment, Wei Wei's mind raced with thoughts of what to do. What if her brother harmed Sister Xia? Sister Xia is so strong. Surely, she can endure. If her brother awakens, would he abandon Sister Xia? Time passed, and the sounds from within gradually faded. System. Congratulations! The true love contract has successfully accumulated points. You have earned 50,000 points. The points can be universally redeemed in the points mall. Xiaolin, now utterly exhausted, clung tightly to Lan Yi. He had lost his fiery essence, his pale face marked with streaks of blood, which only served to enhance his allure. His eyes remained tightly shut, and his body regained a hint of chill. Yet his arms held Xiaolin close. Luofeng searched the tribe for Xiaolin without success. Sensing her location, he rushed to the entrance, where he found Wei Wei trembling at the door. Luofeng lifted Wei Wei and asked, "What is the matter?" "Where is Lin?" Wei Wei, covering her mouth, replied, "I didn't see her, Luofeng. I sent Lin inside." "Wei Wei, you must not enter." Luofeng felt an unsettling intuition and began pounding on the door with all his might, nearly breaching it. Inside the bath, Lan Yi opened his eyes, harnessing the power of his pendant. Soon, the entire bathroom was encased in ice. When Luofeng finally broke through the door, he was met with a solid wall of ice. Lan Yi's voice echoed through the frost. 3 days. I only need 3 days. After 3 days, Lin will be returned to you." Luofeng gritted his teeth and retorted, "Dream on." The fierce winds raged against the icy wall, and as Luofeng shattered a section, the wall immediately reinforced itself. Transforming into a colossal wolf beast, he relentlessly assailed the barrier, which not only withstood his attacks but grew thicker in response. Wei Wei exclaimed, "Chief, please wait. My brother has awakened. He cherishes Sister Xia dearly. He would never harm her." Luofeng questioned, "You are his sister?" Wei Wei affirmed, "Yes, we were doing just fine. I don't know why my brother suddenly went mad." Luofeng, sniffing the air with a menacing glare, declared, "It's the Tianlang grass, the most potent kind." He swiftly moved to the area with the highest concentration, where he found Anna and her group of males. Anna and the surviving males had regained their composure, panting heavily as they sat aside. Luofeng seized one of the males and demanded, "What is going on? Explain yourself." The orc male replied, "It was Anna who instructed us. She is infatuated with Lan Yi. She wanted us to sneak in and douse him with Tianlang flower water while he was unaware, and then Anna would approach. This way, Lan Yi would become her mate." Luofeng fumed, "A bunch of fools. It's all your fault. My Lin cannot come out now." In a fit of rage, he decapitated the males one by one. Seemingly expressing his deep-seated frustrations, he cast Anna aside, stating, "If you weren't a female, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Never let me see you again." Locke and the other orcs continued to drive them away until they were far from the Silver Wolf clan's territory. In a desolate wasteland, Anna picked up some grass and hissed, "Laney, Xia Lin, wait for me." Luofeng awaited outside the ice house for a whole day and night, calling out with a powerful inner strength, "Laney, you are an orc? You're fine." Lin hasn't eaten for a day and night. After a long silence with no response, he resumed his assault on the icy stones. Inside the bath, the water had transformed into a steaming warmth. Laney Yi's eyes sparkled as he had already grown long limbs, with Xia Lin resting on his chest. His gaze was filled with the utmost tenderness as he watched over her. They had spent the most frenzied day and night of their lives together. And Xia Lin, exhausted, had succumbed to slumber. Laney Yi took a sip of the nutrient solution beside him and gently kissed her rosy lips. This was no ordinary nutrient solution. It was the treasured fetal fruit he had kept hidden. He was aware that their parting could be indefinite, and though Xia Lin had verbally acknowledged him as her mate, for Laney Yi, who had never known safety in his youth, only by Xia Lin truly bearing his offspring would she forever remember him. He sensed that Xia Lin was stirring awake as the water's surface began to ripple restlessly. Meanwhile, Luofeng, having grown weary from chiseling the ice, puzzled the tribesfolk. The weather had become increasingly warm. Yet, inexplicably, an ice house had appeared in their midst, impervious to the rising temperatures. Ever since a small wolf cub stumbled upon this wondrous place, word had spread, and groups of young wolf pups flocked to enjoy the free shaved ice. Courtesy of Luofeng's overnight labor, with shards of ice and frosty flowers scattered everywhere, there was more than enough to go around. 3 days later, Laney emerged with Xia Lin, her body whitened from soaking. Yet she appeared well and full of spirit, peacefully sleeping in his embrace. Laney kissed her silky hair and whispered in her ear, Lin, wait for me. I'll return." Luofeng swiftly carried Xia Lin back. And Laney, with a resolute expression, declared, "I entrust Lin and my sister to you." He swiftly led others, leaving the scene, and in a brief moment, the ice house shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 60. Forbearance at Midnight. Beside Xia Lin's bed, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully nurtured a female baby. Reward, 30,000 points." Regrettably, Xia Lin remained in slumber, utterly exhausted, oblivious to the voice. Her castle was nearing completion, with decorative enhancements underway. Xia Lin had redirected a stream around the castle, creating a flowing river that encircled it, allowing Laney to avoid long treks to the lake, as he could now follow the river home. Sitting atop her castle, Xia Lin admired the mermaid beast mark on her arm. A beautiful light blue fishtail. Wei, here, eat this." Xia Lin caught a bright red snake fruit. Biting into it, she inquired, "Did you know Laney was leaving?" Wei shyly replied, "Sister Xia, please don't blame me. Brother Laney is incredibly strong. Exceptionally strong. He is going to gather energy for himself. We must believe in him. He will surely triumph." Xia Lin pondered, "Why didn't he tell me? Suddenly realizing, she thought, if he had, she would undoubtedly have insisted on accompanying him. What male would knowingly take his female into danger? Thus, he would never confide in her. The apple was sweet and refreshing. Yet Xia Lin's expression remained indifferent as she remarked, "You are all villains." Wei Wei, gazing earnestly at Xia Lin, declared, "Brother entrusted me with caring for you. I will do my utmost." Xia Lin retorted, "I don't need your care. Go play with your handsome boy." Wei Wei innocently replied, "There are plenty of males, but only one sister." Shaking her head, Xia Lin strolled to her storage room, retrieving her wheat and rice seeds. Opening the system interface, she pondered which rice to select, perhaps the most expensive. She chose 5 bags of rice seeds and 5 bags of wheat seeds, along with a variety of fruit seeds, including grapes, strawberries, and cherries. These were scarce in the beast realm. After consulting with Luofeng, they discovered that the orc population was insufficient for further cultivation, indicating a dire need for more orcs. Xia Lin proposed, "This is easily resolved. You should post announcements in various clans. Surely, the beast realm has its own script." Luofeng affirmed, "Indeed. We use simple pictographs." Xia Lin instructed, "Then draw a rough outline indicating that we are recruiting male orcs for cultivation. With a 6-month term, in exchange for salt and bricks if necessary, we can assign a few silver wolves for verbal promotion. If they seek other resources, we can arrange exchanges. Orcs have it tough, now that spring has arrived. Prey is abundant, so add another point. We'll provide basic sustenance." Luofeng agreed. "I will arrange for this immediately." Gazing at her castle, now taking shape, Xia Lin set about transplanting flowers to create a rose garden. During this period, Luofeng accompanied her, gathering fruit seeds and transplanting flowers in the mountains. After a month of tireless effort, the rose garden castle was finally completed. The gentle stream wound gracefully around the castle, which stood majestically and serenely amidst the flowing waters. The grand hall featured a magnificent mermaid fountain, crafted by Xia Lin herself. Luofeng stood in silence before the statue, contemplating deeply. Surrounding the fountain were pink roses, each blossom lovingly transplanted by Xia Lin. The rose bushes, adorned with thorns, twisted and turned, embodying the elusive nature of unattainable love, with blossoms radiating vibrant beauty, captivating and enchanting, evoking deep longing and fragrant memories. Before long, the orcs of the Silver Wolf clan had settled into modest brick houses, with a few 2-story buildings, while most remained single-story, as the supply of bricks had exceeded demand. Upon observing this, Xia Lin remarked, "It is time to notify other orcs for brick trading." The Silver Wolf clan had made rapid advancements in agriculture and productivity over the years, in the vicinity of the once massive walls of the Silver Wolf clan. A rudimentary market had emerged, formed by the orcs themselves. Valuable items were traded for green crystals, while lesser goods exchanged hands through bartering. Xia Lin found this novel and frequently visited the market during her free time. The majority of male orcs were remarkably straightforward, with no deceitful practices, and occasionally, seeds for fruits Xia Lin desired would appear, making each day's offerings unique and intriguing. However, she understood that over time, cunning orcs would inevitably exploit loopholes, prompting her to assign several members of the Silver Wolf clan to oversee the market, ensuring fairness and quelling any nefarious intentions. At this juncture, Laney arrived at the beach with dozens of loyal merfolk. Mere steps away from the mermaid kingdom, "He has come," Laney announced in an instant. The ocean roiled and churned, and all the male merfolk of the kingdom surfaced in an orderly fashion, their expressions fierce and intimidating. The orc warriors braced themselves for confrontation, and from the heart of the merfolk emerged Yi Hao, his orc status evidently elevated, radiating an aura surpassing that of a level 6 orc. "Little brat, surrender the tears of the mermaid. I will spare your kin," Yi Hao thundered. Laney replied coldly, "So, it was you who killed my mother?" Yi Hao spoke with exuberance. "Ha ha, who told her to give birth to such a calamity like you?" Although Lan Yi had long harbored doubts, the revelation before him ignited a fury within. With a savage glare, he demanded, "Did you poison her?" Yi Hao, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Both you and she must perish." Unable to contain himself any longer, Lan Yi erupted with a surge of power from the tears of the mermaid, unleashing an overwhelming force that froze the entire ocean in a shroud of icy blue. Yi Hao, akin to a soaring eagle, lunged towards Lan Yi with blinding speed. Lan Yi dodged several strikes before Yihao's fist sent him crashing into the frozen lake. At that moment, one of Lan Yi's mermaid confidants stealthily vanished into the depths of the sea. Unnoticed amidst the chaos surrounding Yihao, Yihao remarked, "It appears this little brat cannot yet wield the tears of the mermaid. We must seize it at once." Lan Yi charged at Yihao, employing a series of close-quarter punches reminiscent of Shailin's techniques. Landing blows that sent Yihao's teeth flying. Yihao, clutching his face, retorted, "You have indeed improved, but you are still far too inexperienced." Ha ha ha! With a thunderous roar, Yihao unleashed a blade of icy power from his palm. Catching Lan Yi off guard as it pierced through his chest, Lan Yi's allies surged forward to confront Yihao's army of mermaids. Chapter 61. Pregnant 1,000 meters away, in the Silver Wolf tribe, Shailin, deep in slumber, sensed a chilling aura of malice emanating from her arm. Alarmed, she touched her arm, anxiety flooding her as she gazed into the distance. She longed to venture out, yet Wei Wei and Luo Feng awaited her at the door, making it impossible for her to stray far. What has happened to Lan Yi? Lan Yi, gripping the icy blade, extracted it from his body and consumed several recovery pills prepared by Shailin, his wounds healing instantaneously. Once more, he launched himself at Yihao, delivering a flurry of punches imbued with the chilling essence of the tears of the mermaid, striking Yihao back several meters with a powerful tail swipe. Lan Yi's confidants, elite beastmen left as a trump card by the former mermaid king for his son, had already slain several of Yihao's leading males, while the remaining common males were subdued. Lying atop the ice lake, Yihao, confident of victory, blew a special conch of the merfolk, summoning dozens of green-skinned, green-eyed monstrosities, the mermaid beasts, surfacing from the water. Lan Yi exclaimed, "You dare awaken the mermaid Yasha?" Yihao laughed heartily. "What have I to fear? If I were to lose my throne, what meaning would it hold?" Lan Yi, filled with indignation, retorted, "I had no intention of contesting your so-called kingship, yet your actions are utterly reprehensible. You enslave the mermaid beastmen, forcing them into servitude until death. You continuously oppress the merfolk, seeking only your own pleasure. Your subjects either die in battle or perish from salt production. You have shown no mercy to the females. How many have you killed? You shall incur the wrath of the beast god." Yihao scoffed, "Ha ha, the wrath of the beast god. Where is it? Those beastmen are useless. The females as well. Why can't my females bear more females? They are utterly inept." Lan Yi shot back, "Their inability to reproduce lies within you." Enraged, Yihao pointed at Lan Yi, bellowing, "Seize him." In an instant, Lan Yi was overwhelmed by the mermaid Yasha. At midnight, Shailin awoke in terror, observing the mermaid markings on her arm had faded to a pale blue. Anxiously, she implored Luo Feng, "Luo Feng, tell me how to use the true love contract for teleportation." Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Lin, are you mad? Females cannot use that skill. I fell into a deep slumber for several months after using it. Do you not remember? But I sense Lan Yi is in grave danger." Luo Feng raised Shailin's hand, examining Lan Yi's beast markings. "Though I secretly wish he were dead, I must inform you. Lan Yi is not in imminent danger." "Why not?" Shailin inquired. "I had hoped to withhold this, but it is necessary now." Lin, if a male faces peril, you would feel it. Moreover, if a male's life is in jeopardy, his beast seal will pulse like a heart. The weaker the life force, the slower the rhythm. I do not feel any pulsing, indeed. Thus, Lan Yi may be in danger, yet not life-threatening. Then tell me how I can see his situation. Using that skill will deplete a considerable amount of energy. I understand. I will use it only once. Focus on that person in your heart, then close your eyes and immerse yourself in this world. Following Luofeng's instructions, Shailin soon saw Lan Yi suspended by his hands in a damp dungeon, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. She reached out to touch him but was abruptly repelled, finding herself back in reality, dizzy from the experience. System, warning, warning, a large number of high-ranking beastmen are approaching the host's location. Shailin, drenched in cold sweat, uttered wearily, "Who is coming?" Luo Feng dashed outside, sniffing the air. "It is the Snake King and the Eagle King, perhaps others as well. I shall return shortly." No sooner had Luo Feng departed than Shailin collapsed onto her bed. A few minutes later, Wei Wei arrived to prepare snacks, always inquiring about Shailin's preferences before making her selections. She was stunned to find Shaylin unconscious on the bed. Wei Wei called out to Shaylin, but to no avail, and thus summoned Luofeng and the shaman. They arrived swiftly, and after examination, the shaman turned to Luofeng, saying, "Congratulations, Chief. The female is pregnant." Luofeng's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Truly? I am finally to have my own offspring." Wei Wei was equally thrilled. "It must be brother's child, indeed. Moreover, the female has been pregnant for a month." Luofeng recalled the events of a month prior, but then considered it could also be his own. No, it must be his. He steadied himself. Then why has Lin Lin not awakened? The female seems to have expended tremendous energy. This is unacceptable. She requires more nutritious sustenance. The female is far too thin. Indeed, Lin Lin is too thin. Wei Wei rubbed her hands together. "I shall prepare chicken soup at once." At the gates of the Silver Wolf tribe stood 3 remarkably strong beastmen. The Snake King bore no beast mark, while the Eagle King and Tiger King were both 4th-tier beastmen. Accompanied by a throng of several hundred subordinates, they gazed at the towering city walls, and the Tiger King remarked, "Just looking at this wall signifies it is one of the finest in the beast world." The Eagle King countered, "You have yet to see what lies within." The Wolf tribe beastmen on watch atop the walls spotted the approaching army and alerted Luofeng's beastmen, who were already en route. The Snake King flicked his tongue, leading the serpents forward in unison, as they surged into the tribe. Before their eyes lay a tribe filled with sturdy, well-constructed houses. Through the windows, they could see wooden furniture within each abode, complete with secure wooden doors and windows, and even cooking utensils. Many females lounged comfortably inside, while young ones played merrily in the streets. In such a thriving environment, the females would not only evade illness, but also find it easier to conceive. Before they could process this, Luofeng, accompanied by Rock and other beastmen, approached them confidently. With flair, Luofeng announced, "Welcome to the Silver Wolf tribe. Your accommodations have been prepared. Come, follow me." The beastmen nodded in agreement. The Snake King inquired, "I have heard you constructed quite an impressive dwelling. Lead us to see it." Luofeng's eyes glinted with frost as he replied, "That building is situated in the heart of the tribe. A few days, I shall take you there. Since you are so eager, let us first examine the bricks." As evening fell, Shaylin finally awoke, hesitant to confess to Luofeng that her exhaustion stemmed from secretly observing Lan Yi. Upon Luofeng's return, he grasped Shaylin's hand, steadfastly remaining by her side. Seeing her awake eased the tension in his heart. "Lin Lin, you are pregnant, you know? You can no longer be willful. You must refrain from practicing martial arts. The child is paramount." At that moment, Shaylin's demeanor was remarkably different. She obediently replied, "I will certainly be careful." Chapter 62. The sale of bricks. Wei Wei exclaimed, "Sister Shaylin, look, the freshly made chicken soup and stewed meat. This is what brother taught me to prepare. I practiced in secret several times. It smells so good. You must eat. Just tell me what you want, and I will get it for you. From today onward, I will sleep next door. You can call me anytime, even in the middle of the night." Shaylin, with tears welling in her eyes, gazed at the face that bore a striking resemblance to Lan Yi's, and said, "Wei Wei, you are a female. Do not subject yourself to such distress. I still have Luofeng by my side." Wei Wei, brimming with excitement, shook her head and declared, "No. You and the baby in your womb are now the most important people in my world." "A child's birth is a once-in-a-lifetime event," Luofeng responded. "Wei Wei, you truly need not go to such lengths. I will take good care of Lin Lin." Wei Wei simply smiled and shook her head, signifying her unwavering resolve to shoulder the responsibility of caring for Sister Xia. "If only your brother knew you were with child, how elated he would be," Lin Lin pondered within her heart. "Yet your brother is not here. Moreover, he is in peril. I cannot save him." Trembling all over, Lin Lin felt Luofeng's concern as he supported her. She attempted to speak calmly, "I will eat now." With Luofeng's assistance, Lin Lin sat down and slowly began to eat. She took her time, yet consumed a great deal, finishing her meal in no time. Wei Wei, satisfied, exclaimed, "Wonderful. You are indeed about to become a mother." Humming a little tune, Wei Wei cleared the dishes. Luofeng embraced Lin Lin and reassured her, "Lin Lin, do not be afraid. If it comes to it, I will go help you retrieve that fish." Suddenly, Lin Lin burst into tears. In truth, She was acutely aware of her body's peculiarities. She had long sensed the changes within herself. But what good was that? After that person's reckless behavior for 3 days and nights, he left without a word. This was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Lan had always believed that in the beast world, females were revered. Moreover, Lan Yi had once said that she was more important than any beast. Yet, why? 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 At this moment, Lan lay on Lan Yi's bed, repeatedly pounding the quilt that still bore his scent. Luo Feng watched anxiously from the side, wishing to comfort her, but all that came to his lips was, Lan. Not long after, Lan regained her composure and asked Luo Feng, "Who came today? Are they of high rank?" Luo Feng replied, "Besides the Snake King and the Eagle King, the Tiger King also arrived." Lan, with a bewildered gaze, inquired, "Are they here to exchange for bricks? How many beastmen did they bring?" Luo Feng confirmed, "Yes, approximately 100. Lan caressed Lan Yi's quilt and said, "I wish to sleep here today. You may step outside." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng reluctantly replied, "All right, I will remain outside." Recently, Lan had been rather drowsy, as the entire room was filled with Lan Yi's scent. Though a merman beast, he bore no trace of fishy odor. He meticulously cleansed himself daily, exuding instead a fragrance reminiscent of fruit mingled with floral notes, perhaps due to the warm beverages on her table, gently stroking her abdomen. Lan gradually succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, Luo Feng carried Lan back to his bed, and she nestled against him, drifting back into dreams. The following day, at the Silver Wolf tribe's brick factory, Luo Feng proudly gestured towards the neatly stacked bricks, declaring, "You may freely take a brick to inspect." The Snake King, flicking his tongue, seized a brick and struck it against the ground, revealing a slight crack. The other beastmen holding bricks beamed with satisfaction, clamoring, "I want 20,000 bricks. I want 50,000. I was here first. I want 100,000 bricks." Luo Feng, rubbing his hands together, replied, "All yours, the more you take, the cheaper it gets." The Tiger King and Eagle King expressed their approval, as everyone calculated their desired quantities. Only the Snake King, somewhat detached, subtly communicated with his serpent-footed beastmen. That evening, to welcome the 3 Snake Kings, Luo Feng ordered a grand feast, stirring excitement among the tribe's females. After all, many of the males in the tribe had already acquired their mates, while the remaining males were too weak to attract any interest. Those with slightly better qualifications had also found their counterparts, resulting in a temporary saturation. With so many males arriving at once, and none of the 3 beast kings having mates, it was simply splendid. The Silver Wolf City was bustling with handsome males, leading many females to wait eagerly outside, ready to approach any beast man they fancied for conversation. That night, at the Silver Wolf tribe's banquet, Lan made her entrance last. As the hostess of the event, she had to appear, yet due to her condition, she arrived just as the festivities were winding down. Adorned with a veil, she gracefully approached Luo Feng, taking center stage as all eyes turned to her, quickly silencing the crowd. Wei Wei served Lan warm water and freshly prepared roasted meat, to which Lan smiled in gratitude. The Snake King addressed Lan, "Is this the legendary beauty among females?" The Eagle King interjected, "Is she the one who produced the molds for the bricks?" The Tiger King presented Lan with a portrait of herself that Yi Hao had given him, asking, "Is this you? May I request that you remove your veil for us?" Lan smiled gently at everyone and replied, "Of course. However, any beast man who gazes upon my visage will owe an additional 10,000 bricks. Can you beast kings afford that?" The crowd furrowed their brows, and the Tiger King remarked, "You truly are an intriguing female. As long as you become my mate, I shall buy as many bricks as you can produce." After a cough, Luo Feng, with a hint of menace, stated, "It would be best for all beast kings to focus on the bricks. Otherwise, my bricks are not for just anyone." The Tiger King and Eagle King immediately changed their demeanor. Acknowledging, "The Wolf King speaks wisely. We shall heed your words." The Snake King remained silent, yet his gaze lingered on Lan with an unsettling intensity. Subsequently, the Tiger King and Eagle King began to toast with Luo Feng, even requesting that he inform them first of any new items he procured. After all, these individuals were shrewd within the beast realm and could discern the weight of matters. As leaders of their tribes, conducting serious business was paramount. while the pursuit of favored females could wait for another opportunity. Once the prices were settled, the next day, the beastmen of the tiger, eagle, and snake tribes commenced transporting bricks in an orderly fashion. The snake tribe purchased the most, while the tiger and eagle tribes made moderate acquisitions. Lan Yi learned that the snake tribe was the first established race, thus their settlement was still somewhat nascent. Yet their combat prowess was formidable. Possibly due to their origins as nomadic beasts, they fought for survival from a young age, leading to the likelihood of the snake tribe possessing numerous green crystals. All the male beast leaders sought to improve their tribe's living conditions to attract more females to join them. With brick houses, the living standards for the males would undergo a transformative leap, making the bricks for construction highly sought after for a long time to come. Ever since the arrival of these beastmen, Luo Feng had noticeably intensified his daily patrols. Not only had the number of beastmen increased, but the frequency of inspections had risen significantly. No beastman was allowed within 10 meters of Lan Yi's residence. In Chapter 63, as anticipation builds, Lan Yi contemplated that this was a misconception. Luo Feng was still too young and did not understand that truly precious things need to be concealed in the shadows rather than paraded for all to see. While Luo Feng's actions appeared to be protective, they effectively placed him in a precarious position. In the temporary residence of the tiger tribe, their leader reveled in the attentive service of a female who was feeding him grapes, fruits that could only be found in the Silver Wolf tribe's market. When the female lifted her head, it turned out to be Anna, whom Luo Feng had previously expelled. At this moment, Anna bore no trace of her former beast imprint except for the tiger emblem on her arm. Anna respectfully stated, "She is within the castle. My people have already informed me." The Tiger King, mouth full of fruit, mumbled, "I will provide beastmen for you. Just act boldly." Anna reassured him, "Rest assured. We only need to wait for the right moment. Once we have Lan Yi in our grasp, you can have as many bricks as you desire." The Snake King, Shu Ying, coiled his massive serpentine body within the room, filling the entire space, as the conversation between the Tiger King and Anna reached his ears without a hitch. He closed his crimson eyes and continued to sleep. Luo Feng, weary from his travels, returned to the castle to find Lan Yi sewing clothes for the baby. With a face beaming with happiness, he said, "You need not sew anymore. I will handle it. I already made 4 sets of clothes, so if you need anything else, just tell me." In truth, Lan Yi did not lack for infant garments. She could easily open her interface and exchange a small amount of points for beautiful baby clothes. She simply did not wish to stop her work. Lan Yi replied, "I do not lack anything." Luo Feng responded, "Lan Yi, we have recruited 300 beastmen for planting. They have already used your tools for a while. You can go take a look." Lan Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "All right. Shall we go now?" Luo Feng glanced at her, his large, gentle hand stroking her still barely noticeable belly, as Lan Yi felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. After a moment of caressing her pregnant belly, Luo Feng contentedly declared, "I will carry you." Luo Feng held her securely, maintaining a moderate pace, and as they walked, he thoughtfully prepared some snacks and beverages for Xiaolin, which now dangled from his neck in a rather comical manner. Xiaolin had been residing in the castle for an extended period, and today, the familiar gentle breeze infused with the scent of herbs rejuvenated her spirits as she thought of the life growing within her. The fields, meticulously tended by Luo Feng, exhibited the diligent efforts of the orcs, whose vegetable cultivation was remarkably efficient, with the wheat and rice already sprouting to a height of 10 centimeters. Xiaolin mused about their first attempt at farming, hoping they could at least yield half a harvest. With a gentle smile, she encouraged the hardworking orcs, saying, "Let us all do our best. As long as we approach our tasks earnestly, there's no need to worry about anything else. Once the crops are ready, all who participated in the planting will share in the first fruits of our labor." The orcs erupted in cheers. "Oh, oh, 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 oh." Luo Feng, pleased by the orcs' adulation, declared, "Lan Yi, I will carry you back." Xiaolin, gazing at the lush green rice paddies, waved her hand and replied, "It's rare for me to be out. I wish to take a stroll." Luo Feng, recalling the recent peculiar circumstances that had kept Xiaolin indoors, felt a twinge of guilt and said, "Then I shall accompany you." At that moment, Locke hurried over to Luo Feng, exclaiming, "Chief, the Tiger King has summoned you." Xiaolin took a few steps forward and reassured him, "I have Wei Wei with me. I'll just wander about for a bit and return shortly. Besides, there are orcs patrolling nearby." Luo Feng, disheartened, looked at Xia Lin's graceful figure as she walked away before turning to seek the Tiger King. With Wei Wei by her side, Xia Lin strolled through the fields, a contingent of wolf orcs trailing behind her, ensuring that she was always under watchful eyes. After all, Xia Lin was no longer just an ordinary female. As she walked, she arrived at the strawberry plantation, pausing in a field where the plants had just been sown, showing no signs of fruit yet, but their growth appeared promising. Contemplating the need for increased fertilizer, she decided to purchase some from the marketplace. As she meticulously examined the strawberry roots, she suddenly spotted a thick, red serpent. Startled, she steadied herself and looked up, only to find the strikingly cold and handsome Serpent King. Unveiled, Xia Lin's visage captivated him, leaving him momentarily entranced. With a gentle expression, Xia Lin inquired, "Do you wish to eat strawberries? There are none available yet, but once they ripen, I shall bring you some." Snow Shadow, regaining his composure, exclaimed with surprise, "You are pregnant?" To which Xia Lin responded, "Yes, take your time to look. I'll have someone bring my favorite fruit for you to taste shortly. I am feeling a bit unwell and shall return home now." Snow Shadow pointed with his long nails towards the strawberry field, asking, "Do you fancy this fruit?" Xia Lin had already moved from her previous position, walking at a moderate pace, yet her expression seemed to drift away, her gaze distant and ethereal. Another serpent beast remarked to Snow Shadow, "Serpent King, I heard that Luo Feng's female previously had a male companion, but for some unknown reason, that male left." Snow Shadow pondered this, realizing the dual essence of males lingering around Xia Lin, and muttered, "Send someone to keep watch." Upon returning to the castle, Xia Lin discovered Locke and a throng of wolf orcs surrounding her abode. An unexpected sight that prompted a mischievous smile before she quickly returned to her usual poised demeanor. As she walked calmly into her room with Wei Wei, she sat silently on her bed, staring out the window at the blooming roses. Wei Wei, sensing her distress, urged, "Sister Lin Lin, what would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you." Xia Lin closed her eyes and replied, "Please tell Luo Feng I crave sunflower seeds. Make sure he picks the freshest ones." Wei Wei promptly disappeared, and Xia Lin surveyed her surroundings, confirming Luo Feng was at a considerable distance. Slowly, she began to envision Lan Yi in her mind, the image gradually transforming into a hazy silhouette. As it became clearer, she recalled Lan Yi was imprisoned in the dungeon, and she could vaguely see deep blood marks on his hands and neck, some dark and some bright red, the fish tail appearing shredded. Xia Lin's heart bled for him as she struggled to manage her tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, orcs arrived, their fragmented voices reporting, "We have discovered the true location of the statue. However, it is heavily guarded and inaccessible." Lan Yi rasped, "Wait a moment. I'm fine. We must locate the statue. If not, we cannot defeat Yi Hao." Feeling her strength waning, Xia Lin's vision blurred, and she called out, "Lan Yi, can you see me?" Lan Yi froze, his tired eyes widening as he meticulously scanned the area where Xia Lin stood. Lin Lin, it seems I longed for you too much. How could I hear you so quickly? Is this a punishment from the beast god for leaving you after winning your heart?" Gradually, shadows filled Lan Yi's gaze once more, and Xia Lin's vision darkened as she returned to reality. Collapsing onto her bed, Wei Wei exclaimed, "Sister Xia, what is wrong? Please wake up." Xia Lin, drenched in cold sweat, adjusted her forehead and asked, "Wei Wei, how long have you been gone?" "Not long, just a moment. The chief will be here soon with sunflowers," Wei Wei replied. Xia Lin nodded, troubled by Lan Yi's current predicament, questioning whether Yi Hao had encountered a problem and why he sought the statue. With utmost seriousness, she asked Wei Wei, "You must tell me the truth. Why did you seek Lan Yi?" Chapter 64. Breaking defense, Wei Wei hesitated for a long time, her eyes reddening as she confessed, "It's because our mermaid statue has shattered. The necklace my brother carries is the key to harnessing the statue's energy. Yi Hao has been searching for it for many years but to no avail, until one day, unexpectedly, the statue broke." Xia Lin responded, "So you mean to say the mermaid statue you had before was a fake?" Wei Wei nodded, "Sister Xia, you're so clever. It means Yi Hao has been guarding a false mermaid statue all this time. That's why he has been frantically chasing my brother." Xia Lin inquired, "Has Yi Hao obtained the tears of the mermaid?" Wei Wei replied, "Even if he did, it would be of no use. Once the tears of the mermaid bond with a master, others cannot utilize it. To activate the statue, the tears must be used. But if my brother is unwilling, the statue cannot be awakened. Xia Lin further questioned, why has How's power surged so dramatically? Wei Wei speculated. Perhaps it's because he has recently sent other orcs into the endless forest to hunt large beasts, acquiring more green crystals, which can significantly enhance an orc's level in a short time. Xia Lin mused, I suspect the situation is more complex than you suggest. If Laney were to die, could someone else become the master of the tears? Wei Wei replied, I don't know. But without the tears of the mermaid, one cannot harness the statue's power. Suddenly, Xia Lin turned to Wei Wei, grasping her arms earnestly, and said, Wei Wei, can you take me to seek your mermaid tribe's confidants? Sensing Luo Feng's approach, Xia Lin made a shushing gesture to Wei Wei. Moments later, Luo Feng appeared before her, jovially presenting an abundance of sunflowers. He cradled Xia Lin, greedily inhaling her fragrance while chatting animatedly. Cracking open sunflower seeds, Xia Lin listened with a smile to his incessant chatter. The sunflower seeds were delectably sweet and crisp, and she thought that the likelihood of carrying a female offspring was significantly higher. As she gazed at the azure sky, she learned from Luo Feng during their conversation that all the orcs coming to purchase bricks would depart the following day. Xia Lin, gently caressing her belly, remained motionless for a while in the resting area of the tiger clan. Anna perched upon a high wooden chair, surveying the throng of male orcs below. Among them were some strays and older orcs who had failed to find females. Mostly lacking in striking appearances, yet their beast patterns were all above level 3, Anna proclaimed. This time, we must succeed. No failures allowed. If you succeed, each of you can become my male. One by one, the beast kings transported the bricks away. And after the last group of orcs departed from the Silver Wolf clan, Luo Feng and Locke, along with the Silver Wolf orcs, bid them farewell. Luo Feng stretched and shook his head, relieved that the hectic period was finally over and that they had sent this troublesome group away. During this time, Locke had closely followed Luo Feng, assisting with various matters and learning a great deal in the future. He would handle such transactions while Luo Feng could remain at home, embracing Xia Lin. Simultaneously, outside Xia Lin's room, it seemed as if the orcs had anticipated the perfect moment. Suddenly, those walking the streets launched an assault on the castle guards, revealing themselves to be orcs of considerable beast pattern levels. Their faces obscured by masks crafted from animal hide in an instant, the wolf guards were overpowered by the attacking orcs. When Anna and her entourage stormed into Xia Lin's room, they were met with the lingering scent of her fragrance and the sight of an empty room. Anna screamed in anguish, they cannot have gone far. We must leave the city in pursuit. If you fail to kill that female, you shall all be expelled from the tribe by tomorrow. At the same moment, Luo Feng felt a profound loss of connection with Xia Lin. Anxiously, he hastened back to the castle with his subordinates, only to unexpectedly encounter Anna and others at the entrance. What followed was a desperate and fierce battle, the tide of which turned overwhelmingly in Luo Feng's favor. He commanded elite troops of orcs, far beyond the ragtag group that Anna led. Having narrowly escaped the Shadow Wolf tribe, Anna clung to the back of a tiger. Gasping for breath and emitting a sharp, piercing scream, "Hurry! Pursue her! We must capture her. She now has a cub. If you seize her, you can use her to threaten Luo Feng. Whatever you desire in bricks, we can provide." Luo Feng was also searching for Xia Lin, scouring the tribe and overturning every house within. Upon reaching Xia Lin's chamber, he discovered a piece of animal hide on her desk. He immediately picked it up and was met with the words, "Luo Feng, calm down and listen to me. Do not search for me for the time being. I am safe. You cannot sense my location because I have deliberately concealed it. Please listen patiently until I finish. I understand that you are reluctant to rescue Laney. After all, who would save their rival in love? I empathize with your feelings. I implore you to empathize with me as well. Lan Yi is in grave danger. If I do not act, I will regret it for the rest of my life. We are family, after all. The Silver Wolf tribe is now under the scrutiny of all the orcs. Beyond your duty to protect me, you must also safeguard the entire Silver Wolf tribe and the orcs who have always relied on us. This has been my lifelong wish, and I believe it is yours too. I promise to take care of myself. I assure you. In a few days, I will let you know my whereabouts, but for now, you must remain in the tribe and eliminate all the orcs that covet us while I am away." After reading this, Luo Feng silently crouched down, curling up in a corner for a long while. Gradually tears glimmered in his enchanting eyes. Yet, he soon transformed into a colossal silver wolf, continuing to track Anna's scent. In the face of adversity, wallowing in despair and succumbing to difficulties is futile. The only key is to maintain one's original intent regardless of external circumstances and to forge ahead, even if it means taking faltering steps. For it is better than standing still. Before Anna entered the castle, Xia Lin and Wei Wei had already slipped through the underground passage of the castle. Moments later, in the darkness, Xia Lin felt around and opened a concealed door. Revealing a miniature boat, positioned on a steep slope, it meant that anyone boarding the boat could simply release the reins and drift downstream. Wei Wei, gazing at the boat with delight, exclaimed, "Wow, this must be made by my brother." Xia Lin gracefully leaped onto the boat, pulling Wei Wei along, and once they were both settled, Xia Lin inquired, "How do you know your brother made it? Did he make one for you when you were young?" Wei Wei replied, "Yes, but he might not remember." Xia Lin said excitedly, "We will see him soon, and then you can ask him yourself." As they glided downstream, they quickly outpaced the other orcs. Arriving at a secluded spot by a small lake, system, weapon exchange, first skill, alpha model. Previously, the system had provided Xia Lin with a shape-shifting weapon that could transform into 3 forms. She finally conceived the first transformation, a versatile transport device. This vehicle, measuring 10 meters in length and 4 meters in height, boasted enormous headlights suitable for both day and night, powered by solar energy, resembling a large-eyed baby with long eyelashes. Its massive wheels showcased its formidable capabilities. The rear featured a floating roof, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Moreover, this vehicle was a product of Xia Lin's weapon transformation and had no time limit. Chapter 65. Unlocking the female orc-level Xia Lin ushered the stunned Wei Wei into the vehicle, deftly securing her seatbelt before starting the engine. With a swift press of the accelerator, they surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. System navigation. Lan Yi, acknowledged. Route planning in progress. Successfully connected to Alpha. En route to the target, estimated time, 20 hours. Xia Lin sensed her energy depleting daily. Was it due to the baby within her? Thankfully, this made it increasingly difficult for Luo Feng to detect her presence. A wave of guilt washed over Xia Lin as Lan Yi's situation took precedence. She could only wait for a later time to apologize to Luo Feng. Continuing to drive, Xia Lin said to Wei Wei, "Wei Wei, watch how I drive. This afternoon, you can give it a try. We have an autopilot system, so don't be afraid." Laney learned it after just a few observations. Wei Wei wanted to protest that she couldn't drive. But upon seeing Xia Lin's slightly rounded belly, she swallowed her words and focused intently on the demonstration. Their journey was smooth, and by evening, Xia Lin found herself a few hundred meters from the tribe. With the navigation indicating a new settlement, after disembarking, she and Wei Wei began their approach. "In a moment, I will drink a transformation potion. We will stay here tonight." Xia Lin initially intended to mention that this was her first time spending a night without their companions. After consuming the transformation potion, she became an unremarkable female orc. They quickly entered the territory of the tribe, where 4 second-tier snake beasts were on guard at the entrance. This new tribe was indeed the snake tribe. The male snake beasts flaunted their muscular chests, eagerly eyeing Wei Wei while casting disappointed glances at Xia Lin. This was the intended effect. Xia Lin joyfully greeted them. "Hello. We would like to borrow a place to stay for one night. Is the leader of your tribe a red snake without beast patterns?" One of the male snake orcs replied, "Yes. It seems you truly know the leader. Please, come in. I will arrange accommodations for you." Xia Lin beamed with a sincere smile. "Thank you." The male orcs primarily fixated on Wei Wei. Their faces flushed as they puffed out their chests, saying, "No need to thank us. You are female. We welcome you to play with us. You can stay here if you wish, rest assured. We are all orcs chosen by the leader and abide by the rules." The snake orc then led Xia Lin to several enormous tree trunks, eagerly stating, "These are all unoccupied hollows that have just been cleaned. Please choose whichever you like." The other orcs gathered around Wei Wei, asking, "How old are you? Do you have a male orc?" Wei Wei had no choice but to hide behind Xia Lin, peering at the handsome orcs with a hint of shyness. Xia Lin found the snake orcs particularly amusing, while Wei Wei probably had never encountered such overt courtship behavior before. Xia Lin teasingly remarked to a few of the snake orcs, "We need hot water and food. My little sister loves roasted meat and fresh fruits." As soon as she finished speaking, the nearby male orcs vanished in an instant. Xia Lin mused. These snake orcs are incredibly swift. After selecting a tree hollow on the second floor, Xia Lin noticed that the snake tribe also housed 5 or 6 females well protected by the orcs. Residing in brick houses. It seemed the Snake King had long recognized the advantages of bricks. However, the bricks were clearly not made by the Silver Wolf tribe. They were coarse and visibly rough materials, likely turning to mud at the first rain, explaining why the Snake King had purchased so many bricks. That evening, the Snake Tribe orcs brought Xia Lin roasted meat wrapped in leaves and another package of fruits. Upon opening it, Wei Wei found apples, bananas, and a few small wild berries. Xia Lin forced herself to eat a bit more before ascending the tree hollow with Wei Wei to rest. Xia Lin opened her true love contract interface, where she had previously discovered a new option, a substance called Evolution Pill, with effects that could aid female orcs in unlocking beast patterns. Xia Lin herself had gained her beast pattern through the True Love contract, currently at the second-tier level, situated on her chest and thus generally unseen by other orcs. An essential objective of this journey was to have Wei Wei try the Evolution Pill, thereby upgrading her beast pattern level. Wei Wei, you must have seen my body. Do you know what this is? Xia Lin pointed to her beast pattern and asked. Wei Wei's lovely eyes widened in surprise. I saw it before, but I thought it was your and Luo Feng's beast pattern. Was I mistaken? Xia Lin, touching Lan Yi's beast pattern, shook her head. This is actually my beast pattern indicating my orc level. Wei Wei exclaimed in astonishment. You mean females can have beast patterns too? Xia Lin affirmed. Yes, at least, I do. Currently, I am at the second-tier orc level. Taking Wei Wei's hand, Xia Lin said, the journey to find Lan Yi will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. I have a pill here. If you take it, you will gain a beast pattern and can upgrade it like the males. Would you like to try? Xia Lin intended to suggest that if Wei Wei opted out, she could wait for her in the snake tribe, for the snake orcs were quite kind. Wei Wei, with a determined expression, replied, Sister Xia, I trust you. I am willing to try. Xia Lin nodded and immediately placed the pill in Wei Wei's palm. Taking the pill may cause some discomfort. Think carefully before you consume it. As Wei Wei reflected on her lifelong dependence on males for survival, memories of her time in the mermaid kingdom flooded back, frequently bullied by others, with no recourse available to her. Those who tormented her were all affiliated with Yihao, who tacitly permitted such bullying, treating it as a matter of course. She, timid and frail, did nothing but endure the torment until one fateful day when the mermaid statue shattered, revealing that she had an elder brother. Her brother was the true mermaid king. But why did Yihao only target her and not others? Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, Wei Wei swallowed a pill and sat down. Observing the cold sweat trickling down her forehead and her tightly shut eyes, she suddenly screamed and fainted. Xiaolin, supporting her, noticed the emergence of a level 1 beast tattoo on Wei Wei's face. It appeared to have succeeded. Yet, the extent of her newfound strength remained uncertain. Xiaolin herself, equipped with weapons, could easily take on several level 4 beasts, and she had only encountered 2 level 5 beasts, Laney and Lu Feng, who had always gone easy on her during their sparring sessions, making it rather dull. Had she not been pregnant, she believed she could still navigate this beastly realm with her abilities, provided she avoided encounters with groups of beasts. After a few hours of slumber, Wei Wei awakened, and Xiaolin encouraged her to jump and bounce to gradually acclimate to her upgraded physical condition. Chapter 66, Jin Zhao's Little Follower. Wei Wei lightly leaped, landing on a 3-meter tree branch, then vaulted up to the highest branch, reveling in her newfound agility. Yet, still adjusting, she miscalculated a jump and fell from the 3-meter-high branch with a thud. Who is it, climbing on me so early in the morning? Have you no shame? Get off me! Wei Wei found herself perched on the neck of a male beast man, who appeared to be asleep in a sprawled position. Covering her face, she stood and stammered, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Xiaolin, recognizing the familiar figure, exclaimed, It's Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao stood up, shaking off the leaves clinging to him, and glanced up at the female before him. He was struck by her round, rosy face, ample figure, and delicate features. Never had he encountered such an adorable little girl, leaving him momentarily entranced. Of course, he completely overlooked Xiaolin, whom he found unappealing. Jin Xiao, come here, Xiaolin commanded. Jin Xiao, still dazed, approached and suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting, Who are you? How do you know my name? Xiaolin launched a flurry of punches at him, then danced around in the air, demonstrating her moves. Jin Shao instinctively covered his head, searching his memory for any connection to this unremarkable female. Xiaolin smiled slightly. Do you remember now? Upon hearing her voice, Jin Shao felt a chill run down his spine and turned to flee. Xiaolin tugged at his ear, saying, You've come at the perfect time. I've been worried about finding you. Now, stand still. Jin Shao obediently complied. Xiaolin circled him, commenting, It seems you've been eating well lately. You've gained some weight. Instantly, Jin Shao knelt, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Sister, I've been really good lately. I haven't dared to cause any trouble. Wei Wei stood by, astonished, her mouth agape. Yes, I understand. Now, I need you to be my little follower. From now on, you'll accompany me, and I'll provide for you. Jin Shao collapsed to the ground, mumbling, I've been hiding so far away. How could you still find me? Are you here to capture me? Xiaolin waved her hand dismissively. Instructing the two, I'm feeling a bit tired. Jin Shao, this is Wei Wei. She is my sister. You're to practice with her, remember? Do not harm her. Prepare us some food and cleaning supplies. All right, I'll take a short nap. Xiaolin leaped into a tree hollow, touching her mermaid tattoo, and gradually fell asleep, accompanied by the sounds of Jin Shao and Wei Wei training. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Jin Shao, unusually diligent, meticulously prepared breakfast and washed up. This was the first time in his beastly life he undertook such tasks. Once everything was ready, Xiaolin led Wei Wei and Jin Shao out of the tribe. The single males of the snake clan emerged to see Wei Wei off, but upon noticing Jin Shao by her side, they abandoned any pursuit of her, as Jin Shao was notorious as a bully in these lands. Xiaolin conjured a sports car, continuing onward with both of them. Jan Shao had never seen a sports car before and sat rigidly. Afraid to move, don't be scared. Just follow my instructions, and I'll reward you with 5 bottles of replenishment fluid once the task is complete. Jin Shao shook his dragon ears, asking, Is that the stuff you gave to that stinky mermaid? Wei Wei, fuming, shot a glare at Jin Shao, who whimpered and covered his eyes. Hey, what are you doing? I didn't finish practicing this morning. Xiaolin laughed heartily, while Wei Wei retorted, That's my real brother. Who are you calling stinky? Jan Shao's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Wei Wei's legs. So you're a beautiful mermaid. Wei Wei swung a punch that missed, fuming. What does that have to do with you? By the sound of it, you've bullied my brother before. Xiaolin chuckled, stepping on the brakes. All right, enough of this. We're almost at the ocean S border. Wei Wei, you'll guide me on the navigation map, and then we'll find a place to hide and plan our next steps. At that moment, the ocean shimmered a brilliant blue under the sunlight, the gentle sea breeze mingling with the scent of salt water, invigorating their spirits. As Wei Wei approached the ocean, she dipped her hand into the water. But after a long while, there was no reaction. Jin Shao, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? Testing the water temperature. When will you reveal your fishtail? Unable to contain herself, Wei Wei delivered a punch to Jin Zhao's head. Xiaolin frowned. Still no contact? Wei Wei gazed at the azure waves, bewildered. This is strange. Why can't I reach them? Xiaolin, watching her arms gradually fade, declared, I can't wait any longer. Turning to Wei Wei, she instructed, You wait here. With that, she swallowed a pill and tossed another to Jin Shao. Jin Shao collapsed to the ground, rolling in the sand as if in excruciating pain. Wei Wei, taken aback, squatted down to ask him what was wrong. Xiaolin drew her dagger and, like a shooting star, threw it, striking Jin Shao on the side of his thigh, causing him to freeze. Xiaolin's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Stop the charade. Come with me. Jin Shao shot a mocking glance at Wei Wei, then rolled across the sand, quickly getting up to follow Xiaolin into the Seada. As they submerged in the water, both Xiaolin and Jin Shao sprouted fishtails. That moment, Xiaolin transformed into a robust male mermaid, while Jin Shao became a slightly shorter male mermaid. Jin Shao, thrilled with his new tail, was playfully reprimanded by Xiaolin until he obediently followed along. The instant Xiaolin entered the water, Laney's beast tattoo began pulsating like a heartbeat, and he could sense Xiaolin drawing nearer, catching the scent of her skin, which reminded him of the blissful moments they had shared together over 3 days and nights. Laney licked his cracked lips and exchanged a glance with a nearby beast man in the prison, who promptly vanished from sight. Upon reaching the Mermaid Kingdom, Xiaolin noticed an increased presence of mermaid guards outside the palaces, alongside fearsome fish monsters. Quickly, deliver the newly captured female to the king. Hurry up. The king demands fresh fruit now. Move swiftly, or you'll regret it. The atmosphere in the mermaid kingdom felt notably subdued compared to before. The mermaids kept their heads down, bustling about in silence. Xiaolin recalled the location of the mermaid prison from her last visit, feeling the distance to Laney diminishing. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the square. The king has ordered his immediate execution. A wave of murmurs swept through the other mermaids, followed by an oppressive silence. Xiaolin and Jin Xiao hid behind a coral, witnessing a fearsome mermaid gently twist the head of a male mermaid, which crumbled to pieces like a cookie. The male mermaid's severed head clearly indicated he was a level 3 beast man. A mere wave of a hand had dispatched him. What terrifying combat prowess! And how many more such fearsome mermaids lurked within the palace? Xiaolin, observing a horde of females rushing toward the mermaid palace, instructed Jin Xiao, "Take this and wear it on your ear. This map shows Laney's exact location. Your current mission is to rescue him." Xiaolin bestowed the remote headset upon Jin Xiao, while simultaneously consuming another transformation pill, instantly metamorphosing into a strikingly beautiful female. Following the swaying figures of the other females, she gracefully entered the palace. This sudden display of audacity left Jin Xiao utterly astonished. Chapter 67. The long-awaited reunion. All the females, adorned with veils, followed the merfolk beastmen into the grand hall, where they began to settle beside the males, serving them drinks. Xiaolin adeptly followed suit, while Yihao, seated in the main position, was engaged in intimate gestures with a female. Xiaolin recalled what Luofeng had mentioned, that if a male were abandoned by a female, he would become a rootless beast. This implied that Yihao had already transformed into such a creature. Rootless beasts are devoid of emotion and love, rendering them incapable of siring female offspring. Yihao commanded, "Bring me all the green crystals from today." A merfolk beastman then approached, carrying a small platter of green crystals, which he placed before Yihao. It had been several months since Xiaolin last saw Yihao. He had once appeared as a handsome beastman, but now he seemed to have gained considerable weight, his chubby face resembling a fattened ball, perched atop a thick, sausage-like neck. Adorning this neck was the tear of the mermaid, shimmering with a radiant glow. Xiaolin lowered her head, returning to her tasks. With a swift kick, Yihao sent the merfolk away, exclaiming, "Is this the best you can bring? Execute this merfolk." Additionally, replace the beastman responsible for collecting the green crystals. To her surprise, the beastmen present erupted into cheers, chanting, "Kill, kill, kill." They exhibited a pathological state, eerily similar to Yihao's, yet he appeared to be further entrenched in this affliction. It was plausible that these beastmen were also rootless beasts. And the peculiar atmosphere in the grand hall starkly contrasted with the reality of the beast world, which revered females. Xiaolin noticed numerous menacing merfolk surrounding them, numbering over a dozen, their expressions vacant and their movements mechanistic, reminiscent of the yaxes depicted in ancient texts. Yihao seemed thoroughly pleased with the ambience of the hall, laughing heartily as he poured the green crystals into his mouth, prompting a wave of debauchery among the attendees. Xiaolin shook her bottle, announcing, "My lord, we are out of wine. I shall return shortly." Standing tall, she endeavored to mimic the graceful stride of the females around her, moving slowly and steadily. Just as she was about to exit the grand hall, Yihao pointed at her and inquired, "Who sent this female? She seems quite appealing." "Turn around and let me have a better look." Veiled, Xiaolin complied, turning to face Yihao with a radiant smile. "Your Majesty." Satisfied, Yihao beckoned, "Come here." Obediently, Xiaolin approached him, and Yihao, evidently enchanted by her appearance, embraced her tightly, eliciting a beaming smile that illuminated her exquisite eyes. Occasionally, Xiaolin's gaze flickered to the tear of the mermaid adorning Yihao's neck. She recalled that the necklace once worn by Laney was not of this design, yet the pendant was unmistakably the tear of the mermaid. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the palace, shaking the very foundations. Yihao furrowed his brow, demanding, "Who dares?" A deep, magnetic voice echoed, "It is I. Yihao, come out." Tears glimmered in Xiaolin's eyes, but within moments, they vanished without a trace. Yihao, swishing his hefty tail, surged forth, followed by a throng of male merfolk and merfolk yaxes. Soon, they emerged onto the ocean's surface, where Yihao licked his lips and declared, "You, Luo Feng. How dare you insult me back then? I have yet to settle the score with you, and now you present yourself on a silver platter?" Luo Feng, with a smirk, replied, "I can strike you whenever I please. Do I need to schedule a time for that?" Fuming, Yihao retorted, "You think you can talk tough now? Let's see who ends up on the ground first." Xiaolin stepped out of the grand hall, finding herself at the dungeon's entrance, where only a handful of merfolk guards stood watch. With swift movements, she dispatched them and continued to relay the location of the dungeon through her remote headset, instructing Jin Xiao to remember it well. Having frequented this place in her dreams, Xiaolin navigated effortlessly to Laney. She halted before him, and as she first entered the merfolk palace, each step felt as though she were dancing upon the very core of his heart. A solitary performance just for him. With every pause and movement, Laney understood her intentions. He was acutely aware that Xiaolin lingered in the grand hall for an extended period, and during this time, his heart raced, praying for her safe escape. As Xiaolin approached her designated spot, Laney's emotions churned. He both longed to see her and wished for her to be far away. These fleeting moments were spent in a mix of excitement and melancholy. Ultimately, Xiaolin stood before Laney once more. Their last encounter had been 3 days and nights prior, and memories of their time together caused Laney to blush, his gaze fixated downward, unable to meet her eyes. Xiaolin beheld Laney's fair, handsome visage, her melodious laughter resonating within him like the sweetest melody. Unable to contain his bashful demeanor any longer, he lifted his gaze to meet the one he cherished. Xiaolin embraced Laney for a brief moment, and they exchanged no words. In their silence, a deeper connection was forged. Swiftly, she unsheathed her dagger, deftly freeing him from his chains. "Stay here for now. Do not venture out. Luo Feng is currently distracting Yihao outside. I will search for the deity statue and return with news. Here are 4 vials of restorative liquid. Consume them all, and your wounds will heal." Laney, filled with remorse, confessed, "I had already discovered the precise location of the merfolk deity statue, but for some unknown reason, I lost contact days ago." Xiaolin looked at him. "That is because Yihao has uncovered your whereabouts." The information regarding the merfolk deity statue was likely a ruse from the beginning. A conflicted and helpless expression crossed Laney's face. Lin, you should leave." Placing a gentle finger on Laney's alluring lips, she inquired, "You wish for me to go? Where would I go? Do you no longer desire me? What of the child within me?" Laney remained in stunned silence for a long moment, then enveloped Xiaolin in a tight embrace. Tears cascading down his cheeks, each droplet a glistening pearl. "I thought I could defeat him, but Yihao has invoked the forbidden techniques of our kin, awakening the merfolk Yaxes, beings long deceased, who obey only their master's command. Ordinary attacks cannot vanquish them." Xiaolin inquired, "Can you elaborate on how you engage them?" Laney responded, "I once severed the neck of a merfolk Yaxa, but it swiftly returned to its original state." Xiaolin, adopting a serious demeanor, asked, "Do you trust me, Laney?" With unwavering conviction, he nodded, brushing his forehead against hers. Lin, I will always believe in you." Chapter 68. A clever strategy. Take this. Xiaolin presented a small black cube, roughly the size of a fingertip, handing it to Laney while explaining, "This is a miniature spatial device. I can transmit items to you from afar. When the black box glows, input your spiritual energy, and the object will materialize." Laney's heart soared with excitement, wondering if this was a token of affection from Lin. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Feng and Xiaolin possessed the ability to communicate across distances seamlessly. Above the ocean, Yihao refrained from engaging, allowing the merfolk Yaxes to assault Luo Feng. Initially, Luo Feng handled the situation with ease, but as time wore on, he began to tire, while the grotesque merfolk beastmen maintained their relentless assault, exhibiting an eerie consistency. Wiping the blood from his lips, Luo Feng challenged, "Yihao, you coward! Do you dare to face me in a duel?" Yihao, stroking his ample belly, scoffed, "You aren't even worthy to fight me. Stop wasting breath on this fool. Finish him off." As Luo Feng continued to battle the Yaxes, they gradually closed in on Yihao. In a moment of cleverness, Luo Feng scaled Yihao's substantial form, yet the Yaxes, intending to ambush Luo Feng, inadvertently redirected their strikes toward Yihao. In the ensuing chaos, their fists collided with Yihao's body. Yihao clutched his head, exclaiming, "You foolish swine!" Xiaolin called out, "Luo Feng, Are you all right? Using their bond, Xiaolin communicated with Luo Feng. With a teasing tone, Luo Feng replied, "My little female finally deigns to acknowledge me?" Xiaolin chuckled. "Now is not the time for jest. Find a place to hide. Do not confront them head-on. Soon, many merfolk will emerge from the sea seeking refuge. Assist me in accommodating them." "Understood. Upon completion, are there any rewards?" Luo Feng swiftly transformed into a colossal wolf and vanished in an instant. Yi Hao, bruised and battered, unleashed a flurry of blows upon the mermaid Yasha. Yet the Yasha appeared utterly impervious, standing motionless despite the assault. Yi Hao expelled a long-held breath, exclaiming, "Bah, a bunch of worthless creatures. Can't even defeat a single wolf?" In truth, the mermaid Yasha was equivalent to a level 5 beastman, making it a simple task for the mermaid Yasha to overpower an ordinary beastman like Luo Feng. Of course, this presupposes that Luo Feng would foolishly engage in a direct confrontation. Under such circumstances, defeat would be inevitable. However, Luo Feng was inherently a beastman of extraordinary cunning and skill in close combat. Much like Shaolin, he was a battle-hardened veteran, a distinguished survivor of numerous battlefields. As long as he did not encounter matters concerning Shaolin, he was a sagacious and exceptional strategist. How could he possibly confront you head-on? After a lengthy search, Yi Hao found not even a single strand of Luo Feng's wolf fur and, cursing under his breath, led the mermaid army back. Meanwhile, Jin Xiao, having received Shaolin's map, studied it meticulously for quite some time, only to find himself utterly perplexed. He could not decipher the location of the dungeon. Lacking the skill to operate the device atop his head, he resigned himself to trailing behind the beastmen purchasing supplies. Pondering aloud, the dungeon must be situated below, as he mimicked the rhythm of the other beastmen's movements while making his way toward the palace's lower levels, a secluded chamber of the mermaid palace. Shaolin was rapidly navigating her equipment interface, a small bomb for 500 points, a medium bomb for 800 points, system. I require 20 medium bombs. Having returned to her original position at the banquet, Shaolin contemplated how to stealthily acquire the tear of the mermaid. Yi Hao, broad-shouldered and imposing, returned, and upon seeing Shaolin still standing in place, he felt quite pleased. Abruptly, he hoisted Shaolin into the air, forcing her to make contact with his ample frame, causing her stomach to churn tumultuously. Yi Hao carried Shaolin into his room, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed with a thud. Shaolin instinctively rolled a few times on the bed, perfectly shielding her abdomen. Yi Hao lunged toward Shaolin, who, with a coy smile, playfully said, "No need to rush with that." She slipped from beneath him like a slippery siren, leaving Yi Hao bewildered. Seizing the moment, Shaolin swiftly placed an object into a black box behind her, which then inexplicably vanished. Yi Hao lunged at Shaolin several times, but each attempt resulted in failure until, at last, he managed to grasp her beautiful shoulder. At that moment, their proximity seemed meticulously calculated. In an instant, Shaolin produced a silenced handgun from behind her and fired several shots at Yi Hao's grotesque head. Remarkably, Yi Hao evaded the first 2 bullets with uncanny agility, retreating rapidly to a distance of 5 meters. Shaolin, incredulous, stared at her handgun in disbelief. Simultaneously, Jin Xiao finally located the dungeon, having fought his way through, and ultimately found Lan Yi at the dungeon's end. Yi Hao, wearing a smirk that suggested prior knowledge, remarked, "I've been frequently visiting that wretched brat lately. You, like him, are equally insufferable. You foul female." He sniffed in Shaolin's direction, his expression filled with disdain as he declared, "No matter how you transform, that scent reminiscent of that cursed brat will never change." Shaolin rose, brushing non-existent dust from her shoulders, and replied, "Indeed. You guessed correctly. Now, may I venture a guess? Have you ascended to a level 6 beastman?" Yi Hao chuckled at Shaolin's familiarity, his rotund belly shaking as he laughed. "Ha ha! Are you astonished by my prowess? If you were to kneel and lick my toes, I might consider making you my female." Shaolin, nonchalantly clearing her ears, remarked, "I do admire you. Achieving level 6 in such a short time. You must have found the mermaid idol?" Yi Hao charged toward Shaolin with great speed, his rotund form surprisingly agile. Several times, Shaolin narrowly avoided capture. Out of breath, she leaned against a wooden chair, gasping, "At this rate, I can no longer run. Before I perish, I wish to know the idol's location." Observing Yihao's confident demeanor, she pressed on. So? Is the mermaid idol to the west? To the south? To the north? Noticing a fleeting glimmer in Yihao's eyes as she mentioned the north. Shaylin, a seasoned operative with extensive combat experience, was quick to detect even the slightest change in his demeanor. Chapter 69. It is time to send you on your way. Shaylin's speed had significantly waned. Clearly exhausted, she struggled to take a few steps, leaning heavily against the table, gasping. So, it must be in the south. Yihao's lips curled upwards. Suddenly, Shaylin froze, an icy aura saturating the air. Jin Xiao, did you hear? The idol is to the north. At that moment, Yihao's emotions mirrored a roller coaster ride, his heart ablaze with fury only to be extinguished by an icy chill, cold sweat pouring down as he became both enraged and fearful. Stammering, you wretched woman? The final two words erupted from the depths of Yihao's being, echoing throughout the entire mermaid palace, audible to all beastmen. Lan Yi had already consumed the third vial of stamina liquid provided by Jin Xiao, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. By the time he finished all 3 vials, he was completely restored. Then, a resounding cry of "wretched woman" pierced the air. Aware of Shaylin's location, Lan Yi surged toward her without a moment's hesitation. Jin Xiao, recognizing his intent, grasped Lan Yi's arm, a mischievous grin on his face as he threatened. The boss instructed me to tell you. Follow me, or she'll break the beast seal. With no alternative, Lan Yi nodded and glanced toward Shaylin, asking, Lin, where are you taking me? Jin Xiao hurriedly replied as they ran. The boss said the idol you seek is to the north. We must hurry. Also, she instructed me to escort the remaining mermaids to the surface. Lan Yi emitted a sound signal, a frequency only audible to his kind. Shortly thereafter, another male mermaid appeared behind him. The male mermaid saluted Lan Yi, who helped him to his feet, inquiring, what of the others? How fares the situation? The male mermaid responded, the others have been dispatched by the king to mine for ore, with a few scattered near the palace. I sent out a signal. They should arrive shortly. Lan Yi pointed at Jin Xiao, instructing, you two go with him and ensure the remaining mermaids reach the surface. Remember, speed is of the essence. Lan Yi continued his search for the mermaid idol, exchanging 10 acceleration pills with the system. Meanwhile, Yihao harnessed his level 6 beastman speed, while Shaylin swallowed an acceleration pill, astonishingly matching his pace. Shaylin dashed through the door, heading toward a corner of the palace. Enraged, Yihao laughed derisively. You foolish female. Have you lost your mind? Why would you run into a place teeming with beastmen? You could have played with me a while longer in your room. But now that so many beastmen are about, where do you think you can escape? Ignoring him, Shaylin continued navigating the mermaid palace, where the number of mermaid Yasha was higher. Her speed surpassed even her previous pace. And as she ran, she attacked anyone in her path. Observant onlookers would have noted that the majority of her targets were, without exception, the mermaid Yasha. Some were struck by a punch, others by a series of kicks, and a few merely caught in the crossfire. All the beastmen swarmed like a hive of hornets, closely trailing Shaylin. The mermaid Yasha and Yihao cornered Shaylin, who drew her submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire, forcing the mermaid beastmen to retreat to a distance of about 3 meters, locked in a standoff. System, how much resistance does my protective shield provide? Host, your protective shield can withstand attacks of a higher level. For instance, if you possess a level 2 shield, it can resist level 1 attacks. Is that what you claim? Rest assured, host, the system will never err. Shaylin's speed escalated rapidly as she found herself within the grand hall. She withdrew a whip reminiscent of metal, entirely black and entwined with thorns, crackling with faint sparks of electricity, resembling a dark electric dragon. As the effects of the transformation pill waned, Shaylin revealed her true, exquisite visage, emanating a lethal and icy murderous aura. The long whip seemed to possess a soul of its own, dancing ethereally between the merfolk and the night demons, leaving devastation in its wake. While dark crimson blood stained the waters, lingering ominously, Shaylin observed the relentless advance of the attacking merman orcs, wielding her whip to strike at the orcs surrounding her, her gaze resolute and serene. She understood that in the most critical moments, humans must cultivate a calm demeanor, free from distractions, presenting an invaluable opportunity to sharpen the mind. At this juncture, the restless Luophone was wandering near the shallow seas. However, He could not remain submerged for long, unable to access the merfolk kingdom. Simultaneously, beside the statue of the mermaid deity, Lan Yi felt her heart racing like a drum. This tension was not her own, but belonged to Xiaolin. Lan Yi retrieved the black box that Xiaolin had given her, witnessing its incessant glow. Upon opening it, a chorus of gasps erupted from the orcs. It was the tear of the mermaid. A tremor coursed through Lan Yi's body, urging her to remain composed and to trust in Xiaolin. She silently chanted to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm." Lan Yi placed the tear of the mermaid into the hands of the deity's statue, grasping the statue's hands herself. After approximately a minute, there was no discernible change. The orcs were bewildered. Lan Yi steadied herself and turned to the elders who had once served her parents, inquiring, "Elders, how can we harness the power of the statue?" The merfolk elders began to murmur among themselves, until the last elder addressed Lan Yi. "In truth, we are uncertain how your father acquired divine power. We only know that once he gained it, we endured a lengthy period of cleansing." The ground soaked in blood. Lan Yi gazed into the azure eyes of the statue, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiaolin was drenched to the skin. Realizing she could no longer sustain this state, she retreated until her back pressed against the wall. Surrounded by countless pairs of black-green eyes, all fixed upon her, as if oblivious, she wiped her face and neck with a piece of beast hide. Then, Xiaolin produced a bottle of water and leisurely sipped from it. Stretching her entire form, she shook her head and declared, "All right, after all this time, it's time to send you on your way." A hellish aura erupted from her. "Those who do not wish to perish. Get lost." Ehai, who had been toyed with by Xiaolin, summoned all his strength to roar, "Kill her." The system activated the explosive and defensive mechanisms. A tremendous force and deafening sound erupted from the depths of the ocean, as Xiaolin's body became enveloped in a protective sphere. Chapter 70. The ripple effect from Xiaolin's position. A colossal energy wave radiated outward, akin to a nuclear explosion, washing over the merfolk and night demons. Xiaolin's weapon was capable of transforming into 3 forms, the first being a dual-purpose device for land and water mobility, the second being a device for mutual conversion of defense and attack. Specifically, it could transform into a black bomb, albeit a singular one, as multiple bombs were not feasible. Thus, when Xiaolin required area attack skills, she had to exchange points for them. It could also morph into a whip or a black sphere to shield her from external assaults. During negotiations with the system for this skill, the system nearly bled from the ordeal. Xiaolin simply uttered a few words, "Brat," and the system silently acquiesced. Luofeng sensed an unusual explosive sound emanating from the deep sea and instinctively urged his kin, "Retreat! Everyone, fall back! Quickly!" Lan Yi had already extracted 3 scales from her tail, placing 2 within the eyes of the mermaid statue, which were immediately absorbed. She cut the final scale, allowing her blood to drip into her palm, shimmering with a dazzling radiance as she clasped the statue's hands. Suddenly, the mermaid statue emitted a radiant light, and Lan Yi found herself in a void. An ethereal voice resonated beside her. "Why do you seek divine power? Reflect carefully, do not rush to respond. An incorrect answer will forever bind your soul within the statue." At this moment, Lan Yi drew forth more blood from her palm, her mind filled with thoughts of Xiaolin's visage, her safety, and all that pertained to her. Luofeng waited for approximately a minute, as the mermen on the shore gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous waves, with some females nestled against their male counterparts. Too fearful to glance at the sea, Luofeng addressed Wei Wei and Locke, "Continue moving the remaining merfolk. I anticipate colossal waves." Wei Wei and Locke began their efforts, with Locke transforming the wolf orcs into gigantic wolves. Ferrying as many merfolk as possible, together, they moved further away. Luofeng watched the surging, roaring waves with mounting impatience. He activated the True Love Pact to instantly teleport to Xiaolin's side, only to find the merfolk kingdom awash in blood and flesh, with scarcely any living beings in sight. Yet, he sensed Xiaolin's safety as he navigated through the dark crimson waters, ultimately grasping a massive black sphere. Sensing Xiaolin's position, he discerned that these dark spheres were indeed her. With no time to ponder further, Luofeng immediately embraced the sphere and struggled toward the shore, extending his arms into the still, dark red waters, fingers twitching slightly. Simultaneously, Lan Yi was positioned far from Xiaolin's explosion site. Merely hearing the resounding blasts, a consequence of Xiaolin's meticulous calculations, Lan Yi closed her beautiful eyes, remaining silent for a long while before stating, "Before encountering Xiaolin, I lived in a haze, but after meeting her, I truly savored the essence of being a beast man. For a long time, I wished only to protect her and remain by her side. However, when I reluctantly returned to the merfolk kingdom, I was met with the sight of fallen merfolk bodies. Small merfolk like myself without parents, devoid of food, and lacking shelter, while adult beastmen were forced to gather green crystals. The harrowing life of the beastmen remains vivid in my mind. Thus, I have resolved to protect all merfolk and beastmen of goodwill." Lan Yi began to emit a brilliant light from within her chest, her voice growing deeper and more resonant. "I, Lan Yi, vow to safeguard the merfolk and all beast kind during my lifetime." Subsequently, Lan Yi was sent forth from the void. Feeling her body rejuvenated, she wiggled her fingers, unleashing countless ice blades. The merfolk exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! You have acquired divine power." No sooner had the words left their lips than Lan Yi's figure vanished. Luo Feng had successfully relocated the majority of the merfolk to a high and secure position. Wei Wei, Locke, Jin Xiao, and other beastmen were now stationed close to the shore, intently observing the ocean, not daring to miss the slightest anomaly on the surface. Gradually, the waves surged like a cold-blooded lion, and at last, through the tumult, Luo Feng's white figure became visible. Before Locke could plunge into the sea, a blue tail shimmering with golden light appeared behind Luo Feng, swirling like an enormous fan. The three burst forth from the waves, reaching Locke and Jin Xiao, and together they transported the black sphere onto the beach. As a wolf beast man, Luo Feng had exhausted himself after swimming for so long and holding his breath for an extended period. Collapsing onto the sand, gasping for air, Lan Yi, however, remained invigorated, clutching the black sphere tightly. Wei Wei anxiously urged Lan Yi, "Brother, Sister Xiaolin hasn't emerged yet." Lan Yi, devoid of any beast markings, appeared even more strikingly handsome, smiling as he caressed the black sphere. "Your sister is right here." Finally regaining his breath, Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury. He exclaimed vehemently, "This is all your fault. If you weren't strong enough, you shouldn't have ventured out alone. You got captured and now need Lin Lin to rescue you." Lan Yi's eyes mirrored his guilt as he responded, "I indeed underestimated Yihai's strength. I never imagined Lin Lin would come such a long way to save me. Moreover, I cannot believe you failed to protect her." Luo Feng transformed into a giant wolf, baring his formidable fangs at Lan Yi. "It's because you are too weak. You dragged us down, do you understand? And previously, you had the audacity to imprison Lin Lin in the ice house for 3 days and nights without consulting anyone." Lan Yi straightened his back defiantly, "Though I was also framed, I have no regrets. If time were to reverse back to that moment, I would still choose to be with her for 3 days and nights." At this moment, Luo Feng was so enraged that he felt as if he might spew blood. He opened his gaping maw and lunged towards Lan Yi's shoulder, but suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the black sphere, revealing Xiaolin, unharmed, nestled in Lan Yi's embrace. Luo Feng, disregarding everything else, immediately transformed into a beast man and landed a punch on Lan Yi's cheek before seizing Xiaolin. Unfazed, Lan Yi gently called out to her, "Lin Lin, Lin Lin, can you hear me? Wake up." Jin Xiao then remarked, "Previously, the leader gave me a few bottles of this medicine. Hurry and feed it to her." Chapter 71. Desperate struggle. Luo Feng took the medicine and supported Xiaolin, but she showed no signs of response and couldn't drink it. He took a sip himself and kissed Xiaolin, administering the restorative liquid. Slowly, Xiaolin opened her eyes, but before she could comprehend her surroundings, the system's voice rang out, "Warning, warning. There is an extremely dangerous beast man within 20 meters of the host. Warning, warning. There is an extremely dangerous beast man within 20 meters of the host. Please evacuate immediately." Xiaolin glanced at Lan Yi and Luo Feng, her voice weak and hoarse, "We must evacuate." Moments later, a powerful surge erupted from the ocean, and waves surged like a boiling tide, rising to 10, 20, 30 meters, with no sign of stopping. Amidst the waves, a ghastly beastman head emerged. All the beastmen were taken aback. Luo Feng, cradling Xiaolin, shouted to everyone, "Hurry and evacuate." Without hesitation, Lan Yi plunged into the tumultuous waters. Xia Lin, now nearly devoid of strength, was carried by Luo Feng as they rushed to the highest point of the mountains. Luo Feng transformed back into human form to support Xia Lin, who remained with her eyes shut, presumably exhausted. Yihao appeared amidst the waves. One of his eyes transformed into a pitch-black void, his body a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingled with water, resembling a corpse long deceased. Yihao bellowed in a voice as chilling as that of a hellish demon, "You wretches! I will ensure you suffer, even if it costs me my life. Especially you, Xia Lin. You have obliterated all my hard-won merfolk and night demons." The waves had now surged to about 50 meters. Hearing Yihao's roar, Xia Lin tightly closed her eyes and asked Luo Feng, "Where's Lan Yi? System? Is there anything that can withstand this tremendous tsunami?" Host. A tsunami is a natural disaster. Human strength cannot contend with it. Currently, only your Alpha submarine can accommodate a portion of the beastmen for escape. Even when the tsunami strikes, it will remain safe. System. My submarine can only carry a few hundred people at most. What about the beastmen near the ocean? Friendly reminder to the host. The system is merely a supportive tool. It lacks the cognitive ability of beastmen. The system can only perform data analysis. Please make your own decision. Xia Lin, suppressing her fatigue, surveyed the situation and declared, "There is only one option left. We must kill him immediately." Xia Lin summoned the Alpha submarine, instructing all nearby beastmen to board in succession. Luo Feng cradled Xia Lin and entered the submarine, as she could no longer move. Luo Feng looked at Xia Lin and said, "I will go kill him." Xia Lin replied, "My submarine seems to have underwater mines, but I haven't tested them, so I don't know their effectiveness, and I'm afraid they might harm you." Luo Feng resolutely transformed into a giant wolf and said, Lin, if I do not return, you must live well with Lan Yi. Take care of my cubs." He turned and, with a final gaze filled with profound affection, said, "I will love you forever." Xia Lin covered her mouth. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. She wished to implore him not to go, to let her take his place. Yet, she was unable to move. She wanted to insist that he must return alive. But such words would only disrupt Luo Feng's focus for battle. Ultimately, Xia Lin remained silent. After maneuvering the submarine to a safer location and ensuring the others were settled, Xia Lin realized that the restorative liquid she had consumed no longer bore much effect. Perhaps her body had developed an antibody. She opened the True Love contract interface and searched fervently for something. Finally, on the most recent pages, she found a bottle of female enhancement liquid, costing an exorbitant 11,000 points per bottle. With effects that could forcibly upgrade a beastman's level, those side effects were unknown. Without hesitation, Xia Lin exchanged for the liquid, having previously accumulated many explosives, submarines, and more. However, she found her points had been entirely depleted. What are the side effects of the system? Warning. The host is currently in a state of pregnancy. This potion is detrimental to childbirth. What if I drink it now? It will not endanger the host's life. This liquid is meant to elevate beastman levels, however, it may hinder the growth of the cub. Specific effects are unknown. Lan Yi, lurking in the ocean, surged violently towards Yihao, forming a long, sturdy ice blade in his palm and thrusting it at Yihao. Wherever the ice blade touched the sea, it gradually transformed into frozen snow. As Lan Yi's attacks accumulated, the ice and snow multiplied. Yihao, like a specter, shifted positions within the water, making it impossible for Lan Yi to approach him, forcing him to continuously capture Yihao's fleeting image in the water. At this moment, Lan Yi was in the light, while Yihao lurked in the shadows. Lan Yi had to fend off the rolling waves while searching for Yihao's figure amidst the water's reflections. In a flash, Yihao lunged from one side, poised to bite Lan Yi's shoulder, but was intercepted by Luo Feng, who leapt in to seize his head. Luo Feng immediately spat out a greenish-black, foul-smelling liquid, shaking his wolf head in discomfort. "Thank you." Lan Yi called to Luo Feng, "I did not save you for your sake. It is for Lin. If you die, she will be heartbroken. Haven't you gained new power? Can you not control it?" Luo Feng retorted. Lan Yi shook his head. He had acquired power but had never been taught how to wield it correctly as a beast man. Luo Feng sighed and continued charging toward Yihao. Having inherited memories since childhood, he had undergone extensive training and fought in numerous battles to become the Luo Feng of today. However, given the current circumstances, he could only hope that Lan Yi could enhance his attack, allowing them to swiftly eliminate Yihao. Xia Lin, armed with the potion and a bow, moved to a mountain area, observing Yihao's situation with suspicion. Logically, Yihao should have perished long ago. How could he still possess such formidable strength? As Luo Feng and Yihao clashed, Xia Lin felt a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Yihao suddenly looked up and, spotting Xia Lin's exact location, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You must be wondering why I am still alive. Even if I die, I will drag you all down with me. Yihao opened his putrid, greenish-black maw, revealing a green crystal-like object. In an instant, the green crystal shot towards Xia Lin at lightning speed. Resembling ammunition, Xia Lin swiftly drew her bow and aimed at the crystal, while Luo Feng teleported beside her, shielding her. Simultaneously, a powerful golden starlight erupted from within Lan Yi, freezing all the seawater around him, including the towering waves. As everything solidified into ice, a formidable ice blade erupted from Lan Yi's hand, pursuing Yihao's green crystal, closely following it. Although it could not match the speed of the green crystal, it visibly slowed its trajectory. Nevertheless, the green crystal continued to fly directly towards Xia Lin. Chapter 72. Finally free in an instant, the edges of the waves transformed into shattered snowflakes, resembling broken glass scattered upon the ice surface. Deep within Lan Yi's heart, a potent mix of jealousy and inferiority consumed him. Tears glimmered in his blue eyes, transforming into pearls that scattered around him. Lin, I haven't even had the chance to die for you. Xia Lin's first arrow and Lan Yi's ice crystal struck the green crystal simultaneously, effectively slowing its advance. The green crystal hovered for a brief moment in midair, circling and whimpering. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Lin unhesitatingly downed the entire potion in her hand, then retrieved a massive explosive sniper rifle, launching several rounds at the green crystal. Warning, warning. The effects of the potion are unknown. Please use with caution. Please use with caution. Xia Lin regarded Yihao with a deathly gaze and declared, You will never kill me. Rest in peace. At last, as the final bullet was fired, the green crystal vanished into thin air, leaving an acrid stench reminiscent of death lingering throughout the ocean's atmosphere. Deep within, both Lan Yi and Luo Feng exhaled a simultaneous sigh of relief. Suddenly, a fierce, dark flame ignited in Lan Yi's eyes. As he, along with Luo Feng and Xia Lin, glared at him with expressions of profound indignation. Before Yihao could utter another word, countless ice pillars erupted from all directions, piercing him like a porcupine. Having already been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, Yihao succumbed to the onslaught of ice, which shattered and transformed him into a puddle of blood. The world fell into a brief silence for a few seconds, only to be shattered by a deafening roar of jubilation. All the merfolk and beastmen erupted in joyous celebration, their faces alight with happiness as they embraced one another, tears glistening in their eyes. They reveled in the cacophony of their joy. Couples and families clasped hands, while females grasped the hands of their young, all emerging from the submarine. Lan Yi raised his hands towards the throng of beastmen, signaling for silence. In a voice imbued with the echoes of ancient times, laced with enchantment, he proclaimed, From this day forth, the merfolk shall know no slaves, only freedom. One by one, men, women, and children knelt before Lan Yi, repeatedly chanting the same phrase. You are the true king of our merfolk. You are the true king of our merfolk.